Chapter 821. The Star Beast Devourer. Not only did the expressions of the two leading prodigies change, but the countenances of the over 100 other prodigies present also transformed in unison as they began to scan the crowd with apprehension. They were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the Devouring Demon Technique. The consequences of allowing Lin Chen, that harbinger of death, to infiltrate their ranks were unfathomable. Their hearts raced with dread, and even Shishi and the Duck Emperor felt a tightening in their chests. Could it be that he was discovered the moment he slipped in? Throughout this turmoil, Lin Chen's demeanor remained unperturbed. Instead, he mirrored the others, his face a mask of murderous intent and confusion as he surveyed the surroundings. Luo Wuchang's expression darkened as he addressed Shueli. How could this be? Can you confirm that this fellow has breached the 99 celestial star formation? Shueli licked his lips, his face a portrait of bloodlust, his crimson eyes scanning the crowd as though attempting to discern Lin Chen's true form among them. His words immediately sowed seeds of doubt among the prodigies, causing them to suspect members of other races. Naturally, they were less inclined to doubt their own kind, but a sense of suspicion crept in regarding the others. After a moment, Shueli's brow relaxed as he raised his hand to calm the agitated throng, which fell silent, though their expressions remained grim. It was merely a small test. It appears Lin Chen is not among us, he noted nonchalantly. There is no need for panic or suspicion. However, the sacred vein body is not easily slain, so I advise everyone to remain vigilant. Jin Yu let out a sigh of relief, thankful that it was just a test. Luo Wuchang nodded solemnly, understanding that such trials were indispensable in these tumultuous times. The restless factions of prodigies promptly settled down, yet, as Shueli had indicated, their hearts were now rife with caution. Shueli certainly possesses some cunning, Lin Chen mused inwardly, recognizing the source of his unease. He knew well that in this chaotic star ring, the fall of prodigies was commonplace. The fact that Shueli could procure specific numbers was nothing short of absurd. Luo Wuchang, Jin Yu, in light of this, let us present our star fragments and unlock the entrance to the celestial beast tomb. Shueli instructed the two, a shard resembling ancient crystal glimmering in his hand, imbued with the essence of the celestial skies. Luo Wuchang and Jin Yu nodded in agreement and produced their star fragments. They cast 3 diamond-shaped crystal shards into the air, which collided with a peculiar force, sending shockwaves resonating through the atmosphere. This celestial beast tomb had originally been discovered by the 3 prodigies during their explorations, and they had gleaned considerable secrets from these diamond shards. Thus, they informed the many prodigies to assemble when the celestial beast tomb emerged. 3 diamond-shaped crystals collided, unleashing a peculiar force that shimmered with faint glimmers of light. Beams of this ethereal radiance erupted from the crystals, shooting towards the distant, towering specter of a graveyard that loomed thousands of meters high. A thunderous roar erupted as the power emitted from the crystals inexplicably seized the entire illusory graveyard. Instantly, all present beheld the ancient tomb beginning to tremble, its massive 100-meter door seemingly inching open. The surrounding void rippled as if disturbed by water, heralding the imminent opening of the tomb. The expression of the golden prison shifted with fervor, for he was acutely aware of the monumental opportunities this graveyard represented. Luo Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement, while Shueli turned to the excited faces of the talented individuals around him and slowly spoke. This tomb is the resting place of a beast of legend. However, this beast is extraordinary. It is known as Tao Tai, not listed among celestial beasts, but instead among the ranks of rare creatures. Upon hearing the term rare beast, astonishment flickered across the faces of the talented individuals present. What is a rare beast? It is a creature birthed by the heavens, traversing the realms with unique legends surrounding its existence. Such beasts are often born immensely powerful, requiring no cultivation to commune with the forces of the universe. They are indeed rare entities. Thus, it can be deduced that this tomb is anything but ordinary. This rare beast, Tao Tai, is a celestial creature, known to some as the beast of the heavenly stars. It is said to have transformed from a colossal star among billions, gaining boundless powers and soaring through the skies. Shueli continued. The expressions of the 3 leading races prodigies grew even more incredulous. The notion that a single star could manifest such strength raised concerns. Wasn't entering the domain of Tao Tai tantamount to courting death for those of their stature? Indeed, the danger was palpable. Luo Wuchang seemed to perceive the thoughts of many, stating, The tomb of Tao Tai is not for us to meddle with. Yet, this graveyard possesses varying degrees of peril. As long as we steer clear of the most treacherous areas, the risks shall remain manageable. Thus, Lin Chen, having absorbed their explanations, began to grasp the situation. Their aim in entering the tomb of the star beast Tao Tai was merely to acquire a fraction of the vast treasures within, akin to drawing water from the ocean. Observing the treasures, they found themselves powerless due to their lack of strength. The illusory door swung open more violently, and as it did, fissures in space began to slowly tear apart. Lin Chen did not expect this spectral tomb door to be capable of rending the fabric of space. Emperor Duck, CC, and the others concealed themselves, seizing the moment. Just as the door of Tao Tai was about to close, they slipped inside. Avoid revealing yourselves at all costs. Flee at the first sign of exposure. Lin Chen swiftly communicated to the poised CC and Emperor Duck. While Lin Chen himself was not particularly concerned about revealing his identity, an instinctual warning told him that the three leading prodigies had likely gleaned numerous secrets from the diamond-shaped crystals. Following them might yield unexpected rewards. The Duck Emperor's eyes glimmered with fervor as he nodded repeatedly, yearning to tear through the fabric of space and plunge into the tomb of the voracious beast. What a jest it would be! A burial ground for such a terrifying creature would surely house treasures of immense power and dread. The explosive sounds intensified, reverberating through the air, shattering pieces of space around them. Suddenly, the colossal gate, towering at 100 meters, swung open, gathering layers of starlight that transformed it into a portal of celestial brilliance. From this gateway, an ancient aura began to seep forth. "The Stargate is open," roared the golden prisoner, making the first move towards the portal. The members of various races swiftly followed suit, surging towards the entrance. Lin Chen was no exception. He maintained a moderate pace, flowing with the throng as they entered the starlit gateway. Chapter 822. Is it alive? The opening of the Stargate ignited a fervor among the crowd. What a marvel! Even a fraction of the ancient beast's tomb would yield significant benefits. Almost all the prodigies from the three major races stepped through the portal within mere breaths. Naturally, the leading talents forged ahead. As the last of them entered, the starlight illuminating the Stargate began to dim gradually, as if it were on the verge of vanishing. At that moment, two fierce beams of light shot forth. The Duck Emperor and CC seized the opportunity, crossing into the Stargate in perfect synchrony. Upon entering, the members of the three races quickly sensed their presence and shouted in alarm, "Intruders!" Two of them, both at the pinnacle of the Tao diagram realm. Instantly, chaos ensued. As Lin Chen stepped through the Stargate, he felt his blood momentarily stagnate, as if he had been transported to a peculiar space. In the next instant, he found himself returned to another realm. He lifted his gaze, and the entire space was cloaked in an overwhelming starlight, radiant and resplendent. Before them lay 10 paths, resembling a staircase where the stronger one was, the higher they ascended. Lin Chen discerned that the lowest path led into the realm of the Tao diagram, the Great Sage Stage. Over 100 prodigies, along with the three leaders, paused before the choice of paths. Meanwhile, CC and the Duck Emperor, having just burst in, felt the weight of 100 murderous gazes enveloping them. The Duck Emperor trembled, his flesh quivering, and with a forced smile, he said, "Brothers, I've stumbled into the wrong place. I hope you won't hold it against me. I pose no threat to you." Yet, all that greeted him in return were pairs of cold, unyielding eyes. This nearly brought the Duck Emperor to tears. Lin Chen, that rascal, was nothing but a pitfall, ever ensnaring this honest lad from the countryside. It was then that the two figures, Luo Wuchang, recognized them. Their eyes flickered with intent. For these were the companions who had led Lin Chen into the chaotic star realm. Bloodthirsty nodded in agreement. "Let us deal with them." Upon hearing these words, the over 100 prodigies felt a surge of murderous intent. If they were to unite their strengths, the resultant power would be nothing short of immense. Even the combined forces of West and the Duck Emperor might falter against it. "Run!" the Duck Emperor wailed, as a talisman ignited above his head. The escape talisman. He invoked this protective charm, his form abruptly vanishing, leaving even Blood Fury caught off guard, as the rotund figure charged forth. The first to breach the path of the Great Sage. The assemblage from the three major races could only stare in astonishment. Abandoned by the plump figure, West suddenly transformed into a colossal entity, unfurling its wings and roaring towards the heavens. It plunged directly into the 10th path, disregarding its own peril. The expression of the golden prison shifted in response. These 10 paths were arranged according to cultivation levels. To enter the 10th path was to assume oneself an emperor. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, West traversed this perilous path without a hint of danger, as if all threats were inconsequential to it. Indeed, Lin Chen understood. This celestial star beast tomb was undoubtedly a serendipity for West. As for the nature of this fortune, it remained solely to be revealed by West itself. This creature was also a demonic beast, albeit with a different path. Blood Fury quickly grasped the situation, casting a glance deeper into the tomb with a cold snort. Let us hasten and eliminate that rotund fool. He led the charge into the first path. Following Blood Fury's lead, over 100 prodigies, including Lin Chen, plunged into the depths. After their departure, a woman clad in white appeared before the 10 paths. That beast seems formidable, she remarked, before stepping into the 10th path herself. Upon entering the first path, they found it entirely cloaked in countless statues of demonic beasts. Each statue was remarkably peculiar, resembling exotic creatures. Yet all bore a singular expression of profound sorrow. The entire space opened up, as if they had entered the realm of the demonic beasts. Towering statues of these creatures stood in abundance, numbering in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions, with some nestled within the very mountains and forests. This world was indeed the domain of demonic beasts, imbued with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. This area can be considered a small world, Golden Prison declared. Now, everyone should pair off and seek treasures. Exercise caution around these beast statues. The hundreds of prodigies nodded in unison, forming groups of 2 or 3, and began to venture into this realm of beast statues. This miniature world surely held numerous treasures. Whether they could reap the benefits depended on their fortune. These statues of demonic beasts were undeniably peculiar. As expected, the 3 of them uncovered some insights. Lin Chen discreetly activated his insightful eye, only to discover that these statues eluded his perception. His insightful eye was now capable of penetrating countless mysteries, yet these statues remained impervious to it. Clearly, the statues scattered throughout the world have triggered a profound instinct within Lin Chen, warning him that these beastly effigies constitute a trap. It is reminiscent of the Ta-Ching sect, where over 100 royal peaks covertly formed an immense array, combining their power to create a formidable force. These beast statues, too, must serve a similar purpose, having been set as a trap by the voracious beast, Tao Tiao. The 3 great prodigies exchanged knowing glances, leading Luo Qingyi as they surged forward. Employing the ancient techniques of the hidden immortal, Lin Chen activated the ancient tome, enveloping himself in a shroud of ethereal energy, rendering him almost invisible in this realm. Cautiously, he trailed the 4 ahead. If the records on the crystal are indeed accurate, and we locate the source of the beasts, we shall emerge as the ultimate victors, Jin Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed upon the seemingly endless array of beastly statues. Luo Wuchang nodded in agreement. The source of the beasts is no ordinary treasure. With it, we could easily ascend among the top 10 of our clan. Blood Li's eyes glimmered with a sanguine light, revealing his insatiable desire for this coveted source. However, Lin Chen, trailing behind, found himself perplexed. What manner of entity could incite such fervor in these 3 prodigies? As he pondered, the quartet suddenly halted midair, their expressions turned icy. Lin Chen, concealed behind a peculiar beast statue, observed this bewildering scene with growing confusion. The crystal's records were indeed accurate, Jin Yu cursed, unable to contain his frustration as he assessed the situation. It appears that our hasty advance was ill-conceived. We must now proceed with caution, for these foes are formidable, Luo Wuchang warned. Hidden behind the beast statue, Lin Chen remained utterly baffled, as his spiritual perception detected no imminent threat. What had these 3 prodigies encountered? Just then, he felt an ominous red light beam down upon him, causing him to tense up. Glancing upward, he beheld the eerie statue, its lifeless eyes suddenly emanating a piercing red glow. To his astonishment, it had indeed come to life. Chapter 823. The source of beasts. The dazzling, unsettling red light sent a rush of anxiety through Lin Chen. He had never anticipated that this statue could animate. What should he do? Should he destroy it, risking exposure of his identity? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. It was evident that the 4 in the sky had also encountered these revived beast statues. In this realm of countless statues, numbering in the millions if they all awakened. It would create a terrifying spectacle. In that instant, an idea struck Lin Chen. The realm of the heavenly demon quietly activated, transforming into a vast, dark maw that engulfed the impending beast statue. To Lin Chen's dismay, upon being swallowed by the heavenly demon realm, the statue shattered into countless fragments, far exceeding his expectations. However, Lin Chen did not dwell too much on the matter, for he keenly sensed that the statues of the peculiar beasts surrounding him were undergoing a transformation. As though a hidden aura was gradually awakening, the beasts were on the brink of revival. A sense of urgency surged within Lin Chen, prompting him to leap into the air and employ ancient techniques, causing his figure to vanish seamlessly from sight. Meanwhile, the four members of Blood Fury found themselves ensnared by the awakening statues of the strange beasts, their gaping maws roaring ferociously as they closed in on the group with murderous intent. Luo Qingyi unfurled her delicate palm, summoning four shimmering blades that hovered above the heads of each beast. These blades swiftly crossed paths, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds as they struck. In mere moments, the throng of beasts that had surrounded them was decimated without exception. Although the strength of these beasts was not formidable, their collective awakening would spell disaster. Jin Yu cast a wary glance around, noting the endless array of beast statues beginning to shift and stir. They were all on the verge of awakening. Blood Fury, leading the charge, spat forth a stream of blood that transformed into countless blood arrows, piercing through the air to obliterate the encroaching beasts. The four figures moved with a ferocity that propelled them through the chaos. If they did not escape this den of beasts soon, they would face a terrifying onslaught. Lin Chen discreetly followed behind. After flying for nearly a stick of incense's worth of time, the earth-shattering roars of the awakened beasts reverberated ominously behind him. Casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder, a chill ran down his spine as he beheld countless beasts awakening, rampaging across the ground, causing the very earth to tremble as if a colossal flood of beasts were surging forth. Lin Chen even spotted several prodigies caught in the maelstrom, unable to utter a word of salvation. At the forefront of this torrent of beasts was an individual, a rather rotund man, who was frantically screaming while waddling forward. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen realized it was Zhang Daniu. Help! Help! The Emperor of Ducks is coming. The Duck Emperor is here. He bellowed in a voice filled with despair. Even the four prodigies racing ahead noticed this flamboyant figure. How did that fat man catch up with us? Blood Fury furrowed his brow. Luo Wuchang chuckled lightly. Lin Chen must have perished. They have no other choice but to act this way. I shall lend him a hand. Jin Yu said, a wicked smile curling on his lips as he subtly activated a surge of terrifying dark golden energy, which shot toward the hapless figure of the fat man. Lin Chen, observing this unfolding scene, frowned. What the hell? Which rascal is attempting to ambush me? The Duck Emperor, upon noticing the approaching dark golden energy, was nearly propelled off the ground in fright as it erupted into an invisible gale, hurtling toward him. This strike was sufficient to cast the Duck Emperor into the boundless stream of beasts. Jin Yu heard the Duck Emperor's curses. The veins on his forehead throbbed with rage, wishing he could strike down the rotund figure with a single blow. How dare this fat fool refer to himself as my grandson? He dismissed the matter. An insignificant insect could hardly linger for long. Shui Li's cold gaze intensified, channeling his sacred might, enhancing his speed once more. Jin Yu snorted disdainfully, accelerating to follow Shui Li's figure. Observing the four retreating swiftly, Lin Chen, concealed in the shadows, suddenly grasped with a great hand, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon them. This tempest was immediately quelled by the relentless force. At that moment, Zhang Daniu also discerned Lin Chen's presence. The Duck Emperor rushed over, weeping. Lin Chen, my most loyal little brother, nearly lost his life. Lin Chen cast a frosty glance at him. Silence, he commanded. The Duck Emperor fell silent instantly. Duck Emperor, I entrust you with a task, Lin Chen suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, the Duck Emperor shook his head vigorously, clearly refusing. If you desire to seize all the treasures of the prodigies, Lin Chen added. The Duck Emperor's eyes lit up, drooling with anticipation. Boss, do tell. Whatever the task. Even if it means climbing mountains of blades or descending into seas of flames, I, Zhang Daniu, shall stand firmly by your side. Lin Chen, without the inclination to scorn this fellow, merely stated, disseminate the information contained within this jade tablet. Ensure that all prodigies are made aware. With that, Lin Chen wielded his magical power to inscribe a message, forming a jade tablet. So simple. Boss Lin Chen, you are too kind to me. The Duck Emperor eagerly accepted the jade tablet, his expression and gestures suggesting he would willingly offer himself to Lin Chen at that moment. Now be gone. Lin Chen kicked the fellow away, the earlier fervent gaze sending shivers down his spine. This plan for the Duck Emperor was but a fleeting thought from Lin Chen. Yet his intuition hinted that following this course would surely astonish some individuals. Were the ancient beings of the three major races not preparing to breach the void? Contemplating the meticulous preparations he had long established, a chilling aura flickered across Lin Chen's face. Subsequently, he resumed his flight, ignoring the tumultuous beast tied behind him. Darting towards the direction in which the four had fled, the realm of the beast statue had descended into chaos, but after flying for over 3 hours, their speed noticeably diminished. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with icy resolve as he observed everything. Surely, they were nearing the source of the beasts. Chapter 824. The Worship of 10,000 Beasts. Within the chaotic ancient domain, guarding the ancient teleportation array of the chaotic star realm, the entire ancient city had become deserted. All had retreated to a distance of 10 miles from the city. A significant event had transpired, prompting the exodus to welcome remarkable individuals from the three major races. These three individuals were none other than emperors. Lin Chen, audacious and unyielding, brazenly relied on his close ties with the ruthless fairy, displaying his arrogance without restraint. On this occasion, I shall witness who dares to rescue him from my grasp, a stalwart figure proclaimed, his voice resonating like a thunderous roar, causing the very air around to tremble. This was the emperor of the Dark Fallen clan. His presence alone signifying the immense gravity with which the upper echelons of the three great races regarded this matter. The emperor of the blood-killing clan grinned, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from his mouth, as if it sought to envelop the entire ancient city. He declared, after days and nights of calculations, "We have finally discerned the coordinates of the chaotic star realm, and now we shall pursue this essence and locate the realm. I am eager to sample the blood of this sacred vein physique. Its flavor is reputed to be exquisite, akin to legends. You are fixated solely on blood. Blood Iron Emperor, we must preserve this boy's life. We must unravel the mysteries within him, and when the time comes, you will need to watch your own tongue." The Emperor of the Heavenly Sovereign spoke, his demeanor radiating an unyielding authority befitting a supreme ruler. "Humph, Luo Yao, spare me your trifling words." The Blood Iron Emperor hissed ominously. "Very well," the Emperor of the Dark Fallen clan replied calmly. "Our immediate task is to join forces to unseal the chaotic star realm. The star dragon Tanyu is no ordinary being. It was a pinnacle existence among emperors before its demise. We must proceed with caution." Upon hearing the words of the Dark Fallen Emperor, the two other emperors nodded in agreement, their fingers weaving through the air. And the ancient formation buried deep underground was uprooted, soaring above the ancient city. The three emperors of different races were poised to collaborate in their calculations. Meanwhile, within the tomb of the Tanyu beast, amidst the quaking statues of countless monstrous beasts, a significant event unfolded across the four corners. A young prodigy traversed a path, vigilant and wary of his surroundings, when suddenly, he spotted an opening emitting a flickering light, drawing his gaze. Tensing, he approached, only to discover a radiant jade slip within the aperture. Could this be a jade slip of the celestial star secret technique? The prodigy murmured excitedly to himself. If it were indeed found within the beast's tomb, it would be extraordinary. He immediately focused his divine consciousness, channeling it into the slip, eager to browse its contents. Moments later, the young man's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. What? The source of beasts truly exists? This must be the most formidable treasure of this place. Regardless of its authenticity, a visit is undoubtedly warranted. His face alight with excitement, the prodigy resolved to head in that direction at once. Concurrently, numerous others began altering their trajectories. If I could obtain even a drop of the source from the land of beasts, the benefits would be immeasurable. No, I cannot allow anyone to get there before me. With such a heavenly treasure manifesting, the tomb of the Tanyu star beast truly lives up to its reputation. I must act swiftly, lest I be outpaced by others. The inscriptions on this jade pendant cannot definitively attest to its authenticity. However, should I harbor fear, and if it indeed exists, I would undoubtedly forfeit a remarkable opportunity. Regardless, I must proceed. Ha ha. The land of beasts is ultimately mine, and none can obstruct my path. Amidst the tumultuous uproar of 100,000 beast statues, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The once hidden prodigies abruptly altered their course. Charging towards the four illustrious figures, Emperor Yi stood atop a mountain peak, observing the chaotic spectacle below with a sense of delight, humming a few tunes under his breath, murmuring, "Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you truly are formidable. Yet, what will your next move be?" The crystalline ground trembled incessantly, following the forms of the four prodigies. Lin Chen had already traversed several vanished paths. As he ventured deeper, he noted that the awakened beasts were becoming increasingly scarce. Moreover, through the keen observation of his piercing gaze, he perceived that the surrounding spiritual energies seemed to be irresistibly drawn towards something mysterious and powerful deep within, flowing continually into the depths, as if there existed a devouring furnace, consuming the very essence of heaven and earth. At last, they had arrived, and an exhilarated voice echoed. The four figures floated in the air, halting their advance. Lin Chen, filled with curiosity, gazed deeper into the abyss. There, nestled among the towering mountains, was an ancient relic suspended amidst these formidable peaks, a sight that left every onlooker in profound astonishment, Lin Chen included. Suspended between these towering summits was an ancient relic, spanning approximately 100 miles. From a distance, it resembled a colossal, ancient stone slab, floating in midair. However, the most astonishing aspect was that atop this magnificent stone slab stood numerous beast heads, varying in size. The largest four, towering 100 meters high, commanded the four cardinal directions, roaring towards the center of the slab. From these four dragon heads, a multitude of beast heads, arranged from largest to smallest, cascaded downward in a dense formation, countless and entirely unique. The impact of this spectacle was akin to gazing down upon an entire city from the heavens above, the density creating a striking psychological impact. Moreover, the sight of these beast heads, all directed towards the relic's center, evoked a profound sense of awe. The expressions of these beasts appeared uniformly identical. Even Luo Wuchang struggled to mask his astonishment, while Jin Yu swallowed hard, exclaiming in disbelief that their expressions mirrored that of subjects bowing before a sovereign. As the two prodigies deliberated, Lin Chen was equally astonished to discover that the expressions of these stone beast heads were, without exception, identical, including those towering dragon heads at the corners of the relic. Their expressions were profoundly devout, imbued with an unmistakable fear, as if they were venerating their sovereign. This is the scene of myriad beasts in reverence. Chapter 825, Someone has arrived. Each beast's head symbolizes a distinct creature, none being a duplicate. A cursory glance at the heads within this ancient site reveals at least 100,000. Among them are the renowned Kuanping celestial beast, the ferocious demon clan, and various other heads of divine beasts. However, these formidable celestial creatures, much like the extraordinary beasts, are ranked among the elite. Even the dragon's head bowed in deference, steeped in respect. Such a tableau evokes an overwhelming sense of spiritual awe, as it embodies profound significance and meaning. Blood Fury was equally astonished, but he soon appeared to notice something, urging, "Look at the center of the myriad beasts in worship. There seems to be something there." The other three, coming out of their stupor, turned their gazes toward the center. Lin Chen also directed his attention there, where he beheld a pool. Surrounding the pool were the heads of beasts, yet these three possessed distinct expressions. Their faces bore authority, unyielding, exuding the demeanor of sovereigns ruling over the world. Lin Chen discreetly committed the visages of these three sovereign beast heads to memory, for their true forms were undoubtedly extraordinary. What captivated Lin Chen further was the substance within the pool. He observed a thin layer of liquid flowing, radiating faint glimmers of light that flickered from within. Its brilliance subtle. Activating his insightful eye, Lin Chen endeavored to perceive the essence of this liquid. However, as he did so, he was instantly assaulted by a piercing pain in his eyes. In a mere moment, it felt as though his eyes were on the verge of being shattered by daggers. This was a contest of will and spirit. Lin Chen swiftly withdrew his gaze, but inevitably, his eyes began to bleed, and his entire being was subjected to immense strain. What could this substance be that bore such formidable power? As he wiped the blood from his face, confusion enveloped his mind. This thin layer of liquid was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought, if Blood Elder were here, it would be much more convenient. he would possess clarity regarding ancient matters, without needing to concern himself with the expressions of these three prodigies. That is the beast source. The beast source. Even Luo Wuchang, who was typically shrouded in schemes and stratagems, could not maintain his composure upon witnessing this thin liquid, exclaiming in delight. The beast source. Had they not exerted tremendous effort to enter this tomb of the gluttonous beast precisely for this? Jin Yu's face was alight with joy, and even Blood Fury's countenance reflected great happiness. The beast source is the essence of the beast, refined to perfection. Even if this is merely a fraction of the essence of the gluttonous beast, it reaches an unfathomably terrifying level. The inscription upon that diamond-shaped crystal is indeed accurate. If we could acquire the additional 9 layers of essence, it would be tantamount to obtaining the full power of the legendary Tao Tai. Shueli could not help but exclaim at this moment. The path they have chosen first is the one that harbors the least beast essence. Even though this place conceals some starry arcane arts and magical treasures, in comparison to this beast essence, they are mere trifles. Upon hearing Shueli's words, Lin Chen began to contemplate in silence. It is no wonder that the 4 of them are so invested in this beast essence. For the quintessence of Tao Tai is something that others yearn for in their dreams. Let us retrieve this beast essence at once, Jin Yu exclaimed, unable to restrain himself at the sight of the treasure before them. Although the 4 of them would share it, the benefits would be boundless. Suddenly, Luo Wuchang's expression changed. Wait, what is it? Jin Yu asked, puzzled, only to have his own expression shift to one of cold realization. Luo Wuchang, you don't intend to claim it all for yourself, do you? This beast essence will not be so easily obtained. Luo Wuchang shot him a glance. If you wish to be the first to rush in, I shall not stop you. Beside them, Shueli nodded in agreement. Luo Wuchang is correct. This place is exceedingly strange. Initially, it was the resurrection of stone statue beasts, and now it is the worship of myriad beasts. There may be a connection. This is the tomb of Tao Tai. Jin Yu's face darkened, and with a cold snort, he remarked, so what shall we do? Are we to merely watch? Luo Wuchang and Shueli fell silent, clearly deep in thought. At that moment, the previously composed Luo Qingyi suddenly spoke, someone is coming. This statement caused Luo Wuchang, Jin Yu, and Shueli to slightly change their expressions, as they were aware that Luo Qingyi had gained immortal benefits in this chaotic star realm, including a starry arcane art known as the Starry Traces technique. Those who master this technique possess a heightened sense of awareness, tripling their perceptiveness. Any whisper of movement cannot escape her scrutiny. Since she has spoken, she must have detected something. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that she has noticed him? If she truly has, then all his plans would be in jeopardy. However, just as Luo Qingyi had indicated, a figure soon emerged. This individual was a half-step great saint of the blood-killing clan. Lin Chen felt a slight sense of relief. The half-step great saint, upon spotting Luo Qingyi, Luo Wuchang, and the others, immediately changed countenance and clasped his hands in greetings, esteemed seniors. Shueli, Luo Wuchang, and Jin Yu's expressions subtly shifted upon recognizing this half-step great saint. The figure seemed to have discovered something. Witnessing the myriad beasts in worship and the beast essence entering the pool, his face revealing a look of shock. It's true, it really is true. Haha. Here lies the beast essence of Tao Tai. His tone brimmed with undeniable excitement. Shueli and Luo Wuchang, along with their companions, were taken aback by his soliloquy, their expressions shifting dramatically. How could this individual be aware of the beast source's presence here? Wasn't this knowledge exclusive to the 4 of them? However, at that moment, the renowned prodigy of the Bloodslaughter tribe, who was a half-step great saint, realized that Shueli and his 3 companions were also present. Although a profound disappointment coursed through him, the prospect of dividing the beast source found in the pool among the 5 of them was indeed a monumental fortune. With a frigid tone, Shueli barked, "Xue Fei, what brings you here?" The individual known as Xue Fei felt a tightening in his chest at the reprimand, and hastily explained, "I fortuitously came across an ancient jade tablet that recorded the existence of a beast source in this location, and I rushed over, not expecting to find my 4 senior brothers and sisters here." Upon hearing this, Shueli's expression softened slightly, as it was evidently within his expectations for 1 or 2 others to arrive. Shueli exchanged glances with Luo Wuchang and Jin Yu, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in their eyes. They were contemplating silencing the newcomers. Just then, Luo Qingyi spoke up, "Another person is approaching." The faces of the 3 men instantly stiffened. Chapter 826. Exposure. Luo Qingyi, with her exquisite visage, could easily captivate the attention of men, a fact that Xue Li and Jin Yu had to concede internally. However, the moment she spoke, it felt as if cold water had been poured over them, chilling them to the core. It was one thing to encounter one newcomer, but the emergence of a second was quite alarming. As expected, not long after, a prodigy from the Darkfall tribe appeared, equally of half-step great saint caliber. Initially astonished, he soon transitioned to shock, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Not only were the three great prodigies perturbed, but even the half-saint from the Bloodslaughter tribe felt a twinge of discontent. The presence of another individual merely meant an additional contender for the spoils. Jin Shi, how did you find your way here? Jin Yu questioned, struggling to contain his frustration. His demeanor far from amiable. The man named Jin Shi quickly replied, I chanced upon a jade tablet that mentioned a beast source in this area, so I came to investigate. To my surprise, the legendary beast source truly exists. A flicker of fervor ignited in Jin Shi's eyes. The three prodigies exchanged glances, each sensing the oddity of the situation. What a coincidence it was that all had discovered jade tablets. However, with two new prodigies in their midst, Xue Li, Luo Wuchang, and Jin Yu were unwilling to share the bounty. A cold glint began to shine in their eyes. Eliminating these two prodigies posed no issue, and no one else would be the wiser. In the face of immense profit, familial ties became utterly inconsequential. Lin Chen observed this from the shadows, smirking to himself, fully aware that Xue Li and his companions were harboring murderous intentions. However, at that moment, Luo Qingyi coldly remarked that 5 or 6 individuals had approached. Lin Chen would forever remember the expressions on the faces of Luo Wuchang, Xue Li, and Jin Yu, each profoundly captivating. Surely, they could not have miscalculated. While the initial 2 may have appeared by chance, the sudden emergence of 5 or 6 more could hardly be deemed mere coincidence. It was, in fact, a most unfortunate turn of events. Before long, these 5 or 6 individuals came into the view of the prominent figures present, each of them possessing a perfected Dao diagram realm cultivation. They had fortuitously encountered one another on the path, forming an alliance of sorts, preparing to divide their spoils here. Yet, upon seeing Xue Li and the others, their expressions transformed into a spectacle of astonishment. The sight of the beast source left them both shocked and cursing inwardly. How could there be so many people here? The 3 prominent figures suppressed their rising murderous intent and inquired about the specifics of these newcomers. Their answers struck the 3 like a heavy blow. These 5 or 6 individuals had also acquired jade slips. There was something peculiar about this situation. It was evident that something was amiss. Jin Yu, unable to contain himself, began to curse vehemently. Luo Wuchang's countenance darkened, who had disseminated this information. It was inconceivable that the gluttonous beast would be so idle as to allow so many to learn of the beast's source's existence. Xue Li's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Clearly, someone was orchestrating mischief, yet their identity remained unknown. Only the 4 of them were privy to this matter. Who else could possibly be aware? Upon hearing Xue Li's words, both Luo Wuchang and Jin Yu felt a chill rise within them. They would not suspect one another, as their mutual interests bound them, making it unwise to disclose this matter. Fortunately, the number of newcomers was limited to merely 7 or 8. In that case, they resolved to eliminate them all. Jin Yu's heart brimmed with a savage desire for bloodshed, mirroring the thoughts of the other 2 prominent figures. For the sake of this beast source, they were prepared to go to any lengths. Xue Li and Luo Wuchang silently nodded in agreement with Jin Yu's declaration. However, at that moment, Luo Qingyi spoke once more, causing the 3 prominent figures to feel as if they had turned to stone, utterly frozen. It seemed there was no end to the stream of individuals, as 5 or 6 would arrive in constant succession. Their expressions were a whirlwind of confusion, astonishment, and contemplation. After expending about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, all the prominent figures who had previously gathered before the Stargate were now assembled. Each one exchanged glances, their faces growing increasingly grim. Their convergence was facilitated by friendships and specific means of communication. Thus, as they pulled one another into the fold, it was not long before everyone learned of the beast source's presence. Despite their cultivated demeanor, Luo Wuchang, Jin Yu, and Xue Li felt the weight of this revelation pressing heavily upon their hearts. However, as I gazed upon the assembly of over 100 extraordinary individuals, an uncontrollable fury surged within me. Moreover, Under their inquiries, it became evident that most had learned of this news in a remarkably similar fashion, through the jade slips. It was clear that someone was conspiring against us. Who on earth dared to do this? If I were to discover the identity of this perpetrator, I would undoubtedly seek to shatter their very being and unleash my wrath. Now that the matter concerning the beast origin has been exposed, the notion of slaughtering all these prodigies is utterly unrealistic. After a moment of seething rage, Luo Wuchang regained his composure and spoke ominously. Noting that only 2 individuals had entered, one had ascended to the 10th level, and the other, a rotund figure, was entirely oblivious to the situation. This left us with only one possible explanation. We had been tracked and followed all the way to this moment. Luo Wuchang was a person of considerable importance, and Lin Chen regarded him with great esteem. His intellect and cunning were not to be underestimated. After delivering this statement, Luo Wuchang's expression grew even darker, as a deeply unsettling truth surfaced in his mind. Blood Li, with a grim countenance, nodded and suddenly admonished the gathered prodigies, declaring that we had all fallen into someone else's trap. Although the beast origin was indeed real, it was likely fraught with peril. Fellow prodigies, someone has plotted against us with malicious intent. Blood Li's pronouncement did not elicit much of a reaction, for the bizarre nature of the situation was evident. Someone was indeed scheming. Each of these prodigies, proud and haughty, found it intolerable that they were being ensnared in their own territory. The most critical aspect was that the rumored beast origin lay before them. How could they divide it? There were clear regulations forbidding violence against one's own kin, lest they faced severe consequences. If they could not fight, how could they seize it? Would dividing it into hundreds of portions yield any meaningful result? At that moment, Blood Li suddenly bellowed, "Friend, why do you hide in the shadows? You have already achieved your goal. Why not reveal your true self?" Lin Chen, concealed in the darkness, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. These 3 prodigies were indeed not easily deceived. Now that his presence had been exposed, and as Blood Li had suggested, it was time to step into the light. After all, he had long yearned to stretch his weary limbs. Chapter 827. The will of the gluttonous beast. All eyes turned cold and menacing. Each person present harbored a desire to eliminate the one who had meddled in their affairs. It was laughable how brazenly they had been toyed with. Even the indifferent Luo Qingyi was somewhat curious about the identity of this meddler. Ha! Lin Chen laughed heartily, though the laughter held a chilling undertone. His form gradually materialized, revealing only the appearance of the Blood Clan. As he surveyed the multitude of menacing gazes directed at him, he spoke. "Why must you all regard me in such a manner? My actions are intended for the greater good." The term scoundrel resonated collectively within the hearts of the 100 proud individuals present. However, their perplexity lay in the audacity of this prodigy from the Bloodkill clan, daring to engage in such brazen actions. Jin Yu's face darkened as he seethed. "Very well, you, a member of the Bloodkill clan, dare to be so arrogant. Today, no one shall save you." Lin Chen remained impassive, his gaze fixed upon Luo Wuchang and Xue Li. He discerned the palpable tension in Luo Wuchang's expression, as dark as a stormy sky, while Xue Li's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by a smirk of intrigue. This information is known only to the 4 of us. To be able to track us covertly and hear our words from a distance is a feat unmatched within our Bloodkill clan. You are not truly one of us," Xue Li suddenly exclaimed, his voice ringing out. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck as if by a revelation, their expressions shifting dramatically. Xue Li delivered another stunning assertion. "If I am not mistaken, you are Lin Chen." This proclamation ignited a wave of astonishment. This member of the Bloodkill clan is indeed Lin Chen. Is this a mistake? Was he not trapped within the 99 Heavenly Stars formation? Has he broken the formation? Yet, why would he so foolishly reveal himself to seek death? Despite being hailed as prodigies in the mortal realm, the gravity of the situation left them momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Bloodkill clan has sent forth a true genius, far surpassing that waste. "Xue Ming," Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, his words rendering Xue Ming utterly insignificant. The other Bloodkill clan prodigies, whose cultivation was inferior to Xue Ming's, were thus deemed even less worthy by Lin Chen's implication. As expected, his statement ignited ire among the Bloodkill clan's elites. "Lin Chen, I did not anticipate your escape from the 99 Heavenly Stars formation. Your abilities are indeed impressive, as the rumors suggested. But since you are audacious enough to come here to meet your demise, no one will save you this time," Luo Wuchang said coldly. his desire to eliminate Lin Chen having grown over many encounters. This time, Lin Chen's interference in his plans had only fueled his rage further. With a swift motion, Jin Yu leapt into action upon witnessing Lin Chen reveal his true form, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with celestial might, propelled by the energies of the heavens. The force of his strike reverberated through the air, akin to a cannon's blast. Amidst the explosive sounds, it became evident that the invisible force was, in fact, a tangible manifestation. As Lin Chen activated his penetrating gaze, he immediately discerned a fist, akin to a ferocious tiger, accompanied by multiple phantoms, surging towards his chest. In a mere breath, the speed was astonishing. Roll! Lin Chen's sudden roar sent forth an invisible wave, momentarily freezing that punch's force. In a flash, Lin Chen unleashed a fist imbued with the ancient might of the Azure Dragon, striking forth with tremendous power. Boom! Lin Chen felt a colossal force surge toward him. Yet this was merely the initial wave. Boom, boom, boom. 3 waves of fist energy overlapped, each more ferocious and terrifying than the last. As if seeking to shatter the very stars, an inexhaustible force. Lin Chen staggered back a step under the relentless onslaught of these 4 powers. Witnessing this, Jin Yu erupted into laughter, his expression one of disdain. Lin Chen, I concede that you were formidable in the past, but now, before me, you are but an ant. You dare to treat us this way? Then your retribution shall come. Jin Yu's voice thundered, everyone, listen up. Immediately slay Lin Chen. His words ignited an immense surge of morale, and the crowd, brimming with murderous intent, surged forth like wolves ready to devour. The combined might of these hundreds of prodigies was not to be underestimated. In that moment, Lin Chen's eyes glinted with a cold light. However, just then, an unexpected twist occurred. Boss, hold on. You promised to help me. You can't be so untrustworthy. A chubby figure rushed in from the horizon. Wailing as he flew, Lin Chen paused, momentarily taken aback, and so did everyone else. Why was this rotund figure suddenly rushing over? Did he wish for death? It was the Duck Emperor, panting heavily, looking pitiable as he implored Lin Chen, Boss Lin Chen, before you chop them to pieces, you must let me secure the treasures. Lin Chen chose to ignore him. Yet, the crowd was infuriated. What did this foolish fat man mean? Could he truly kill them all by himself? Sensing the overwhelming murderous aura directed at him, the chubby man immediately turned to face them, his demeanor arrogant. Oh, look at your pathetic state. My boss could squash you with just a slap. You dare glare at me? Just wait until I strip you of your pants. The crowd seethed with rage. On the verge of exploding, Jin Yu gritted his teeth. Tear this guy apart. A terrifying aura emanated from each prodigy, coalescing into a formidable presence that even a low-grade great sage could not face. The chubby man shivered, ready to flee, when suddenly he spun around, a singular eye in his forehead shimmering with light. Boss, something dreadful is about to awaken. Lin Chen, momentarily startled, turned his gaze toward the ancient relic where the myriad beasts worshipped the beast source. Sure enough, a resounding explosion echoed, striking suddenly from the ground. This unforeseen blast captured everyone's attention, and they soon sensed an ancient aura slowly stirring to life. The entire ruin appeared to have suffered a tremendous blow, beginning to tremble slightly. This sudden occurrence took even the 3 great prodigies by surprise. What is happening? Luo Wuchang's face darkened. Both Xue Li and Jin Yu shook their heads in confusion, their expressions equally perplexed. The diamond crystals they had acquired contained no records pertaining to this phenomenon. In the next moment, countless stone heads of monstrous beasts began to emanate an eerie crimson glow, blindingly bright. What is going on? Lin Chen felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surge within him, and he could not help but inquire of the Duck Emperor. The Duck Emperor's complexion paled instantly. The vertical eye on his forehead vanished, and with a bitter expression, he uttered, "Damn it, we've been tricked. The will of Tao Tuo is embedded in the beast's source, and it is about to awaken." Lin Chen's body jolted. Could it be true? The will of Tao Tuo is awakening? All the stone heads of the monstrous beasts collectively radiated a red light, dyeing the entire ruin blood red. Only the 3 imposing beast heads in the triangular pool remained unresponsive. A faint ancient aura emanated from the thin layer of beast source, instilling in those present a sense of dread and terror. The previously aggressive prodigies felt as if cold water had been poured over them, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the ancient ruin, for they sensed something that shook their very souls. Such a sensation could only be attributed to an unfathomably terrifying presence. What is happening? Jin Yu swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock. The sudden gust of ancient aura had even caused his spirit to tremble. Not just Jin Yu, but Luo Wuchang and Xue Li also wore expressions of grave concern, for they both understood that the source of this ancient aura emanated from the beast's source within the pool. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke billowed from the beast's source, rising and expanding continuously. The malevolent aura seeped into their very beings, making them shudder involuntarily, as if possessed by an invisible reaper. This black smoke swiftly coalesced into a colossal entity, towering to a height of 1,000 meters, with 4 eyes and 6 pairs of long horns atop its head. Its immense form obscured its true appearance, merely suggesting a rough silhouette. Within this monstrous shape, formed from black smoke, lay an unfathomable evil, emanating an essence that seemed to originate from an endless abyss of malevolence, causing anyone who beheld it to tremble uncontrollably, filled with indescribable dread. This was the will of Tao Tua contained within the beast's source. Xue Li's voice, at this moment, bore an unprecedented gravity. Even a fraction of the will of Tao Tua, be it 1 in a million, would possess unfathomable power. The assembled prodigies could not help but tremble at the thought. Faced with the will of Tao Tua, even they could not maintain their arrogance. Lin Chen, observing this scene with a cold gaze, felt an unprecedented crisis emanating from the will of Tao Tua, yet he remained unperturbed, resolutely steadfast. The corpulent figure stirred his lips, a hint of bitterness in his tone as he addressed his leader. This Tao Tai, it is the source of all evil, a creature of malice amongst the mythical beasts. Within this beast's essence lies its will, and it is certain to strike at us. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing to disregard his words. This individual harbored the enigmatic Yin-Yang scripture, yet spoke of fear. What a ludicrous notion. I aspire to be the king of all beasts, the sovereign over them. All creatures shall bow before me. Even the 3 sacred beasts must acknowledge my dominion. As soon as Tao Yezwal manifested, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the realm of the beast statues. The roar belonged to the beast transformed from stone. Millions of stone beasts echoed this roar, creating a scene of overwhelming magnitude, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. In an instant, Lin Chen grasped the reason why the outer perimeter of the beast's essence was adorned with the heads of these beasts. It was to elevate Tao Tai into the king of all beasts, the ultimate master. However, this was merely Tao Ye's one-sided desire. The numerous prodigies present shuddered at the revelation of its ambition. Instinctively, they felt trepidation in the face of this celestial beast, born from the stars. After its roar, Tao Yezwal swept across the crowd with 4 pairs of malevolent, crimson eyes, scanning as if in search of prey. Those caught in its gaze trembled internally, an icy dread coursing through their veins. Even the 3 foremost prodigies felt their hearts race with anxiety. What was the will of this Tao Tai up to? However, as Tao Ye's gaze fell upon Lin Chen, its pupils noticeably constricted, and from a distance of 1,000 meters, it bellowed, "From you, I sense a potent malevolent aura. Defeat me, and this essence shall belong to you. Fail to vanquish me, and you shall become my sustenance." Lin Chen felt as though frigid insects were crawling through his heart, a chilling sensation overwhelming him. He was taken aback. This Tao Yezwal had indeed locked onto him. Did it perceive the loss of his soul? Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, Tao Yezwal roared once more, causing the surroundings to shudder. Its colossal form suddenly soared into the air, a giant claw descending upon Lin Chen with terrifying force. Lin Chen instinctively tensed, sensing the imminent threat of death. This Tao Yezwal was not to be trifled with. In a heartbeat, Lin Chen unleashed a barrage of 10 punches, their force compounding. As if he had mastered the arcane essence of the Dark Meteor Clan's celestial fist. The 3 foremost prodigies and the hundreds present collectively exhaled in relief. Jin Yu laughed heartily. This Lin Chen, indeed a harbinger of chaos, a being of sin. Even this Tao Yezwal seeks to eradicate him. Luo Wuchang, despite his consistently unsightly countenance, managed to conjure a hint of a smile. In that moment, Lin Chen's doom was sealed. I sensed that the will of the Tao Tai could effortlessly crush a mid-grade great sage without the slightest strain. How could Lin Chen possibly be his match? Xue Li's keen eyes observed this scene with great interest. The Duck Emperor, witnessing the sudden onslaught of the Tao Ye's will, was so terrified that he fled without a trace. abandoning Lin Chen to confront the Taotai alone. With a thunderous punch, Lin Chen's strength collided with the roar of the Taotai. In an instant, he was propelled through the air like a bolt from a crossbow, his chest erupting with explosive force. Even within the calmness of Lin Chen's gaze, a flicker of astonishment could not be suppressed. This creature's physical prowess surpassed that of even the finest royal artifacts. Simultaneously, as the scene of the Taotai assaulting Lin Chen unfolded along the first path, the ancient city guarded by the three great races remained occupied solely by those three emperors. Yet, within a 10-mile radius, countless figures gathered. Among them were numerous solitary cultivators alongside formidable individuals dispatched by powerful factions from the inner domains. From the heavens above, one could discern no less than 2,000 cultivators present. Many of these potent beings lurked in the shadows, quietly converging to witness this grand spectacle. They gathered to observe the three emperors' collaborative effort to breach the chaotic star realm and witness the demise of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's actions, as always, were nothing short of astonishing. Every deed he undertook resonated as monumental. Thus, the persuasive power of public opinion surrounding him was immensely potent. Whether Lin Chen could survive this ordeal remained an unanswered question. Yet, at that very moment, a voice of authority reverberated from within the ancient city, proclaiming the joint effort to open the chaotic star realm. The three emperors were finally prepared to unleash their might. As the Taotai grasped with boundless force, Lin Chen suffered considerable injury. The hundreds of once anxious prodigies erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing Lin Chen's impending demise. What could be more gratifying than this? However, seizing the opportunity while Lin Chen was airborne, the Taotai surged forth like a cannonball, its hooves striking down with such force that the very ground trembled. Intent on flattening Lin Chen into a mere pancake. 7-foot edge, guard me. The 7-foot virtual sky sword, a prized artifact, suddenly unsheathed, revealing its formidable brilliance to shield Lin Chen. The Taoyu's hooves, imbued with immense power, crashed against the sword's radiant edge, triggering a cacophony of explosions. Even the 7-foot virtual sky sword trembled violently, as though on the brink of shattering. With an ethereal manifestation, Lin Chen roared as 6 ancient dragons of Taixing coiled around him, intertwining with his arms. With a mighty punch, he unleashed their power against the Taoyu's hooves. In the wake of this ferocious onslaught, even the Taoyu's crushing limbs were forced to retreat. Seizing the momentum, Lin Chen executed a graceful roll. Regaining his stance with the 7-foot virtual sky sword in hand, his sacred might surging forth. The supreme Tao power was instantly unleashed, radiating an astonishing brilliance as it descended upon the head of the gluttonous beast. This formidable strike of the supreme Tao power instilled a chilling fear within the hearts of the onlookers. Among the 100 exceptional talents present, even those beneath the great sage could not help but shudder at the unprecedented danger emanating from this blow. The expressions of Luo Wuchang and Jinyu shifted dramatically. The realization that this individual was of the great sage realm struck Jinyu with profound astonishment. Meanwhile, Luo Wuchang, who had initially smirked at Lin Chen's predicament, now wore a more sinister expression, scoffing dismissively. For what was a great sage if not mere prey for the gluttonous beast? Blood Li's interest, however, intensified palpably. As Lin Chen prepared to unleash the terrifying holy might of his supreme Tao technique, the gluttonous beast suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. A surge of malevolence will instantly invading Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. The mindscape seemed poised to shatter, and Lin Chen's eyes lost their clarity. The supreme Tao power in his grasp dissipated into nothingness, leaving him as a soulless puppet. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of his consciousness was assailed and crumbled under the weight of the beast's formidable evil intent, leaving no opportunity for Lin Chen to retaliate. With its 4 fierce eyes fixed upon Lin Chen's dazed form, the gluttonous beast opened its gaping maw, ready to engulf him. Yet, in that critical moment, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from within Lin Chen, swift as a serpent, striking the beast squarely between its brows. The gluttonous beast staggered back several steps, howling in a blend of pain and rage directed at Lin Chen. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura of annihilation surged forth from Lin Chen's consciousness, purging the insidious presence that had invaded it. With his clarity restored, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the cold sweat trickling down his back. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention of the ancient character Mia, he would have met a most unfortunate end. Yet, he remained in peril. and upon regaining his senses, he glanced at the gluttonous beast, witnessing the torment it endured from the lightning strike unleashed by the ancient character. Lin Chen's spirit surged with renewed vigor. He feared the ancient character Mia. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, having been seized from the formidable Black Sky Killer. Blood Elder had once mentioned it as one of the 13 ancient characters, linked to a profound secret and possessing immense power. Lin Chen had always presumed its might to be limited, yet it had now revealed its divine authority against the gluttonous beast. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen summoned forth a torrent of lightning, crackling and exploding as the character Mia churned within his grasp, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning upon the gluttonous beast. The resounding explosions echoed as the beast's colossal form was struck repeatedly by the myriad bolts of lightning. The roar of the monstrous beast grew increasingly ferocious. How could it possibly extinguish the ancient talisman of annihilation? How could it ever acknowledge your malevolent existence as its master? There is nothing impossible for Lin Chen, who offered no respite to the beast. Waves of holy might surged into the ancient talisman, which immediately flickered with a terrifying radiance of lightning, annihilating all in its path. With a mere flick of his finger, the entire talisman transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing into the beast's brow. In an instant, the relentless roar of the beast's will was rendered motionless. Subsequently, a torrent of terrifying lightning erupted from within, causing a series of explosive detonations, obliterating the evil essence into nothingness. The massive form of the beast dimmed, as if it were on the brink of vanishing. You can never merge with such a vile existence. This is my counsel to you. The will of the beast howled frantically. Just as its form began to fade, it suddenly transformed into a streak of black light, colliding with Lin Chen at a speed so swift that he could scarcely react. Boom! Lin Chen's body reverberated with a violent explosion as the elemental forces within him churned, striving to withstand the onslaught. However, the power of the explosion was formidable. His chest was struck with immense force, blood gushing forth, his muscles shattered. It was a scene of utter devastation. At that moment, Lin Chen could not help but cough violently, his countenance icy. He had never anticipated that the will of the beast would unleash such a final maneuver. Now, he bore significant injuries, yet the will of the beast had dissipated into thin air. Clapping resounded, and Lin Chen cast a cold glance, discovering Luo Wuchang applauding. A smile gracing his lips. Brother Lin Chen, you truly live up to your reputation, with an arsenal of tactics. Even the will of the beast has fallen by your hand. However, his smile turned somewhat frigid by the end of his statement. Lin Chen regarded Luo Wuchang with a steely gaze, uttering not a word. The hundreds of exceptional talents present were astounded. Witnessing the formidable beast's demise at Lin Chen's hands filled them with elation, but their expressions quickly turned icy as they regarded Lin Chen. With the beast vanquished and Lin Chen gravely injured, the rewards of beast origins and the grand prize for slaying Lin Chen were now within easy reach. Presenting no challenges whatsoever, Lin Chen, I had originally wished to engage you in a grand battle, to test our strengths. Yet now, before me, you are but an insect. Sneered Shui Li, stepping forth slowly, his gaze filled with mockery, as if observing a mere jester. In the eyes of the three great prodigies, Lin Chen had become nothing more than a crawling creature, ripe for their slaughter. Chapter 830, The Battle Begins. With the utterance of those words, a murderous aura surged forth, overwhelming and terrifying. Over 100 prodigies unleashed their might in unison, their celestial secret arts amplifying their collective power to a fearsome level. Even a top-tier great sage would likely find themselves wary in the face of such overwhelming force. The stellar dragon slaughter raged as celestial beings surged forth to assail Lin Chen, their movements akin to ferocious wolves. Each of them having reaped immense benefits in this chaotic star realm. With formidable celestial techniques, they unleashed devastating attacks that radiated power. Although Lin Chen had previously displayed extraordinary strength, they were undeterred, for he was grievously wounded by the gluttonous beast and now felt no fear. The first to charge was a half-step great sage from the Darkfall clan, gliding upon starlight, as if traversing a sea of constellations, his speed remarkable. He surged forward, joints contorting in an uncanny manner. Suddenly, a wave of 18 invisible forces erupted, akin to 18 dragons emerging from the depths, their might formidable. With piercing eyes, Lin Chen, drenched in blood, moved his toes and transformed into 18 phantoms, each delivering a punch imbued with tremendous force. The resounding explosions of 18 strikes echoed. As the phantoms converged once more, Lin Chen's form momentarily dazzled the half-step great sage, who instinctively sensed impending doom. Yet, a punch landed squarely on his chest. With a thunderous crash, the half-step great sage was propelled like a cannonball, blood spewing forth, effectively vanquished in a single encounter. Witnessing this spectacle, the oncoming prodigies were collectively shaken. However, Lin Chen did not retreat or seek to recover. Instead, like a specter, he clung to the body of the half-step great sage, using him as a shield against the throng of approaching elites. Many felt an icy chill and instinctively took a step back, their spirits rattled by Lin Chen's earlier display. To kill Lin Chen, we must spare no effort. Jin Yu, witnessing the scene, brandished a colossal star spear, its tip gleaming ominously as if it could pierce anything in its path, and charged forth. Sensing the lethal intent slicing through the air, Lin Chen swiftly struck the chest of the half-step great sage, propelling the body towards the star spear. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as the spear exploded, obliterating the half-step great sage into fragments, scattering the essence of the Darkfall clan. Lin Chen swiftly grasped every particle, leaving no waste. Yet, his gaze remained icy. He had not anticipated Jin Yu's ruthlessness, willing to sacrifice even a kin of the same clan. Jin Yu raised his head and bellowed, "What are you all waiting for?" He sacrificed himself to eliminate Lin Chen. "Now, unleash your full fury." His commanding shout roused many prodigies. Their eyes filled with fierce resolve as they charged at Lin Chen like enraged beasts. Dozens of celestial techniques converged upon him. Even Lin Chen could only evade, his form flickering like a mirage. However, the blood staining his chest was all too evident, growing heavier with each passing moment. If this continued, he would not endure much longer. Bloodly observed the scene with indifference, recognizing that Lin Chen, now severely injured, posed little threat. Luo Wuchang let out a cold snort, his gaze dark and menacing as he fixed his eyes on Lin Chen, who was evading the crowd with great agility, the murderous intent palpable. Just as Lin Chen was eluding capture, he suddenly halted, causing several outstanding figures to rejoice, mistakenly believing he was on the verge of surrender. Little did they know, Lin Chen had drawn forth a quasi-Dao weapon, unleashing a series of sword strikes, each blade of energy formidable enough to rend everything apart. The explosive force of dozens of strands of sacred might was anything but trivial, as the supreme Dao power surged forth, descending upon Lin Chen with an unstoppable momentum. Its might akin to mountains crashing down. Under this overwhelming force, the faces of the outstanding figures turned ashen, their starry techniques proving utterly futile as they were swiftly cut down, blood splattering violently. Lin Chen's movements were ghostly as he severed heads from their bodies, painting the scene in a gruesome spectacle. In an instant, 5 of these prodigies lay slain. Then, amidst the torrential rain of blood, a half-step great sage soared into the sky, launching a fist aimed directly at Lin Chen's head, empowered by the immeasurable strength of the stars, capable of shattering celestial mountains. Lin Chen reacted with a sudden sword strike, the 7-foot blade of light surging forth, cleaving the half-step great sage's arm cleanly in two. The prodigy let out a wretched scream. Lin Chen's fist, infused with the might of the Tai Ching phenomenon, collided with the sage's chest, producing a thunderous boom, instantly reducing the figure to fragments, save for the head that fell to the ground. In that moment, several more prodigies charged at Lin Chen, but he, merging sacred might with the Tai Ching phenomenon, unleashed a barrage of punches, shattering their starry techniques. The figures of these prodigies were once again obliterated by Lin Chen's overwhelming power. At that moment, Lin Chen resembled a relentless machine of slaughter, instilling a profound sense of dread. The incoming prodigies, witnessing such a harrowing scene, felt a chill grip their hearts, as if Lin Chen had transformed into the harbinger of death itself. A group of inept individuals from the Golden Prison were incensed at the sight, nearly leaping in fury, hurling curses. Luo Wuchang's expression darkened ominously. Shueli remarked, "A withered camel is bigger than a horse. I shall personally end this Lin Chen." As he spoke, his foot struck the ground, and a flash of crimson light streaked through the sky. He appeared suddenly above Lin Chen, delivering a punch aimed at his chest. Swift, precise, and fierce, the force erupted. Lin Chen retaliated with a punch of his own, only to be sent staggering several steps back, his expression one of slight astonishment. He had not anticipated that, even with his supreme imperial weapon infused with sacred might, he would be struck with such force that his arm would go numb. This individual was indeed a formidable physical cultivator, a realization that deepened Lin Chen's sense of urgency. "I shall be your opponent," Shueli said, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Chen. In the ancient city, the auras unleashed by the three emperors felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, ready to crush all that stood in their way. The existence of those realms, though separated by dozens of miles, weighed heavily upon my chest, inducing a profound discomfort, as if I had traversed the threshold between life and death. At this moment, three emperors were unleashing their formidable powers within this ancient city. In a certain ancient formation, the Blood Clan Emperor suddenly struck down with a fist, colliding with the intangible fabric of space. Instantly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and the entire space fragmented like a broken mirror, revealing a pitch-black void. The Emperor's Tao manifested, proclaiming my path to enlightenment. Amidst the boundless emptiness, true spirits emerged. The three emperors joined forces, channeling the supreme power of the Tao, capturing the essence of the shattered ancient formation and propelling it into the infinite void. This essence of the ancient formation seemed to come alive, burrowing into the endless darkness with terrifying speed. The thoughts of the three emperors immediately pursued it, delving into the abyss of blackness, tracing the chaotic coordinates to locate the precise position of the chaotic star realm. Chapter 831. The Great Battle Against Bloodly. Lin Chen observed the individual before him with a cold gaze. Although immensely powerful, in his eyes, the corpulent figure stood aside, watching the scene unfold. Should anyone pay attention to him, they would notice he bore no trace of fear. Rather, he exhibited a glimmer of amusement, even humming a cheerful tune as he regarded the assembly around him. A group of naive souls, unaware of the true terror embodied by this man. When the talented individuals witnessed Bloodly descending to confront Lin Chen, their hearts surged with elation. With Bloodly stepping in, the severely injured Lin Chen posed no threat whatsoever. Even Jin Yu and Luo Wuchang, who wore grim expressions, felt a slight easing of their countenance. They were all too aware of Bloodly's immense strength. With no time for idle conversation, Bloodly lunged at Lin Chen like a primordial beast, exuding the immense might of a beast king that sent shivers down one's spine. This was a collision. Should one of Tao realm perfection suffer this assault, they would undoubtedly be shattered to pieces, with no chance of retaliation. As Lin Chen's 5 elemental powers began to circulate within his exquisite imperial artifact, he launched a punch directly at Bloodly's chest, perceiving it as a vulnerability. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Lin Chen's arm went numb, repeatedly forced backward by the force of the collision. Indeed, Bloodly was a formidable body cultivator. His various techniques inflicted significant damage upon Lin Chen, even with the protection of his supreme imperial artifact and elemental powers. However, Bloodly too was thrust back. Yet, though he was knocked away, his form seemed to cling to Lin Chen, swiftly retracting and unleashing a barrage of blood-infused punches, each layering upon the last with terrifying ferocity, striking Lin Chen's chest. In that fleeting moment, even Lin Chen could not react in time. Nevertheless, with his abundant combat experience, he immediately summoned the Taiji manifestation to shield his chest. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions erupted across Lin Chen's chest. However, an extraordinary vision stood in opposition, rendering his figure remarkably unscathed. The 7-foot void sky sword in his hand vibrated violently, unleashing a terrifying arc of brilliance that cleaved through the air. This strike was imbued with resounding sacred might, harboring unparalleled Taoist power, akin to a ticking bomb. Profoundly concealed and undetectable, resembling a peerless beast lurking in the shadows, Bloodly instinctively sensed the looming danger. Yet, his expression bore no trace of panic. Instead, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. In a dazzling display, Bloodly's form twisted and spun as if devoid of bones, contorting into a multitude of astonishing postures, secretly weaving intricate trajectories that evaded the oncoming blade. With an unfathomable multitude of movements, he unleashed a sudden explosion of force. Akin to a sudden awakening, an invisible power surged forth and collided with Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he swiftly retracted his sword, positioning it defensively before his chest. The entire 7-foot void sky sword resonated with a humming sound from the impact of this intangible shockwave. Lin Chen's figure was immediately propelled backward like a cannonball, the force of the strike delivering a tremendous impact upon him. Bloodly's gaze was merciless, keenly aware of Lin Chen's chest wound, exacerbating the injury further. Lin Chen involuntarily coughed up blood. Numerous outstanding figures observed this scene, their hearts shaken, faces illuminated with ecstatic delight, some even bursting into laughter, their mirth dripping with scorn. I knew it. How could Lin Chen possibly contend with Bloodly? The rotund figure watched in disbelief as the jubilant melody abruptly ceased, his eyes wide with incredulity. Could it be that this fellow was genuinely gravely injured? Unable to withstand even Bloodly? Bloodly regarded the bloodied Lin Chen with indifference, stating, "Before your injury, you might have had a chance to rival me. Now, you stand no chance at all." Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retorting, "How can you know unless you try? Now, I shall slay you." Bloodly's expression remained impassive as he suddenly formed a seal with his fingers and unleashed a strike towards Lin Chen. In an instant, several celestial bodies descended from the heavens, the profound force of the stars enveloping Lin Chen. Streams of starlight cascaded down like ethereal tendrils, ensnaring him. Lin Chen's body trembled as an engulfing black light erupted from him. However, to his astonishment, these descending rays of starlight proved impervious to his devouring magic, indicating that this power transcended the realm of phenomena, far beyond what his current abilities could attain. "Strike!" Bloodly bellowed fiercely, unleashing a decisive blow. Lin Chen immediately felt an irresistible surge of immense power emanating from his waist. Clearly, it was the soft starlight that descended, akin to an unyielding hand. Abruptly drawing him in, Bloodly executed a swift spin, his foot radiating a deep crimson light as it struck Lin Chen's chest. The instantaneous reaction left Lin Chen with no time to respond. He endured a heavy blow to his torso. With a thunderous sound, blood erupted once more from his mouth. And within him, the very essence of his blood seemed to simmer, as if on the brink of bursting forth. This kick harbored the innate power of the bloodline clan. A thirst for blood. As Lin Chen was sent flying, Bloodly offered him no respite, delivering a resounding blow, causing the starlight that entwined around Lin Chen to suddenly propel him back towards Bloodly at an alarming speed. It was as if an immensely powerful warrior had hurled him skyward with a punch, only to violently pull him back down with a rope and then strike him again. Yet, Bloodly's maneuver was far more terrifying. This starlight could neither be severed nor vanquished, it was impervious. Seizing the moment as Lin Chen was drawn closer, Bloodly unleashed a flurry of punches, countless shadows of fists flickering into existence. He resembled a ferocious beast in human form, unleashing over 100 punches in the blink of an eye, each infused with a bloodthirsty vigor, all crashing down upon Lin Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen's body was ensnared by the starlight, rendering him unable to break free from the onslaught of immense force. The sound of cracking echoed, the sound of royal bones shattering. Under these two strikes, Lin Chen's exquisite royal body had been brutally smashed by Bloodly. "Ha ha!" Bloodly laughed heartily, declaring, "Lin Chen, you are finished." His form twisted and contorted once more. The celestial dance of the stars unleashed its deadly might. With each distortion and rotation, an overwhelming bloodlight force coalesced, accumulating the twisted power to a terrifying degree. Clearly, he intended to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Chen. Chapter 832. The slaughter begins. Everyone held their breath, their senses sharpened, as they witnessed this scene unfold. Once Bloodly unleashed that terrifying celestial secret technique, they understood with chilling clarity that Lin Chen was utterly doomed. He was no match for Bloodly. The two great prodigies suppressed their elation, eager to witness Lin Chen being obliterated by Bloodly's own hands. "Lin Chen, I shall personally end your transgressions," Bloodly bellowed, his body twisted to the utmost extreme, suddenly erupting with a terrifying might. One punch, infused with the accumulated force of the entire twisting process and the innate bloodthirst, hurtled towards Lin Chen's head. This strike bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, powerful enough to annihilate a low-grade great saint. How could Lin Chen's shattered royal body withstand such an assault? Boom! Bloodly's pupils suddenly constricted, trembling violently, as if he had witnessed an unimaginable spectacle. His punch indeed struck right before Lin Chen's head. However, an azure arm materialized in front of him, a hand formed from the essence of divine might. After enduring this for so long, you must be feeling quite satisfied. Lin Chen, he stated coldly, his gaze indifferent, as if untouched by injury. The azure arm he had conjured suddenly surged with an overwhelming royal will, expanding instantly into a colossal limb that crashed against Blood Li's fist, utterly crushing him. Blood Li's body trembled under the force of the blow, as he felt a terrifying aura of kingship pressing upon his very core, rendering him akin to a subject who dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. To do so would mean certain death. How could this be? I am a mid-tier great sage. You cannot possibly harm me. Blood Li roared in defiance beneath the weight of the punch, struggling in vain. He had only just ascended to the mid-tier great sage realm, wielding the ancient secrets of celestial arts. How could Lin Chen possibly overwhelm him with a single blow? The sudden reversal of fortune left the onlookers trembling, momentarily at a loss for a response. Just a mere chicken, Lin Chen remarked. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Lin Chen's being, as if he had transformed into a thunder deity, reigning over the tempest, extinguishing the celestial light that fell from above in an instant. This was the power of the ancient character for annihilation, capable of obliterating all. Blood Li, now engulfed in agony beneath the pressure of the azure arm, finally unleashed a terrifying massacre technique of the Blood Clan. From his head, a gigantic blood deity surged forth, expanding fiercely and shattering the azure arm. Nevertheless, Blood Li was also jolted backward, his form rendered disheveled. The scene fell into a hushed awe. I concede that your celestial arts are formidable, yet previously, I was merely discerning the weaknesses within them, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly as he approached. My strength far surpasses yours. A terrifying aura emanated from him, vast and overwhelming, akin to a saint descending from the heavens. In that moment, over 100 prodigies present felt as though a chilling blade had sliced through their hearts, surging a wave of frost through their beings. They were subjected to a tremendous force, as if compelled to submit. Even Luo Wuchang and Jin Yu's expressions shifted dramatically, their bodies experiencing the weight of this dread pressure. Blood Li felt a heaviness in his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is your divine might so close to that of a top-tier great sage? Everything before was merely your concealment. He grasped the terrifying power that surged within Lin Chen. It dawned on him that Lin Chen had been withholding his true strength all along. Although the injuries from Taotai were significant, they were more than manageable for him. Indeed, Lin Chen was as fearsome as the legends foretold. However, Shui Li, after all, was among the top 50 prodigies of the entire Bloodkill clan. With a sudden clarity, he gazed into Lin Chen's eyes, which brimmed with murderous intent, and remarked, Lin Chen, you find yourself at the end of your rope. Despite your formidable cultivation, before the over 100 prodigies gathered here, you are but an ant, easily crushed underfoot. This proclamation was directed not only at Lin Chen, but also intended for the ears of the assembled prodigies. In the hearts of these exceptional individuals, who were already weighed down by immense pressure, his words struck like thunder, awakening their stunned spirits. They were not fools. They quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. Should they unite, Lin Chen would surely meet his demise. Even as a high-grade saint, he would still fall, especially since he was a wounded high-grade saint, posing no real threat. With this realization, a terrifying wave of murderous intent surged within them. They began to prepare for a united front. Yet, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, he extended his hand and declared, suppress him. This reaction left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Shui Li, Luo Wuchang, and Jin Yu could not help but pause in disbelief. Suppressing? He would be better off trying to suppress himself. At that moment, 5 powerful mid-grade saints unleashed their formidable auras. It felt as though a celestial mountain had descended upon the heads of the hundreds of prodigies, making their bodies feel overwhelmingly heavy. 5 dark-clad saints positioned themselves in the 5 cardinal directions, their forms coalescing around the ominous blood dawn bell, which exhaled an aura of terror that chilled the very marrow of their bones. The figures of the hundreds of prodigies, including Luo Wuchang, Shui Li, Jin Yu, and Luo Qingyi, trembled in unison. Their expressions were filled with dread, for they had never anticipated the presence of 5 mid-grade saints. The implications of such a formation were beyond their comprehension, and at that moment, they had no mind to ponder deeper matters. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Chen after dealing with Taotai. Otherwise, Tao Yezhuo would have easily revealed their whereabouts. thwarting their plans and allowing many to escape. Thus, Lin Chen had patiently awaited the opportune moment, and now, with the time ripe, he launched a thunderous counterattack. Suppress. The 5 dark-clad saints bellowed in unison, their sacred might rolling forth and surging into the blood dawn bell. Instantly, a tremendous pressure erupted from within the bell, conjuring a colossal phenomenon. The sky turned crimson under the blood moon, the bell's shadow flickered, and ancient beings were seen in worship. The power of this unparalleled aura surpassed even Lin Chen's mastery over the 7-foot void sky sword. In an instant, the hundreds of prodigies felt as though they were being crushed by a gigantic mountain or trampled by a ferocious beast, their bodies bending under the weight. Unable to stand upright, only those who have transcended into the realm of the half-saint can incessantly roar, upholding the celestial secret arts to withstand the suppression of this unparalleled Tao might. This is merely suppression, it is far from slaughter. The drastic reversal of the situation left the hearts of the 3 foremost prodigies in disbelief, profoundly shaken. Lin Chen was simply too terrifying. You are granted the time of an incense stick to survive. Lin Chen floated in the sky, seemingly having conjured a cloth from thin air, beginning to wipe the blood from the 7-foot virtual sky, sword in his hand. He was still waiting. What awaited next was a grand massacre. The scene instilled a chilling dread among the hundreds of prodigies present, their eyes filled with fear. At that moment, a lewd, boisterous laughter reverberated. "Haha, Big Lin. I knew you would take care of me. These treasures from over 100 prodigies will surely double my cultivation." The corpulent figure, filled with excitement, soared over, gazing at the multitude of prodigies as if they were beloved women, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 833. Blood rain falls from the sky. The hundreds of prodigies could scarcely fathom the rapid shift in circumstances. The Duck Emperor, amidst their hundreds of gazes, flamboyantly ascended into the air, surveying the crowd with an aura of dominance. "Did I not warn you to keep your eyes open? My master is not someone you trash can contend with. Were it not for your provocation, I, the Duck Emperor, could easily bring you all to your knees with one hand." The gazes fixed upon the Duck Emperor remained filled with terror. Under the oppressive force of the quasi-Dao artifact, they were bent low, as if their entire beings were shackled, unable to make any movements. Even though the 3 foremost prodigies possessed quasi-Dao artifacts, they were currently suppressed to the point of helplessness, merely staring wide-eyed. "If you dare utter another word, I shall end your life," Lin Chen spoke coldly. Whether it was due to his recent battle with Bloodli, influenced by his bloodline's murderous instinct, or for some other reason, his gaze now brimmed with a hint of crimson. The Duck Emperor trembled instantly, his expression turning grave. "Master, I shall complete the task at once." Luo Qingyi was also firmly pressed down within the fray. Lin Chen harbored no intention of releasing her, for she was no longer the gentle figure she once was. To prevent her from rescuing Luo Wuchang, he had chosen to suppress her as well. However, he had previously instructed the Duck Emperor to refrain from targeting Luo Qingyi. Treasure-snatching basin. Seize the treasures of the world. All treasures come forth. The Duck Emperor unleashed the treasure-snatching basin. After days of absence, this basin had surprisingly ascended to the level of a quasi-Dao artifact, imbued with mysterious treasure-snatching power. Upon its emergence, Bloodli's countenance darkened even further. Perhaps others were unaware, but he understood all too well the intentions of the inheritor of the treasure-snatching Dao. The Duck Emperor channeled his power into the treasure-snatching basin, and in an instant, the basin levitated, unleashing a massive vortex. This vortex, whether formless or tangible, emanated a mysterious pulling force, enveloping the hundreds of prodigies. The expressions of these prodigies collectively trembled, as they all began to sense that their treasured artifacts and the celestial secret techniques were uncontrollably gravitating towards the Duck Emperor. Bewilderment ensued. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of luminous treasures surged into the Duck Emperor's treasure basin. Witnessing this spectacle, the Duck Emperor joyously commenced an exuberant dance, his plump figure writhing with delight as he hummed a jubilant tune. The influx of treasures correspondingly augmented his aura, causing his power to swell exponentially. However, at that very moment, a profound crimson light suddenly flickered around Bloodli, exuding an intense aura of Tao. From above Bloodli's head, a blood-colored dart levitated, seemingly resisting the irresistible pull, vibrating with a low hum. Observing this scene, the Duck Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. An artifact of quasi-Dao grade, He immediately redirected his attraction towards this artifact. If he could absorb this quasi-Dao artifact along with the multitude of exquisite royal treasures and the half-step quasi-Dao artifacts possessed by the two formidable talents, his strength would ascend to unimaginable heights. At that point, even the rogue Lin Chen would prove powerless against him. Yet just then, a massive hand snatched the quasi-Dao artifact away. It was none other than Lin Chen himself. "I shall claim this quasi-Dao artifact," Lin Chen stated coolly, causing the corners of the Duck Emperor's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the three great prodigies were enveloped in a brilliant starry glow, shimmering with unparalleled radiance. Lin Chen instantly discerned that this was the supreme celestial secret technique. With a swift motion, he effortlessly gathered it amidst the murderous gazes of the three prodigies and the Duck Emperor, who appeared on the verge of tears. The power of the celestial secret technique surpassed even that of the supreme Dao techniques, a fact that Lin Chen had personally verified. The entire treasure-snatching endeavor lasted but a fleeting moment, significantly shorter than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The Duck Emperor was now enveloped in a dazzling aura of treasures, exuding an air of majesty akin to that of a celestial envoy descending to bestow riches upon the world. He had garnered immense benefits, and it was nearly time for his ascension. Once the treasure hunt concluded, Lin Chen disregarded the Duck Emperor, polishing his sword until it gleamed ominously, radiating a chilling brilliance. The gazes of the hundreds of prodigies turned to one of sheer terror, for they understood that this individual was the harbinger of death, having ruthlessly slain many of their companions without a flicker of hesitation. Now subdued, their fate was but a single word: death. "Lin Chen, you cannot kill us. The chaotic star realm will surely be opened by the Emperor. If you slay us now, you will not escape," Jin Yu roared, overwhelmed by fear. Lin Chen merely cast a cold glance at Jin Yu, causing his heart to constrict, as if his throat had been seized, rendering him speechless. Lin Chen inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly. Closing his eyes, he suddenly reopened them, and a chilling aura of murder emanated fiercely from his gaze. With a thunderous motion, he surged forth, his eyes icy. The 7 feet virtual sky soared once again, gleaming with a ferocious cold light. With a swift motion, Lin Chen's sword sliced through the throats of these prodigies, his gaze unwavering throughout. After one of the elites had his head severed, the insatiable hunger of his demonic powers surged within him, his aura steadily amplifying. Above him floated the Xinshan King Tower, its presence intensifying with each decapitation of a celestial figure. It was as if an unparalleled demon was cultivating his malevolent art, continuously enhancing his prowess through slaughter. This strike was in honor of Lin Sini, the esteemed elder of the Lin family. His voice erupted like a wild roar, releasing pent-up fury that sent shivers down the spine, revealing him as a formidable Dark Lord. Amidst his furious cries, the pace of his swordplay escalated. This strike was for the Grand Elder of the Lin family. Blood sprayed into the air. This strike was for the second elder of the Lin family. Heads soared into the sky. This strike was for all the elders of the Lin family, their anguished cries echoing. The sound of slaughter became the dominant melody. As Lin Chen continued his merciless onslaught, his aura surging wildly. A manic smile, reminiscent of a demon, played upon his lips. Kill, kill, kill. Blood gushed forth incessantly, enveloping the earth in a chilling, deathly aura that instilled terror in all who felt it. The world transformed into a crimson landscape, reverberating with the sounds of severed throats and Lin Chen's relentless laughter. In this frenzied spree of violence, Lin Chen appeared as a maniacal killer to others, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 834. Ascension to a low-grade Dao artifact. The Duck Emperor greatly benefited from this experience, his entire being infused with immense advantages. He promptly seated himself in a secluded spot, undisturbed, and began to refine his treasure-seeking technique. At that moment, he transcended into a realm devoid of distractions, his mind becoming a blank slate. However, for reasons unknown, his soul trembled, shrouded in an overwhelming chill. He shook himself and resumed his cultivation. 18:23:48. Lin Chen resembled a reaper cloaked in crimson, his blade harvesting the lives of these prodigies. The quasi-Dao artifact was continuously stained crimson with each strike, taking on a sinister hue. The murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes grew more pronounced, bloodshot veins sprawling menacingly within them, an utterly terrifying sight. Moreover, the crimson veins continued to intensify, as if they were transforming into blood-red eyes reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. "Kill me, go ahead," he jeered, "you pitiful lot. Dare to strike back. If you have the guts, slay me now." His laughter echoed, filled with derision. "Why do you hesitate? Why do you not scream? Come forth. Perish before me. You worthless scum. Even the Lin family surpasses you. You are but a pack of curs, refuse of the earth, mere ants. When life fades, who resurrects the dead? As you engage in your heinous acts, did you ever ponder that this day would come? To slay you would be a mercy. I shall dismember you, each piece thrown to the dogs." Lin Chen's roars and the sound of severed heads became the sole resonance in the vast expanse. An overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from Lin Chen, whose holy presence grew increasingly terrifying. At that moment, the Xianshang King Tower radiated a blinding golden light, a primordial essence of the Tao billowing forth from within the tower. It was evident that the Xianshang King Tower would soon ascend to the realm of inferior Tao artifacts. The three prodigies and Luo Qingyi stood transfixed, beholding the scene. Lin Chen's sword became a streak of crimson brilliance. With each swing, lives from their kin were extinguished. The three prodigies trembled, genuine terror reflecting in their eyes as they perceived Lin Chen's demeanor. While they relished the thrill of slaughtering others, they now faced their own demise, their hearts filled solely with trepidation and dread. They understood this was Lin Chen's retribution, and none could evade it. In a fleeting moment, Lin Chen's entire form was drenched in blood, his aura of malice astonishing. The blood-red sword in his grasp emanated a chilling glow, and his crimson gaze instilled shivers in the three prodigies. "Lin Chen, spare me. I implore you, do not take my life." "Jean," you pleaded desperately. "I will do anything you ask. Killing your Lin family members was not my doing. It was theirs. This is not my affair. I swear I will not betray you. I will be your loyal hound. Whatever you command, I shall obey. But please, do not kill me." Jean Yu, a prodigy of his caliber, was paralyzed by the fear of death. Yet, as his head was severed, his eyes remained wide with terror. Perhaps even he could not fathom the nature of his demise. The devouring demonic technique surged forth, absorbing Jean Yu's body entirely. In that instant, Lin Chen's holy aura surged, rapidly intensifying, reaching a remarkable 90 strands. "Lin Chen, if you slay me, you shall not escape unscathed." Bloodly, with blood-red eyes fixated upon Lin Chen, gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestige of courage to roar at him. "I will make your death agonizing." Lin Chen roared as the long sword pierced through the heart of Xue Li, beginning its ascent. With Lin Chen's immense strength, the sword tore away from Xue Li's heart, inching upward. The anguished screams of Xue Li echoed, filled with excruciating pain that seemed more terrifying than death itself. This piercing wail, reminiscent of a sharp object shattering glass, persisted for several hundred breaths before Lin Chen finally severed Xue Li's head. The devouring demon art then absorbed Xue Li's body, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy within Lin Chen, which transformed entirely into sacred might. At that moment, his sacred might escalated at an alarming rate, astonishingly increasing from 90 strands to 110, propelling Lin Chen into the realm of the super great saint. In that instant, Lin Chen's gaze shifted toward Luo Wuchang, whose body trembled under the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Lin Chen. "Do not kill me, Lin Chen. You owe me a favor. I saved your beloved Qing Rou, so you cannot slay me." Although Luo Wuchang struggled to maintain his composure, his voice quivered with fear. Lin Chen, with an icy demeanor, showed no sign of response. "If you dare to kill him, I will not spare you," warned the restrained Luo Qingyi, her blue eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent as she fixed her gaze on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's cold, menacing glare remained unwavering. With a wave of his hand, the suppression by the five great saints ceased immediately. In a heartbeat, Lin Chen struck, his sword cleaving into Luo Wuchang's back, leaving a gaping wound from which blood erupted. With another swift kick, accompanied by two sharp cracks, Luo Wuchang's anguished screams filled the air as his legs were brutally severed. "Take him away," Lin Chen coldly commanded, disregarding Qing Rou's frigid gaze. Luo Wuchang continued to wail heart-wrenchingly, the pain of his severed legs and the massive scar on his back unbearable. Luo Qingyi, her exquisitely cold face taut, longed to slay Lin Chen, yet she recognized that she was no match for him. Swiftly, she lifted the limping Luo Wuchang and fled into the distance, vanishing in an instant. Lin Chen's bloodthirsty aura showed no signs of abating, and he let out manic laughter, holding on to Luo Wuchang's severed legs, which transformed into a surging aura of royalty, pouring into the Xuanshang King Tower. In that moment, the tower resonated with a powerful hum, emanating golden light that pierced through all. The skies reverberated with the sound of drums, as an unparalleled Tao wind descended from an unknown source. Even the Xuanshang King Tower, controlled by the 5 great saints, trembled violently, filled with trepidation. This marked the ascension of the quasi-Tao artifact. Chapter 835, The Mountain of Heads. The Xuanshang King Tower had finally begun its transformation into a quasi-Tao artifact, a day Lin Chen had awaited for so long. He was eager to unveil the might of the Xuanshang King Tower as it ascended to the status of a low-grade Tao artifact, or perhaps even a mid-grade one. At that moment, the celestial drum reverberated, and the winds of the Tao swirled around him. The entire Xuanshang King Tower erupted in a blinding brilliance, a radiance so intense that one dared not gaze directly upon it, lest their eyes be seared. A torrent of formidable energy surged within the tower, as if drawing boundless Tao essence from the very fabric of the universe to refine its essence. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, reassured that the Xuanshang King Tower was on the verge of becoming a quasi-Tao artifact, leaving no cause for concern. Yet, the ferocity within him remained unabated. The recent massacre of over 100 prodigies had inflated his murderous intent to a terrifying zenith, transforming him into a veritable harbinger of death at any moment. Surely it is coming soon, Lin Chen murmured, his eyes filled with a fierce determination as he stared into the vast heavens above. He too needed to prepare. In the ancient city, the 3 emperors united their powers, channeling the essence of a grand formation to seek out the chaotic star realm from the depths of the void. This spectacle was awe-inspiring, for the thousands of onlookers were intensely curious about the monumental events Lin Chen had orchestrated within that chaotic domain. A colossal image began to rise from the ancient city, projecting the 3 emperors amidst the boundless void. The spectators stood agape, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and wonder, as they beheld the unfamiliar visage of the void for the first time. The entire sequence unfolded over the course of a day and night, until, at a certain moment, the aura from the ancient teleportation array surged forth, penetrating a dark expanse of the void. The consciousness of the 3 emperors trembled in unison, causing all onlookers to shudder as a magnificent world, shimmering with starlight, materialized before them. It resembled a colossal luminous pearl, gliding through the boundless darkness. This was the chaotic star realm, and they perceived a formidable force encircling this world, the very laws shaped by the realm itself, unbreakable and impervious to ordinary beings. The 3 emperors exchanged thoughts instantaneously, and the spectators witnessed their figures dart into the void, propelling themselves towards the chaotic star realm with incredible swiftness. In merely a day, the 3 emperors had floated to the periphery of the chaotic star realm, their gazes icy as they scrutinized this world. The emperor of the heavenly sovereign lineage unleashed a tremendous punch towards the chaotic star realm, invoking the supreme Tao. The strike appeared elusive yet bore immeasurable strength, as if capable of shattering an entire miniature world. This was the essence of the Tao's power. An emperor is the quintessence of their own unparalleled Tao. A resounding explosion reverberated through the void, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated for miles, shattering the ancient entities dwelling within. It was a catastrophic scene, one that would leave any observer, even from a mere image, profoundly shaken, their spirits rattled by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. The onlookers found themselves momentarily frozen, their minds consumed by the vision of the celestial emperor wielding his grand power. Indeed, as this grand technique struck, the entire chaotic star realm trembled. A gaping chasm suddenly torn open. This was the might of the emperor, a punch that could shatter stars and a foot that could crush worlds. The 3 emperors exchanged glances, their forms instantly vanishing into the chaotic star realm. Before them, the vast breach in the chaotic star realm began to writhe with a mysterious energy, as though it sought to seal the gaping void. The eyes of the many spectators followed the gaze of the 3 emperors, the scene continually shifting before them. They beheld a world shimmering with starlight, suffused with immense celestial energy, where countless stars twinkled above, each harboring profound mysteries. The observers were left in awe, for it was their first glimpse into the world beyond the void, a revelation they would have never known had they not ventured here. Though it profoundly impacted their spirits, it was indeed a fortuitous encounter. As the three emperors descended into the chaotic star realm, the very ground seemed to tremble in their presence. Should they strike simultaneously, the chaotic star realm would surely be obliterated. Their colossal consciousnesses enveloped the entirety of the realm. Yet, the three emperors furrowed their brows in unison. They sensed not a trace of any prodigies or the presence of Lin Chen. In the northeastern expanse, an ancient resonance stirred, evidence of a mechanism set by the emperor. Likely a tomb or a hidden lair. The prodigies, along with Lin Chen, had presumably entered within. The Darkfall Emperor discerned the underlying mystery, prompting the other two emperors to nod in agreement. Once more, the three figures traversed through space, moving with an almost instantaneous grace, as if obeying the very laws of reality. Remarkably, they penetrated the fabled tomb of the voracious beast, Tao Tai. The three emperors could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment as they beheld the 10 pathways laid before them. It was no jest. Tao Tai was an ancient ferocious beast, transformed from a star, possessing boundless power, and even they held it in deep reverence. Yet, now they stood before its tomb. The three great emperors could hardly fathom the extraordinary fortune of those prodigies, who had stumbled upon such a remarkable tomb. Without hesitation, they strode towards the first path. Yet an immensely powerful force of law descended, barring their entrance. Humph! Break through, Blood Emperor. One of them roared in fury, unleashing a mighty blow. Thousands of onlookers held their breath, for the moment of utmost significance had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Within the confines of the first path, Lin Chen sensed the space around him beginning to tremble violently, as if a terrifying power were relentlessly battering against it, attempting to force it open. Behind Lin Chen lay an unknowable heap, shrouded beneath a massive cloth, stained with countless blood droplets. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his head, a dreadful smile creeping upon his lips as he gazed at the heavens, which echoed with thunderous roars. With a deafening explosion, a vast opening was torn in that very space, shattering the small world birthed by the first path. The formidable power of the emperors surged forth, their immense consciousness instantly flooding the ancient space. The expressions of the three great emperors shifted dramatically. Upon spotting Lin Chen, they bellowed, "Lin Chen, where are all the prodigies? Surrender them at once, or face certain death." Lin Chen felt the weight of their commanding voices, his form nearly buckling under the pressure. Yet, the Xianshang monarch tower within him emanated waves of power, shielding him from the terrifying might. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, eyes wide with disbelief, astonished to find Lin Chen still within, now confronting the three great emperors. Although the emperors were eager to eliminate Lin Chen, the matter of the prodigies restrained them from acting recklessly. "As for your prodigies," Lin Chen remarked with a sinister grin, "they're all right here." He suddenly extended his hand, lifting the entire cloth away. The three emperors and the throng of onlookers were met with a horrifying sight. Heads of prodigies were stacked in layers, each visage twisted in terror, eyes bulging, faces drenched in blood, as though they had encountered an unspeakable monstrosity before their demise. Over 200 severed heads lay piled together, creating a gruesome tableau. The minds of the three emperors were shaken to their core, and the assembled crowd felt a chill that penetrated their very souls. This was a veritable mountain of heads. Chapter 836. The Awakening of the Gluttonous Beast. The term Mountain of Heads aptly describes the scene before them, a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. An indescribable cold surged within each person. Even members of the three great races recognized among the severed heads their respective prodigies' leaders, such as the terror-stricken Jin Yu and the defiant Shui Li. Among those present were Elder Lu Xiao, who observed in the shadows, Jian Wu Dao, whose expression was one of astonishment, and the trembling seventh prince, alongside a young man whose eyes bore the weight of experience. This continent was graced by the presence of its most renowned prodigies, all acutely aware that Lin Chen was unleashing the fury that resided within him, retaliating against the three great races. While they anticipated his vengeance, none could have foreseen the shocking spectacle it would entail. This scene enveloped them in a chill. It was retribution from Lin Chen himself. "Ha! Did you not wish to annihilate my family? Today, I shall decimate all your prodigies, so you may truly comprehend the essence of slaughter." Lin Chen's maniacal laughter echoed, his blood-red gaze instilling a profound terror in those who beheld it. He sensed an inexhaustible surge of murderous intent within him, yearning to claim the lives of over 200 prodigies, a mere fraction of his desire for vengeance. As memories of that blood-soaked day surged back, An unparalleled rage ignited within Lin Chen, threatening to drive him to madness. The three emperors, witnessing this harrowing display, could not suppress their quivering lips. Though these prodigies were not their true kin, they represented the brilliance of the younger generation. Now, they lay lifeless, their heads severed. To their astonishment, a colossal scene unfolded across the world. Everyone beheld the mountain of severed heads and the seemingly deranged Lin Chen. A deep chill of fear gripped their hearts, for when this young man sought revenge, it resonated with a tremor that shook their very souls. Lin Chen, how dare you commit such an atrocity? The Blood Race Emperor, known for his bloodthirsty nature, found his spirit trembling upon witnessing the decapitation of over 70 of his race's prodigies. Lin Chen's maniacal laughter filled the air. Ha ha, I dare to do such things. I shall continue to slay you prodigies until my wrath is sated. The three great races await my return for further carnage. His ominous warning sent shivers down the spines of those who observed the virtual screen, as they felt an overwhelming dread. In that moment, Lin Chen seemed to embody the harbinger of death, as whispered in legends. Though we may extinguish your Lin family, how dare you act in such a manner? The emperor, embodying the essence of his title, quickly regained his composure despite the profound shock. The emperor of the Darkfall clan, with blood-red eyes, roared at Lin Chen. They could not fathom that Lin Chen had entered the Chaos Star realm with the intent to target all prodigies and had constructed a veritable mountain of severed heads, a blatant affront to the three great races, striking them with unflinching brutality. Confronted with the roar of the Darkfall Emperor, Lin Chen's manic laughter abruptly ceased, as if he were preparing to plunge into silence. Little did they know, at this moment, Lin Chen's eyes erupted with a tempestuous fury, his face contorted in a grotesque manner, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that struck the three great emperors with a palpable force. Any life from the Lin family is far more noble than your three races. No matter who you are among the three races, you shall die, you shall die, you shall die. The last three phrases were a roar of barely contained rage from Lin Chen. The three great emperors trembled suddenly, as an icy dread surged within them, instilling a profound sense of impending doom. Just moments ago, the horrific shockwave had left them momentarily aghast during Lin Chen's furious outcry. They sensed an exceptionally potent energy that even they, as emperors, could not dismiss lightly. After his roar, Lin Chen's chest heaved with exertion, the malevolence on his face gradually diminishing. He instinctively felt his body slipping out of his control, fearing he might transform into that overwhelming demon once more, a manifestation born of a fractured soul. He resisted the urge to succumb to madness, suppressing the violent urges within him. If he were to lose himself completely, he would become a true harbinger of death, wishing to slay all in his path. At that moment, a piercing voice echoed through the air. Elder, swiftly eliminate this Lin Chen. Otherwise, our three races shall face a monumental catastrophe. The emperor of the heavenly clan was momentarily taken aback, glancing down to witness Luo Wuchang, bloodied and battered, roaring towards the heavens, while Luo Qingyi remained unscathed. Upon hearing this cry, the three emperors awakened from their stupor, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Lin Chen had committed an unforgivable sin, and he must be eradicated. A single strike would suffice to end his life. The throngs of onlookers felt a profound shock at that moment. Some were unable to contain their anxiety. Though Lin Chen's actions had indeed shaken the very world, would he survive? Yet, Lin Chen appeared oblivious to the looming threat, laughing maniacally, his blood-red rage striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld him. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, the ancient tomb of the Taotai began to tremble violently. The surrounding space quaked as if on the brink of shattering. The expressions of the three emperors shifted abruptly. As beings of immense power, they sensed a terrifying presence awakening within the vast expanse of the ancient tomb, gradually rising. A resounding roar echoed through the chaotic star realm, shaking it to its core. Boom, boom, boom. The entirety of the first layer of space erupted in a series of explosions. The fabric of space fractured, and the chaotic star realm quaked as though the apocalypse had arrived. Earth split, stars went awry, and a malevolent aura soared skyward. The three emperors reacted swiftly, unleashing beams of divine light to contain the overwhelming pressure that threatened to engulf them. Otherwise, Luo Wuchang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Ha ha ha, I the glutton, have finally emerged into the light once more. A sinister, raspy voice reminiscent of shattering ice, reverberated throughout the chaotic star realm. The expressions of the three great emperors shifted dramatically. In the 837th chapter of Destruction and Disaster, a cataclysmic calamity suddenly engulfed the entire chaotic star realm as the glutton awakened, creating a scene akin to the apocalypse, land collapsing, mountains and rivers shattering. Everyone was drawn into an abyss of shock by this vision. Those who did not comprehend the gluttons might speculate on the nature of the entity that had awakened. However, those who understood immediately recognized the looming, overwhelming danger closing in on the three great emperors. It was inconceivable that any single emperor could perish so easily, especially the glutton. A beast transformed from a celestial body, harbored vast and intense ambitions within its mind. It would not resign itself to death so readily. All of this was within Lin Chen's conjecture, yet he was taken aback to witness it truly roar forth from this grave, once again basking in the light. Upon its revival, the glutton unleashed a series of roars, seemingly venting the pent-up fury within its heart. Yet amidst its roars, the first space designated for the great sage began to shatter, on the verge of dissolving into nothingness. The three great emperors' faces paled, as they unleashed boundless principles of the Tao to counter the surging waves of energy. This place was no longer safe. The glutton had its ulterior motives, and it was in the process of resurrecting. The emperor of the blood-killing clan began to roar, having not anticipated that their arrival, initially aimed at seizing the glutton's treasures, would confront such hidden depths of power as the glutton prepared for revival. The other two emperors, showing no hint of carelessness, swiftly absorbed Luo Wuchang and Luo Qingyi. The emperor of the blood-killing clan turned to Lin Chen with a chilling smile, asserting that even if he refrained from killing him, the pressure from the glutton was far beyond what he could withstand. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the blood-killing clan emperor swiftly joined the other two emperors in traversing the space, opening an exit to escape the collapsing realm. Lin Chen found himself in peril. Oh dear, what shall we do? Are we to perish in this collapsing space? The Duck Emperor, emerging from an unknown source, lamented upon witnessing the impending collapse. If the glutton were to roar once more, both he and Lin Chen would be crushed by the collapsing space. At that moment, a transcendent woman clad in white appeared within this space. We cannot linger here, the heartless fairy remarked, observing Lin Chen's blood-red, wrathful gaze. With a gentle wave of her hand, powerful laws enveloped Lin Chen's form, facilitating his passage through space. The Duck Emperor, witnessing this scene, was enraged, nearly leaping in frustration. What kind of wretched woman is this? Why not take me along as well? However, gritting his teeth and gazing at the crumbling space, the yin-yang tome within his brow began to pulsate with the essence of duality. In the next moment, Lin Chen was mercilessly transported by the ruthless fairy into the chaotic star realm. There, the immense, ethereal tomb suspended in the sky began to tremble incessantly, as if reflecting the true state of the gluttonous tomb. A flash of anguish appeared in Lin Chen's eyes, which were otherwise filled with malevolence. The ruthless fairy remarked that she had dashed into the 10th path, the most perilous location within the gluttonous tomb. Now that the gluttonous one had awakened, it was certain to be within the space of that 10th path. However, it could not harm him. Despite the fury radiating from him, Lin Chen's mind remained remarkably clear. You need not save me, he stated. I am not assisting you, the ruthless fairy replied. Her silver eyes, while breathtaking, bore an aura that repelled all. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the realm. Ruthless fairy, how dare you save Lin Chen? Do you wish to oppose our three great races? Three emperors, accompanied by Luo Wuchang and Luo Qingyi, surged towards them. The expressions on the emperors' faces were filled with murderous intent, seething with rage, eager to eliminate Lin Chen at once. The ruthless fairy merely cast a cold glance at the three emperors before choosing to disregard them. The emperors were nearly apoplectic. The bloodthirsty emperor snarled. If that is the case, then we shall kill you both. They sought to bury the ruthless fairy alongside Lin Chen. However, at that moment, a deafening roar erupted across the entire chaotic star realm. The land, stretching for thousands of miles, began to shatter and explode. The faces of the three emperors shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a colossal scaled leg, stretching 10,000 meters, descended from the heavens, aiming to crush the three emperors, while another leg of equal length descended towards Lin Chen and the others. The sheer size of the foot covered an expanse of 100 miles. The three emperors' expressions changed as they swiftly retreated. The ruthless fairy also seized Lin Chen and swiftly maneuvered away. This was an unimaginable behemoth. Although Lin Chen and the emperors could not see it, the inhabitants of the Holy Spirit continent witnessed a terrifying scene. In the chaotic star realm, this miniature world, a colossal entity stood over the entire realm, its monstrous head radiating a sinister glow. For pairs of beastly eyes emitted a chilling red light, seemingly piercing the very fabric of the void. This was the true form of the gluttonous one. From a distance, the chaotic star realm appeared as a luminous orb, while the gluttonous one occupied a full quarter of this realm. Such a proportion hinted at the sheer magnitude of its terrifying form. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, 10,000 miles away from the chaotic star realm, the sound of explosions resonated continuously. The three emperors, along with Luo Wuchang and Luo Qingyi, had already appeared in the void, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the massive gluttonous one that loomed over the chaotic star realm. At this moment, the ruthless fairy also manifested her form. Upon witnessing the terrifying and colossal embodiment of the Taotai, Lin Chen's mind was besieged by an overwhelming surge of dread. The sheer magnitude of its presence instilled a sense of inevitable doom, as if there were no escape from its grasp. This was a form of destruction incarnate. The enormous head of the Taotai suddenly tilted back, its four pairs of eyes radiating a terrifying crimson light that pierced the void, locking onto Lin Chen and his companions. It unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated deep within Lin Chen's very soul, a sound that conveyed the essence of unfathomable power, despite the vast distance between them. From thousands of miles away, a fearsome storm of the void surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and the earth with the ferocity of an earthquake or a cataclysmic tsunami, racing towards them with an alarming swiftness. The entire expanse of the void reverberated with the rumbling of this tempest, as if the world itself were on the brink of collapse. The three great emperors and the heartless fairy displayed expressions of grave concern. Countless individuals were struck dumb by the sight, overwhelmed by the realization that what they beheld was not merely the Taotai, but an embodiment of annihilation, a harbinger of disaster. Chapter 838. The King Buddha of Good and Evil Purification. This was not an ordinary void storm. It was a tempest infused with the principles of the great emperors. Should Lin Chen find himself ensnared within, he would be obliterated in an instant. As if his very thoughts could not comprehend the finality of his demise. The emperor of the Dark Fallen clan, upon witnessing the impending storm, felt a tremor in his left hand, as a radiant light, seemingly drawn from the abyss, enveloped them. This light represented boundless illumination, a force that could only be wielded by those who comprehend the great Tao. The heartless fairy, without a glance, waved her delicate hand, causing a multitude of sword phantoms to materialize. A staggering array of 100,000 ruthless sword lights formed an impenetrable sword formation, encasing the two. The terrifying void storm approached in an instant. Lin Chen could hear the resonant hum of the sword formation beneath the onslaught of the tempest, inducing doubt as to whether the formation could withstand the violent assault. The battle had already transcended the realm of the void. It remained unknown which enigmatic figure orchestrated the unfolding scenes across the sacred spirit continent. Yet, as countless souls were left in stunned disbelief, the illusory water curtain suddenly shattered, erupting with a force that jolted many awake, drenched in cold sweat. This battle was the true essence of an emperor's conflict. The magnitude of such terrifying energy, if unleashed upon the sacred spirit continent, would be beyond comprehension. The entire continent is on the brink of annihilation, yet at this moment, the formidable beast, Taotai, refrains from attacking. Instead, it stomps upon the chaotic star realm, unleashing a terrifying tempest that swiftly engulfs the realm. Should one gaze upon this scene, they would observe that the starlight emanating from the chaotic star realm rapidly converges towards Taotai. Previously, Lin Chen absorbed the stellar power from the soil of this realm, a testament to the boundless celestial energy it harbors. Now, Taotai seeks to absorb the entirety of this chaotic star realm's strength, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated beforehand. Suspended above the chaotic star realm lies a colossal graveyard, spiraling upwards in layers, interwoven with enigmatic spaces, exuding an incomprehensible aura that commands respect and caution. This is the true visage of the tomb of Taotai, a mid-grade Tao artifact on par with the merciless sword of the heartless fairy. Should a powerful being scrutinize this mid-grade Tao artifact graveyard, they might catch a glimpse of a faint golden light flickering deep within. A radiance so weak that only an emperor of the heartless fairy's caliber could perceive it without expending considerable effort. As the void storm sweeps past, the three emperors remain unscathed amid the endless brilliance. The sword formation executed by the heartless fairy shatters upon the tempest's onslaught, a testament to her precise calculations. The three emperors cast indifferent glances at the heartless fairy and Lin Chen, yet with formidable foes at hand, they find themselves unable to engage her at present. The Blood Clan Emperor's expression shifts as he witnesses Tao Ye's absorption of the stellar powers. It seeks to regain its strength. The current form of Tao Tai is but a shadow of its complete self, which far surpasses the chaotic star realm in might. Should it restore its true power, they would stand no chance against it. The Heavenly Emperor strides forth, unleashing a terrifying golden radiance that spreads from his feet, sweeping across miles and charging towards Tao Tai in a fierce assault. The divine fist of the heavenly true sect manifests as the golden light morphs into a colossal fist, equal in size to Tao Ye's imposing figure, hurtling towards it with immense force. Such power transcends mere techniques and enters the realm of celestial arts. The other two emperors seize the moment, unleashing supreme pathways towards Tao Tai, their imperial seals radiating with celestial might, each strike imbued with cataclysmic potential. Tao Ye's four blood-red eyes suddenly erupt with a fierce crimson light, piercing the heavens and shattering the celestial arts unleashed by the trio of emperors in an instant. The resulting energy surge reaches a staggering magnitude. Tao Tai then speaks, its voice reverberating through the void. To the individuals of the three great races, I present you with an opportunity. If you eliminate the beast within my graveyard, I shall bestow upon you tremendous rewards. If you dare to act, I shall shatter you. The three great emperors were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flashing with myriad emotions. At their level, their thoughts had sharpened to a terrifying degree. The emperor of the bloodthirsty clan immediately discerned the pros and cons, and in an instant, the three emperors reached a consensus. If you eliminate the two of them, I shall acquiesce to your demands. They were also acutely aware that they were negotiating with a tiger. Yet they considered the possibility of exterminating the beast within the tomb before making their escape. Tao Tai sought to regain its former strength, but it would require a bit more time. That malevolent entity had indeed mastered the ancient character of annihilation. Tao Ye's four blood-red eyes instantly fixed upon Lin Chen, emanating an aura of murderous intent akin to an abyss. The three emperors exchanged glances, their forms swiftly darting towards the tomb. The resolution of this matter transpired in the blink of an eye. The voice of the heartless fairy grew chillingly cold. How audacious of Tao Tai to attempt to slay her. It seemed that your ambitions had swollen to unprecedented heights. No wonder you found yourself suppressed here. Lin Chen, perplexed, noticed the three emperors rushing towards the tomb. His heart tightening as he remembered she was still hidden within. Lin Chen, they intend to slay your beast companion. You must intervene. Otherwise, it will bring forth a catastrophic disaster upon the Holy Spirit continent, the heartless fairy declared icily. Remember, once you unleash the seal of the great pure King Buddha of good and evil, Tao Tai will be subdued. What? They are targeting Shishi? A surge of wrath coursed through Lin Chen. You three races possess such audacity. However, he quickly regained his composure. What exactly is the great pure King Buddha of good and evil, and how does one unseal it? You need not ponder this. It all hinges upon your fate. The heartless fairy replied. Suddenly, she struck the void with her palm, and in an instant, a portal materialized. As if stepping through it would transport one to another realm. The power of the void traversing emperor. Tao Tai, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage, opening its gaping maw to unleash a terrifying force, sweeping towards the heartless fairy and the others. Although Lin Chen wished to inquire further, the thought of the three races targeting Shishi made him feel as if his lungs would explode. He promptly turned and stepped into the portal. To seek the death of Shishi, I, Lin Chen, shall ensure you three emperors face a grim fate. Chapter 839, Madness and Laughter. The most inscrutable thoughts belong to the emperors. Achieving such a status requires enduring countless tribulations. Each one is astute, seeing through all matters. Just like Tao Tai, a fearsome ancient beast. Watching Lin Chen vanish, Tao Tai erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, that fellow harbors an unparalleled wickedness within. This malevolent force lies dormant. And once it erupts, Its evil will only be slightly inferior to mine. The seal of the king of virtue and vice. How dare he approach it? As Tao Tai spoke, his expression twisted into a grotesque visage, with an overwhelming murderous intent surging in his eyes, clearly harboring an intense animosity towards the king of virtue and vice. You are not of a sufficient caliber to see through this, the heartless fairy remarked coldly, having contemplated this aspect as well. However, at this moment, she could only place her trust in Lin Chen. Throughout their journey, the relentless pursuit and stalking had left her in awe of this man time and again. A mere nascent emperor, so audacious, the path of ruthlessness shall be transformed into the flesh and blood within my mouth, Tao Tai growled, his gaze icy as he roared, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. A cataclysmic battle was imminent, yet it was apparent to any discerning observer that the heartless fairy was being completely suppressed. Even in its unrefreshed state, Tao Ye's power was terrifyingly formidable. The moment Lin Chen stepped through the portal, he found himself in the very core of this graveyard, within the space of the 10th pathway. Upon his emergence, his body tensed as he surveyed his surroundings, quickly realizing he had fallen into an immense ruin, stretching for thousands of miles, with no visible end. An aura of malevolence emanated ceaselessly from this ruin. Lin Chen immediately sensed a torrent of wicked energy beneath his feet, attempting to infiltrate his body and seize control. As he activated the Devouring Demon Technique, that sinister energy was swiftly transformed into nothingness. A vast consciousness then radiated outward. In an instant, Lin Chen detected a pulse of life vibrating 100 miles ahead. His expression tightened as he accelerated with all his might, shooting towards that direction like a cannonball. The closer he got, the more he noticed a faint golden light flickering, intensifying as he delved deeper. For some unknown reason, once enveloped by this golden light, the malice in his heart seemed to be subdued, gradually diminishing. 100 miles was trivial for Lin Chen at full speed. In a flash, he beheld Shishi. At that moment, Shishi was shrouded in a rich, solemn golden light, eyes closed, with a soft golden glow resting upon her eyelids. Moreover, the aura emanating from within her was so profound that even Lin Chen could not perceive its depths. What astonished Lin Chen even more was the discovery of the Duck Emperor in this place, seated upon an ancient Bagua pattern, with an archaic talisman swirling above his head. The 6-character golden mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, continuously rolled around the Duck Emperor, as if he were cultivating some extraordinary divine skill. Lin Chen scanned his surroundings for the seal of the king of virtue and vice, but saw no signs of any seal. He had no time to ponder the bizarre scene before him. If Tao Tai were to absorb all the power of the stars, it would spell true catastrophe. Just then, the sky trembled violently, and a spatial rift was torn open. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. The majestic force within Junlin Tiansha surged forth unreservedly, manifesting as a colossal azure hand descending from the heavens, akin to an emperor gracing the world with unparalleled might, striking heavily towards the 3 newly emerged sovereigns. The foremost Darkfall clan emperor emitted a disdainful snort, his hand subtly gesturing as if summoning an irresistible tempest. Astonishingly, this formidable azure hand was redirected towards Lin Chen. In a moment of instinctive agility, Lin Chen evaded the impending strike. However, the entire relic erupted in a resounding explosion. Lin Chen's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of this emperor's power. A mere flick of his wrist rendered Lin Chen's ultimate attack utterly futile. The Darkfall clan emperor pointed once more, and Lin Chen found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, akin to a mere mortal ensnared by a gigantic serpent, rendered immobile and in excruciating agony. First, eliminate that beast, the Blood Clan emperor remarked with a chilling smile. Since Lin Chen had been sent to his doom by the merciless fairy, why not capture him for their clan? At that moment, life and death would hang in the balance. The other 2 emperors shared this sentiment, for Lin Chen harbored numerous terrifying secrets within him, including the 2 mad emperors. Lin Chen struggled in fury, yet his strength, magical prowess, and holy might were utterly stifled. In essence, he had been reduced to a bound mortal, vulnerable to a single strike that could extinguish his existence. The Darkfall clan emperor wasted no time, flicking his fingers towards Shishi's form. The moment that dread power was unleashed, it detonated with a thunderous roar aimed directly at Shishi. A brilliant golden light enveloped Shishi, valiantly resisting the Darkfall clan emperor's attack. The 3 emperors exchanged glances of surprise, astonished by the potent force contained within that golden radiance. The casual flick of the Darkfall Clan Emperor's fingers was more than capable of grievously wounding the Void King. However, the Darkfall Clan Emperor, with a cold smirk, flicked his finger once again. In an instant, a sound akin to a volcanic eruption reverberated as a terrifying beam shot towards Shishi. The subsequent explosion shattered the golden shield surrounding Shishi, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Lin Chen let out a desperate roar. Yet the lethal beam penetrated Shishi's heart without obstruction. The explosion ruptured Shishi's chest, extinguishing the life force within, enveloped in an aura of profound stillness. She was dead. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen stood frozen, engulfed in shock. Ha! At that moment, Luo Wuchang could not contain his laughter. His face contorted as he gazed at Lin Chen. You have slain so many of our clan as prodigies. Today, I shall slay your beast before your very eyes. And rest assured, I will ensure your demise will be far from merciful. With Shishi slain and Lin Chen captured, the twisted malice within Luo Wuchang finally erupted. Mission accomplished. Take Lin Chen away. Let us depart swiftly before the gluttonous beast changes its mind. The Dark Abyss Emperor spoke casually, declaring that eliminating such a formidable figure was a trivial task for him. With a mere gesture, the blood-killing emperor summoned Lin Chen towards the three emperors. However, at that moment, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Lin Chen's previously blank face. A terrifying aura of malevolence surged forth, as if it threatened to shatter the very fabric of space. The three emperors instinctively felt a chill run through their hearts. At that moment, Lin Chen raised his head defiantly, breaking free from his constraints, his face contorted with rage, resembling a demon. The eerie light emanating from him instilled an overwhelming sense of coldness. The three emperors sensed an immense peril. They were caught off guard by this abrupt transformation. Yet, Lin Chen's grotesque visage suddenly broke into a smile. The space trembled violently as he unleashed a mad cackle. In this 840th chapter, titled The Emergence of the King Buddha, the terrifying aura of evil sent shivers down the spines of the three emperors. The manic smile Lin Chen had just displayed made every pore in their bodies feel the chill. This was not the Lin Chen they had encountered before. With a frenzied laughter, Lin Chen's arm shot towards the three emperors, as if sharp claws, glowing red, extended from his fingertips, ready to rend everything apart. The three emperors were taken aback. This strike bore the weight of their own level of power and was imbued with a terrifying destructive force. Endless light, imperial incantation. The emperor of the imperial clan chanted swiftly, summoning a torrent of golden runes that spiraled outward, enveloping everything. Blood-devouring thunder. The blood-killing emperor conjured over 10,000 thunder orbs, each adorned with blood-red eyes, capable of consuming all, devouring blood itself. Boom. The combined might of the three emperors was unexpectedly torn asunder by Lin Chen in an instant, shattering into fragments. The three emperors staggered backward from the overwhelming force. Luo Wuchang, witnessing this scene, was gripped by an unprecedented terror, a fear that stemmed from the very depths of his soul. However, the emperor of the imperial clan swiftly gathered Luo Wuchang and Luo Qingyi into his own pocket dimension. Lin Chen struck once more with lightning speed, his claws seemingly splitting the sky with countless streaks of red light, as if he aimed to tear the heavens apart. At this moment, the three emperors unleashed their unparalleled celestial arts, each strike infused with the power of the Tao, embodying rules that possessed the capability to annihilate the world. Yet, Lin Chen appeared transformed into a colossal, sinister demon, exuding a voracious power. The three emperors, now pressed to their limits by Lin Chen's madness, found themselves engulfed in peril. At this juncture, the merciless fairy engaged in a fierce battle against the great demon in the void. When an overwhelming surge of dark malevolence erupted from the depths of the demon's grave, the force was astonishing and the aura was terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, Tao Tai burst into loud, boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the sacred beast has been slain." Overcome with rage, he unleashed all his energy, ensuring that even the three insignificant emperors would meet their demise. Tao Ye's cunning machinations instilled fear in all, as he had meticulously orchestrated everything during his dealings with the three emperors, employing treachery and deceit with unparalleled shrewdness. This is the essence of Tao Dai. Conversely, the expression of the ruthless fairy remained unchanged, for she steadfastly believed in her convictions. The graveyard reverberated with the terrifying sounds of explosions, as space shattered in various locations, unleashing an awe-inspiring and dreadful force. Lin Chen's ferocious jaws suddenly clamped down upon the shoulder of the Bloodslaughter Emperor, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, tearing away a massive chunk of flesh with brutal ferocity. The Bloodslaughter Emperor howled in agony, his cries echoing through the air. Lin Chen's fangs bore a sinister and malevolent energy, inflicting upon the Emperor an overwhelming and excruciating pain. Without hesitation, Lin Chen devoured the immense piece of flesh, and a tremendous power surged within him. This dark energy was effortlessly assimilated, transformed into pure, unadulterated energy. The two emperors, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with astonishment and fury, immediately unleashing their grand powers to crush Lin Chen. However, to their surprise, Lin Chen's form morphed into a streak of black light, evading their overwhelming might, which they could not even perceive. As they regained their composure, they found themselves brutally assaulted by two claws, blood spraying wildly. And both emperors let out pitiful wails as their chests were torn open, revealing gaping wounds with pristine white bones exposed. Lin Chen licked the blood from his face, laughter turning even more terrifying as the malevolent aura within him appeared boundless, gradually erupting forth. At that moment, the three emperors felt an immense wave of dread approaching. This is bad. He is about to go mad. The Bloodslaughter Emperor grunted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain while bellowing. Suddenly, Lin Chen roared, his form transforming into a torrent of dark red bloodlight. The surrounding space shattered under the force of his roar. The three emperors, struck as if by lightning, found themselves ensnared by an enigmatic power, immobilized for a brief moment. As they beheld the impending onslaught of terrifying blood claws, fear gripped them, for they sensed the presence of death, immense, looming death. Yet, at that instant, a soft voice resonated through the air, Ba. Lin Chen, rushing forward, suddenly became rigid. In his frenzied mind, waves of piercing pain surged, penetrating his very being. Even in his madness, he could not help but clutch his head, unleashing a tormented scream. The three great emperors stood in stunned silence, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Before them stood a corpulent figure upon the ancient bagua, palms pressed together, radiating an aura of serene tranquility. His eyes seemed to penetrate the very illusions of the world, rendering even the three emperors unable to meet his gaze. Was this not the insignificant being they had overlooked? A tempest of astonishment surged within their hearts. This entity, weaker than Lin Chen, now commanded their utmost respect. What manner of creature was this? Amidst the chaos, Lin Chen roared in agony, clutching his head as pain surged through him, his fists flailing wildly and shattering the surrounding space. Om Mani Padme Hum, intoned the Duck Emperor softly, and the 6 syllables transformed into colossal golden characters, descending upon Lin Chen with oppressive force. A cacophony of golden light erupted as Lin Chen's frenzied form was struck as if by lightning. From his body erupted immense tendrils of dark energy, morphing into grotesque, snarling faces that howled incessantly at the Duck Emperor. Good and evil reside within the heart. A single thought can manifest either. The serene Duck Emperor pointed gently at Lin Chen's crown, and in an instant, the malevolent energies were reduced to ashes. Lin Chen's form collapsed, his eyelids fluttering as if he might awaken at any moment. The three great emperors, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were rendered speechless by their astonishment. What profound powers did this enigmatic figure possess? Dust returns to dust, the earth reclaims its own. All living beings shall find their way back, the Duck Emperor mused, gesturing lightly towards the three. Their expressions shifted drastically as the void remained unbroken, devoid of any magical fluctuations. The three emperors simply vanished from sight. Had any other great emperor been present, they would surely have been shocked into a frenzy. Once more, tranquility enveloped the world, and Lin Chen's fingers twitched before he abruptly sat upright, murmuring to himself. "See." He scanned his surroundings, seeing nothing but the placid visage of the Duck Emperor. In a state of anxious desperation, Lin Chen seized the Duck Emperor, shaking him vigorously. "Cici, where is Cici? Tell me, where is she?" Despite Lin Chen's agitation, the Duck Emperor remained calm and silent. Lin Chen's pupils dilated, his body instinctively retreating as he braced himself. "You are not the Duck Emperor. Who are you? What do you intend by occupying his body?" He recognized that the aura emanating from this being was not that of the Duck Emperor. The Duck Emperor, now radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, responded. You may call me the King Buddha of good and evil purity. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. This entity, possessing the body of the Duck Emperor, was none other than the King Buddha of good and evil purity. Chapter 841. The Seal of the King Buddha of Good and Evil Purity. You are the King Buddha of good and evil purity, Lin Chen exclaimed, his surprise swiftly morphing into a fierce glare filled with immense murderous intent. They dared to kill her. The representatives of the three great races shall surely pay with their lives. At this moment, Lin Chen unleashed a furious roar, as if the flames of wrath within him could not be contained, engulfing his entire being. Having spent so much time with Cece, Lin Chen had long regarded him as a brother, and now he was gone. The emotions that had long been suppressed within him could no longer be contained, reignited by the occurrence of this tragedy. Yet, this time, he did not succumb to madness. With a calm demeanor, his voice resonated with a serene power, imbued with the essence of the great king of good and evil. The murderous intent that was on the verge of erupting within Lin Chen dissipated entirely, leaving him devoid of any heightened emotions. The might of the great king of good and evil had reached an unfathomable level, capable of influencing the hearts and minds of others through mere words and actions. He was gone. He was truly gone. As Lin Chen steadied his heart, a wave of sadness washed over him, his nose tinged with a bittersweet ache and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The greatest distance in this world is indeed the chasm between the realms of life and death. However, the great king of good and evil smiled and shook his head, declaring, "No, he is not dead." This statement struck Lin Chen like a bolt of lightning. He abruptly lifted his gaze, asking, "What do you mean he is not dead? Senior, is Cece truly alive?" "See for yourself," the great king of good and evil replied, gesturing towards the sky. Instantly, Lin Chen was taken aback, his head snapping upward. Upon looking, he was overcome with an overwhelming joy, tears streaming down his face. In the fractured sky above, a colossal, ethereal lotus flower blossomed, radiating a spectrum of colors. Countless vibrant flames burned fiercely within this lotus throne, and a shadowy figure, obscured yet unmistakable, emerged from the flames. Cece. From death to rebirth, he was transforming, shedding his former self like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. The great king of good and evil spoke at that moment. This is a trial of death that he must endure, yet he shall rise anew, fueled by the conviction in his heart and the responsibilities he bears. Lin Chen felt bewildered by the words of the great king of good and evil, yet his previously stifled emotions surged to the surface. Filling him with unbridled joy, Cece was alive. That was enough. The great king of good and evil scrutinized Lin Chen, whose once resolute visage now bore a hint of barely contained hostility. The glimmer in his eyes radiated a chill that could send shivers down one's spine. To an accomplished cultivator, the dark shadow looming behind Lin Chen would be evident, representing the murderous intent, hostility, and demonic aura within him. Lin Chen, the great king of good and evil, suddenly inquired, "Why is your soul incomplete?" This question struck Lin Chen with profound shock, extinguishing his earlier elation. He turned, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at the current emperor. How could he know this? Nevertheless, Lin Chen suppressed his astonishment, maintaining a facade of calm as he replied, "I do not understand what you are saying. What is a soul?" "Ah, Lin Chen, the reason you are spiraling into madness is that you are missing half of your soul, awakening terrifying forces within you," the great king of good and evil stated matter-of-factly. Unfazed, he continued, "However, if this continues, you will not survive for more than a decade." This revelation thoroughly shook Lin Chen to his core. The great king of good and evil had truly seen through him. For a decade, one cannot live beyond a decade. It must be understood that, with his unparalleled cultivation akin to that of a great sage, living for several centuries is comfortably within reach. How could one not endure beyond 10 years? The soul is the essence of a person. Only with a formidable spirit can one be deemed truly powerful. Both are indispensable. Yet, you have lost your soul. Your spirit has been affected, wounded in ways you cannot perceive. The king of good and evil spoke calmly, warning that if this continues, your lifespan will be eroded. Lin Chen's expression oscillated between various shades of emotion. Despite the formidable prowess of the king, he remained skeptical. The realm of cultivation is harsh, and he would not let his guard down. "I know you may find this hard to believe, But fear not. I shall allow you to experience it, the king stated, flicking his fingers toward Lin Chen, sending a wisp of golden light into his body. As this golden beam entered Lin Chen, he immediately felt a warmth in his dantian. Though it was fleeting, soon, that warmth morphed into a searing heat, an unbearable sting, akin to boiling water. Unable to contain himself, Lin Chen erupted in a frenzied scream, as if his entire dantian were on the verge of exploding. At that moment, he suddenly perceived an inner vision of his body, revealing a spectral figure contained within. This apparition bore no aura, yet undeniably existed before Lin Chen's eyes. The figure was incomplete, merely a half. This was his soul. However, Lin Chen was met with a more terrifying sight. Within the other half of his being, the half where his soul had vanished, throbbed a force reminiscent of an abyss. This power was malevolent. Moreover, Lin Chen witnessed this demonic energy gnawing away at his unseen lifespan, and in that instant, he could genuinely feel his life gradually dissipating, a sensation akin to watching blood drain from a severed vein, an awareness of his impending demise. It was a profoundly chilling experience. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Chen, a blinding radiance flickered from his brow, accompanied by a hollow, deathly voice emanating, "Bald monk, how dare you meddle in my affairs and seek death?" The king of good and evil's deep-set gaze suddenly flickered with a startling brilliance as he pressed his palms together and declared, "Do not harm others. You are not yet ready to emerge, nor can you challenge me. Even if it costs my life, I shall stop you." The king abruptly pointed at Lin Chen's brow, and a stream of boundless golden light surged into it. The sounds from the ancient bronze coffin ceased instantly, as the azure light vanished from Lin Chen's forehead. The expression of the emperor duck paled, as if he were on the brink of collapse. However, he quickly seated himself in a meditative posture, reciting ancient scriptures, golden radiance beginning to shimmer and entwine around him. At that moment, Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, feeling utterly drained, drenched in a cold sweat. His complexion turned exceedingly pale. Upon seeing the Buddha of good and evil, he immediately clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Esteemed elder, I thank you for your guidance. I, Lin Chen, humbly hope that you can provide a means of salvation. Your immense kindness will forever be engraved in my heart." The Buddha of good and evil nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Lin Chen, I discovered, quite by chance, that the gluttonous beast had birthed tremendous ambition and fortune. To prevent it from committing unspeakable atrocities, I descended a fragment of myself to suppress it among the stars. However, today, that fragment's power has waned. Your arrival signifies a fateful connection. Now, I can impart to you a divine technique known as the seal of the Buddha of good and evil. By cultivating this technique, you can subdue the murderous aura within you and the malevolent force of your other half." The Buddha continued, "However, you must inscribe this 6-character mantra within your consciousness. Otherwise, you will not be able to halt the madness." Raising his hand, the ancient talisman at the center of the formation floated into his grasp. Shimmering with an ancient golden light, the 6 mysterious characters seemingly infused with boundless power. Chapter 842. The Messenger of the Buddha before him. The Buddha of good and evil, though his authenticity remained uncertain, undeniably sensed that his lifespan was being rapidly devoured by the malevolent force within him. Lin Chen had never anticipated that the ancient bronze coffin harbored such sinister intentions, employing such ruthless tactics against him. Yet, he acknowledged that this was a consequence of his own actions. Gazing at the ancient talisman inscribed with the 6 arcane Buddhist characters, Lin Chen felt an unexpected calm wash over him. This tranquility allowed him to view everything with detachment, making it difficult to harbor thoughts of violence. The 6-character mantra was indeed extraordinary. Lin Chen felt a jolt within. Even this effect alone proved it was no ordinary item. "Lin Chen, let your blood drop upon it, and refine it within your dantian," the Buddha instructed. Lin Chen promptly pierced the tip of his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the 6-character talisman. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted from his entire being, an aura of profound mystery flickering around him as if thousands of monks were chanting in unison, their voices resounding powerfully and shaking the very surroundings. At that moment, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented lightness within him. The long-accumulated violent aura was suppressed entirely upon refining the 6-character mantra, dispersing like ash carried away by the wind. "Esteemed elder, the aura within me has indeed become much more comfortable. I feel invigorated throughout my being, Lin Chen exclaimed, astonished. If it were true that he only possessed a decade of life, he would never allow such a fate to transpire. Now that the gluttonous beast has reached the stage of revival, the Buddha of good and evil explained, my fragment can no longer sustain itself for long. I must swiftly impart the seal of the Buddha of good and evil to you. In the final moments before my fragment dissipates, I will imbue your 6-character mantra with boundless Buddha power, uniting with the sacred beast to suppress the gluttonous one. Lin Chen nodded gravely, understanding the weight of the task ahead. Since this encounter with the king of good and evil, the inherent dangers within him have ceased to be a source of fear. His lifespan surely extends far beyond a mere decade. At this moment, the heavens above continue to witness the rebirth of Cece amidst flames. An enigmatic yet overwhelming wave of energy emanating from it. Lin Chen, in alignment with the movements of the king of good and evil, begins to comprehend and visualize. In the realm of heaven and earth, beings are divided into good and evil. Goodness manifests in virtuous actions, while evil embodies malevolence. Goodness yields benevolent rewards, while evil invites retribution. The cycle of the cosmos is eternal. The king of good and evil perceives the void with eyes that penetrate all illusions. Uttering words of profound wisdom, right and wrong blur within the dichotomy of good and evil. In goodness, one's evil is a mistake, and in evil, one's goodness is likewise a folly. What you must master is the power of this duality. Upon hearing these words, a faint humming sound inexplicably resonated in Lin Chen's mind, as if this phrase had summoned a mysterious force from the cosmos. Suddenly, the king of good and evil exclaimed, awakening Lin Chen's spirit as if it were about to burst apart. Ancient sounds of Sanskrit flowed through the air, intertwining with the forces of nature, resonating in Lin Chen's consciousness with a throbbing intensity. Within Lin Chen's mind, an extraordinary hand seal materialized. A pair of ethereal hands continuously transformed, producing an infinite array of hand gestures, each seemingly accompanied by an unseen force. Lin Chen's focus was entirely absorbed by this hand seal. The power of the king of good and evil was overwhelming. He could only discern 100 distinct gestures, with the rest remaining obscured in vagueness. Yet, this sense of profundity entranced him entirely. This power could transform one into a virtuous individual or a saint. Yet it could equally turn one into a malevolent being or a sinner. The hand seal of good and evil, which within Lin Chen's mind had manifested millions of gestures, suddenly clasped tightly, and the palms burst forth with a torrent of golden light. Unleashing the force of good and evil, Lin Chen's mind erupted with a deafening clarity, awakening from his trance, his entire being suffused with a serene power, as though he had endured the vicissitudes of life. Such intricate hand seals, after gazing for so long, he had only glimpsed 100 forms. To master the entirety of those millions of gestures would surely require an immense span of time. Lin Chen felt a pang of despair, for he had harbored profound confidence in his own understanding. Foolish junior, having grasped but a mere 100 hand seals, I humbly seek your forgiveness, esteemed elder, Lin Chen said, his expression one of remorse as he gazed upon the serene visage of the king of good and evil. Though he remained unaware of this mysterious elder's true nature or intentions, an instinct within him assured that this being meant him no harm. The transmission of such formidable power, the hand seal of good and evil, seemed to bear the essence of a mentor seeking a disciple, hoping that Lin Chen might fully realize and expand upon this legacy. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the great king of good and evil, and he addressed Lin Chen, commending him for his commendable efforts. Very well, he continued, once the sacred beast awakens, we shall proceed to subdue the gluttonous beast. Lin Chen nodded, a surge of excitement coursing through him at the thought of the divine ability he had just acquired, the seal of good and evil Buddha. His instinct hinted that this power was undeniably formidable. As for its efficacy and might, that was something he would have to test later. Taking a gentle breath, Lin Chen exhaled softly and settled himself into a cross-legged position. A serene and harmonious aura enveloped him, as his hands gradually formed the necessary seals. Within these gestures, a unique power began to circulate. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as if he had transitioned from the frigid embrace of winter to the warmth of spring. Every muscle and inch of his skin rejoiced, shedding the heaviness that had once burdened him. However, just then, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the entire space. This formidable sound was imbued with the essence of an unparalleled strength, commanding respect without arrogance, exuding an undeniable presence. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he retracted the golden light that had engulfed him moments before. After a brief period of cultivation, he felt invigorated, his mind as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any murderous intent or thoughts. Yet, a smile broke across Lin Chen's face as he exclaimed, "Shishi." However, upon gazing ahead, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him loomed a colossal beast, stretching 100 meters in length, its hooves igniting in a blaze of vibrant flames as it floated in the sky, roaring with an imposing might. Its gaze radiated an aura of authority, unparalleled in grandeur. While its body was adorned with scales as dark and profound as celestial iron, brimming with strength and divine majesty. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. But then his expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. The Shishi of today was undeniably far more magnificent than before. With a mighty roar, Shishi opened its formidable jaws, unleashing a gust of heated wind that swept through the air, bellowing at Lin Chen in a thunderous crescendo. Lowering its head, the great beast's eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth. "Messenger of the Buddha, go forth and subdue the gluttonous beast," the great king of good and evil spoke. His hands joined in reverence as he nodded toward both Shishi and Lin Chen. With a hearty laugh, Lin Chen sprang into action, leaping onto the top of Shishi's head. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of dominance radiated from him. Chapter 843. Suppressing the gluttonous beast. The fierce battle between the heartless fairy and the gluttonous beast unfolded in the vast expanse, presenting a scene of apocalyptic destruction. The heartless fairy unleashed her sword of indifference, each strike executed with flawless precision, embodying the essence of her path. Meanwhile, the gluttonous beast continued to absorb the power of the stars, its roars echoing endlessly, fueled by boundless strength. If heaven were to have feelings, it too would age. If humans were to have feelings, they would perish. The heartless fairy exuded an aura of lethal intent, devoid of any emotion. The path of indifference erupted suddenly, wreaking havoc upon the heavens and earth, severing desires and epitomizing the pinnacle of cultivated power. This is the power of the heartless fairy, akin to a thunderous roar, cleaving towards the voracious beast. What nonsensical notions of heartlessness! Only my strength reigns supreme in this universe. The malevolent Taotai howled, and its colossal palms suddenly struck against this path of ruthlessness, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion, causing countless stars to extinguish in the vast void. The heartless fairy immediately unleashed her unparalleled might, her delicate form pushed back repeatedly by the force of the Taoyu's palm, her expression grave with concern. This is dire. The power absorbed from the stars by the Taotai is immense and is already restoring its strength. In that moment, the heartless fairy envisioned the calamity that would ensue if the Taotai were to be unleashed upon the Holy Spirit continent. Just then, a violent explosion erupted above her head, as a small star descended upon her with crushing intent. Alarmed, the heartless fairy's heart raced, and the sword of ruthlessness in her hand erupted with overwhelming power, as if intent on transforming everything into the essence of mercilessness. That small star, descending with such force, rendered the heartless fairy breathless. The power of the Taotai is unfathomably vast, capable of summoning even the smallest of stars to suppress the heartless fairy. Such divine and inscrutable prowess is beyond her reach. "Huh, you, a mere emperor, dare to challenge me, the Taotai?" The beast's laughter echoed with murderous intent. "Today, I shall feast upon you." Ancient texts describe the Taotai as a monstrous beast that thrives on consumption, wreaking havoc and causing calamity. Now, this Taotai seeks to devour an emperor whole, a testament to its terrifying might. Its gaping maw, a blood-stained abyss, exudes an insatiable pull, filled with writhing flesh that emanates a formidable force, capable of dissolving all. The heartless fairy's silver eyes narrowed slightly. She sensed an impending crisis. Even an emperor can meet their demise, as exemplified by the heartless fairy's encounter with the current Taotai. However, at that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot forth from the Taotai's grave suspended in the void. A colossal being soared into the sky, opening its gaping maw towards the Taotai, unleashing a thunderous roar. This roar resonated with an ancient essence, supreme and commanding, instilling fear in the very air. The terrifying Taotai, perched atop the stars, instantly narrowed its wicked eyes, a palpable dread rising within. This was the pressure of a holy beast, one that even the Taodai could not ignore. Lin Chen stood upon the head of the sacred beast, his gaze falling upon the heartless fairy, who was being engulfed by the gaping maw. He swiftly unleashed a palm, invoking the 6-character mantra to suppress the evils and purify the realms. The ancient mantra erupted into a golden sword of light, traversing the endless void and striking the bloodied maw. In that instant, the diminutive golden sword unleashed a force that reverberated through heaven and earth. The sacred beast Lin Chen caught the Taotai off guard, roaring, "How are you still alive?" The 3 great races, 3 incompetent emperors, are utterly incapable of vanquishing you mere minions. Soul-devouring demonic sound, Lin Chen, awaken the malevolence within you. Upon witnessing the ancient talisman inscribed with the 6-character mantra, the creature of gluttony was immediately gripped by dread. It opened its maw wide and roared into the void, unleashing a torrent of ancient syllables that seemed intent on consuming the very souls of those who dared to enter, stirring their spirits into a realm devoid of sound. Now transformed into the pinnacle of the great sage, CC roared suddenly, extending a pitch-black dome that enveloped an expanse of several miles. Countless dark, ancient notes were thwarted at the threshold, unable to breach its confines. However, CC's countenance shifted. Despite being a sacred beast with absolute suppressive power, the might of the glutton had escalated to a terrifying extent. Threads of soul-devouring sound continuously infiltrated the dark domain, surging towards Lin Chen. In that instant, Lin Chen felt a powerful surge of malice rising within his heart. This demonic sound was forcibly awakening a vast portion of the immense evil residing in his soul, seeking to drive him to madness. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and the mudra in his hand began to form. A series of golden lights and ancient runes flickered between his palms, emanating a serene force. The seal of good and evil. As Lin Chen's hands formed an intricate series of seals, reaching a count of 100, he suddenly reversed his palms. A formidable surge of the dual forces of good and evil erupted forth, causing his aura to soar dramatically. The waves of soul-devouring sound were immediately expelled from his being. His entire existence transformed into an entity of pure essence, untouched by any evil, suffused with the balance of good and evil. The seal of good and evil left the glutton aghast, roaring in fury. How could he impart such a divine technique to you? What is that old monk scheming? Just as the glutton's roars echoed, a resonant chant of Buddhist recitation filled the air, Amitabha. From the depths of the glutton's grave, a venerable monk, radiating golden light and embodying compassion, emerged, each step traversing the void. Upon seeing the monk, the glutton's pupils constricted with fear. In the realm of good and evil, such obstinacy leads to damnation. To prevent you from wreaking havoc upon the heavens, I shall once again subdue you and guide you towards enlightenment. The great pure King Buddha waved his hand, and the 6-character mantra talisman fell into his grasp. The glutton's visage contorted in rage as it howled, "Old monk, you have suppressed me for 5 millennia. Do you think you can bind me once more? It is utterly impossible." An overwhelming surge of magical power erupted, sweeping across the chaos star within the chaotic realm. The immense power stirred a tempest upon the star, which had absorbed a significant portion of its starlight. In this moment, the entire chaotic star trembled violently. The glutton intended to wield this chaotic star as a weapon against the great pure King Buddha. A whole star is far more formidable than the star that subdued the heartless immortal, capable of annihilating an emperor with ease. The power within the stars, once unleashed, resembles the eruption of a superior Tao artifact. The distinctions between good and evil are clear in my heart. The king of good and evil, with a serene expression, waved his hand, and the ancient talisman of the 6-character mantra transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, hurtling towards the fearsome Taotai. It was as if an immortal stood in the heavens, casting down a celestial flow upon the world. The ancient talisman pierced into the very essence of the Taotai. Despite its furious roars and the manifestation of various laws, it could not withstand this golden light. Boom! The ancient talisman erupted with a torrent of golden radiance, enveloping the entire form of the Taotai in a colossal golden net. The Taotai, having swelled to 1/3 the size of a star, roared and struggled, yet could not escape the grasp of this golden web. With a sudden contraction, within mere moments, the massive beast was forcibly drawn into the palm-sized ancient talisman of the 6-character mantra. The overwhelming spectacle left a profound impact. Even Lin Chen found it hard to believe that such a ferocious creature could be subdued so effortlessly. Moreover, this colossal beast, capable of sprawling across a third of the land, was now confined within a talisman of mere palm size. Such divine prowess could be likened to that of an immortal. At this moment, the Taotai was entirely subdued in just a single exchange. The power of the King of Good and Evil had reached an unfathomable level. In a matter of mere exchanges, the ferocious beast was sealed within the ancient talisman. Lin Chen could clearly see the fierce creature thrashing within the confines of the small talisman, seemingly striving to break free from its suppressive energy. Amipa. The King of Good and Evil chanted a Buddhist incantation, and the tumultuous energy emanating from the talisman immediately subsided. Only a vague semblance of the beast's form remained within the sacred script of the 6 characters. However, at this moment, the King of Good and Evil appeared exceedingly ethereal, as if he might disperse into the cosmos at any moment. It was evident that the final act of subduing the Taotai had exhausted all of his strength. "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Chen inquired urgently. Beneath him, Cece let out a low growl, clearly expressing concern as well. The power of this avatar had reached its limit. Although the Taotai was contained within the ancient talisman, Lin Chen was reminded that he must diligently cultivate the seal of the King of Good and Evil, harnessing the power of the 6-character mantra to completely suppress its ferocity. The King of Good and Evil warned, "The malevolent energy within you cannot be allowed to surge forth. Otherwise, your lifespan will continue to diminish." The ancient talisman once again flew into Lin Chen's consciousness. However, he could distinctly sense the presence of malevolent energy within the 6-character mantra. The might of the Taotai was formidable, and to subdue it so easily was no trivial task. "Senior, I am eager to discover the true identity of Cece's sacred beast and why even the formidable Taotai holds it in such trepidation." Lin Chen finally voiced his curiosity. "The time has not yet come," spoke the great King of Good and Evil, his form gradually becoming transparent, dissolving into the void and vanishing from this world. "The eternal struggle between good and evil persists. Why cling to one's inherent nature?" An ancient voice echoed throughout the vast emptiness, slowly fading away, its mysteries beyond comprehension. The unfeeling fairy descended, her tone grave as she remarked on this individual's cultivation, which had reached an astonishingly extraordinary level, with their identity remaining shrouded in mystery. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at the unfeeling fairy but chose to remain silent. Nonetheless, he felt immense joy that Cece had undergone a rebirth through fire, significantly enhancing her cultivation and acquiring fortuitous opportunities. "I shall return you to the chaotic ancient domain," the unfeeling fairy declared indifferently, waving her delicate hand, and in an instant, she whisked Lin Chen and Cece into the boundless void. Clearly, she had recorded the coordinates during the ancient array's transmission. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled the Duck Emperor. That rotund figure must have also acquired tremendous fortune within this grave. Although he yearned for Tao Ye's mid-grade Dao artifact, he quickly dismissed the thought, considering its terrifying nature and sentience. Within the realm conjured by the unfeeling fairy, Cece was impervious to the slightest hint of the void's essence, enveloped in a profound sense of tranquility that exuded an unparalleled comfort. Yet, he remained the same handsome figure. "Cece. Boss, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but I feel that although Luo Qingyi is undeniably beautiful, she has long forgotten you, turning her affections to that scoundrel Luo Wuchang. Such a woman. Your fate with her is concluded," Cece remarked, occasionally glancing at the enchanting silhouette of the unfeeling fairy in the void. Lin Chen shook his head. "A woman willing to sacrifice her life for you. Regardless of the circumstances, I must find her. Moreover, I spared Luo Wuchang's life only because without him, Qingru would have perished long ago, and I would never have had the chance to see her again." Cece scoffed. "You never comprehend. Women are like garments. When they become worn out, they must be discarded." Under Lin Chen's intense gaze, Cece swallowed hard. "All right, I, Lord Shi, have always discarded worn-out garments." Lin Chen shot Cece a disapproving glare. "What mischief are you plotting? Don't think I'm oblivious. Speak up at once." Cece awkwardly scratched his head, cautiously stating, "Boss, if I reveal what I'm thinking, you mustn't strike me." "I won't hit you, I promise," Lin Chen replied solemnly. "Hee. I merely think that Luo Qingyi is exceedingly beautiful, with a figure that is absolutely alluring. Seeing her treat you with such cold indifference, I simply cannot bear it. If you were to let her go, then I would, Cece said, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the void as Cece cried out like a slaughtered pig. In the ancient city, the emperors of the three great races emerged, struggling through a rift in space, accompanied by a vastly altered Luo Wuchang, whose demeanor was indifferent yet commanded great admiration, alongside the breathtakingly beautiful Luo Qingyi. The malevolent presence of a terrifying figure has inexplicably emerged, unleashing chaos upon us. Upon the return of the blood-killing sovereign to the ancient city, he erupted into a furious roar, delivering a punch that obliterated the entire cityscape. The onlookers, their faces pale with fear, stared in disbelief at the blood-killing sovereign. Acutely aware of the ruthless retaliation recently executed by Lin Chen, which had proven to be utterly merciless, even the sovereigns of the three great races had suffered defeat. A chilling thought surged through the minds of the crowd. They urgently needed to send a message for reinforcements to eliminate Lin Chen and the emotionless fairy. The Dark Abyss sovereign's expression twisted in fury, flames spewing from his mouth as he inscribed a message to be transmitted to the headquarters of the three great races. Just as this fiery signal was about to traverse the void, the surrounding space suddenly shimmered with a layer of crystalline ice, as if it had transformed into a realm of perpetual winter. Even the sovereign's fiery message collided violently with this crystalline domain, shattering into fragments. The three sovereigns were momentarily taken aback. Before them appeared a palanquin resembling pure crystal, drawn by four colossal ice dragon serpents, each measuring thousands of meters in length. The dragons, standing upon crystalline lotus flowers, roared as they soared through the sky, leaving the multitude in a state of awe. For they had never encountered such a grandiose display of power. What kind of terrifying entity could possess such formidable energy? These were no ordinary beasts, but ancient WRMS of unparalleled might, capable of transforming into dragons. The presence of such otherworldly creatures pulling the carriage was a spectacle of immense significance. Even the sovereigns of the three great races felt a tinge of trepidation, clearly sensing the overwhelming force at play. If any of you dare to lay a hand on Lin Chen, I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise. A chilling voice emanated from the resplendent carriage. A ray of sunlight pierced through, causing the crystalline carriage to emit a dazzling brilliance of golden light. Who are you? The sovereign of the three great races barked in defiance. He is a target of pursuit for all three of our races. How dare you openly offer protection? Regardless of your identity or faction, no one can save him. The cold voice from within the crystalline dragon carriage resonated once more. Devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an air of superiority. He is my husband. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The revelation that this woman was Lin Chen's wife astonished all present. Whispers circulated about her formidable influence. Among the throng of onlookers, several prodigies suddenly recalled a certain woman, a mysterious figure known for her astonishingly rapid rise to power, revered as the ice goddess of the continent. The mixed heaven sect was no longer the same as it once was. Under the command of the Ice Emperor, who had just attained the status of a sovereign, even the ancient sovereigns of the Mixed Heaven sect had not opposed her, instead cooperating fully. The intricacies of this development were indeed intriguing. The expressions of the three sovereigns shifted, their earlier rage subsided, replaced by a profound realization. They began to comprehend the intricate connections at play, piecing together the crucial elements of the unfolding situation. The individuals in question quickly discerned the situation. Ice Emperor, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in matters concerning Lin Chen. After all, he merely saved your life once. The Emperor of the Celestial Royal Clan ominously stated that Lin Chen is regarded as the foremost lethal figure among our three great races. In comparison to Lin Chen, who truly holds greater significance in opposing our three races. The Emperor of the Dark Abyss coldly interjected, asserting that as a ruler, one must contemplate the larger picture. As the Ice Emperor of the Hengtian sect, you must be acutely aware of the associated pros and cons and the decisions that must be made. The voice emanating from within the crystalline dragon carriage indeed belonged to the Ice Emperor. The last time the Lin family faced annihilation, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged amidst the most potent public discourse, leaving all in disbelief. This woman possessed wisdom, unmatched beauty, and influence, having long since become a goddess in the hearts of many heroes. To win her favor is to attain everything in life. You are unworthy to compare yourselves to her. The Ice Emperor declared coldly, Should I witness any of you three committing acts detrimental to her, you are well aware of the consequences you would face. How audacious and presumptuous it is for a being of the great venerable realm to dare threaten a dignified emperor. Nonetheless, the reaction of the three great races was astonishing to many. Their expressions contorted into grimaces, teeth clenched, eyes ablaze with a murderous intent, clearly directed at Lin Chen. The three emperors found themselves powerless against this formidable woman of the great venerable level. Compelled to watch as the radiant crystalline dragon carriage soared into the distance beneath the sun's glaring light. Once the carriage had vanished from view, the three emperors collectively exhaled in relief, as if liberated from a great burden. Meanwhile, Luo Wuchang, whose demeanor had morphed into a sinister glare, could no longer contain himself. Yet, retaining a semblance of reason, he furiously exclaimed to the three elders, questioning why they would allow that insufferable woman to escape. How dare she be so arrogant? Believing our three races to be mere trifles, a mere sect of Hengtian? In unison, the three emperors turned to glare at Luo Wuchang, their eyes filled with malice, sending a chill coursing through his veins, compelling him to swallow the further insults he wished to hurl. The emperor of the celestial royal clan scornfully remarked, "You wretched insect. Understand your place. Even among our clan, should we wish to act against this woman, we must tread carefully. Do you think you are of any significance? You have brought shame upon our celestial royal clan." This single remark incited the emperor of the celestial royal clan to unleash his wrath upon Luo Wuchang. Luo Wuchang's countenance darkened ominously as he scanned the peculiar gazes of the over 1,000 onlookers, feeling a sharp pang in his heart as he cast a glowering glance at the indifferent, exquisite profile of Luo Qingyi beside him. Damn it, I care not anymore. Lin Chen, I, Luo Wuchang, will not let you off easily. After exhausting a full 7 days and nights, Lin Chen and his companions finally re-entered the tumultuous ancient domain. The chaos of the starry realm had settled like dust. Of course, Lin Chen's consciousness still harbored the ancient talisman inscribed with the 6-character incantation that sealed the fearsome beast, Tao Tai. Little did Lin Chen realize that he mistakenly believed that consuming the soul would not inflict significant harm. However, he never anticipated that, after losing half of his soul, his lifespan was being incessantly devoured from within. The bronze coffin, what malevolent design do you harbor against me? Suddenly, he recalled a voice that had echoed in his mind for 3 long years, warning him to exercise utmost caution regarding the bronze coffin and to keep his distance, lest he ultimately finds himself entombed within it. Could it be true, as that mysterious voice had suggested, that the bronze coffin had always intended to harm him? Yet, rather than allowing him to suffer in convoluted ways, why not let those around him end his life? After all, without the bronze coffin, Lin Chen would have perished countless times by now. Lin Chen, with a cold gaze fixed upon the bronze coffin, pondered, I have lost half my soul. Why does such a formidable evil energy emerge, continuously consuming my lifespan? The voice of the bronze coffin replied ominously, I did not assert that your soul's disappearance would not result in this. That is your essence. Evil is your true nature. Lin Chen erupted in fury. Do not speak such nonsense. If you seek to harm me, simply say the word and summon the madman Meng or the sea Taoist to confront me. I have no intention of killing you. In my eyes, you are not worthy of such an end, the bronze coffin retorted coldly. That old bald donkey has been peering at you from the chaotic star realm since your ascension to the divine law realm. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. The image of the good and evil great purification Buddha scrutinizing him surfacing in his mind. At that instant, a vivid memory emerged when he ascended to the divine law realm. A colossal eye formed from countless stars had been watching him from the heavens. Such a terrifying sight delivered an overwhelming shock to Lin Chen. To conjure such a spectacle of celestial bodies required an unimaginable surge of power. Could it be, as the bronze coffin suggested, that this was indeed the work of the good and evil great purification Buddha? Every cultivator is enticed by the allure of strength. In this world, the yearning for power is an addiction that resides in every heart. They crave immense strength, and this thought burgeons relentlessly within them. Ultimately, everything hinges upon one's own choices. The voice of the bronze coffin carried an air of enigma. Lin Chen's mind jolted back to reality, drenched in cold sweat, not solely from the revelation of the starry eye, but also from the unsettling words of the bronze coffin. Boss, are you all right? Cece inquired from the side. I'm fine, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. He gazed into the distance, aware that they were in a great mountain and still clueless about their precise coordinates within the chaotic ancient domain. Cece nodded, seemingly indifferent, then leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Boss, do you have feelings for the Heartless Fairy? I'll let you in on a secret. She might also be interested in you." Your luck with romance before Cece could finish. Lin Chen was about to express his irritation when a whip struck her rear. With a sudden leap, Cece sprang high into the air, clutching his backside and lamenting. "Who dares strike my derriere? It hurts like hell. I shall take vengeance. I was the one who struck you. Do you have any objections?" The Heartless Fairy, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, fixed her cold silver gaze upon the writhing Cece. The whip she wielded was imbued with formidable power, designed solely to inflict torment. Terrified, Cece fled in a panic, while the Heartless Fairy nonchalantly followed, occasionally unleashing her whip, producing chilling cries of agony in the process. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This spectacle undeniably lifted his spirits. However, at that moment, an unexpected disturbance occurred. A magical card within the illusory spirit realm began to tremble violently, emanating an ominous aura. Lin Chen's expression shifted in surprise. This card had been entrusted to him by the Lord of Hell. Once the card quaked, it would lead him to the lower scroll of the Eye of the Demon God, revealing his formidable adversary. The 8th chapter. Encountering the celestial tyrant. Once the card vibrated, Lin Chen recalled the words of the Lord of Hell, which implied that he could fully cultivate his Eye of the Demon God and unlock the 5th sea of consciousness. Blood Elder had once informed Lin Chen that if he used the Eye of the Demon God as the seed for his divine powers, its might would be extraordinary. The brilliance of his sacred vein body would soon manifest. With the power of his sacred vein body, bolstered by the opening of the 4 seas of consciousness and his immense magical prowess, Lin Chen had already stood tall among the elite. Should he unlock the 5th sea of consciousness, the strength he would wield would be monumental, a trace of energy, tracking through heaven and earth. Lin Chen retrieved the trembling magical card, pointed with his finger, and, through a connection of intent, began to discern the direction of its agitation. In the next moment, his gaze fixed upon the northern expanse. The card's guidance pointed that way. "Lin Chen, save me. Save me," Cece wailed as he rushed over. His body a canvas of lashes from the terrifying woman behind him, his mouth twitching in distress. "Enough," Lin Chen remarked, casting a serious glance at the Heartless Fairy trailing behind. "I have found a clue. We must head north immediately. We should encounter something significant." "Is it a stunning beauty?" Cece's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lin Chen shot him a warning look. "If you wish to continue evading pursuit, don't say I didn't warn you." He turned and sped toward the north, driven by an urgent desire to enhance his power. Though he had far surpassed the average great sage, he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the realm of the Void King. Time was slipping away. Only 3 years remained. Cece, witnessing the Heartless Fairy shudder, hastened to follow Lin Chen. The Heartless Fairy stood motionless, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, her silver eyes fixated on the fleeing Cece and Lin Chen. As for the inner confines of the chaotic ancient domain, Lin Chen remained uncertain of the powers that lay within. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that the individuals from the 3 major races were undoubtedly poised to unleash their wrath. Within the inner sanctum of the chaotic ancient domain, there existed a cohort intent on his demise. Thus, Lin Chen assumed a new guise, transforming into a prodigy of the Dark Clan. The deeper he ventured into the north, the more fervently the magic token within him resonated. The 6,000 demonic scriptures that comprised the reincarnation demon canon ranked among the foremost in the 10 major scriptures. Each harbored unfathomable power. It was akin to Lin Chen's mastery of the Heavenly Calamity Yama scripture. The Heavenly Calamity demon realm within him represented a once-feared arcane art that had shaken the heavens. How terrifying, then, would be the might of the top-ranked scripture. Moreover, a vague thought flickered in Lin Chen's mind. If he could consolidate all 6,000 scriptures into one, forming the terrifying divine ability of the reincarnation demon canon as spoken of by the Blood Elder, one could scarcely fathom the level of power he would achieve. After a full day and night of travel to the north, a tumultuous aura of chaos surged through the sky. Even Lin Chen, with his supreme saintly cultivation, felt the overwhelming dread of this chaotic energy. A mere whiff could disrupt one's mind and incite turmoil. The magic token within him vibrated violently, transmitting potent signals that confirmed to Lin Chen that the source of the token's agitation lay in this vicinity. As he surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. For they found themselves in a desolate wasteland, engulfed by swirling sands, chaotic and treacherous, hardly a place where one might conceal themselves. Even with Lin Chen's divine sense and penetrating vision, he could not discern any hidden threats. Lin Chen, in this forsaken place where not even a bird would alight. How could anyone be present? Sighed Shi, who had eagerly followed, hoping to encounter a few charming maidens, only to discover nothing but emptiness. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The intensity of the magic token's vibrations suggested that something significant was amiss. Just then, both Lin Chen and Shi's eyes widened as they swiftly concealed themselves, blending into the swirling sands, becoming nearly undetectable. A man, exuding a noxious aura, approached from the distant horizon, adorned with a centipede tattoo and radiating a sinister brilliance. His gaze was fierce and commanding, unmistakably marking him as someone of no ordinary stature. I am Bai Mingyuan, the esteemed disciple of the celestial centipede, true king. Open the barrier at once. The mysterious youth, Bai Mingyuan, revealed a jade tablet, upon which a vividly depicted centipede bore thousands of venomous legs, exuding a chilling demonic energy. Lin Chen could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering a disciple of a true king. Amidst the swirling sands, a booming sound heralded the emergence of a portal, emanating an ancient, forbidding light. Enter. Came the cold, detached command from within. Bai Mingyuan immediately bowed respectfully and stepped through the portal. After his entry, the portal did not vanish. Lin Chen's pupils narrowed slightly, and an overwhelming chill spread throughout his body. He had been locked onto by a formidable presence, exposing his location. Who dares to spy from within that portal? Once again, a voice resounded, laced with a murderous intent that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Chen felt an immense sense of peril, a life-threatening crisis looming over him. The figure within the portal possessed an unfathomable level of power. Merely being targeted instilled a deep-seated fear within Lin Chen. This is dire. He and Shi swiftly turned to flee. They could never contend with the person lurking within that portal. They were, after all, merely pawns. From the swirling sands emerged a middle-aged man, clad in coarse linen, his tattered hat perched atop his head, and his bare feet sinking into the yellow dunes. As he spoke, the terrifying figure within the portal fell silent, enveloped in stillness. The appearance of this individual momentarily stunned Lin Chen, for it was none other than the long-lost Emperor of Calamity. With this formidable presence now in play, Lin Chen and Shi revealed their forms, no longer concealing themselves. Respectful greetings, senior, they both bowed in unison to the Emperor of Calamity. Yet, Lin Chen was filled with perplexity. How could the Emperor be here? Let's dispense with idle chatter, the Emperor of Calamity said languidly. Lin Chen, the lower volume of the eye of the demon god lies within. I have more pressing matters to attend to, so you must venture into the seventh chamber alone. Lin Chen was taken aback, wanting to inquire further. But before he could utter another word, the Emperor's figure abruptly vanished from his sight, dissipating into the ether. Lin Chen gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath for the half-finished dialogue. However, he collected his thoughts and glanced at the portal that had opened from the sands. Damn it. It seems like there's no choice but to take the plunge. Without a second thought, Lin Chen, accompanied by Shi, stepped directly into the grand entrance. As they crossed the threshold, the portal swiftly sank into the yellow sands, vanishing from sight. Outside, the relentless sands howled, sending an icy chill through their hearts. Chapter 847. The mysterious auction. The sudden appearance of the Emperor of Calamity left Lin Chen in a state of confusion. Nonetheless, driven by the pursuit of the lower volume of the eye of the demon god, he ventured inside. Upon entering, he found himself in an entirely different realm. It was a palace, resplendent as if crafted from crystal, yet it was not mere glass. Rather, it was an assemblage of pure energy coalescing into crystalline scales. This opulent palace enveloped him in pure, invigorating energy, providing unparalleled comfort and enhancing his cultivation. Such extravagance was incomprehensible. The energy contained here, if entirely absorbed, would equate to the power of 10 dragon veins. Lin Chen was astounded. What monumental magnitude did the energy of 10 dragon veins represent? And this was merely the beginning. As he gazed deeper into the immense palace, he beheld a staggering 20 dragon veins entwined within an ancient grand formation, encircling a vast water pool. A series of dragon veins, all remarkably docile, continuously exhale waters as clear and brilliant as diamonds, which flow into waiting vessels. Numerous maidens diligently fill cups with this precious liquid, offering it to the guests that come and go. This exquisite elixir, having undergone a unique treatment by the enigmatic grand formation, is fragrant and delightful, akin to the finest vintage. A single cup promises to augment one's magical prowess by at least 10,000 dragons, a display of unparalleled luxury. Lin Chen was already astounded by the opulence of this mysterious realm, and this was merely the surface. He had yet to witness the profound depths that lay beyond. Within this grand palace, a multitude of figures had already gathered. Lin Chen immediately spotted a great sage and a grand master. And even those of the Tao diagram realm were present. For instance, the true king disciple who had entered moments ago was surrounded by a throng of admirers, bowing and flattering him. A great sage, whose master was a true king, was reduced to being a companion to others in this enigmatic palace. What then? Of the other youths? She felt her pores nearly burst with anxiety. Lin Chen, this place is perilous. There are numerous formidable beings here, and I feel a constant threat of death looming over us. Lin Chen nodded. The assembly comprised a collection of exceptional youths. Each one, should they be revealed, would undeniably be hailed as a prodigy. At present, at least several dozen were gathered. Lin Chen cast a casual glance at one youth, who bore peculiar bone wings. Each bone radiated a pure, overwhelming power that, once unleashed, would be cataclysmic. This youth was also a great sage, and notably, of the mid-tier. What manner of place is this, to attract such a multitude of prodigies, a power I have never heard of before? Lin Chen pondered. His unexpected entry into this realm truly left him astounded. At that moment, a young figure appeared abruptly. This youth was enveloped in a subtle aura of demonic energy, harboring an immense, unfathomable power within, akin to a sovereign among mortals, exuding an air of formidable authority. He approached as if surrounded by the stars, with a throng of great sage-level prodigies encircling him. Among his entourage were a dozen or so female cultivators, strikingly beautiful, with figures that were alluringly provocative, dressed in revealing attire that accentuated their deep décolletage, their eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. She was immediately entranced, her mouth agape in awe. This youth, cloaked in an almost imperceptible demonic aura, turned out to be a grand master. Simultaneously, 3 or 4 other young figures also entered the palace, each akin to stars gathered around a moon. One of them, ablaze with flames, exhibited an extraordinary ability to expand and contract the fire with every movement. His cultivation level also a grandmaster. Another wore a unique robe woven from immaculate white feathers. This youth was exceptionally handsome, his face bearing a subtle aloofness that drew attention irresistibly. What captivated Lin Chen the most was the feathered robe worn by the young man, which emitted an aura that felt like 1,000 needles piercing into one's skin. It was an artifact of significant power. The other 2 youths present were of the esteemed great venerable rank. This revelation intensified the atmosphere, as the gathering now boasted 4 or 5 young great venerables, instilling an inexplicable pressure within Lin Chen. Previously, he had felt like a frog at the bottom of a well in the sacred spirit continent. Now, stepping into this mysterious hall, he was confronted with the presence of multiple young prodigies of the great venerable caliber, figures far beyond his reach. He was merely a super great sage at this moment. She grew increasingly exhilarated, her eyes darting about. Oh my goodness, this place is akin to paradise. So many beautiful women, each clad in scant attire. I almost wish I could help them remove their garments. Isn't it hot here? Lin Chen shot her a disapproving glance, but became even more cautious. This venue was teeming with hidden talents. Among the prodigies, great venerables had appeared, along with potentially even more formidable entities lurking within the palace. Haha, Lin Chen, can you not change out of that ostentatious outfit? Who are you trying to impress? The fiery young great venerable teased the one in the feathered robe. Lin Chen responded with a composed smile, exuding elegance. Well, can you possibly part ways with your entourage of 13 beauties? Accompanying so many, do you truly believe you can win over the Ice Emperor? The mention of the Ice Emperor piqued Lin Chen's curiosity, yet he chose to remain discreet amidst the brewing tension, opting instead to glean valuable information from their conversation. Haha. Lin Chen, your words ring true. Just based on Yanhai's attire, the Ice Emperor wouldn't even spare him a glance. A young man shrouded in dark energy grinned wickedly. But my brother, Imo Shang, is determined to win her favor. What of it, Imo Shang? The Ice Emperor may not even fancy your brother, Yanhai retorted nonchalantly. As long as I capture the Ice Emperor's heart, I can easily cast aside those 13 weeds. Upon hearing Yanhai's declaration, Imo Shang burst into hearty laughter, accompanied by his dozen or so graceful companions, whose elegant forms accentuated their charm. Lin Chen, truth be told, are you not envious of me? The surrounding prodigies erupted in laughter, while several female cultivators could not help but scoff, their eyes nonetheless sparkling with allure. This spectacle was a first for Lin Chen. The actions of these individuals, characterized by unparalleled opulence, using dragon veins for revelry, were utterly incomprehensible to the prodigies of the sacred spirit continent. Shishi was practically drooling, eager to join the fray. However, at that moment, an elder in a black robe suddenly materialized within the palace, announcing, "The auction is about to commence. Please enter." Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that the myriad of enigmatic figures gathered within the mysterious ice palace was for the purpose of an auction. However, this revelation filled him with a sense of dread, for it became apparent that such immense forces were concealed within the realm of the Holy Spirit continent. Among the current elite of various factions, how many had truly ascended to the Grand Sovereign Realm, or had a true king as their mentor? Lin Chen had no doubt that even an inconspicuous individual here would wield significant influence on the Holy Spirit continent. As the mysterious elder began to speak, the entire hall fell into an immediate silence. Even the esteemed prodigies at the Grand Sovereign level were no exception. The elder in black robes nodded slightly, casting an almost imperceptible glance at Lin Chen. Of course, Lin Chen remained completely oblivious to this. Initially, Lin Chen assumed that all the individuals in the hall had already gathered, yet unexpectedly, formidable beings began to materialize, each one surpassing the Grand Sovereign level. They were shrouded in secrecy, evading detection. The number of experts that appeared exceeded 50, under the guidance of the crowd. It did not take long before they arrived at the depths of this enigmatic palace. Upon arrival, Lin Chen felt a more intense vibration from the magic token within him. This potent premonition unmistakably indicated to Lin Chen that the specific location of the eye of the demon god lay deep within this palace. In a mere moment, a vast auction arena emerged before Lin Chen and Cece. The entire venue was enveloped in an atmosphere of somber tranquility, with a beam of light piercing through like dawn onto a grand platform. Below, there were 400 to 500 seats, each flickering with a serene glow amidst the darkness. Lin Chen immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of each seat, which possessed a refreshing coolness that invigorated the spirit and enhanced one's cultivation. Moreover, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Inhaling this aroma made one feel as if they were floating on clouds, invigorating their internal energy and calming their mind. This was the legendary dragon spittle incense, a rare treasure particularly beneficial for mental cultivation. As the figures from the Crystal Palace arrived, a multitude of attendants and maidens poured forth from the tranquil auction hall. The attendants and maidens led the way, as the path within the auction hall diverged into two routes, one ascending to luxurious boxes impervious to even the most penetrating of divine senses, and the other descending to the public area. Prodigies and powerful cultivators conversed merrily as they made their way toward the auction venue. Even the individual Lin Chen had previously encountered, who was under the tutelage of a true king, could only enter the hall, displaying no signs of discontent. The unfolding scene was far from singular. Many beings of the Void King level could likewise only access the hall. As for the distinguished individuals of great renown, they approached the VIP box above with smiles adorning their faces. Each of them bore an invitation, the extravagance of which signified their seating and status within the box. Lin Chen and Shishi advanced forward, initially intending to descend into the grand hall below, where no invitation was required. However, as he approached, the magic token within him began to resonate with increasing intensity, seemingly drawn towards a particular VIP suite above. Upon noticing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Casting a focused glance towards the esteemed chamber, he hesitated to make an entry, knowing that doing so without proper means would be a breach of decorum. Yet, The fervent tremors of the magic token suggested that even a moment's distraction could expose his intentions. From his discreet observations, he discerned that the figures within the VIP suite were all of formidable pedigree and exceptional cultivation. At that moment, a youthful prodigy of great stature expressed discontent from behind Lin Chen, questioning his fixation on the VIP chamber. What are you hesitating for? Even if you were to wait 100 or 1,000 years, you would still lack the qualification to enter that esteemed room. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the imposing figure behind him, an individual from one of the myriad races of the human realm, adorned with golden horns that radiated a formidable power, unmistakably indicative of his high cultivation. She shot him a disdainful look, yet chose to remain silent, understanding the importance of discretion. In contrast, Lin Chen turned to the guard at the entrance and inquired courteously, "Might I ask what conditions one must fulfill to gain entry into the VIP suite?" This question rendered the guard momentarily speechless, clearly unaccustomed to such inquiries. Laughter erupted from the prodigies behind Lin Chen, their expressions rife with mockery. Which elder taught this apprentice such ignorance of etiquette? One scoffed, "What an amusing little fellow to pose such a naive question. If the elder Ming were present, he might very well render this young lad immobile." Another chimed in, "This VIP chamber is not a place one can simply enter at will. Youngster, it would be wise to proceed to the grand hall instead. Angering the prominent figures here could bring you untold misery." Voices of derision, scorn, and misguided advice filled the air. Throughout this, Lin Chen maintained an unwavering composure, while she exuded an air of arrogance, as if to proclaim her superiority. The guard, taken aback, struggled to formulate a response, fully aware that only those with substantial backgrounds could gain access to the resplendent crystal hall, and he had no desire to provoke such individuals. At that juncture, a languid voice emanated from within the VIP suite. "If you wish to ascend, it is not impossible. Simply kneel before me and proclaim 10 times, 'Ice Emperor.' The Master of Flame has taken notice of you, and I shall grant you passage into the VIP room." The powerful figure, surrounded by 13 enchanting maidens, spoke with audacious disregard. Laughter erupted among the gathered prodigies, each reveling in the spectacle. Cece's hair stood on end, and a terrifying killing intent began to brew on her face. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed, his expression as tranquil as a gentle breeze. This slight humiliation was of little consequence. "Young brother, do not heed the words of this Yen Hai," a voice imbued with demonic energy echoed down. "However, you must understand the distinction between great figures and insignificant ones." The speaker was none other than the formidable Mo Sheng. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly at the mention of great and small figures. Chapter 849. A clash of wits. The leader dismissed them with indifference. They were merely a motley crew. Sooner or later, Lord Shi would make them pay dearly, especially that Yen Hai, who shamelessly surrounded himself with 13 beauties. "I shall seize them all," Cece declared through gritted teeth, directing her ire at Lin Chen. Lin Chen patted Cece's shoulder, squinting upward, secretly casting a spell to suppress the vibrating demonic emblem. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chen turned and stepped into the grand hall, choosing a secluded spot to sit down with an expression of calm neutrality. Laughter erupted throughout the room, filled with derision and contempt. The attendees had grown accustomed to the oppression of power and strength, relishing the feeling of superiority that compelled them to flock to such gatherings. "I thought this lad might stir up some excitement to alleviate my boredom, but it seems he lacks the guts and has retreated," Yen Hai scoffed, his voice crystal clear, piercing Lin Chen's ears like a dagger. In the VIP room, Mo Sheng smiled faintly. "Brother Yen Hai, there is no need to concern ourselves with such minor figures. I trust that it won't be long before the Ice Emperor makes her appearance." Yen Hai laughed heartily. "This time, it will truly be interesting, as both Qian Yu and your brother, along with a few reserved gentlemen, are all vying for the Ice Emperor's attention." The subjects of discussion between the two renowned figures were far beyond the comprehension of the lesser talents below. They dared not to speak of the mysterious, powerful, and beautiful Ice Emperor, for such discussions could lead to their utter destruction. However, Lin Chen slightly raised an eyebrow, pondering who the Ice Emperor truly was. The atmosphere was electric, with attendees fervently discussing the enigmatic auction. The terms Lin Chen overheard were far removed from the esteemed figures such as Yen Hai, Mo Sheng, Qian Yu, and, of course, the Ice Emperor. Countless VIP boxes were concealed within the dark expanse above, Yet Lin Chen's instincts told him that even the true kings of this realm were likely participating in this mysterious auction. At that moment, an elder cloaked in black suddenly materialized beneath the beam of light on the stage, his eyes glowing like ghostly flames, sending chills down the spines of many. This is the first auction ever held, and the rules are simple. The highest bidder wins. Physical confrontations are strictly forbidden at the auction. The items for trade will naturally be exchanged as barter, the elder's hoarse voice intoned, imbued with a peculiar enchantment that compelled all to listen and, instinctively, to comply. The venerable figure clad in black robes possesses an immense power, exuding an aura that profoundly influences the minds of those around him, guiding their thoughts to align with his own. As he gathers a multitude of distinguished individuals through the exchange of treasures, Lin Chen finds himself intrigued, eager to discover the rare artifacts that may be unveiled. His own collection of magical instruments is already substantial, and the acquisition of the starry secret technique and the quasi-Taoist artifacts holds immense value. As the first item of the auction is presented, the black-robed elder extends his withered hand, revealing a peculiar brocade box. Within lies the Dragon King's celestial pearl, a treasure renowned for its ability to aid its host in absorbing dragon chi and refining an unparalleled dragon physique. Upon the elder's introduction, the box opens spontaneously, unleashing a dazzling radiance that engulfs the mysterious auction venue. The resounding roar of a dragon reverberates throughout the space as a fist-sized, lustrous pearl reveals a vivid Dragon King's phantom, gracefully soaring within, occasionally unleashing a fearsome roar, exuding an imposing majesty. With the appearance of this pearl, the atmosphere becomes fervent. The Dragon King's celestial pearl, a marvel of such caliber, has indeed graced this gathering. It possesses the potential to absorb the dragon chi from the ethereal dragon realm, potentially establishing a link with the long-lost dragon domain of antiquity, yielding untold advantages. Lin Chen is resolute in his determination to acquire this pearl, envisioning its power to refine an unparalleled dragon form, almost capable of transforming into a humanoid entity to wreak havoc. The fervor in the room escalates, and bids begin to soar. 1 top-quality Imperial artifact. 10 top-quality Imperial artifacts. Take those home to play in the mud. I bid 30 top-quality Imperial artifacts. I offer 2 supreme artifacts. A robust voice emanates from a private chamber, evoking the grandeur of a colossal mountain descending upon the gathering. As he speaks, silence envelopes the room, and no one dares to counter his offer. The black-robed elder counts down, and the Dragon King's celestial pearl is promptly exchanged with the eminent figure in the private chamber, resulting in the acquisition of 2 supreme artifacts. The second item for auction is the 9 transformation golden pill. The elder reveals another brocade box, his voice raspy yet resonant. The 9 transformation golden pill is a pinnacle-level elixir of the Great Venerable, with its 9 transformative effects. A peak Great Sage has a 1 in 9 chance of breaking through to the Great Venerable level. The attendees erupt with fervor, and even Lin Chen can no longer remain composed. Even a 1 in 9 chance is worth seizing. He muses, maintaining a calm demeanor while resolving to secure the 9 transformation golden pill. I bid 10 top-quality Imperial artifacts. I offer 3 supreme artifacts. 3. I raise it to 5. This 9 transformation golden pill is mine. Laughter erupts as someone proclaims, I bid 8 supreme artifacts. Let us see who dares to compete with me. With the declaration of 8 supreme artifacts, many voices quiet down. Finally, Lin Chen speaks up, his tone cool and detached. This is the starry secret technique, known as the starry inch fist, a formidable power surpassing all other Taoist arts. I bid for this. Lin Chen flipped his left hand, and a jade slip emanating an ancient starlight materialized in his grasp. The slip radiated an extraordinarily sharp aura, clearly indicating the formidable power contained within, on the verge of manifesting into a tangible divine ability. The moment this artifact appeared, the expressions of the young prodigies around him were filled with astonishment. How did this individual acquire such a treasure of celestial art? My heavens, the celestial art can only be unearthed amidst the stars and the void. How could he possess it? It seems we have vastly underestimated him. This individual undoubtedly has a significant background and considerable influence. The prodigies murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Lin Chen now devoid of previous disdain, replaced instead with a newfound reverence. Oh, the celestial art! Who would have thought he possessed such a thing? Yin Hai mused thoughtfully from the opulent VIP box. The elder in the black robe, upon witnessing Lin Chen's celestial art, swiftly moved, seizing it in an instant. After a brief examination with his divine sense, he returned it to Lin Chen and promptly resumed his position at the auction table. This entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it is the celestial art, the elder stated calmly. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bid? Many attendees hesitated, their expressions conflicted. Although the 9-turn golden Dan drew their interest, they understood that numerous other treasures would follow. Spending a significant fortune on a single 9-turn golden Dan seemed unwise. Lin Chen surveyed the crowd's reactions and instantly grasped his advantageous position. I offer 2 supreme techniques. A woman's voice resonated coldly, devoid of any warmth. Is someone competing with me? Lin Chen was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he declared, 2 celestial arts. For supreme techniques, the woman continued unfazed. 5 celestial arts. 10 supreme techniques. Lin Chen felt that this woman was clearly targeting him. Her willingness to bid such an outrageous sum for 10 supreme techniques was almost absurd. What had he done to provoke her? As he contemplated this, Lin Chen could only glare resentfully at the 9-turn golden Dan. The value of 5 celestial arts far surpassed that of the Dan. He had merely been competing fiercely with this woman, only to discover that she was far more ruthless. A profound silence enveloped the room, and for reasons unknown, not a single person spoke. Even Yin Hai and Mo Shang, who had previously mocked Lin Chen, chose to remain silent. Lin Chen could only watch in frustration as the 9-turn golden Dan was auctioned off. Don't worry, boss, she quickly reassured him. I believe this woman is deliberately trying to provoke you. Once the auction concludes, I will employ my charms to help you reclaim your prize. Lin Chen shot Shishi an exasperated glance, subtly glancing upward. Was this mysterious woman truly targeting him? Chapter 850. Kneeling and apologizing. The third auction item was rather peculiar, resembling a hand. The elder in the black robe presented it, stating, I have refined this hand with the true king's fire, yet it remains impervious, showing no signs of harm. I suspect this hand is undoubtedly a treasure of great significance. As the box was opened, a hand resembling jade emerged, radiating a gentle white light amidst the enveloping darkness. Yet, there was no discernible energy or magical aura emanating from it. The appearance of such a hand extinguished the hopes of many present. However, within Lin Chen's heart, a tempest of emotions surged. This hand did not belong to anyone else, but was indeed the hand of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. The demoness had once revealed to Lin Chen that before his demise, the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign possessed a celestial abode, within which lay all the treasures amassed during his lifetime. Should Lin Chen acquire these treasures, he would effectively inherit the true legacy of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. The opulence of the treasures within that celestial abode was beyond Lin Chen's imagination. There were a total of 9 keys, each corresponding to the body of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. Now, before him lay this hand. Despite its seemingly trivial nature, bidding commenced. However, the offers were meager. Lin Chen, regaining his composure, announced, 1 supreme imperial artifact. The mention of a supreme imperial artifact immediately silenced many would-be bidders. 2 supreme imperial artifacts. A cold female voice echoed from the VIP room. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, as they suddenly realized that the esteemed figure in the VIP room seemed particularly interested in Lin Chen. As the bidding continued, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, stating, 10 supreme imperial artifacts. Although he remained unaware of the identity of his rival, he was resolute in his determination to obtain the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign's hand. The inheritance from the celestial abode would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. 20 supreme imperial artifacts. 30 supreme imperial artifacts, Lin Chen declared assertively. The crowd was left speechless. The price for this seemingly useless hand had escalated to such heights. This audacious youth dared to challenge the powerful figure in the VIP room. Cici, unable to contain her frustration, shouted towards the VIP room, which audacious woman dares to compete with our leader for this? Lin Chen swiftly pressed down on Cici's head, admonishing her to be quiet. However, her outburst was heard clearly by all. The crowd was astonished by this fellow's boldness to roar at the figures in the VIP room. Such audacity, a voice from above sneered. Just a beast, daring to roar here. Someone, kill it on the spot. Let us see who dares. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with a fierce light, piercing towards the VIP room occupied by the powerful figure. Though he remained unfazed, It did not imply fear of the elite present, even those of the great sovereign level. Fighting is prohibited within the auction hall. Violators will be executed, croaked the elderly auctioneer from the stage, sending a chill down the spines of many. Humph, I'll spare you for now, the powerful figure disdainfully retorted. Today is indeed amusing. I have encountered individuals unafraid of death, yet none quite like the two of you. Yan Hai's laughter echoed, imbued with a tone of mockery. Lin Chenyu's voice resonated, urging, you two should take care of yourselves. Make the most of your remaining time. Her roar proclaimed that no one could safeguard them now. Laced with a sense of regret, the her she referred to was evidently the prominent figure in the auction house, the very individual who had just bid alongside Lin Chen. Even the most distinguished talents were deferential in their speech towards her, highlighting her elevated status. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed. After casting a fierce glare at Cece, he spoke nonchalantly, one piece of a quasi-Dao artifact. Upon his utterance, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A quasi-Dao artifact? What a jest! In this realm, such artifacts held a lofty position, and their scarcity was well known. In the Holy Spirit continent, one would scarcely witness the auctioning of quasi-Dao artifacts. Even the average Void King had never possessed one. Yet this young man boldly proposed such a bid. Oh, he possesses a modicum of capital, Yan Hai remarked, momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's audacity. This lad is quite arrogant, quipped Mo Sheng, his voice tinged with mischief. However, his actions are bound to attract my brother's attention. It was audacious for this fellow to have his pet insult her. Yan Hai, Lin Chenyu, and several other prodigies erupted in laughter. Two quasi-Dao artifacts. A voice resounded from the VIP room once more. Yet Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It was not the woman's voice, but that of a man, whose tone bore an air of indifference, as if he regarded the two quasi-Dao artifacts with utter disdain. His words incited a flurry of discussions among the onlookers, their faces etched with reverence and trepidation. This unexpected intervention posed a dilemma for Lin Chen, as being targeted by the demon prince would undoubtedly complicate matters. After all, the audacity of his pet to insult such a dignitary was bound to incite the wrath of numerous talents. The demon prince, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Cece whispered beside him, Lin Chen, have I caused you trouble? Lin Chen shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, what do you think? I remain composed, yet you seem agitated. Cece sheepishly twirled his hair, remarking, that woman is fixated on you. I thought she had an interest in you. I must keep an eye on you for the sake of my sisters. 3 quasi-Dao artifacts, Lin Chen resolutely asserted, exuding an overwhelming aura. 6 quasi-Dao artifacts. The figure known as the Demon Prince interjected once more, his bid doubling Lin Chen's. Even Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. 6 quasi-Dao artifacts? This fellow must be out of his mind. To contend with him, he proposed a price of 6 quasi-Dao artifacts. Lin Chen possessed over 100 celestial secret techniques and 3 acquired quasi-Dao artifacts, his entire fortune. Although substantial, he was reluctant to part with it all at once, leading him to hesitate. At that moment, the demon child spoke again, stating that if one were to kneel and apologize to the Ice Emperor, he would refrain from bidding against them and ensure that the palm was entirely theirs. However, should one refuse, they would need to cherish every moment of their breath. With a blend of softness and strength, he threatened Lin Chen, suggesting that a mere apology could yield benefits akin to possessing 6 semi-divine artifacts. From any perspective, the elites within the Grand Hall believed Lin Chen was receiving a boon. After all, who provoked his pet to insult him? At that instant, everyone felt that the demon child was being lenient towards Lin Chen. It was merely an intimidating tactic to force an apology. Shishi's expression turned furious, wishing to unleash her fury and tear the man above to shreds. Nevertheless, Lin Chen intervened. At this moment, Lin Chen recalled a lesson from Uncle Yun Lin when he imparted the ancient art of hidden slaughter, mentioning that a true assassin is adept at patience and delivering a lethal strike. Was kneeling truly such a great humiliation? Especially when he could effortlessly obtain the palm of this demon lord. The worst outcome would be to appear worthless in the eyes of others. Why should he concern himself with their opinions? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes as he began to bend his legs. Chapter 851. Tension mounts. All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen's every move, as if his kneeling would elicit their cheers and applause. For figures of their stature, acquiring what commoners could not was exceedingly easy. Instead, they found amusement in witnessing others' humiliation, a perverse mindset. As Lin Chen's knees bent, he squatted down and, with a smile, declared, "Do you think I would kneel just for this? Let me be clear. If I desire this object, it shall undoubtedly be mine." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lin Chen was the most audacious individual they had ever encountered. His cultivation level, indicative of a great sage, showcased the extraordinary background he possessed. How could he dare to act so arrogantly towards such a significant figure? It was truly a display of ignorance towards the consequences of death. Indeed, Lin Chen was wary of the elites within the VIP room. One could only imagine the magnitude of their backgrounds. Semi-divine artifacts were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Even a Void King may not possess such artifacts. Although Lin Chen had encountered many representatives from the lower realms who wielded semi-divine artifacts, they were different. Each represented their race's every action on the continent. Among their races, it was essential to present themselves with grandeur. This indirectly indicated that the individuals within the VIP room had even more formidable backgrounds than those elite representatives. Figures such as Yan Hai and Ling Qinyu fell into a deep silence, for they had never anticipated such reckless audacity from this young man. It was a foolish kind of arrogance. Suddenly, the demon beast bellowed, exuding a murderous aura. Lin Chen maintained an expression of indifference, directly ignoring the demon beast. Let him feel the tremor of the magic card. Among these prodigies, neither the demon nor the others are to be considered. According to Lin Chen's analysis, the most likely candidates are this demon child and that enigmatic woman. The voice of the demon child remained indifferent yet audacious, proclaiming, "In that case, I shall bid 6 pieces of quasi-Dao artifacts for this palm. It's mine." Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The price of 6 quasi-Dao artifacts was beyond his current means. Since the other party would not let him off the hook, why not play along? He could seize this palm later. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 7 pieces of quasi-Dao artifacts. The cold voice of the mysterious woman reverberated through the air. Upon her utterance, Lin Chen and the other prodigies were momentarily stunned. What was her intention? Previously targeting Lin Chen, she now set her sights on the demon child. The demon child, equally taken aback, replied, "Since Ice Empress, you desire this item, why not allow me to procure it for you? You need not spend your resources," the Ice Empress retorted coldly. "I shall acquire this treasure myself." Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the demon child's lavishness. To appease the Ice Empress, he was indeed generous. To offer 6 quasi-Dao artifacts so readily, what kind of formidable figure was he? "I do not covet the possessions of others," the woman known as the Ice Empress stated frostily, a voice that struck Lin Chen as oddly familiar. Yet, he dismissed the thought. The conflict between this mysterious woman and the demon child brought him a sense of satisfaction. Unfazed by her icy rejection, the demon child declared, "Since the Ice Empress treasures this artifact, I shall withdraw from bidding. This treasure belongs to you." With the demon child's exit, the other prodigies also refrained from bidding. Thus, the palm of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign was secured by the Ice Empress. This development left Lin Chen with a slight headache. He would have to confront the Ice Empress to acquire that palm. Truly a hassle. The auction continued unabated, showcasing a plethora of treasures, each more extravagant than the last. The prices soared, with Yan Hai and Ling Qinyu competing fiercely for a unique quasi-Dao artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a lower-grade Dao artifact. This extraordinary capability ignited a fierce clash between the two prodigies, their exchanged treasures igniting envy among onlookers. Ultimately, the artifact fell into Yan Hai's possession, who then acquired a sword formation comprising 8 quasi-Dao artifacts, its might rivaling that of deities. The subsequent item presented at the auction was peculiar. The hoarse voice of the elder in the black robe announced, "This is a fragment of the chaotic celestial sea map, linked to a certain forbidden area. I believe all present are aware of the significance of the chaotic celestial sea 3 years hence. Its value is immeasurable. The decision now rests with you." In the elder's hand materialized a map resembling a vast ocean, depicting numerous regions. Lin Chen's pupils constricted immediately. The chaotic celestial sea, where his father was trapped. Regardless of the map's potential assistance to Lin Chen, it was an essential possession he must obtain, for its connection to his father's plight was undeniable. 3 exquisite imperial artifacts, 5 exquisite imperial artifacts, 8 exquisite imperial artifacts. Many illustrious individuals present are aware that 3 years hence, amidst the chaotic celestial seas, a significant upheaval shall transpire. However, The fragmented map in question fails to convey much, prompting cautious bidding that yields no substantial offers. The two celestial secret arts, Lin Chen intoned solemnly. Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Indeed, the two celestial secret arts represent a treasure of immense value. I offer a body of the Mercury Centipede clan, at the saint level, aged over 10,000 years, Imo Sheng remarked coldly, his tone laced with a hint of derision, seemingly targeting Lin Chen. The Mercury Centipede clan is a race among the myriad beings of the heavens, possessing bodies akin to Mercury, infused with potent toxins. Yet, this very essence serves as a principal ingredient for crafting unparalleled divine elixirs, rendering it exceedingly precious, though often difficult to procure. Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance. 8 celestial secret arts. Imo Sheng was momentarily rendered speechless. This fellow cannot truly be so audacious. Nevertheless, he held the esteemed title of the demon son's brother, a being of considerable stature, and was poised to bid higher. However, to his astonishment, the demon son interjected 5 quasi-Dao artifacts. Instantly, an icy chill erupted in Lin Chen's gaze. This matter concerning the fragmented map was intimately linked to his father, and these two individuals dared to engage him in such trivial banter. Did they truly believe Lin Chen was an easy target? Beside him, Cici seethed with rage, wishing fervently to confront those two rascals. Oh, so you cannot afford 6 quasi-Dao artifacts? Imo Sheng's voice dripped with scorn. Weren't you just brimming with arrogance? A mere insignificant cultivator presuming to act so brazenly. Truly, you must be tired of living. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Do not feign superiority. You are but an insignificant insect. I offer 100 celestial secret arts, Lin Chen declared boldly, causing an uproar throughout the hall. 100 celestial secret arts. What was the origin of this individual? Not only did the audience erupt in astonishment, but even the esteemed figures in the VIP chamber exhibited profound shock. 100 celestial secret arts encompassed such vast resources that even they could not muster it. Lin Chen's sneer persisted. To provoke him leads to such consequences. Yet, Imo Sheng's voice resonated once more, a low-grade Dao artifact. Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly, producing a crisp sound of collision. Chapter 852, The Eye of the Demon God, Part 2. This mysterious auction convenes individuals of dubious provenance, wealthy magnates, and figures of great influence. Lin Chen could wager with utmost certainty that they were not from the Holy Spirit continent. Yet one among them had audaciously named a low-grade Dao artifact. How could these individuals possess such wealth, merely intending to humiliate him? Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid. The value of a low-grade Dao artifact far exceeded what he could bear. If you can offer a price exceeding this, then I shall bestow this item upon you. Within the confines of the VIP lounge, the unremarkable voice of the demon son resonated, as if relinquishing the inferior artifact was of little consequence to him. Lin Chen relaxed his clenched fist, acknowledging, "You are indeed formidable. This map rightfully belongs to you." Immediately, the voice of Imo Sheng, laced with subtle derision, echoed, "I had thought you possessed substantial capital to dare challenge my brother. Yet, in essence, you are merely a minor character." Yin Hai laughed heartily, remarking, "Brother Imo Mia, your dominance remains as ever. Simply declaring the inferior artifact speaks volumes. Truly, only you shine brightest among us." The duo, Imo Sheng and Imo Mia, were brothers. Lin Chen's gaze darkened. The matter of the map was intertwined with his father's affairs. The individual known as the demon son had imposed such oppression upon him. This grudge must be avenged, for he needed to acquire the map. "What is the highest bid for a mere inferior artifact?" inquired the elderly figure in a black robe, choosing to disregard the exchange between Imo Sheng and Lin Chen. A profound silence enveloped the room. The price of an inferior artifact was indeed exorbitant. 2 inferior artifacts, a cold, icy voice reverberated, akin to thunder, shattering the stillness in the hearts of those present. The notion of purchasing such a trinket with 2 inferior artifacts left even Lin Chen momentarily stunned, an inexplicable sensation surging within him. This enigmatic woman seemed to relish in contradicting others. Previously, she had silenced Imo Sheng's bid. Was she to be the final reckoning for him in his quest to procure that item? In an instant, the voices of numerous prodigies fell silent, for even they could not fathom the situation. Even the illustrious voice of the demon son was silenced. As anticipated, The chaotic map of the heavenly sea was acquired by the demon son at the exorbitant price of 2 inferior artifacts, leaving countless observers in disbelief. And a sense of absurdity lingered. Could that man truly possess wealth to disperse so casually? Regardless, the map, along with the 2 inferior artifacts, was secured by this mysterious woman. The auction proceeded, treasures presented one after another. Various esteemed factions of prodigies actively participated, their amassed fortunes astonishing, creating a sensational stir throughout the Holy Spirit continent. Finally, the last item of the auction was concluded. The elderly figure in the black robe, his voice hoarse, declared, "This auction has been successfully completed. Please feel free to roam within the palace, where a variety of exquisite delicacies are prepared. In 3 hours' time, the host shall make an appearance." The crowd dispersed in an instant. Led by attendants and maidens, Lin Chen and the others returned to the grand hall. At that moment, the hall was adorned with luxurious seating and an abundance of rare delicacies, resembling an extravagant celebration. Numerous exotic women, adorned in revealing attire that showcased their alabaster skin, danced alluringly within the hall, their movements brimming with seduction, smiles playing upon their lips, captivating the gazes of several prodigies. Indeed, many of them approached the dancers, indulging in playful banter and flirtation. The dancers offered no resistance, as if they had been preordained for this moment. As Lin Chen and Shishi emerged, they immediately sensed several powerful gazes fixated upon them. "Boss, what should we do?" Shishi's expression tightened, a surge of killing intent brewing within. Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, his demeanor calm. They dared not act against him now. "It's not a big deal." Shishi's murderous glare began to recede, though it did not diminish in intensity. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for those arrogant individuals, particularly for Mo Sheng, who flaunted his embrace of 13 beauties with an infuriating air of superiority. This brother, he mused, upon closer inspection, was indeed a striking figure, a personage of considerable influence. "Pray tell, from what faction do you hail?" Yan Hai approached, head held high, exuding an aura of dominance. His words dripped with sarcasm. Several distinguished prodigies began to converge upon Lin Chen, utterly dismissing him. It was laughable to presume that his cultivation level could hint at any significant backing. Among their peers, prodigies of their caliber were exceptionally rare within the human realm. Lin Chen chose to ignore them entirely. At that moment, Mo Sheng appeared, proudly displaying a gaze that pierced like daggers. "You're quite audacious, daring to challenge even my brother's brilliance. It seems you are courting death." Lin Chen cast a disinterested glance at Mo Sheng, retorting, "I have no quarrel with anyone. I merely wish to purchase what I need. Yet it is you who insist on inflating the prices against me." "Inflating prices? You hold yourself in far too high regard." Mo Sheng scoffed, disdain etched on his face. "To us, you are nothing but refuse." The other prodigies erupted into raucous laughter, viewing Lin Chen as mere detritus, a fool ignorant of his own insignificance. Why bother with him? A detached voice resonated. A young man, clad in plain attire yet possessing eyes as dark as ink, drew attention. His presence was overwhelmingly powerful, affecting even the other prodigies. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed sharply, for at that moment, the demonic card within him began to tremble violently, its frequency alarmingly intense, as if it might burst forth at any moment. He quickly unleashed his magical seal to suppress it, employing his holy might without hesitation. This individual bore the lower scroll of the Eye of the Demon God. Lin Chen immediately discerned the implications, a chill creeping into his gaze. However, he sensed that this man's cultivation was unfathomable, igniting a profound sense of danger within him. None of the figures before him instilled confidence. They were all formidable beings. With the lower scroll of the Eye of the Demon God residing within this young man, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed further. How could he possibly acquire it? The thought left him with a slight headache. No wonder the Celestial Emperor had urged him to enter. It turned out that the lower scroll of the Eye of the Demon God was indeed held by this demonic youth. What strategy should one devise to procure the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God? In the 853rd chapter, Lin Chen was confronted by Mo Sheng, who coldly declared, "We shall settle our accounts slowly." At that moment, a mysterious black sheen glimmered in his eyes, deep and profound, as if drawing one into an unfathomable abyss. Lin Chen's consciousness was suddenly besieged by a formidable mental assault, akin to a tempestuous sea threatening to inundate a mere isle with relentless fury, rendering him powerless to resist. "Begone!" Lin Chen bellowed, his visage contorted with rage, resembling an enraged fiend. In an instant, this intangible psychic onslaught dissipated into nothingness. However, the authentic and overwhelming aura of the celestial demon emerged from Lin Chen, capturing the astonished attention of the other prodigies present. The previous display of the demon god's wrath ignited disbelief in the eyes of Qianyu. A flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze as he pondered the celestial demon's essence, recognizing Lin Chen as the heir of the Yama demon lord. Yet noting his physique bore resemblance to that of the Shadow clan. Mo Sheng's pupils momentarily glazed over in astonishment before his countenance shifted, and he strode forward with the imposing might of a towering mountain, exclaiming, "You have unleashed the wrath of the demon god. You are indeed the Yama demon lord's successor." Lin Chen, unfazed and indifferent to the prodigy's reactions, felt a sense of foreboding upon entering this enigmatic auction. The truth of his lineage could easily be tested. The cold, detached voice of Moz echoed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Lin Chen sensed an immense force bearing down upon his head, as if to obliterate him in a flash of lightning. With a sudden contraction of his arm, Lin Chen unleashed a tremendous force, erupting forth with unyielding might. The impact resonated with a series of explosive bursts, shattering the impending onslaught. As the forces clashed, Moz's figure had already materialized above Lin Chen, moving with blinding speed that left onlookers in disbelief. By the time Lin Chen regained his wits, Moz had already formed several hand seals, his palm thrusting downwards with tremendous power, crushing towards Lin Chen's head. The colossal demon seal descended like a thunderclap, unleashing an overwhelming aura that reverberated through the surroundings. In response, the dark realm of the demon world surged from behind Lin Chen, resembling an abyssal maw that swallowed the demon seal whole. An extraordinary and unparalleled demonic essence erupted within Lin Chen's domain, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Impervious to all, the tremors of the demon world reverberated, and Lin Chen found himself staggering backward under the overwhelming force. In Lin Chen's eyes emerged an expression of incredulity. This supreme aura of demonic intent stirred within him a profound sense of submission. Even the realm of the celestial demons trembled in fear before this unparalleled malevolence. This overwhelming force surged like a tempest, sweeping across the entire celestial demon realm, as if intent on subduing and commanding it into submission, tyrannical and terrifying. Endowed with the eye of the demon god, Lin Chen felt an acknowledgement of his power, and he proclaimed defiantly to the heavens, his voice echoing throughout the celestial demon realm. The demonic seal planted deep within him radiated with resplendent brilliance, causing the entire realm to tremble, shattering the oppressive aura into mere fragments. However, those surrounding Lin Chen regarded him with an expression tinged with peculiarity, a hint of astonishment flickering in their eyes. "What manner of demonic intent do you wield that evokes a sense of submission within my realm?" Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowed, unable to suppress his curiosity toward the demon prince. The depths of this figure's magical prowess were unfathomable. Yet Lin Chen could scarcely comprehend how this demon prince could instill a sense of subservience within the celestial demon realm using but a fragment of supreme demonic intent. "You can withstand the demon birth?" Disbelief etched across the demon prince's face. "You are indeed a figure of the Yama demon lord. Yet, how did you manage to repel the great demon destruction palm?" Not only was the demon prince astonished, but so too were several other prodigies. Even within the pitch-black pupils of the demon prince, a glimmer of light emerged, fixating intently upon Lin Chen. These prodigies understood all too well that the demon prince's recent strike had not employed significant force. The true terror lay within the unfathomable demonic intent behind it. Much like a man who once wielded the Hell King's scripture, who had been vanquished in an instant before the demon prince. It was merely the manifestation of this supreme demonic intent. "Demon prince, what is the meaning of this? Without provocation, you resort to violence. Assuming me to be easily trifled with?" Lin Chen's gaze was icy. Yet his mind was preoccupied with devising a means to acquire the eye of the demon god from the demon prince. The demon prince's dark pupils fixated on Lin Chen, causing an unsettling sensation to wash over him. "You desire the eye of the demon god." The demon prince's voice struck like thunder to Lin Chen. The surrounding prodigies were taken aback, their expressions transforming dramatically. A series of eerie red arcs rippled within the demon prince's onyx gaze, spinning incessantly. inducing within Lin Chen an unsettling feeling of being scrutinized. You seek to acquire the eye of the demon god. You are plotting and scheming. The demon prince's voice resonated like a harbinger from the abyss. Thus, today, I shall refine you into my slave. The word slave resonated like the slicing of iron, sending chills coursing through Lin Chen's body, igniting an unprecedented sense of dread. Instantly, every pore on Lin Chen's body stood on end, and he roared, "Shishi, run." Shishi too felt her hair bristle, overwhelmed by a terrifying sense of impending doom. The occurrence of this scene was so swift and sudden that countless individuals present failed to react in time. Yet, they all understood one undeniable truth. The demon child aimed to kill Lin Chen. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, commanding, "Stop." Instantly, the demon child's figure seemed ensnared by a spell, frozen in place. The murderous aura emanating from him swiftly receded, his expression becoming as indifferent as if nothing had transpired. The assembled prodigies quickly regained their composure, turning their gazes toward the source of that voice. In their eyes, an overwhelming astonishment surged. Even the esteemed figures of the demon race were taken aback by the woman who had suddenly appeared. Deep within their gazes lay a fervent admiration. She was proud, exquisite, and breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a queen emerging from a realm of ice and snow, or an empress of frost surveying the world from a snowy peak. Though she had never smiled, the frost-kissed visage of hers ignited fervor in countless hearts. "Ice Empress, what brings you here?" the demon child inquired, his voice tinged with warmth. "It seems that a minor incident occurred, which has inadvertently affected you. My apologies." The demon race's leader laughed heartily beside him. "Sister Ice Empress, my elder brother has exerted great effort for your sake. He intended to teach this blind fool a lesson. Such filth deserves to be expelled." Yanhai also chuckled. "Ice Empress, it has been quite some time. I did not expect your elegance to remain so unparalleled. I, Yanhai, was the first to bow before your beauty. As for these inconsequential buffoons, allow us to handle them for you." They did not perceive the Ice Empress as an ally of Lin Chen, but rather as someone who could not tolerate such tumult. The Ice Empress approached with measured grace. Each step she took was flawless, causing breaths to quicken and eyes to shine with fervor. She was a goddess among women, her cold yet perfect features radiating an aloofness that drew countless admirers. Observing this, the demon race's leader coldly declared, "I shall expel this wretch immediately." However, what followed was a scene of astonishing magnitude. Lin Chen stood quietly, arms outstretched, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding warmth. The Ice Empress, whose presence enveloped the entire palace, noticed Lin Chen's gesture and began to jog towards him, a graceful curve forming on her icy countenance, akin to a garden in full bloom. "My beloved," she spoke sweetly, her alluring visage rendering the world around them dull in comparison. In that instant, silence enveloped the realm. Countless witnesses would forever remember this moment. The Ice Empress smiled, her beauty radiating for a man, enchanting all in her wake. Chapter 854, The Seven Great Powers. His supple form, previously tense, now fully surrendered its barriers, and Lin Chen experienced an unprecedented softness within. He had long envisioned this day, fantasizing through countless nights, and when it finally unfolded, it felt as if he were lost in a dream. The scent of the Rain Empress enveloped him, intoxicating and entrancing. Throughout the entire continent, men yearned to embrace the haughty Ice Empress. Yet, at this moment, cradled in Lin Chen's arms, she resembled a wife enraptured by love, sweetly calling him my lord. In this instant, the world fell silent for Lin Chen. Nothing else mattered. In his heart, only this woman occupied his thoughts. The Ice Empress's smile, a sight unseen by any prior, truly blossomed on this day. The Empress herself was unaware of when she had fallen for Lin Chen. Perhaps it was the moment she pierced him, or when 100,000 voices cheered for her. Or maybe it was when she encountered Lin Chen in the Valley of Ghosts, where he stirred the icy waters of her heart. Love is simple. Yet both the Ice Empress and Lin Chen remained enigmas to one another. Nevertheless, she knew with certainty that she loved the man before her. Only he could evoke such a radiant smile from her. The assembled prodigies stood utterly stunned. All who had come to this place were equally bewildered. They questioned neither their ears nor their eyes, for the reality of the scene was undeniable. This proud Ice Empress had smiled for a man and, in a public display, uttered the astonishing words, "My lord." Suddenly, the Empress called out, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, She recognized the boldness of her actions, with so many witnesses present. Lin Chen, feeling happiness sweep over him like a tide, found himself momentarily at a loss. Beside them, she drooled in envy, consumed by jealousy. What must it feel like to embrace such a proud goddess? Yet he reminded himself that she was his sister-in-law. Yes, his sister-in-law. A hug was harmless. The demon prince's gaze was filled with disbelief, his expression no longer aloof, as he realized everything was now within his grasp. The earlier scene had struck him with overwhelming force. The other prodigies gradually regained their composure, unable to fathom how the illustrious Ice Empress had surrendered to the embrace of this insignificant being. "This is what I have procured for you," the Ice Empress proclaimed, producing a jade tablet. Struggling to adjust to her newfound vulnerability in front of so many, she returned to her proud, cold demeanor and handed Lin Chen the tablet. Lin Chen examined it, stunned into silence. Inside lay the 9-turn golden pill, the demon sovereign's palm, and a map of the chaotic sea, everything he had sought. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. The mysterious woman who had previously bid against him was none other than the Ice Empress. It was she who had thwarted the demon prince's attempts to seize his possessions. The demon prince, witnessing this revelation, felt his pupils constrict once more. The Ice Empress had bid against him with the intent of purchasing Lin Chen's desired items to present them to him. However, Lin Chen's immediate reaction was one of alarm. His complexion shifted as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? How could you have spent such a fortune to acquire all these items? This is an immense wealth. No, I cannot accept this. I must return everything." He was acutely aware of the cost involved in procuring those 3 items. The astonishing prices of 2 inferior artifacts have been revealed. How could the Rain Emperor bear such immense wealth? "Do you think I am the same as before?" the Ice Emperor inquired, her beautiful eyes seemingly sparkling with something crystalline. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. A sweep of his gaze over the Ice Emperor made him suddenly realize that within her lay a terrifying power, instilling a sense of profound dread within him. This feeling of impending crisis was no less than that evoked by the Devil Child. This was the aura of a great one. The Rain Emperor had unexpectedly ascended to such heights. A tumultuous wave surged within Lin Chen's heart as his mind swiftly began to connect the dots. The current Rain Emperor was no longer the one from before, but a figure of mysterious background, the Ice Emperor. "There are many things I wish to discuss with you privately. This is not a suitable place," the Ice Emperor stated, a grave expression rising in her cold, beautiful eyes. "This auction is far more complex than it appears at first glance." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The individuals present here, should any one of them be taken out, would rival the great figures like Jian Wudao, each possessing an immense background, entirely unrelated to the Holy Spirit continent. The Ice Emperor promptly led Lin Chen and Cece deeper into the Grand Hall. At that moment, the Devil Child's figure flickered, suddenly appearing before them. His pitch-black eyes emanating an unfathomable chill, fixated intently on Lin Chen. "You are unworthy to be her man," the Devil Child declared coldly, his voice chilling and instilling a sense of psychological terror, as if an unparalleled demon were about to emerge. The movements of a great one carried an overwhelming pressure, a force that struck at the very core of the soul. However, having achieved the heart of an emperor and survived the trials under the blood-heaven demon sovereign, Lin Chen felt no fear. "Get lost," the Ice Emperor commanded, her expression unyielding and radiating iciness. Yet Lin Chen shook his head at the Ice Emperor, narrowing his eyes defiantly as he met the Devil Child's gaze. "Our matters are far from settled." The Ice Emperor shot a cold glance at the Devil Child, a warning implied within, before leading Lin Chen onward into the depths of the palace. Their destination was, astonishingly, the VIP room from the auction earlier. The Devil Child turned back, his dark pupils locking onto Lin Chen's back, the coldness emanating from him causing even the greatest talents present to feel a chill of apprehension. This terrifying man had finally lost his temper for the first time. All of them hailed from the human realm, belonging to the 7 great powers within. These 7 factions comprised various characters, each occupying a dominant position within the human world. The Ice Emperor remarked. Lin Chen gazed at the Ice Emperor's flawless visage, his expression grave. "To be honest, I have come here in pursuit of the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God. Yet I never anticipated that such a mysterious auction would be taking place here. The 7 great powers of the human realm. What purpose do these extraordinary beings serve? Is it merely to participate in this auction?" The Ice Emperor paused slightly. You seek the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God? Indeed, Lin Chen replied. The leader inexplicably found himself in this desert, where he encountered a group of particularly arrogant individuals. They failed to realize that in the past, the leader had summoned 2 supreme emperors with a mere gesture. What do these underlings know? Cece remarked disdainfully, then, with a touch of flattery, addressed her sister-in-law. Isn't that so? Upon hearing Cece call her sister-in-law, the Ice Emperor felt a faint blush creep to her ears, seemingly a bit embarrassed. However, this moment of shy beauty was fleeting and captivating. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment. Ahem. The Ice Emperor cleared her throat softly, pulling the dazed Lin Chen and Cece back to reality. What are you staring at? Lin Chen immediately delivered a playful knock to Cece's head, exclaiming, What are you looking at? Cece wore a face of grievance, feeling like a punching bag at this moment. The Ice Emperor found it amusing, a slight smile gracing her lips, but she soon adopted a serious demeanor. Is the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God important to you, demon child? The Demon Annihilator and others hail from the 7 great powers, formidable beings indeed. Indeed, Lin Chen replied, taking a deep breath. Regardless of their origins, I must obtain the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God. The emergence of these prodigies undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Lin Chen. There are always greater talents beyond oneself. He witnessed entities more powerful than he, with terrifying innate abilities. Naturally, Lin Chen felt immense pressure. If he couldn't surpass these prodigies, how could he aspire to become an emperor in the future? I must tell you, the Ice Emperor said, gazing intently at Lin Chen. I possess a piece of information regarding the Eye of the Demon God that resides within the demon child. Lin Chen lifted his head in curiosity. What information? It is rumored that the demon child is the manifestation of the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God. In other words, he is a reincarnated being born from a divine ability, a product of heaven and earth, taking on a physical form to cultivate. Chapter 855. 1 Move the transformation of the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God into a reincarnated divine ability? Lin Chen stood up abruptly. An astonishment flickered across Cece's face as well. They had only encountered the legend of reincarnated divine abilities in ancient texts. Such a powerful divine ability could communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, creating life and reincarnating into a human form for cultivation. There are few examples of such phenomena, all of which require extraordinary divine capabilities. The man known as the Demon Annihilator is indeed a child of such a reincarnated divine ability. The Eye of the Demon God is, after all, the foremost existence among the 6,000 magical scriptures of the reincarnation demon canon, wielding immense power that involves reincarnation, incomparable to any other magical scriptures. This lower volume is sufficient to facilitate reincarnation into a human. He is referred to as the demon child because the organization of the demon god once had 10 great demon lords, alongside the ancient demon god. Each of the 10 demon lords is at the pinnacle of emperorship, each commanding the power to overturn the heavens and the earth. The foremost among them is the Lord of the Demon Eye, the Ice Emperor explained slowly. And the Demon Annihilator is a reincarnation of the lower volume of the Eye of the Demon God, thus becoming the demon child within this organization. On par with the status of a saint's son, Lin Chen finally understood. In other words, the Demon Annihilator is the heir to this organization of the demon god, a prodigy that must be meticulously cultivated. Nonetheless, Lin Chen was inwardly astonished. Indeed, the strength of the human realm is formidable beyond measure. Among the 7 formidable powers, several prodigies have already ascended to the level of great lords, with the demon prince even reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. What of the myriad races in the mortal realm? How fearsome must their true prodigies be? Lin Chen dared not imagine. His previous perspective was confined to the sacred spirit continent. Now, upon gazing at the mortal realm, he felt diminutive, insignificantly small. It is no wonder that he was scorned by these great prodigies, deemed no more than an ant. He beheld a towering mountain before him, the heart of the emperor, unafraid of brilliance. One day, he, Lin Chen, would step onto the stage of the mortal realm's prodigies. If that is the case, for the eldest to acquire the Eye of the Demon God, he must vanquish this demon prince, forcing him back to his original form, and then suppress him. She pondered seriously. The Ice Emperor nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Lin Chen. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen realized that his current strength was but an unknown when it came to contending with the demon prince. He lacked considerable confidence. At this juncture, Lin Chen paused briefly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, yet he knew he must obtain the lower volume of the eye of the demon god. The Ice Emperor hesitated momentarily, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. If she were to assist Lin Chen, the chances of success would be significantly heightened. However, such an act might wound Lin Chen's imperial heart. Cultivation is a journey of transcendence, a rebirth through trials of life and death. What is the true purpose of this auction? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. The chaotic sea is the destination for the races of the mortal realm. Could it be that the seven powers are also drawn to the chaotic sea? The chaotic sea, the Ice Emperor replied coldly. The organizer of this auction is a force of terrifying magnitude. Their intention is to gather the seven powers and the various prodigies of the mortal realm to establish connections. Such audacious ambition. Lin Chen marveled, yet he understood that the Ice Emperor had not disclosed the identity of the organizer, as he likely lacked the means to engage with such a level. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was not inclined to dwell on such matters at present. He yearned instead for a more intimate conversation with the Ice Emperor. Yet, she, the unwelcome third wheel, stared wide-eyed, clearly intent on disrupting their inaugural moment of solitude. That troublesome woman. At that moment, a chilling voice imbued with demonic intent echoed within the VIP room. How could you possibly be worthy of the Ice Emperor? I wish to ascertain the extent of your cultivation. Why not descend and engage in a contest? The demon prince had arrived. The Ice Emperor's expression abruptly turned frosty, her lips parting to respond. However, to her surprise, an elderly woman suddenly appeared in the VIP room. This crone, with a face etched in wrinkles and hair as white as snow, possessed eyes that were exceedingly murky. Both Lin Chen and Shishi were taken aback. They had failed to notice her presence, a testament to the terrifying level of her cultivation. Your Highness, the old woman interjected, her voice dry and frail. As if lacking vitality, we shall not impede your decisions. Yet, not everyone is worthy of your status. Compared to the youth outside, this individual before you pales in comparison. You say what? You claim I, the master, am unworthy of her? Shishi erupted in fury, nearly overturning the luxurious lounge. The old woman did not deign to cast a glance in her direction. Lin Chen admonished, Shishi, let us uphold decorum. With a cold huff, Shishi inwardly cursed the old crone but refrained from further comment. Lin Chen bowed respectfully to the elderly matron, asserting, esteemed elder, my affection for Yu Ning is not predicated upon her identity as the Reign Empress or the Ice Emperor. It has always been genuine from the very outset. The old woman regarded Lin Chen with a piercing gaze. I am aware that your true identity is Lin Chen. The world seeks your annihilation. Moreover, you are inferior to your master, pathetically weak. If our palace mistress were to follow you, would she not be ensnared in an abyss of peril? Enough. The Ice Emperor interjected frostily, her countenance as frigid as ice. I care not for his identity or the pursuers on his tail. He is my consort, and it is not for you to speculate in such a manner. At that moment, an aura of regal authority emanated from the Reign Empress, akin to that of an emperor. After the calamity of the mixed heavenly gate, she had undergone profound transformation. The old woman fell silent. The Ice Emperor's commands were absolute in her eyes. Lin Chen inhaled deeply. Yu Ning, the elder speaks the truth. I cannot bring you into the storm of pursuit. I currently lack the necessary strength. These words were a reflection of his innermost thoughts. At this mysterious auction, he felt the immense weight of expectation from the prodigies around him. The impending chaos of the Heavenly Sea conflict in 3 years would herald a true contest of heroes, and his cultivation was but a drop in the ocean, woefully insufficient. The Ice Emperor appeared momentarily taken aback. This man had never been one to concede defeat. Outside, a voice laced with mockery resounded. Isn't that the demon's spawn, the brother of the demon prince? What brings him to cower inside? Could it be that the Ice Emperor's choice of companion is such a feeble man? The auction had drawn many significant figures. All who should be present had arrived. How could the proud demon prince tolerate the notion that the Ice Emperor had taken a liking to such a worthless man? Likewise, those who harbored affections for the Ice Emperor shared this sentiment. A mere great sage, without a formidable background, meant nothing among their 7 great factions. The expressions of the prominent figures were laced with disdain, baffled as to what the Ice Emperor saw in this man. However, at that moment, the door to the lounge swung open with sudden force. Lin Chen stood at the threshold, gazing down upon the formidable prodigies, his gaze ultimately locking onto the demon prince. Do you wish to challenge me? The demon prince's dark pupils shimmered with depth, his voice resonating ominously. You are destined to fail. Chapter 856. The terrifying gap in power. The assembly of prodigies erupted into unrestrained laughter at these words. To them, Lin Chen appeared as insignificant as an ant, and his opponent was none other than the illustrious demon prince. What could he possibly bring to a contest? Do not entertain his challenge, echoed the Ice Emperor's voice within Lin Chen's consciousness. A keen observer might detect a flicker of concern in her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Although he appeared remarkably calm on the surface, his heart was burdened with an overwhelming weight. He felt compelled to accept this challenge, not merely to prove his own worth, but to fervently discern the extent of the disparity between himself and the prodigies of the human realm. I accept your invitation, Lin Chen said, narrowing his eyes slightly. A reckless endeavor, emotion scoffed, his disdain evident. The prominent figures, including the likes of Yan Hai and Ling Qianyu, wore expressions of contempt, eager to witness whether this young man possessed extraordinary abilities or if he was merely a fool. Within the grand palace, a circle was formed by a gathering of spectators, with Moz and Lin Chen positioned at its center, gazing intently at one another. Despite the formidable aura of kingship emanating from Moz, Lin Chen stood undaunted. If you can withstand this strike, I shall concede that you possess some skill. However, should you falter, no matter how the Ice Emperor protects you, I shall reduce you to a mere shell of your former self, Moz declared coldly. Lin Chen's expression remained composed, and suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from within him. Countless ethereal shadows coiled around him like a shroud bestowed by a dark deity, enveloping him in a misty veil. In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from the sight of the onlookers, leaving no trace behind. This display astonished many of the great saints, for they could not sense his presence at all, sending chills down their spines. What remarkable ethereal energy! How has he mastered this dark clan's technique? Yan Hai and Ling Qianyu exchanged glances, both slightly taken aback, yet only mildly so. Come forth, Moz bellowed suddenly, causing the surrounding space to tremble peculiarly. The force surged like a tidal wave, colliding with Lin Chen, who was caught off guard and thrust from the void. Eye of the demon god, sealing the world. All are demons. All shall shatter through the ages. Moz unleashed a series of punches, each resonating with explosive force. A terrifying demonic intent surged forth, akin to an ancient beast awakening, spreading in all directions. The once crystal-clear hall was plunged into profound darkness, the floor beginning to fracture under the weight of this malevolent energy. The overwhelming demonic aura sent tremors through the onlookers, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. Brother has unleashed his power. Everyone, be cautious, Emotion shouted urgently. The prodigies wore grave expressions, acutely aware of Moz's terrifying strength. Even Lin Chen felt the immense pressure, as if he bore the weight of countless celestial mountains upon his shoulders. The heavenly calamity Yama Sutra within him quivered, trembling with fear. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the hall. Countless strands of demonic energy swirled chaotically. Moz's figure dissolved into nothingness amidst the thick, dark miasma. Yet, Lin Chen witnessed a scene that sent shivers down his spine. A colossal, ethereal eye hovered in the sky. This eye, with a blood-red pupil, emanated a series of chilling demonic patterns. It seemed as though it had emerged from the primordial chaos of ancient times. Or perhaps it was the dark sovereign of the abyss, a single orb observing the world. Lin Chen's expression drastically altered. A wave of darkness unfolded, revealing countless twinkling stars, akin to exquisite, icy blades suspended in the firmament, poised to strike down upon the realm. The atmosphere brimmed with a chilling murderous intent, sweeping over the faces of the celestial prodigies, including even Yan Hai and his companions, who were not spared from the awe of the moment. They could hardly fathom that this young man had invoked the legendary technique of killing all under heaven, once feared across the mortal realm. Could it be that he was the heir of the fabled first killing emperor? Indeed, killing all under heaven was formidable, yet the command came to obliterate it. The voice of the demonic figure erupted from the vast crimson eye, and in an instant, two beams of light shot forth from its blood-red pupil. The entire palace seemed on the verge of shattering. Lin Chen's myriad icy glimmers surged forth, merging into two streams of extreme cold that collided with a thunderous roar. In that fleeting moment, these two beams of frigid brilliance shattered. Lin Chen's figure was suddenly engulfed by the overwhelming crimson light. With a cacophony of explosions, Lin Chen felt as though 1,000 bombs had detonated within him. This bloodlight bore an unparalleled demonic power, obliterating his blood, tearing him apart, and dragging everything into the abyss of chaos. Severely wounded, Lin Chen was on the brink of death. His spirit was tauter than ever before. This force was beyond his capacity to withstand, a power capable of eradicating him in an instant. Death loomed ominously, casting a shadow of dread over him. Moreover, the most shocking and terrifying aspect was that the divine abilities within him seemed to be suppressed by an overwhelming force, rendering him unable to summon them. The anxious voice of the Ice Emperor suddenly pierced through the chaos, like a clarion call that awakened Lin Chen's muddled consciousness. The celestial prodigies were not shaken by the prospect of Lin Chen's demise, but rather by the sheer might of the demonic figure. The ancient mantra inscribed in his mind resonated at that critical juncture. Om Mani Padme Hum. The voice of an ancient monk reverberated, and Lin Chen's hands swiftly formed seals. A myriad of golden lights flickered from the infinite bloodlight. The great seal of good and evil was unleashed with a resounding crash. The explosions ceased, and all demonic energy converged. The demonic figure transformed back from the colossal eye into human form, and the palace regained its brightness. Many saint-level prodigies found themselves profoundly shaken by the recent clash, their spirits stirred. Even Yen Hai and other celestial talents exhibited flickering pupils. The strength of this demonic figure had indeed reached a terrifying level. This insignificant creature ought to have perished, thought Mo Sheng with a smug expression. As his elder brother made a move that momentarily quelled the scene, it served as a subtle warning to certain individuals. Moz remained silent, gazing into the heart of the explosion, his brow furrowing slightly. For just moments ago, he had sensed an incredibly mysterious and unique power that stirred within him. Upon closer inspection, everyone was taken aback. A bloodied figure stood tall and unwavering like a robust pine, his form unshaken. This was Lin Chen, who had endured that devastating strike. His dantian shattered, meridians ruptured, all his spiritual power and divine might utterly exhausted, leaving him akin to a mere husk. Yet, Lin Chen's eyes remained resolutely steadfast, albeit infused with an overwhelming sense of shock, a blend of astonishment from the recent blow. The voice of the Ice Empress carried a poignant tremor, evoking a sense of heartache in those who heard it. She yearned to approach, but the enigmatic old crone silently obstructed her. The notable prodigies of the Grandmasters were momentarily stunned. The individual's willpower was astonishingly formidable. Mo Sheng's expression darkened slightly, a hint of murderous intent leaking through. However, Mo moved, darting to Lin Chen's side with lightning speed. Looking down upon him with an expression devoid of emotion in his pitch-black pupils. You truly are laughable, not even able to withstand a fifth of my power. With an indifferent tone, Mo extended a finger toward Lin Chen's throat, and the bloodied figure collapsed instantly. As he turned to leave, Mo Sheng approached, sneering with derision and spitting in contempt. What a wretched being. Chapter 857. The 3-year goal in a room filled with fragrant aromas, a woman clad in a crystal white gown, draped in a shawl that danced like falling snowflakes, accentuated her exquisite figure. Especially captivating was her perpetual air of aloofness, which beckoned one to draw near. This widely acknowledged goddess of pride was presently tending to Lin Chen's wounds with a stoic expression. Damn that fellow, she cursed vehemently, her eyes flashing with fury. His strike was so ruthless that I could have gladly slain him with a single blow. Had Lin Chen not intervened forcefully, it was likely that she would have transformed into her true form and wreaked havoc. You should leave, the Ice Empress commanded, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. She hesitated slightly. In truth, he wished to convey that his presence here was not to witness any displays of affection, but rather out of concern for the woman in question. After all, he vividly remembered the sword that had seemingly torn Lin Chen's heart asunder. If I were to kill you, you would have no chance of survival, the Ice Empress added. Immediately, she felt disheartened and retreated in defeat. She was entirely correct. Within the confines of this mysterious auction, neither he nor Lin Chen possessed any means of self-preservation. In the empty chamber, a gentle sigh resonated through the air. The Ice Emperor gently lifted Lin Chen's head and rested it on her lap. A scene that countless men yearned to experience, yet it was Lin Chen who found himself in such a position. However, he displayed no reaction. his pupils appearing somewhat vacant as he drifted into a daze. After the treatment with the divine medicine she had administered, Lin Chen's injuries were gradually healing, and his severe wounds had significantly improved. Of course, it was largely thanks to the old crone who had hastily offered the Ice Emperor a rare ice divine jade elixir. The haunting image from earlier lingered in Lin Chen's mind. Darkness enveloping the heavens and earth, a blood-red eye suspended in the void, reigning over this realm, piercing through everything with a malevolent gaze, annihilating all in its sight. It was a scene of utter devastation. Others may not have perceived it, but for Lin Chen, the sensation was strikingly real, a force of destruction, an irresistible power. And this was merely a fraction of its true potential. The Ice Emperor stood by, cognizant that the Demon Prince had no intention of killing Lin Chen outright. His motives were merely to humiliate and intimidate. Was this the disparity that existed? Lin Chen, do not let this deeply affect you. The prodigies of the human realm, each born with formidable divine powers, possess resources that far surpass those of our Holy Spirit continent. Their remarkable accomplishments are thus inevitable. The Ice Emperor spoke, her tone icy, yet laced with concern. You need not comfort me, Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, I once believed I had reached the pinnacle of prodigies in the Holy Spirit continent. Yet, I realize now that there are always those beyond one's comprehension. And the prodigies from the human realm, particularly the great sovereigns among them, could easily extinguish my life. He was self-aware, yet he understood the Ice Emperor's worries. However, with the heart of an emperor, he would not be so easily defeated. A man forged of iron, with a heart like granite. Nevertheless, this experience had genuinely imparted to Lin Chen the profound meaning of disparity, the yawning chasm between heaven and earth. If he were to plunge into the chaotic celestial sea alongside such exceptional beings, with his current strength, he would be torn to shreds with a single blow. Ice Emperor, regarding the power of the Demon Prince just now, how does it measure against the prodigies of the human realm? Lin Chen suddenly posed this question. The Ice Emperor hesitated, taken aback, before meeting Lin Chen's gaze and responding with a calm demeanor. I have heard of a prodigy in the human realm known as the son of the divine dragon, who possesses a divine dragon physique and can channel the power of the divine dragon. Even 3 demon princes are no match for him. And the demon prince was once defeated by him with a single strike. Lin Chen's spirit jolted at this revelation. A divine dragon physique capable of harnessing the power of the divine dragon? If even the 3 demon princes fell short against him. It was astounding to consider that the demon prince himself, a manifestation of the lower half of the demon god's eye, a reincarnation endowed with the celestial transformations of the universe, could be vanquished. Just how extraordinary was this divine dragon physique? Lin Chen inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. What manner of realm is this, that it evokes such terror? Observing Lin Chen's fluctuating countenance, the Ice Emperor remained as frigid as ever, asserting, trust me. The dreadful period of your sacred vein body has yet to arrive. Should you choose to open the 5th sea of consciousness and establish a cycle, unexpected events shall unfold. Otherwise, why do the ancient races harbor such fear towards the sacred vein body? Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon the Ice Emperor, his eyes ablaze, taking in her flawless visage. Although his injuries had yet to heal, the Ice Emperor tilted her head slightly, as if unaccustomed to such scrutiny. Yet, a closer observation would reveal a faint blush gracing her alabaster skin around her ears. Lin Chen smiled. I sense there is something different about you. The feeling of your concern is rather delightful, filling my heart. I do not concern myself with humans, the Ice Emperor replied, her head tilting further. You may call me hubby or darling again if you wish. No. Why the shyness? Did you not just agree? I did not. Indeed, you did not. Suddenly, Lin Chen reached out, adjusting the Rain Emperor's shoulder so that her beautiful eyes met his. His hands brushed against the silky texture of her skin beneath her crystalline attire. The atmosphere thickened, as their gazes locked, seemingly revealing their respective worlds within their eyes. Thump, 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 thump. Lin Chen could feel the fervent rhythm of 2 hearts in synchrony. In his eyes, the Ice Emperor became his singular focus, the epitome of beauty, with her perfect features, crystalline blue eyes, and an air of innate pride, now tinged with a hint of shyness. She was the woman of every man's dreams. Indeed, as the old woman had said, he needed to grow stronger, to amass the capital and power necessary to be worthy of the Rain Emperor. In other words, he must secure a future for her happiness. A woman does not fall hopelessly in love with you for you to squander her everything. Lin Chen loved her, and thus endeavored to forge a future for her. The Ice Emperor, Qing Ro, and the one he had made a 5-year pact with, Hong Ling, each was of such nobility, radiating a stunning brilliance amidst the throng. He must grow stronger, ever stronger. Time was of the essence. Only 3 years remained. The chaotic celestial sea that awaited would herald the onset of a true and terrifying war. 3 years. Only through hellish training and breakthroughs could he hope to attain a power that would astonish the continent by that time. In 3 years, his goal must at least be to reach the level of a Void King, even if it meant risking life and death to be reborn in flames. Returning to his thoughts, Lin Chen gazed upon the exquisite face before him, leaning in closer. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The Ice Emperor's delicate, jade-like hands tightened around the fabric of Lin Chen's shoulder. Chapter 858. The Master of Martial Arts. Ultimately, Lin Chen departed from the enigmatic auction. Though the event had yet to conclude, he had not even laid eyes on its host. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware of his insufficient cultivation, and rather than enduring suffering in that place, it would be wiser to depart sooner. Having witnessed the prowess of the celestial beings in the human realm, he understood that his journey ahead would be arduous. As Lin Chen stepped into the Tianjin mountain, the enchanting demoness immediately appeared before him. True to form, she was bewitchingly graceful, her captivating eyes filled with allure, evoking an irresistible urge to approach her. She was a peerless enchantress. Little brother, are you truly willing to visit your sister? The demoness teased with a smile that brimmed with seduction. Lin Chen managed a wry smile and shrugged. Senior demoness, I have come with a request. Call me sister, she replied playfully, her voice dripping with temptation. Am I truly that old? However, I am curious. What is it that you seek from me? I wish for you to enhance my strength. I am willing to endure any pain, Lin Chen declared, clenching his fists resolutely. The demoness paused, her smile growing ever more enchanting, captivating Shi to the point of drooling. Had it not been for the knowledge of the formidable nature of this woman, Shi might have been the first to leap forward. With keen interest, the demoness inquired, what has prompted your sudden desire for power? I encountered the demon prince within the demon god, Lin Chen explained, adding, I even withstood one of his strikes. Really? You managed to withstand it? The demoness exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, this mysterious and powerful woman was acutely aware of her own abilities and the potential outcome of confronting such formidable foes. The corners of the demoness' lips curled upward. Why should I assist you? Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with fierce determination, because I aim to surpass them, to transcend all celestial beings. The will of the Emperor was unmistakably manifest at this moment. This mysterious auction had ignited Lin Chen's heart of the strong with fervor. The demoness nodded slightly, her previous smile vanishing, replaced by an icy demeanor. An intangible pressure enveloped the surroundings. Shi's countenance shifted dramatically, her hair standing on end. As if bracing for a fierce battle, Lin Chen remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering, confronting the demoness without flinching. This tense atmosphere lingered for a full hour. Are you certain you are unafraid of hardship? The demoness suddenly asked, her smile blooming, dissipating the previously oppressive aura. Lin Chen felt an oddity in her smile, but nodded nonetheless. Very well, the demoness conceded, I can assist you in this matter. You may follow my instructions to seek out a certain individual. As long as that person agrees to teach you, I can assure you that you will endure unprecedented torment. However, if you possess good comprehension, your strength will soar. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The demoness was suggesting he seek guidance from another. Yet, given her words, it seemed he had no choice but to try. Otherwise, he truly could not find a means to enhance his powers. This person possesses average cultivation, akin to a mere mortal, yet even I cannot discern his true nature. However, he is rather extraordinary. Not even the mightiest emperor could extinguish his existence. Yet, his comprehension of martial arts has reached its zenith. The enchanting demoness remarked that in the past, when the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign was merely at the level of the Void King, he had taken this individual as his mentor, gaining invaluable insights that allowed him to glimpse the realms beyond the true king tier. Lin Chen felt a jolt within. What manner of being could this individual be? Cici, equally astonished, exclaimed, could it be that this is Lin Chen's grandmaster? This simplifies matters considerably. Little brother, If you were to receive his guidance and possess the requisite talent to endure his devilish training, I firmly believe that when you embark on your journey, you shall astonish everyone. The demoness' smile grew ever more enigmatic. Yet she cautioned that this person had an eccentric disposition and had only accepted the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign as a disciple throughout the millennia. Whether you could earn his tutelage would depend on your own fortune. It is not as straightforward as this young girl suggests. Nevertheless, for your future, dear brother, I shall pen a letter on your behalf. Cece stood there, as if struck by lightning, her eyes vacant. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the demoness. If what she said were true, and he could teach the formidable Blood Sky Demon Sovereign at the Void King level, then this individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. This is where he resides, the demoness said, handing Lin Chen a map. He changes locations every 3 months without fail, and only 5 days remain until the next transition. If you do not convince him to take you as his disciple within these 5 days, your prospects may dwindle significantly. Lin Chen nodded, gripping the map tightly, his resolve solidifying. Allow me to tell you more about him. This individual was once merely a martial artist in the realm of mortals. However, he amassed thousands of disciples, teaching others the art of combat, and through relentless practice, he ultimately discerned the essence of the Great Path. For your reference, the brother of the demon you encountered previously sought his teachings as well, but was denied. The demoness added, the name of this esteemed elder is known in the mortal realm as the martial Tao Emperor Master. Yet he prefers to be called Third Uncle. The Ice Emperor surveyed the vacant room, her flawless visage betraying no emotion, though those familiar with her would notice a hint of distraction in her demeanor. She had to admit that when Lin Chen had leaned in closer, a flicker of nervousness had welled up within her. Despite her mental preparation, when the scenarios she imagined materialized, even she, the Ice Emperor, felt a surge of anxiety. Furthermore, she held a profound confidence in her allure. Yet, that man had merely whispered 2 words in her ear. Wait for me. Perhaps she was overthinking this peculiar situation. What a rogue he was. The Ice Emperor exhaled softly, and after a brief moment, she resumed her majestic demeanor, cold and regal, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of an emperor. Brother, how can you stand by and watch that trash walk away? Mo Sheng exclaimed in anger. Although his brother demonstrated strength that intimidated many, allowing that individual to leave the auction was quite embarrassing for them. Moz glanced at him indifferently. The Ice Emperor is present. Do you dare to act? Mo Sheng was taken aback, then retorted fiercely, how can a dignified Ice Emperor associate with such filth? Such a waste? What gives him the right? Moz remained silent. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mo Sheng proposed, brother, after this auction concludes, rather than returning to the human realm, why not allow me to stay? Moz's dark pupils suddenly locked onto Mo Sheng's face, their depth sending chills down Mo Sheng's spine. His body trembled as he dared not meet Moz's gaze. Then proceed as you wish, Moz replied coolly. I only care about the outcome. With that, he vanished from sight. Once Moz departed, Mo Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took several deep breaths, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 859. Aurora Mountain in the Northern Territory, close to the realm of chaos, lies a region where the snow falls endlessly, home to life forms unknown to cultivators. This icy expanse symbolizes mystery, danger, and adventure. It is a desolate place devoid of human presence. A figure cloaked in black appeared on this frozen land, his footsteps crunching in the snow, yet his form was ethereal, leaving a footprint only every few miles. This person was Lin Chen, who had followed the instructions of the demoness to arrive in this northern territory. The snow in the north was no ordinary snow. It bore the essence of a collapsing sky, each flake chilling to the bone. Even those at the Qi realm could only barely maintain a protective aura against the penetrating cold. As a martial arts master, I find myself in this northern land. Lin Chen mused with a bitter smile. With such a vast expanse of ice, how am I to find my way? Suddenly, the sky erupted with roars as a colossal primordial beast spread its wings, exuding an imposing presence. This was the flamboyant Shishi, who claimed to soar high and see far, assisting Lin Chen in locating his master. Lin Chen shook his head and unfurled a map. The map provided by the demoness pointed to a mountain known as Hanli Mountain, though the details were not particularly clear. Lin Chen could see the thousands of peaks before him, forming a long mountain range that resembled a great dragon, seemingly blocking half the sky. It seemed he had no choice but to search. Lin Chen shook his black cloak. Despite being at the pinnacle of his powers, he still felt a hint of chill. For 3 days and nights, Lin Chen traversed over 1,000 snowy peaks, yet Hanli Mountain remained elusive. She circled above the peaks, observing the endless expanse of ice, and complained, "Could it be that the demoness is toying with us? We've searched for 3 days and nights, and not even a shadow of a person has appeared, let alone a beauty. Instead, we encountered a pack of fierce beasts." Lin Chen cast a faint glance at Shi, lost in thought. His intuition assured him that the enchanting demoness was certainly not toying with him. After all, he had gained the recognition of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. He sought out Lin Chen's vast spiritual awareness, which swiftly enveloped the surroundings. The 4 C's of spiritual consciousness were comparable to 4 great saints. The 5 great saints of the Dark Tribe had also been dispatched by Lin Chen to search for him. In this frigid landscape, even spiritual awareness encountered certain obstacles. However, at that moment, one of the Dark Tribe's great saints, a Dao soldier, suddenly emitted a strong mental response. Lin Chen's expression shifted, and he instantly flashed forward. Shi was taken aback and quickly roared, "Hey, don't leave me behind." Upon a snow-covered peak, a Dark Tribe great saint knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Master, I have discovered a town 1,000 miles ahead, populated by numerous cultivators." Lin Chen's eyes immediately sparkled with intensity. "Well done," he acknowledged, not wasting a moment as he sped towards the town, 1,000 miles ahead. As he approached the inhabited area, he felt an extraordinarily piercing radiance flickering on the horizon. Astonishingly, amidst the ominous clouds, a vast expanse of light shimmered. This radiance, a mesmerizing blend of 7 colors, was dazzling. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed the sharpness of this brilliance, almost as if this light could be harnessed as a formidable weapon. This light was the aurora, a phenomenon Lin Chen had only encountered in ancient texts. It was said to be birthed from the heavens, capable of transforming into a divine sword that could cleave through anything, a terrifying force indeed. The northern regions were known for the frequent occurrence of auroras. However, Lin Chen had not anticipated encountering one so soon. Moreover, upon probing with his spiritual awareness, he realized that the power of this aurora was not to be underestimated. "Oh, that must be the town," Lin Chen mused as he glanced beneath the expansive aurora, spotting a settlement on a flat icy plain. The town's buildings were crafted from a warm ice, exuding an inviting warmth despite their icy nature. The inhabitants bustling about were predominantly of a singular race, characterized by their blue skin, elongated ears, and small eyes. They were tall and robust, exuding an essence of chilling power, with females vastly outnumbering the males. Yet, a few other cultivators intermingled among them. This small town resembled a vibrant ice city, where the law of the jungle was perpetually evident. Lin Chen was pleased to find the town, for it would be much easier to inquire about Han Lishan among the local populace, who were likely knowledgeable about the mountain. Lin Chen and Shi promptly composed themselves and entered the city. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sense of warmth. The aurora above seemed to have no effect here, sparing them the piercing sensation. "Excuse me, esteemed elder, may I trouble you for a moment to ask a few questions?" Lin Chen addressed a passing elder of the blue-skinned, long-eared race with utmost respect. The elderly man paused, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen with a penetrating glimmer in his deep-set eyes. "Young man, are you here to seek a master and learn the arts?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, responding, "How did you discern that, esteemed elder?" "Indeed, I am here to pay my respects to a master. I am searching for a peak known as Hanli Mountain. Might you have knowledge of its whereabouts?" The elder nodded and replied contemplatively, "It is no longer called Hanli Mountain, but rather Aurora Mountain now. Look towards the northeast." Following the elder's direction, Lin Chen beheld the vibrant auroras bursting forth from the sky. The ethereal lights grew increasingly intense the deeper one gazed, as if emanating from a singular point, showering the vast sky with brilliance. That luminous concentration was none other than a colossal ice-clad mountain to the northeast. Could it be that these auroras are erupting from this mountain? Lin Chen was astonished. The aurora, a phenomenon of nature, was not something he dared to claim dominion over. Such an endeavor required immense power. Indeed, the elder sighed, 2 months prior, this mountain was still known as Hanli Mountain. However, it seems a significant figure has arrived, resulting in the eruption of these magnificent auroras. Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. If what the elder said held true, the timeline of 3 months perfectly aligned with the habits of the martial arts master. According to the elder, the martial arts master resided within Aurora Mountain. "Let us go, brother," Cece exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After many days of searching, they had finally located their destination. Lin Chen hesitated, suddenly struck by a thought, and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed elder, how did you so swiftly discern my intentions to seek a master?" The elder stroked his icy beard, his gaze darting behind Lin Chen. "You should look behind you. Those individuals are approaching." At the elder's remark, Lin Chen felt a powerful aura approaching from behind, one that exuded an unmistakable pressure. He turned, and his expression instantly hardened, his eyes narrowing in response to the chilling glare. The world is vast and teeming with wonders, yet fate has a peculiar way of bringing foes into proximity. Chapter 860, Slay. The newcomers were none other than Zijing Zhan of the Zijing dynasty, the preeminent prodigy of the royal family. Since Lin Chen's entry into the Taiqing sect, he had incapacitated a prodigy from the Zijing clan during the tumultuous battle at the Hantian sect. Zijing Zhan was among those who had publicly denounced him. Moreover, due to the grievances surrounding the Lin family, Lin Chen harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Zijing dynasty. The major factions were traditionally barred from encroaching upon each other's territories. For instance, if the Hantian sect dispatched troops towards the Taiqing sect, they would be immediately thwarted. The Zijing dynasty was well aware of the coalition's incursion into its sovereign territory, particularly within its capital. The Zijing clan had long sought Lin Chen's demise. Now Zijing Zhan, the prince of the Zijing dynasty and its foremost prodigy, had arrived, presumably also intending to seek a master at Aurora Mountain. The elder sighed, pondering the identity of the predecessors of the Aurora Mountain. Several prodigies from his clan had ventured there, yet none succeeded. Upon regaining his senses, he realized the 2 young men before him had vanished without a trace, prompting an immediate awakening within him. Once again, 2 formidable experts had slipped away. Zijing Zhan and his entourage consisted of 3 individuals, 2 bodyguards of the divine flow realm, and Zijing Zhan himself, whose every gesture emanated a formidable aura of a great sage. The surrounding clansfolk regarded him with palpable trepidation. Zijing Zhan had achieved the pinnacle of the great sage realm, channeling 99 strands of sacred power. His cultivation had surged dramatically compared to his time at the Hunyuan Gate, truly befitting the title of the foremost genius of the Zijing clan. Lin Chen and Cece concealed their presence, trailing behind Zijing Zhan. The trio made their way out of the small town and towards the Aurora Mountain, sharing a common objective with Lin Chen, the esteemed martial Dao master. As they set foot upon the vast expanse of Aurora Mountain, Lin Chen immediately sensed a terrifying energy pulsing within its colossal form. The entire sky was shrouded in auroras, rendering Lin Chen hesitant to take flight. The power of the aurora tore through the heavens. Zijing Zhan and his companions walked steadily up the mountain, the snow crunching beneath their feet. Lin Chen and Cece, akin to phantoms, quietly followed in their wake. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Chen vowed that any encounter with members of the Zijing clan would not end favorably for them. "Boss, what are you waiting for?" Cece exclaimed, cracking her knuckles. "I've long found this fellow insufferable. Who can match my coolness?" "Spare me your prattle," Lin Chen shot Cece a glare. "Let's follow him for now. I want to see what he intends to do." The primary mission of their journey was to receive training from the martial Dao master, a goal shared by Zijing Zhan. Moreover, based on the elder's words, Lin Chen surmised that numerous individuals had come to Aurora Mountain. Many powerful factions were aware of the martial Dao master's reputation. Suddenly, Zijing Zhan's group came to an abrupt halt, a chilling killing intent locking onto Lin Chen and Cece. "I say, my 2 friends, there's no need to stealthily trail me," Zijing Zhan remarked, turning with a cold smirk. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. Indeed, Zijing Zhan was a clever and formidable adversary. However, having been discovered, he chose to abandon his concealment and revealed himself alongside Cece. Upon seeing Lin Chen, an expression of shock washed over Zijing Zhan's face. Lin Chen had previously infiltrated the Chaos Star realm, causing a stir among the 3 major clans. Many powerful factions had felt the repercussions. Yet, shortly after, the 3 emperors had collaborated to open a passage, locating the Chaos Star realm. What transpired thereafter remained shrouded in mystery, as all information was subsequently sealed, and even the prodigies had not been seen since. What had truly occurred in the Chaos Star realm? Zijing had initially thought Lin Chen perished. He was astounded to witness Lin Chen standing before him alive. So, you are Zijing. Our boss has come to settle the score with you. You obediently kneel and concede, willingly submitting. Otherwise, you will not comprehend how you have been vanquished. With an air of arrogance, Cece displayed her disdain. The two guards beside Zijing, both fierce warriors brainwashed to the core, were instantly incensed. Regardless of the enemy's might, they charged forward without hesitation. The two formidable guards unleashed their powers, conjuring torrents of energy to engulf Cece. Even Zijing could not intervene in time. How dare you provoke Master Cece? With a powerful fist, Cece shattered the two streams of energy, striking like a thunderbolt upon the chests of the guards. Boom! The two guards were obliterated. Zijing, filled with rage, could hardly contain himself. How audacious to attack my guards! You are courting death. Though Lin Chen's appearance startled Zijing momentarily, his confidence as a peak great sage surged within him. Rather than retreating, they brazenly executed the execution of his two guards before him. Zijing spoke no further, his overwhelming battle intent emanating like a tempest, compressing the falling snow into the earth. A terrifying series of punches ensued, as if Zijing had transformed into a dragon, rampaging across the plains with each strike wielding immense force aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen let out a roar, wielding a colossal sword imbued with profound emotions, evoking deep sorrow as he thought of the woman he longed for. With a unique blend of affection and fury, he unleashed his attack. Boom! The massive energy surged forth, and Lin Chen found himself staggered, retreating a step as if unable to bear its weight. You are merely a mid-tier great sage, and today you dare to provoke me, Lin Chen. This shall be your end. Zijing soared into the air, radiating a resplendent purple-golden light, embodying the majesty of a sovereign. He sensed Lin Chen's cultivation level was but that of a mid-tier great sage, igniting his murderous intent and boundless battle spirit. The legendary Zijing celestial spear technique had long been whispered about. Zijing was born with access to unparalleled techniques from his family, enhancing his formidable prowess. As he unleashed this supreme technique, the very heavens shifted in hue. Zijing appeared as a celestial being, summoning from the infinite void a magnificent, resolute spear, the Zijing Dragon Pattern Battle Spear, capable of shattering all in its path. The colossal spear, stretching 100 meters, emanated an ancient aura, tearing through the sky. As it approached, the snow-capped mountains crumbled, and the earth trembled. Any mid-tier great sage, even those of higher rank, would be crushed to dust beneath its weight. In a sudden burst, Lin Chen activated his power, transforming into a streak of light. The earth quaked, and countless snowflakes were swept into the air, disappearing without a trace. Zijing beheld an unprecedented sight. Lin Chen had seized his supreme technique, grasping the 100-meter spear with unwavering strength, causing it to tremble violently, as if besieged by boundless power. As the 9 dragons entwined around Lin Chen's arms, the ethereal manifestation of Ta Ching surged into motion. Each of the 9 azure ancient dragons radiating an unparalleled majesty and a formidable dragon might. The sacred power within Lin Chen's arms surged dramatically once more. Bang! 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 The colossal spear, measuring 100 meters in length, shattered into fragments, leaving numerous gaping holes across the snow-covered terrain. The battle was fiercely brutal. How is this possible? How can it be? Zijing stammered in disbelief. You are merely at the mid-grade great sage level. How can you possess such strength? His murmurs were abruptly interrupted as Lin Chen let out a thunderous shout, kneeling. Boom! Within Zijing's sea of consciousness, it was as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly exploded. The terrifying sacred might descended upon Zijing like an immense, boundless celestial mountain, overwhelming him. Zijing fell to his knees, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and fear as he gazed at Lin Chen. Your sacred might has shattered the legendary heavenly Tao shackles of 99 strands. You truly are a demon. Lin Chen cast a languid glance at Zijing, and without hesitation, a sword shot forth from behind him, slicing through the air with unmatched prowess, piercing through Zijing's head. Blood splattered across the snow. Having slain Zijing, Lin Chen did not even spare him a glance. After nodding to Cece, he turned and strode away, his figure vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. Chapter 861. The body of the heavenly sword for Lin Chen. Slaying Zijing was hardly a feat of significance. across the vast expanse of the sacred spirit continent. Among those prodigies he was acquainted with, aside from the Ice Emperor, who could rival his might. Moreover, the Ice Emperor was his beloved. Cece and Lin Chen continued to delve deeper into the Aurora Mountain. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the legendary martial Dao master. The deeper they ventured into the mountain, the more palpable the force that seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of reality became. The power of Aurora was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Cece exclaimed, "Big brother, a thatched cottage has appeared 100 miles ahead." Lin Chen was taken aback. A thatched cottage? Instantly, his speed accelerated as he rushed forward. Sure enough, before Lin Chen stood a quaint thatched cottage, an intriguing sight amidst the frigid landscape. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the cottage emitted a faint rainbow glow. Moreover, two figures loomed before the cottage, both emanating an aura of terrifying power. By Lin Chen's instinct, these individuals were undoubtedly formidable experts. Lin Chen swiftly approached, and in mere moments, he found himself in the open space before the cottage. The two young men standing at the entrance of the thatched cottage seemed to sense his presence, abruptly turning to gaze at the descending Lin Chen and Cece. Upon this glance, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, for one of them was an exceptionally familiar face, Jian Tianmiao, the foremost disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. The other young man, whom Lin Chen had never encountered, exuded a cold arrogance. Merely casting a fleeting glance at Lin Chen and Cece before turning his attention back to the thatched cottage. Jian Tianmiao, upon seeing Lin Chen and Cece, also appeared slightly startled. For Jian Tianmiao, Lin Chen indeed harbors little emotion now. Initially, at the Mixed Heaven Gate, Jian Tianmiao had drawn his sword against him. Otherwise, how could the Emperor of the Sword Immortal sect have appeared, leading to the collaboration of 5 emperors? Each of their presences symbolized the will of their respective factions. However, Jian Tianmiao had once saved him, which tempered Lin Chen's hatred. Jian Tianmiao, it has been a long time, Lin Chen greeted, clasping his hands in respect. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Jian Tianmiao replied in his usual languid tone, his disheveled hair obscuring any glimpse of his eyes. But, brother Lin Chen, you have come here to seek a master and learn the arts, haven't you? Lin Chen merely smiled. Yet, the young man who had disregarded Lin Chen and Cece suddenly turned, a frigid glint in his eyes piercing through to Lin Chen's face. You are the sacred vein body. Lin Chen, unfazed. Lin Chen prepared to inquire further, but was abruptly met with a surge of power akin to a ferocious beast charging at him, seemingly intent on shattering him in an instant. What is your intent? Lin Chen unleashed a punch, his supreme strength erupting forth to shatter that force. Nevertheless, a chill flickered in his gaze. The haughty young man merely stated, "It is said that the sacred vein body is the strongest in the world. Today, I wish to witness its might. We have no enmity." Lin Chen frowned, but before he could finish his sentence, the young man vanished in an instant, launching a palm strike toward his face. The power of a supreme imperial artifact. Get back. Lin Chen countered with a punch, their forms erupting simultaneously. With a deft movement, Lin Chen's toes touched the ground, unleashing a torrent of sharp energy, as if he intended to cleave the very void itself. Propelled by the recoil, he surged toward the young man's face. Since you are impolite, do not blame me for retaliating. The realm of the demon gods suddenly opened wide, spewing forth a torrent of demonic energy, as if to consume everything in its path. The young man staggered back, yet his countenance remained devoid of panic. Instead, a fierce brilliance radiated from his form. In that instant, Lin Chen was struck by an illusion. The young man seemed to transform into a sword, a divine sword capable of parting the heavens and obliterating the earth. Flash! With a cold leap, the youth became one with the sword, descending upon the realm of the demon god, a terrifying radiance emanating from him like an unparalleled sword light. Boom! The realm of the demon god trembled violently, a massive fissure carved into its very fabric. Even Lin Chen felt the impact of that formidable brilliance. A look of astonishment flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He was acutely aware of the realm's fortitude, yet the young man's bizarre display nearly tore it apart. Such formidable strength. Who exactly are you? Lin Chen inquired coldly. The young man, exuding an aura of lethal intent, retracted his hostility and cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen. At present, you have yet to unlock your sacred vessel physique. Thus I harbor no interest in defeating you. Lin Chen's gaze hardened slightly. This young man seemed to be well informed. Beside them, Cece disdainfully scoffed. What are you so arrogant about? I could dispatch you with but a single slap. Yet, the young man paid no heed to Cece, which instilled a sense of accomplishment within her. It appeared that the prestige of Lord, she was indeed formidable. However, at that moment, Jian Tianyao lazily interjected, You too. Upon meeting, resort to threats of violence. Be wary of leaving a poor impression on the martial Tao master. Come, Lin Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Xiaohan, a manifestation of the celestial sword physique, one of the ancient physiques. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling the earlier battle. Are you implying that he possesses a unique physique? Indeed, Jian Tianyao nodded slightly. A physique is a boon bestowed by the heavens. In our sacred spirit continent, those born with such physiques are exceedingly rare, yet they are far more common in the human realm. He paused for a moment, allowing Lin Chen to grasp the implication. It became evident that Lin Xiaohan was also a prodigy descended from the human realm, which explained his arrogance. Those with innate physiques are favored by the heavens, often capable of surpassing ordinary individuals and advancing further in their cultivation journeys. Ancient texts have stated that only those with exceptional talents can glimpse the true path. Jian Tianmiao's tone carried a hint of etherealness. While his words seemed somewhat exaggerated, the underlying message was clear. Those with innate physiques possess a greater capacity for cultivation, enabling them to traverse further on their paths. For instance, at the moment Lin Xiaohan transformed into the celestial sword, his power was nothing short of terrifying. Furthermore, his celestial sword physique allowed him to absorb energy more efficiently, comprehend the essence of the sword, and unleash tremendous sword techniques. However, those prodigies from the human realm were indeed remarkable. The former demon prince, also an incarnation of the eye of the demon god, was similarly gifted. Yet, Lin Chen's impression of this individual would hardly be favorable, given the inexplicable attack. Suddenly, Jian Tianyao whispered in Lin Chen's ear when I arrived earlier. I almost clashed with him myself. Some of these prodigies from the human realm are truly insufferable. Lin Xiaohan cast a cold glance at Lin Chen and strode forward decisively, his demeanor shifting to one of respect as he knocked on the door of the thatched hut. Third uncle, we have gathered the three of us. We hope to meet you now, Lin Xiaohan said with utmost reverence, contrasting starkly with his previous attitude towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, perplexed, wondered, What do you mean by gathering three people? Jian Tianyao chuckled ruefully. Lin Chen, you are unaware. We arrived early. But third uncle insisted on seeing three individuals before he would emerge to meet us. Lin Chen soon realized the peculiar nature of the martial Tao master's personality. Indeed, such is often the case with extraordinary individuals. At that moment, the tightly shut door of the thatched hut began to creak open, revealing a middle-aged man emerging from within. The middle-aged man did not exude the formidable aura that Lin Chen had envisioned. With a scruffy beard and clad in coarse linen, he was chewing on an unknown herb, his eyes lacking depth and brilliance, appearing as if he had just awakened, giving off an air of extreme lethargy. Uncle San, Lin Chen, Jian Tianyao, Cece, and Lin Xiaohan were not careless, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged figure. Although he seemed unimpressive at first glance, one ought not to judge a person solely by their appearance. Ah, how did an extra person appear? Uncle San surveyed the four before him, not lingering on any one of them. The four were momentarily taken aback. Let us go? I have no interest. Uncle San spat out the herb and turned to enter the thatched hut, casually closing the door behind him. Lin Chen, Jian Tianyao, and Lin Xiaohan were stunned. This was an outright rejection, devoid of any further discourse. How dare you act so arrogantly before my lord Shi? Cece was incensed. This middle-aged man was insufferably dismissive. With a sudden outburst, she directed a fierce roar at the thatched hut, unleashing a torrent of force. Boom! The entire hut exploded. Cece immediately broke into a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, What a farcical martial arts master! He couldn't even withstand a single strike from me. The expressions of Lin Chen, Jian Tianyao, and Lin Xiaohan shifted dramatically. They observed that, although the hut had been obliterated, the tea table and wooden bed within remained unscathed. The lethargic middle-aged man continued to sleep soundly on the bed, occasionally emitting a snore. Their change in demeanor stemmed from the realization that had the destructive force truly manifested, everything within the hut would have been annihilated alongside it. Cece, quickly apologize. Lin Chen urged, his heart tightening. My lord Shi raised an eyebrow. Apologizing to a disheveled old man. He is merely posturing. His words were abruptly cut off as he witnessed the shattered hut miraculously reappear before his eyes, intact and unharmed. Cece even questioned the reliability of her own vision. There was not a hint of magical fluctuation, and the disheveled man remained unmoved. How could the destroyed hut have suddenly restored itself? A chill gripped Cece's heart. Lin Chen and the others had glimmers of light in their eyes. This martial arts master was truly formidable. Such unfathomable power could only be wielded by someone of extraordinary cultivation. Creak. The door of the hut swung open once more, and the slovenly middle-aged man appeared lazily before them. Who was responsible for shattering my hut, which took me 3 months to construct? That is utterly unforgivable. Bring me the true culprit, and I shall roast them. Then I will teach them, Uncle San said languidly before turning to re-enter the hut. You filthy wretch. You dare to threaten me. Cece fumed. Yet beyond her fury, she found herself at a loss for revenge. As she sensed the atmosphere around her, an eerie chill suddenly enveloped her. The words spoken by him suddenly enveloped the atmosphere among the four with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. Lin Chen, sparing no words, fixed a chilling gaze upon Cece, a frigid aura of death looming over her. Brother Lin Chen, I cannot be held responsible for this. Since the Imperial Master intends to roast him, I am left with no choice. Jian Tianyao remarked with a faint smile, his disheveled hair erupting, revealing a pair of icy eyes. With a thunderous clash, Lin Chen and Jian Tianyao struck almost simultaneously. A fist and a sword descended upon Cece with ferocity. Their moves infused with immense, sacred might, exerting pressure in all directions, their magical powers terrifying and lethal. Roar! Cece unleashed a sudden bellow, emanating boundless pressure that scattered the surrounding snowflakes. In an instant, its form grew larger, transforming into an imposing figure, a gigantic, beastly hoof erupting forth. Boom, boom, boom. The snow-capped mountains resounded with the terrifying echoes of the clash. Cece's colossal frame was forced back by the combined onslaught of the two prodigies. Yet they too were jolted backward by the recoil. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Lin Chen had already dashed forth, capitalizing on the fleeting instant of their retreat. He unleashed a devastating punch, a massive dark phenomenon sweeping down upon the two. The consuming force rolled forth like a demonic hand, aiming to drag the two prodigies into an abyss of darkness. Flash! Both Jian Tianyao and Lin Chen unleashed their formidable sword techniques. Powerful and fearsome sword lights tearing the dark abyss asunder. The two surged forth, but at that very moment, a colossal figure, reminiscent of a mountain, charged toward them, carrying an unmatched force that seemed capable of shattering celestial peaks. Discernment of the heart sword seal. A radiant spiraling sword imprint, and a sword that shone like light shot forth, colliding with the massive illusion that barreled toward them. Yet, the two were met with an overwhelming force that sent them hurtling backward, their bodies uncontrollable. As they flew back, a cold voice echoed, "The sovereign reigns over all." Boom, boom. Two enormous azure fists shattered the infinite air currents, striking heavily upon their backs. The tyrannical will of the sovereign erupted, accompanied by a long howl that transformed their expressions dramatically. Despite possessing myriad divine abilities, in this moment, they could only summon their protective treasures to withstand the blow. The might of the sovereign reigns over all was formidable. Their exquisite imperial artifacts detonated simultaneously, sending their figures soaring like arrows released from a bow. Anyone emerging from the dark abyss, caught unprepared, fell victim to Cece's premeditated strike, leaving them with no choice but to hastily defend themselves. Both prodigies were shaken, their faces ashen. Having endured the previous strike, they felt a tremendous impact within their bodies. Their coordination was flawless. Lin Chen's combat experience far exceeded their imagination. "You handle that beast." Lin Chen wore a tense expression, acknowledging that he had underestimated Lin Chen. He had not anticipated that their combined efforts would nearly bring them to the brink of collapse. Without uttering a word, Jian Tianyao unleashed the ancient sword from his back, which buzzed and soared into the air, transforming into thousands upon thousands of luminous blades. In an instant, countless sword formations emerged, converging upon Cece's figure. At that moment, an ethereal golden light began to emanate from Cece, accompanied by the faint resonance of Buddhist chants, exuding an aura of solemnity amidst the fierce battle. After formulating a strategy, Lin Chen suddenly lunged forward, and a beam of sword light surged forth from his brow. striking Lin Chen's forehead with such swiftness that Lin Chen barely had time to react. Yet, despite being struck by this sword light, Lin Chen remained unscathed, leaving him momentarily astonished. Lin Xiaohan, a formidable being of the 9th degree of saintly might, was not to be underestimated. Once again, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful punch, channeling an immense force that resonated around him, echoing with the roars of vengeful spirits. Apparitions of fierce deities materialized, their grotesque visages brimming with violent energy as they brandished ghostly tridents, charging toward Lin Xiaohan like an unstoppable torrent. Lin Xiaohan's eyes widened in shock as an overwhelming, intangible pressure enveloped him. The celestial sword descended upon Lin Chen like a thunderous blow, immobilizing him as if ensnared by a giant's grip, instilling a profound sense of confinement. A chilling dread radiated from above, where a colossal sword, seemingly tearing through the heavens, loomed over him, poised to crush him, a mere insect in comparison to the vastness of the sky. The sword of heaven, summoned forth, was set to descend upon the world, heralding destruction. Lin Chen found himself inexplicably bound by an immense force, as if the heavens themselves were constraining him. Even as he summoned his saintly might, he remained shackled by this overwhelming power, incapable of discerning its source. The enormous celestial sword above him stretched 100 meters, its blade glinting menacingly. Once it fell, it seemed destined to pierce the very earth itself, unleashing a force beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. This sword was the embodiment of Lin Xiaohan, a manifestation of extraordinary might that far surpassed the capabilities of a high-grade saint. A frigid voice echoed from within the sword, causing Lin Chen's gaze to shift, now infused with an ominous intent. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted, exclaiming in irritation, "Why all this noise? Can't you let me sleep? I simply wanted some roasted meat." The door swung open abruptly, revealing Uncle San, hands on hips, his expression one of dissatisfaction. In an instant, the figure of Lin Xiaohan transformed back into his human form, and Lin Chen was liberated from his restraints. The previous scene, once thick with lethal intent, dissipated entirely, leaving only a deepening coldness etched upon Lin Xiaohan's visage. Upon witnessing the martial arts master, Cici was immediately engulfed in fury, exclaiming, "You old scoundrel! Your sole desire is to roast my flesh. I, Lord Shi, shall never let you off the hook, even in death." The elder reprimanded him lightly, saying, "Such insolence towards your elders is unacceptable. If you persist in your disobedience, I shall teach you a lesson." With a flick of his finger directed at Cici, an extraordinarily peculiar phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, Cici's imposing and magnificent form erupted with a dazzling radiance. In the blink of an eye, he astonishingly transformed into a dog, indeed. A black dog, tongue lolling and exhaling warm breaths. Lin Chen and his companions stood frozen in disbelief. What sorcery was this? Cici had truly been metamorphosed into a panting black dog. "Old scoundrel, what have you done to me?" Cici fumed, though he could hardly comprehend his own transformation. Nonetheless, he distinctly sensed the alteration of his physique. "Look!" The elder tossed a bone into the thatched hut. Instantly, Cici's eyes sparkled, and he barked excitedly. "Lin Chen, Lin Xiaohan, Jian Tianmiao, he has indeed become a dog, with all the instincts of one." Moments later, the thatched hut resonated with sounds akin to a pig being slaughtered. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly approached, pleading, "Esteemed elder, Cici is merely inexperienced and unaware of his offense. I hope you will show mercy and forgive him this once." The elder replied languidly, "He requires discipline, not malice." Lin Chen was taken aback, pondering deeply, and suddenly felt a jolt of realization. This martial arts master was indeed extraordinary. With a mere statement, he had discerned the essence of Cici, proud to the core, dismissive of all, and willful in nature. "You too," the elder scanned Lin Xiaohan and Jian Tianmiao with a relaxed demeanor, "are quite commendable. Come with me." Despite their composure, Lin Xiaohan and Jian Tianmiao could not suppress their joy at the elder's words, which indirectly signified his acceptance of them. Without hesitation, they followed the elder into the enigmatic hut, while Lin Chen remained behind, feeling overlooked. To be favored by the martial arts master implied a promising future for them. Yet he was left in uncertainty. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. The elder's implication was clear. It was a rejection of him. With only one day remaining in the 3-month deadline, if he failed to gain approval today, who could predict where the elder would be in 3 months' time? Every passing moment was invaluable to Lin Chen. He was unwilling to squander a single second. But Elder Lin Chen stepped forward, prepared to voice his concerns. However, the elder turned away, nonchalantly stating, "As for you, remain outside. Once I have trained your brother, you may retrieve him. TSK, and prepare some bones in the meantime." Lin Chen's body stiffened, gazing at the falling snow. His clenched fists relaxing. He felt as if the air had been let out of a balloon. Without the hellish training, without the guidance of the martial arts master, and without a surge in strength, all his carefully laid plans would dissolve like bubbles in water, scattering into nothingness. However, Lin Chen gazed upon the tightly shut door of the thatched cottage. Although he had faced rejection, a sense of despondency instinctively crept into his heart. This news dealt him a considerable blow, one that he could not easily dismiss. Raising his head, he beheld the swirling white snow and the slightly blinding auroras above. And he exhaled gently. His originally relaxed fists tightened once more. Could he truly concede defeat so readily? The heart of an emperor cannot be so easily shattered. As Lin Chen stared at the vibrant auroras dancing in the sky, his spirits lifted, and a sense of ease washed over him. He couldn't help but remark that, despite their glaring brightness, these auroras resembled a magnificent painting. In that very moment, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, the painting of martial arts, the martial arts master. A smile curved upon Lin Chen's lips as he suddenly settled into a meditative position. Memories began to replay in his mind, from the beginning to the present. Although his martial arts master's temperament was peculiar, he was nonetheless the mentor of his own master from years past. He would, in some way, pay attention to him. His uncle had a keen eye for people. Though he was neither wholly virtuous nor entirely wicked, in terms of talent and mindset, he was certainly not lacking. Moreover, his uncle had not banished him. Even if he wished for Lin Chen to wait for CC, there was no need for him to linger here. After all, he had only one day left, and it was impossible to cultivate CC's temperament in such a limited time. A fierce light ignited in Lin Chen's eyes as he took a deep breath. This was a test. He sat cross-legged, his gaze unwavering as he stared into the vast expanse of the colorful auroras above. He released his heart, merging it with the dazzling tapestry of lights. What profound truths regarding martial arts lay hidden within this radiant display? The snowstorm raged across the mountains, and the auroras shimmered in the night. A young man, cloaked in snow, gazed skyward, seeking enlightenment in the martial path. Chapter 864. What if you became mortal? The multicolored sky seemed to harbor endless mysteries, integrating myriad martial arts within its vibrant hues. Lin Chen felt a piercing sensation in his eyes, a discomfort that was almost unbearable. Yet, this was his last hope. Even amidst such agony, he had to grit his teeth and endure. He sought to align his heart with the vastness of the universe, letting his thoughts soar into the ethereal. To glean insights from this auroral tapestry, he needed to immerse his heart in the realm of martial arts. Long ago, Lin Chen was hailed as the most gifted prodigy in martial comprehension within the Holy Spirit continent over the past millennium. However, his years of traversing various battlefields had prevented him from truly delving into the depths of his understanding. This aurora pattern resembled a depiction of the 7 stars. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, the vibrant hues reflecting a mesmerizing brilliance within his pupils. He easily entered a state of enlightenment, allowing his mind to empty and clearly grasp a subtle mystery hidden within the pattern. In ancient times, there was a legend of the 7 stars, which, when united against the 7 great calamities, would unleash unparalleled disaster. Yet, this was not about the celestial bodies, but rather the colorful auroras themselves. The auroras, as their name suggests, a radiance that has reached its zenith, is birthed from the heavens, embodying a celestial phenomenon. It possesses the power to tear asunder the very firmament. Before him lies an expanse of vibrant auroras, a kaleidoscope of 7 colors, which, in Lin Chen's eyes, resembles a celestial map of the 7 stars. The 7 celestial bodies correspond to the 7 malevolent forces within his spirit, transforming into the 7 stars themselves. Lin Chen envisions himself as part of this brilliant aurora, as if he presently possesses the ability to rend the skies. His spirit is wholly absorbed in this magnificent image. Amidst the swirling blizzard, the heavens appear dark, and the earth is blanketed in white. Yet only this radiant spectrum of light flickers with brilliance in the depths of the night. Should anyone gaze upon this scene, they would observe a figure seated cross-legged in front of a thatched cottage, covered in snowflakes. resembling a living snowman. In this moment, Lin Chen's eyes are glazed, devoid of any vitality. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his hands are in constant motion, forming various gestures. With each hand seal, a cascade of multicolored light emanates forth. The transformation of the cosmos is ever present, giving birth to myriad wonders. The great path is veiled in mystery, as the elements and the 8 trigrams converge into the essence of life. Lin Chen's hand seals quicken, producing a flurry of luminous bursts. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide and unleashes a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The sound reverberates as if a thunderclap has echoed through the skies. From the vast expanse above, a beam of radiant aurora descends, akin to a 7-colored dragon, swiftly merging with Lin Chen's being. He gasps, and a surge of 7-colored light erupts from his mouth, its velocity far surpassing that of the superlative martial prowess he had previously mastered. This radiant beam strikes the very thatched cottage left behind by the esteemed martial master, and the ensuing thunderous roar heralds the arrival of his nonchalant, disheveled uncle. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly deflects the force of the aurora's impact. At this moment, Lin Chen rises abruptly, his eyes sparkling with newfound understanding, as if he has grasped some profound truth. Indeed, within the depths of this auroral vision, he has gleaned insights into its mysteries. He even finds himself capable of harnessing the auroras in the sky as a means to vanquish foes. This represents a profound comprehension of martial arts. All things in the universe can be encompassed within the realm of martial arts, and the heavenly auroras are no exception. His uncle's gaze is fixed upon Lin Chen, his voice cutting through the blizzard with remarkable clarity. But tell me, do you possess the courage to continue learning from me? Lin Chen's expression remains steadfast, unwaveringly locking eyes with the man who could alter the course of his life. I was prepared for this path long before I arrived. The lazy demeanor vanished from his uncle's face, replaced by an inscrutable glint in his eyes. Then let me pose you a question. If I were to reduce you to a mere mortal for your training, would you dare to proceed? Lin Chen hesitates momentarily. Mortal. Transform him into a mere mortal. To witness a supreme sage, one who could dominate among the prodigies of the sacred spirit continent. Reduced to such a state, what kind of training is this? Nevertheless, Lin Chen took a deep breath. As long as he could attain strength, he would accept being a mortal. His uncle nodded, his expression inscrutable, perhaps in acknowledgement of Lin Chen's words. When that fellow, Blood Heaven, came to me as a disciple, he endured considerable hardships. Yet, his innate arrogance remained unshaken, and during that time, the realm was not as teeming with ancient physiques as it is now. My uncle remarked, "The path of the master is a lonely one." Lin Chen found this statement perplexing. Could it be that in that realm, Blood Heaven had no worthy adversaries? His uncle's gaze locked onto Lin Chen once more. That boy with the heavenly sword physique, you have seen him. I must clarify, in this realm, his heavenly sword physique is merely of average caliber. Lin Chen's body trembled. Lu Qiuhan's heavenly sword physique, on the sacred spirit continent, was considered exceptional, yet it was still deemed average here. The training duration is 3 years, his uncle said nonchalantly. You may withdraw if you wish. Decide wisely before stepping through this door. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the door of the thatched cottage ajar, revealing the darkness within. At that moment, the raging blizzard outside seemed to intensify. Lin Chen understood the reason behind his uncle's inquiry. Stepping inside would mean experiencing the torment and agony of being a mortal, devoid of strength. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, entering the thatched cottage. The moment he crossed the threshold into the inky darkness, he heard a familiar yet furious barking, accompanied by a chilling force that surged into his body, akin to a venomous serpent coiling within, injecting its poison and gradually sealing his magical essence and physical form. What would become of him as a mortal? In the next instant, unbeknownst to Lin Chen, the thatched cottage abruptly vanished amidst the icy wilderness. The auroras in the sky cascaded down like vibrant blossoms amidst the snow. A figure now stood on the snowy ground where Lin Chen had been contemplating. This figure, enchanting and clad in a flowing black gown that revealed her fair back, possessed captivating eyes, deep and mysterious. This old fellow had indeed been waiting. She had set the aurora to test his understanding. How intriguing. After all these years, I wonder what you have discovered about awakening the powers of the sacred vein. With 3 divine physiques at stake, I believe your ultimate aim is the 3 divine bodies. I assent to it? Her enchanting voice was drowned out by the ferocious snowfall. Chapter 865. Hellish training. The continent possesses a northern region, hence the existence of the southern domain. The so-called southern domain is widely known as a furnace of a land. It is said that throughout the year, it is scorched by relentless sunlight, making water a scarce resource. The deserts are desolate, fraught with peril. The southern domain stands in stark contrast to the northern region, nestled closely against the chaotic ancient domain's periphery. The situation of the entire Holy Spirit continent reveals that the inner sanctum of the chaotic ancient region serves as a bridge connecting the northern and southern territories. The realm transformed by the Chaos Emperor, now embroiled in turmoil, has unveiled the terrifying extent of the Emperor's power, previously unbeknownst to the populace. The following day, Lin Chen and his companions arrived in the northern region. According to his uncle San, they found themselves at the heart of the north, atop a colossal volcano that seemed on the verge of eruption. The dreadful temperature rendered even those of the formidable Essence realm wary of venturing there, lest they risk their lives. To Lin Chen's astonishment, upon entering the thatched cottage, he found no sign of Lin Xiaohan or Jian Tianmiao. When confronted with Lin Chen's inquiry, Uncle San shrugged lazily, informing him that they were undergoing training with one of his avatars. Rest assured, you will have the opportunity to meet them. However, when the time comes, it will be up to you to prove your strength, he added, subtly revealing to Lin Chen that these two prodigies would engage in a fierce battle with him in 3 years' time, though it could very well occur in a year or even 6 months. An infuriating old anomaly, Lin Chen thought, vowing to make him pay should he restore his original form. Meanwhile, a black dog, the size of a person, incessantly barked at Uncle San, baring its teeth in a menacing display. Uncle San swiftly struck the creature on the head, warning, "You rascally beast. Keep barking, and I may just deny you your dinner tonight." The dog, Shi, glared back, barking twice before falling silent. Despite its attempts to remind itself of its noble status, it could not resist the temptation of a bone. Lin Chen cast a glance at Shi, feeling no sympathy, but rather a sense of schadenfreude. The once mighty sacred beast, which even the gluttonous Tiao feared, had been reduced to a creature devoid of dignity. Akin to an ordinary dog, this stark contrast left a profound psychological impact. Nonetheless, Lin Chen too had become an ordinary person, having stepped into the thatched hut. His magical powers, divine presence, and extraordinary royal body were all sealed away, leaving him as a complete mortal. However, it was worth noting that Lin Chen's strength surpassed that of the average person. Among mortals, a form of energy known as internal force was utilized, distinct from the initial essence energy. For instance, Uncle San circled his head and suddenly conjured a stone, hurling it into the air and snapping his fingers, causing the stone to shatter into fragments. The entire process involved no magical energy, force, or essence, but rather an unknown power referred to as internal force. What a fascinating power, Lin Chen mused, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Meanwhile, Shi, feeling rather peckish, harbored a desire to pounce on Uncle San and gnaw at him, lamenting that he had forgotten to provide breakfast for his noble self. There exists a cultivation method known as the heart purification technique, Uncle San declared, tossing an ancient tome titled Heart Purification Technique towards Lin Chen and Shi, introducing them to this new internal practice. Lin Chen held the heart purification technique and inquired of his third uncle, "Is the subsequent cultivation merely the practice of this technique?" "Certainly not." His uncle replied with a shake of his head, a smile gracing his face. This smile sent a shiver down the spine of Cici, who had transformed into a large black dog, for to its eyes, this grin was nothing short of demonic. The southern region is renowned as a furnace of fire. Every inch of land, upon mere usage, can ignite into flames. Thus, it is aptly named the fire domain. His uncle casually remarked, "What I require of you is to journey from the farthest reaches of the southern region to this thatched cottage, which lies at the very heart of the region." Both Lin Chen and Cici widened their eyes in disbelief. "Surely, you jest." Lin Chen understood all too well that reaching this place would necessitate a protective barrier of vital energy. Even with such a shield, traversing to this location would entail an arduous journey, with odds of 8 deaths to 2 lives. Moreover, he was still a mere mortal. Encountering a beast of innate realm level 4 or 5 could easily result in his obliteration. "Of course, you may withdraw at any moment," his uncle reminded them abruptly. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Lin Chen and Cece found themselves enveloped in a haze, and when they opened their eyes, they had arrived in an unbearably hot environment that made them long for water. Before them lay the southern region, where even the air seemed to shimmer as if distorted by heat. Lin Chen could distinctly see the soil, a peculiar fiery hue. Not long after their arrival, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming heat engulfing his entire being. The relentless sunlight seemed poised to scorch his skin, and waves of discomfort surged within him, leaving him parched. Such is the plight of a mortal body. Were he in his true form, he could traverse this distance at full speed in mere days. The journey to the center spanned at least 1,000,000 miles. If one were to walk, assuming a maximum of 300 miles a day, the duration would stretch into a seemingly endless ordeal. For he was but a mortal, susceptible to fatigue and hunger, unable to withstand the searing heat that could melt iron. Damn it, you perverse old man. I refuse to partake in such madness. I would rather die than comply. You can threaten me all you want, but my answer is no. Cece snarled at his uncle, displaying a fierce defiance. In its current canine form, stepping into this desert would surely lead to its transformation into roasted dog meat. You have no say in this matter. Given your poor attitude, you forfeit your right to withdraw, his uncle retorted, a self-satisfied smirk illuminating his face, much to Cece's chagrin. Uncle, I acknowledge my mistake. Please spare me. I do not wish to become roasted dog meat. The plea came too late. His uncle's demeanor remained unyielding. With such pretentiousness, there will be no meat for 10 days. Curse it. The first trial commenced. As a mortal, he was to traverse this expanse of fiery terrain, enduring the agonizing sensation of the scorching sun that left his scalp tingling and his body feeling as if it were being roasted alive. This was a sensation Lin Chen had never experienced before. Thus began his arduous journey on foot. The trials faced by Cece and Lin Chen are indeed arduous. Uncle San, under the pretext of helping Cece lose weight, carelessly plopped himself onto Cece's back, indulging in copious amounts of meat and drink, much to Cece's frustration, leaving her drooling and irate. In Lin Chen's mind, if the southern region were to be divided into 5 degrees of heat, they had merely entered the first, most inconsequential zone. Yet, even in this initial area, Lin Chen could distinctly feel the searing heat penetrating through his soles and the oppressive warmth radiating from above, causing beads of sweat to trickle down and parching his throat, each breath becoming increasingly labored, as if his very heart were being scorched by flames. They had scarcely traversed 2 kilometers. Lin Chen was not alone in his struggle. Cece, too, found herself gasping for air, utterly devoid of strength to berate the old pervert on her back. The path ahead seemed interminable, each step a tormenting ordeal. Lin Chen began to sense something amiss. As a mere mortal, he could hardly withstand such intense heat. Should they step into the second realm, the very ground there could ignite from the slightest friction. Such a horrific place would surely spell doom for him. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled the inner strength of the mortal realm. Indeed, to complete this arduous journey, their only hope lay in the cultivation of the tranquil heart technique. Resolutely, he ceased his movement. At that moment, Uncle San had succumbed to slumber atop Cece's back, impervious to her futile attempts to dislodge him. This infuriated Cece, while they endured the searing trial. This fellow slept soundly. Cece, check your tranquil heart technique. Cultivating this inner strength is our only means of survival. Otherwise, you shall become nothing more than roasted dog meat. Lin Chen exhorted, taking a deep breath before settling down to meditate. The heat radiating from beneath him felt akin to sitting on a bed of needles, each prick painful. In such dire circumstances, calming his mind proved to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Lin Chen ultimately succeeded in focusing his thoughts and immersing himself in the realm of inner strength. After several hours of effort, Cece finally managed to quell her restlessness and joined him in this endeavor. At that moment, Uncle San opened his eyes, gazing at the merciless sun hanging high in the sky. Who would have imagined that Lin Chen, the one who had shaken the entire continent, would be subjected to such mild torture from the heat here? If the 3 great races were to learn of this, they would surely be infuriated. It must be noted that this audacious individual was bold beyond measure. Yet, this hellish training was only just beginning. Chapter 866. The onslaught of the demon tiger. The tranquil heart technique is an ancient method of cultivation that emphasizes the art of breath and meditation. Lin Chen dedicated nearly 2 hours to fully comprehend its principles. The insights presented within were novel to him. emphasizing that the essence is reality while the mind is an abstraction. Only by nurturing the mind can one expel impurities and attain strength. This approach differed significantly from that of their fellow practitioners, who relied solely on the potency of their internal energies and the understanding of cosmic truths. Lin Chen commenced his cultivation of the tranquil heart technique, which had become his final lifeline. The tranquil heart technique requires one to calm the mind, envisioning the body as an embodiment of the spirit, which itself is pure and devoid of any impurities. By opening the heart and absorbing the essence of the universe, one can expel the impurities within. This method of absorption is achieved through breath, establishing a bridge between the physical form and the spirit. Indeed, after immersing himself in this contemplation, Lin Chen experienced a remarkable circulation within, as an ethereal yet tangible energy surged through his being with each inhalation and exhalation. The entire process of cultivation spanned a full day, during which Lin Chen not only sensed this energy, but also, guided by the diagrams outlined in the tranquil heart technique, formed a complete cycle. Upon opening his eyes, a wave of fatigue dissipated, and his spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Although the blazing sun still radiated its heat, he felt significantly more at ease. The tranquil heart technique proved to be as effective as Lin Chen had envisioned. She appeared somewhat exhilarated, as if having glimpsed a new realm. Yet, he continued to regard the old pervert with disdain, regardless of his status as a master of martial arts. If he failed to provide sustenance, he deserved no mercy. This state of affairs persisted for a full 10 days. During this period, Lin Chen underwent a profound transformation. He could traverse a mile without breaking a sweat and walked barefoot across the scorching earth, enduring its heat with remarkable resilience. Their responsibilities also included procuring food for their uncle. The duo of one man and one dog no longer exuded an imposing presence. Under the relentless sun, their skins darkened, seemingly increasing their resistance to its rays. The 10 days of relentless travel had rendered them akin to wild men and dogs. However, Lin Chen felt a sense of disquiet. In 10 days, they had barely covered 2,000 miles, a feat made possible only by the internal energy sustaining him. The entire journey spanned millions of miles. He understood that this arduous practice was merely the beginning. If he truly wished to grow stronger, he must seize the time. The tranquil heart technique posited that energy exists in all things. Without it, there is no life. Even the greatest of cultivators have energy circulating within them. Fire, water, wind, and lightning all operate on this principle. Lin Chen's mind began to recall the various tenets of the tranquil heart technique, and his intuition suggested that all mysteries lay within its teachings. Through the practice of this internal cultivation, Lin Chen felt a refreshing energy coursing through him amidst the furnace-like environment. This was the reason for their remarkable increase in speed and their survival beneath the sun's harsh glare. In the southern domain, nights offered only 2 hours devoid of sunlight, insufficient for the soil to cool. There was an instance when she, having grasped the essence of the tranquil heart technique, ran wildly across the heated soil, which ignited beneath his paws, singeing their uncle's long hair into a dreadful state, resulting in she receiving a sound thrashing. Alas, if only I possessed a modicum of true energy at this moment, I could transform it into ice, thereby cooling the fiery earth before me, allowing me to indulge in a blissful slumber. She, with a furrowed brow, lamented that although its arrogance remained, it had gained an additional layer of maturity. As Lin Chen listened to Shi's words, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. The essence of all things is derived from energy. Thus, could the inner strength within him also be manifested as various forms? Contemplating this notion, Lin Chen swiftly calmed his spirit, entering a meditative state, envisioning himself as a vessel of pure consciousness, drawing forth the most pristine energies of the cosmos. A current of energy began to circulate within him, akin to a diminutive dragon of air. My form is as pure as my spirit. My energy is as frigid as ice. Lin Chen immersed himself in a transcendent state, imagining that he absorbed the chill of ice into his very being, filling himself completely with its essence. As anticipated, he felt a surge of cold emanating from within. Shi, previously despondent, suddenly widened its eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this? A gust of cold air emanates from my master. In such sweltering heat." This refreshing breeze invigorated Shi, as if it had been electrified. Woof woof. Now I can finally enjoy a restful sleep. Shishi eagerly barked, yearning to curl up beside Lin Chen. You lazy mutt, scolded Uncle San with a playful slap to Shishi's head, jovially declaring. Shouldn't you be assisting your uncle in his cultivation? Or else, I shall feast on dog meat soup tonight. Shishi inwardly cursed, contemplating the peculiar transformation occurring within Lin Chen. 2 days later, the sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth, causing water sources to dry up and the ground to crack. The heat was intense, all-consuming. Yet amidst this fiery landscape, a figure darted forth like an arrow released from its bow, devoid of any visible magical aura. A closer look would reveal that this individual radiated a chilling aura, impervious to the searing sun. This person was none other than Lin Chen. On that day, he had indeed grasped profound insights. Energy can manifest into all forms. Thus, he envisioned his energy as ice, circulating within him, instilling a pervasive chill throughout his being. The scorching sun merely rendered him slightly warm. He was not overwhelmed by the heat. His speed surged dramatically, covering an astonishing distance of 1,000 miles in a single day. This delighted both Lin Chen and Shishi, as he distinctly sensed the transformation within himself. He began to harness his internal strength to enhance his speed and power, infusing his steps with a refreshing coldness. As his velocity escalated, by the 3rd day, Lin Chen reached an astounding speed of 1,500 miles in a single day, a remarkable increase from his initial pace. However, with each advancement, he became increasingly aware of the formidable power of this clear heart technique, embarking on a new phase of understanding. Yet, in the span of 2 hours that night, as Lin Chen and Shishi cultivated to restore their internal energy, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept towards Lin Chen's head from behind, howling ominously, exuding an air of formidable strength. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Although he had lost his consciousness, due to his cultivation of the tranquil heart technique, he could distinctly perceive the subtle movements of the wind and grass around him, sensing an impending ambush. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred where Lin Chen had just departed, leaving a gaping hole about a meter wide. Previously, he had been indifferent to such harm, but now, through the lens of his mortal perception, it appeared dreadfully alarming. At that moment, Shishi also reacted, gazing at the colossal tiger before him, its body enveloped in a fiery hue. Instantly, he bared his teeth, seemingly exerting his own dominance to intimidate this audacious beast. However, the fiery iron tiger regarded Shishi with disdain, unleashing a ferocious roar that forced Shishi to stumble back 2 steps, leaving his expression momentarily frozen. It was astonishing that a mere creature could be cowed by such a monstrous roar, particularly one as insignificant as a mere innate 4th-level minion. Uncle San, however, found great amusement in Shishi's predicament, laughing heartily at the sight of him being put in his place. Yet, at that very instant, the demon tiger sensed a bone-chilling surge of energy rushing towards it, unmistakably emanating from the very mortal it had attempted to ambush. This incited a furious wrath within the tiger, which bared its fangs and opened its gaping maw, enraged that an ant-like human dared to strike at it. The furious demon tiger lunged forth with an earth-shattering roar, a colossal force descending like a mountain, its claws capable of rending boulders apart. Lin Chen's body tensed as he swiftly retreated, rolling several times on the ground to evade the tiger's onslaught, which subsequently left a sizable crater in the earth. The sight of this gaping hole sent chills down Lin Chen's spine. Had his mortal form been struck, it would likely have been annihilated. Had the former Lin Chen been present, a mere hint of his aura could have obliterated this demon tiger. The tiger, fueled by its fury, lunged again, its formidable presence undeterred. Just then, Shishi, transformed into a large black dog, charged forward, barking furiously at the demon tiger. The tiger's claw struck Shishi's shoulder, sending the large black dog flying with a single blow. Uncle Sen merely turned, watching indifferently as Shishi was sent hurtling away. Lin Chen felt a surge of urgency. Meanwhile, the demon tiger, with the ferocity of a descending mountain tiger, lunged towards Lin Chen, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Lin Chen suddenly turned, his pupils dilating in alarm, as a terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the tiger to appear struck by lightning, its eyes wide with shock. The dust on the scalding ground swirled as if caught in a tempest. With blinding speed, Lin Chen's fist collided with the demon tiger's skull. His internal energy surged forth, and the force of his strike was fierce and unrelenting. The tiger's head was shattered instantly, blood splattering in all directions. At this moment, Lin Chen remained oblivious to the transformation within himself and anxiously rushed towards Cece, inquiring if she was unharmed. Cece's gaze bore an unusual intensity as she stared at the lifeless demon tiger, seemingly caught in a stupor. This creature, a sacred beast, commanded reverence from all beings. Yet, this diminutive demon tiger exhibited no fear, roaring in a display of its authority, though it could only produce pitiful yelps. The stark contrast in power struck Cece with a sudden shock. Despite maintaining an outwardly flamboyant demeanor, she was indeed a formidable entity, a being of terrifying status as a sacred beast. When had a mere demon tiger dared to challenge her majesty? Lin Chen paused momentarily, refraining from further comments. He was certain Cece was fine, yet he understood that she had undoubtedly experienced a profound internal upheaval. When one plummets from a great height to the lowest depths, such a disparity can lead to endless confusion. The state of one's mind. This was a journey Cece would have to navigate alone. Suddenly, Lin Chen was struck by a thought regarding his previous transformation. Indeed, he had become an ordinary mortal, completely devoid of magical power or divine might. Yet, the terrifying aura he had just emanated had left the demon tiger in a daze. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever encountered. A great sage could typically induce stupor or even death in lesser beings only by wielding their sacred authority, contingent upon its application. Without it, a sage was merely an ordinary person. However, Lin Chen had just felt an extraordinary force within himself. This was Qi, the essence of all things in heaven and earth. His third uncle, lounging nearby, remarked nonchalantly, "The Clear Heart Sutra does not merely compel one to cultivate internal strength to attain greatness. Such techniques are common among mortals and can be acquired for a mere few coins. I purchased mine for just a couple of silvers. Yet, this internal cultivation method offers you a novel understanding of martial arts, namely, the concept of Qi. You must have sensed its presence just now. Indeed, you were once a strong being, harboring thoughts of slaying Buddhas and vanquishing gods within your heart. Once unleashed, the resultant power will be formidable." His uncle then posed a question to Lin Chen. What distinguishes this martial path? At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with newfound enlightenment, inspired by his uncle's words, revealing to him an entirely new realm of martial arts. The notion of internalizing countless martial paths and then unleashing them resonated deeply within him. In that instant, Lin Chen seemed to see through the fog, gaining profound clarity. He felt as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, exuding a potent aura of martial prowess. If divine powers and spells do not reside within your heart, how could they possibly wreak havoc upon the heavens and earth? The Clear Heart Sutra, a humble text requiring but a paltry sum in the secular world, contained profound wisdom and universal truths. Yet, such insights were not easily grasped by the average individual. True strength lies in the harmony of the inner spirit and the outer form. Internal fortitude and external might embody genuine power. In the present moment, Lin Chen had unlocked a new realm of martial arts, brimming with confidence to unleash the formidable powers that had once astonished the human world. After a day and night of meditation, he opened his eyes. Cece had awakened as well, still exhibiting its carefree demeanor, spitting water at the martial arts master, cursing, and wagging its tail in a plea for bones, seemingly unchanged. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that Cece was gradually transforming. Once a sacred beast, Cece possessed ample arrogance. Yet in this world, countless formidable beings could easily suppress a nascent sacred creature like it. The strong excel in patience. Great accumulation leads to subtle manifestation. At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted from the distance, resonating with an air of authority that made the earth tremble. Lin Chen's gaze swept forward, and he immediately spotted dozens of demon tigers charging towards him. All these demon tigers had attained a cultivation level above the innate realm, and leading the charge was an imposing giant tiger, the king among these beasts, at the pinnacle of innate 10th level, eyeing the realm of divine methods. They had caught the scent of blood. "Lin Chen, we must flee," Cece barked urgently. "These demon tigers are at the innate 10th level. We, as mere mortals, stand no chance against them." Yet, it seemed Lin Chen was oblivious to Cece's warning. With a sudden movement, he charged directly towards the approaching demon tigers. Alarmed, Cece's expression changed dramatically. What could a mere mortal do, equipped with only a modicum of inner strength? They were not the previous formidable giant. Cece, driven by instinct, attempted to rush forward, but unexpectedly, its form was pinned down by a heavy weight, rendering it helpless against the ground. The one who had collapsed upon Cece was none other than the lazy creature itself, now sprawled on Cece's back, fast asleep. Woof woof. What the heck? Cece cursed vehemently. Yet it was of no avail. Upon looking ahead, Cece was met with a stunning scene. Lin Chen had plunged into the midst of the demon tigers, embodying the essence of a mortal in the realm of heavenly and demonic gods. With each punch, the resonating roars of demonic deities filled the air as immense. Invisible forces shattered 3 demon tigers at the innate 6th level into oblivion. At that moment, a dozen demon tigers simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing their essence and martial skills in a fierce assault, seemingly intent on overwhelming Lin Chen. Chaos breaks the illusion slash. Lin Chen let out a fierce cry, and a fierce radiance surged from his body. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before their martial techniques. At that instant, the demon tigers collectively perceived a shadow descending upon them, akin to a thunderous wake-up call. The earth shook with explosive sounds as, simultaneously, several entities at the innate 6th, 7th, and 8th levels had their heads shattered into fragments. Blood gushed forth as Lin Chen landed abruptly, gasping for breath. At this moment, the formidable Tiger King, an existence of the innate 10th level, observed the astonishing spectacle before it, waiting for Lin Chen to touch down. In an instant, it leapt into the sky, its massive form casting a long shadow. The fierce tiger lowered its head, opening its gaping maw, and unleashed a terrifying roar directed at Lin Chen. A violent beam of golden light erupted from the tiger's mouth, revealing a golden sword, its essence, forged from all its might, capable of obliterating a mountain towering over 10 meters. The sheer power was overwhelming, beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Shishi's pupils constricted to the size of needles. This force was insurmountable for an ordinary human. Lin Chen was on the brink of being torn to shreds. The phrase "kill all" under heaven resonated like a thunderous explosion. Lin Chen's figure transformed into a streak of light, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, obscuring everything within. A flicker of chilling radiance, akin to a legendary divine sword, severed the golden sword unleashed by the Tiger King into 2 halves. Shishi was taken aback, for he clearly discerned the source of that cold light. It was Lin Chen's right arm, the arm of a mere mortal. With a thunderous crash, the golden sword shattered, causing the Tiger King to spit out a mouthful of blood and attempt a frenzied escape. However, after fleeing several hundred meters without sensing any disturbance and believing it had evaded death, Lin Chen's figure abruptly appeared at its back, delivering a crushing stomp that resonated with 9 dragon roars. Boom! The entire giant tiger was reduced to nothingness beneath Lin Chen's foot. Transcendent steps of the ethereal realm. Shishi witnessed an unprecedented and shocking scene. Was this truly martial arts? Did it not require the release of magical power? After vanquishing the Tiger King, Lin Chen trembled all over, gazing at his blood-soaked hands that quaked violently. He let out a roar towards the heavens, unable to contain his overwhelming fervor. Chapter 868, Mental Barrier. Even an existence of the innate 10th level was subdued by Lin Chen's mortal form. The reason was simple. A single profound statement from his uncle had granted Lin Chen profound enlightenment, though devoid of magical power and divine authority. The essence of martial arts was evolving within his spirit, allowing him to manifest the power of this technique without reliance on magical prowess. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Chen was now fervently anticipating what his strength would be upon regaining his abilities, especially when combined with the martial insights he had just grasped. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but glance at his uncle, who was peacefully resting on Shishi's back. His uncle, once a mere mortal in the realm of enlightenment, was rumored to have been just an ordinary warrior in the past. Yet, the power he now wielded was utterly unfathomable. He could resurrect a dilapidated thatched cottage and traverse vast distances in an instant. This was a different kind of mastery. Ah, that nap was truly delightful, his uncle yawned, stretching and playfully patting Shishi's head with a beaming smile. Cece grimaced, vexed by the old rascal who had persistently pressed him to the ground. Yet, he could not deny that this old curmudgeon possessed considerable skill. Lin Chen, relying on his mortal form, astonishingly manifested the power of martial arts, shattering his previous notions regarding the cultivation of divine abilities. What are you two dawdling about for? His uncle scoffed, curling his lip. Is mastering a mere trick worthy of such pride? Your master traversed this fiery domain in a mere 3 months. Can you achieve the same? 3 months. Lin Chen was taken aback. Given his current understanding of martial arts, a month would suffice, if not less. Yet, an instinct whispered to him that it was not so simple. He envisioned the towering figure that stood amidst the boundless void, a being whose very presence trembled the entire continent. Clenching his fists, he recalled his vow. Regardless of the blood-sky demon lord, he would surpass him. Without further ado, Lin Chen executed the mysterious step, propelling himself forward at a pace of several hundred meters per step towards the thatched cottage. He imparted his understanding to Cici. Though whether Cici could grasp it remained uncertain. In a single day, he traversed over 100,000 miles. Merely 10 days had passed. Yet Lin Chen was already perilously close to the final region, the very heart of the southern domain, the most searing locale. Looking up, he beheld an expanse of crimson, devoid of other hues. Before Lin Chen unfolded a fire sea stretching hundreds of thousands of miles, akin to a colossal bowl brimming with molten lava. The temperature reached an unprecedented, terrifying level. Even the most resilient energy would likely be eroded and melted by such heat. Cici, gazing at the dreadfully fierce scene of the fire sea, gulped and exclaimed, "How on earth do we get past this? Even if I wield my divine powers to fly, I fear I would be scorched to a crisp." Leisurely seated upon Cici's back, his uncle interjected, "Why do I feel that being roasted sounds particularly delightful? The aroma of meat. By the way, it has been ages since I savored dog meat." Woof, woof, woof. Cici immediately bared his teeth and growled at his uncle. Lin Chen glanced at Cici and said, "I'll go ahead and test the waters. You stay up here. My understanding of martial arts is deeper than yours." As Cici prepared to retort, Lin Chen activated his internal energy, rapidly lowering his body temperature. An aura of demonic intent, devouring essence, and the spirit of transcendence enveloped him, amplifying his presence with formidable potency. In that moment, he unleashed 3 divine abilities. Lin Chen leapt forth, his form shooting like an arrow into the roaring fire sea. The instant he entered the fiery abyss, a terrifying hissing sound erupted around him. The will enveloped by the divine martial arts was rapidly being scorched by the terrifying heat. Moreover, his body, suffused with an icy aura, suddenly sensed a dreadful wave of heat sweeping toward him, as if it sought to melt him away. This was merely the beginning. If he lingered any longer, Lin Chen would unhesitatingly believe he would be charred to a crisp. The icy energy he conjured with his inner strength proved utterly ineffective. Instead, due to the frigid essence of ancient times, the searing sensation felt like needles piercing him, intensifying further. What could be done under such circumstances? Crossing into this sea of flames seemed utterly impossible. Lin Chen's expression grew grave, as the sensation of heat enveloped him more fiercely. It would not be long before he experienced that excruciating, burning pain. Enduring this was beyond his capacity. "Lin Chen, you cannot. The icy energy you manifest will only exacerbate your suffering. Water and fire do not coexist," Cici exclaimed urgently upon witnessing the scene. At first, Lin Chen dismissed her words, but suddenly, a spark of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Indeed, water and fire are incompatible. Thus, fire must shelter fire. Without further ado, Lin Chen settled cross-legged amidst the raging inferno, engaging in deep breathing, envisioning himself as a pure spirit surrounded by a myriad of flames, absorbing the fire itself. A wave of intense heat began to circulate through Lin Chen's meridians, pervading his entire being. This sensation was akin to flames igniting within his body. Yet it did not incinerate him. The internal fire grew ever more potent, causing his skin to flush a fiery red, as if he were transforming into a being of flame. In an instant, the terrifying heat that had once threatened to dissolve him vanished without a trace. However, it was undeniable that without the support of divine principles, even if he transmuted his internal energy into fire, death would be his only fate. How could a mortal vessel withstand such fearsome flames? In that moment, it seemed as though a pair of demonic wings sprouted from Lin Chen's back, enabling him to soar through the sea of flames unscathed. Yet, after flying for a while, he was drenched in sweat. Indeed, it was sweltering. "Haha, excellent." Cici chuckled heartily, her spirits lifted. "You old pervert, we will inevitably accomplish your task. Let us see how long you can remain so arrogant." Third uncle observed Lin Chen gliding through the inferno with a mysterious smile that carried profound implications. Was it truly so? As Lin Chen navigated the sea of flames, for reasons unknown, he felt as though he had transcended into another realm, where everything before him appeared unreal, almost illusory. Glancing back, he realized she and third uncle had vanished, leaving only the boundless sea of flames. Startled, Lin Chen recognized Shi's absence. He had to find her. However, just as he took a step forward, a figure suddenly materialized within the fiery expanse. The figure, clad in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, was currently being scorched by the searing flames of a raging inferno, his expression contorted with pain and anguish. This person left Lin Chen in a state of shock. It was none other than Lin Chen. Ah, Lin Chen, save me. Why did you cast me into this sea of fire? You have betrayed your father. How despicable. How detestable. Lin Chen twisted and roared in agony towards Lin Chen. Struck as if by lightning, Lin Chen could hardly comprehend how he could have harmed his father. Instantly, he shouted, and a torrent of malevolent energy erupted from his being, seemingly intent on extinguishing the flames engulfing Lin Chen. Yet, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. On Lin Chen's left, right, and behind him, figures began to emerge. Each was unmistakably a woman. Ice Empress, Hong Ling, and Qing Ro, all ensnared by the terrifying flames that mercilessly scorched them. In unison, they emitted heart-wrenching cries. Lin Chen, save me. How could you betray me? The 5-year pact, you have completely forgotten it. You treat it as naught, abandoning me, yet I never anticipated you would seek to harm me. Ah, I would die for you. And now you have thrust me into the abyss. Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck by thunder. The scene before him was akin to a nightmare, gnawing at his very soul. How could it have come to this? Chapter 869, Severing Illusions. She suddenly noticed some movement within the sea of flames. Lin Chen's figure appeared as a being of fire, wildly dancing in the inferno, wailing in madness. Witnessing this, Shi's expression sharpened. What is happening? What is Lin Chen doing? What is he crying out about? Undoubtedly, as a sacred beast, Shi possessed keen insight. She immediately discerned that Lin Chen seemed trapped in a peculiar scene, his mind in turmoil, his body out of control. Uncle Sen opened his eyes to glance at the frenzied Lin Chen and then returned his gaze, languidly remarking, "The path of enlightenment is fraught with obstacles, shrouded in mist." Although Lin Chen has cultivated the heart of an emperor, this heart too harbors its own barriers. Only by overcoming the demons within can one achieve greatness. If he cannot. At this point, Uncle Sam paused. What happens if he cannot? Shi inquired urgently. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Uncle Sam's lazy eyes. If he cannot, the demons will invade his being, leading to certain death. Lin Chen, the father Lin Chen had relentlessly pursued, was the very reason for Lin Chen's quest to save him. Ice Empress, Qing Ro, Hong Ling. These 3 women were those for whom Lin Chen would risk his life, the cherished ones in his heart. Yet, at this moment, the individuals he valued most gazed at him with contorted faces, roaring and cursing him. What have I done wrong? Lin Chen immediately unleashed his martial arts' divine abilities, rushing towards the 4, determined to rescue the most vital figures in his life. However, those martial powers shot forth above the flames, seemingly without any effect, causing the expressions of the 4 to become increasingly anguished. Ah, Lin Chen, you ungrateful wretch. How could you strike against your own father? It hurts so much. Truly, it is unbearable. Lin Chen, I misjudged you. I never imagined you to be so heartless. My sacrifices for you have been utterly in vain, truly a waste. The 5-year pact now feels like a fleeting dream, nothing more than an ephemeral illusion. Since you have treated me thus, I shall not spare you. To Lin Chen. These 4 individuals were his dearest kin. At this moment, they each unleashed a torrent of curses, delivering an unprecedented shock to Lin Chen's soul. Even he felt his mind buzzing as he beheld this horrifying scene, frantically unleashing martial powers in a desperate attempt to rescue them from the flames. Yet, there was no response whatsoever. Lin Chen sensed his head was about to explode, teetering on the brink of madness. The words spilling from their lips were like piercing demonic whispers, inflicting immense torment upon his spirit. What to do? What to do? What the hell should I do? Why? Why does everyone blame me? What error have I committed? At that moment, 2 more figures emerged before Lin Chen, both engulfed in flames. Their faces twisted in agony as they emitted piercing cries. Yet, the hatred burning in their eyes was terrifying amidst the inferno. These 2 were shouting and bowing. Lin Chen, we regarded you as our elder brother, as kin. Yet, you stabbed me in the back, casting me into this abyss of flames to suffer the scorching heat. Lin Chen, I have always regarded you as my lifeline, believing you to be the sole individual destined to rule this world. But why have you turned so cruelly against me? Why? Tell me why? Lin Chen's two brothers raged at him, their anguished voices striking Lin Chen's heart like a hammer. They were his beloved brothers. Yet now they cursed and loathed him before his very eyes, their expressions filled with torment and hatred, causing Lin Chen's heart to twist in agony. What must I do to save you? Please, tell me, how can I rescue you? Lin Chen clutched his head, covering his ears as if to shield himself from the cacophony, but their piercing cries relentlessly echoed in his mind. His father, the women he cherished, his brothers, each of them cursed him, condemning his betrayal, their faces contorted with rage as they wished for his demise. I did not kill you. I did not betray you. I have done nothing wrong. I truly have done nothing. I have always loved you all. Lin Chen seemed possessed, roaring at those who meant so much to him. Tell me, how can I save you? How can I save you? We need no salvation from you. It is too late for us. Lin Songxing let out a mournful wail, struggling relentlessly in the flames. We want you dead, to accompany us in death, so we may be spared such torment. We want you dead. Each utterance mirrored the same venomous sentiment, as if their hearts brimmed with unbridled hatred towards Lin Chen, branding him as their ultimate target. They all desired Lin Chen's demise. This chilling proclamation pierced Lin Chen's soul, twisting his expression into one of grotesque fear. In a fit of rage, he bellowed. Yet the phrase "we want you dead" echoed ceaselessly within him, embedding itself deep into his psyche. If they all wish for my death, what meaning does life hold? A profound sorrow enveloped Lin Chen's visage. Since you all desire my end, then I shall embrace death. With a sudden motion, Lin Chen's hands gripped his own throat, devoid of any trace of fear, instead filled with an overwhelming sadness. If even his closest kin wished for his demise, what was left for him in this ruthless realm of cultivation? Let it be. I shall die. At that moment, the faces of Lin Songxing, the Ice Emperor, Qing Ro, Hong Ling, Xiao Yao, and the Savage King morphed from their earlier grotesque expressions into sinister, malevolent smiles, a twisted glee. As Lin Chen tightened his grip around his neck, they erupted into frenzied laughter, their voices echoing, "Death is the answer. Death is the answer." However, at that instant, a radiant beam of light burst forth from Lin Chen's being, soaring into the heavens. This illumination was pure and sanctified, embodying resilience, loyalty, profound wisdom, and immense courage, all harmoniously entwined. The Lin Chen, who had been choking himself, suddenly sat cross-legged within this white light, his entire essence exuding an unprecedented aura of divinity. "What are you doing, Lin Chen?" Lin Songxing cried out, his voice filled with anguish, echoed by the others, who lamented in unison, as if questioning Lin Chen's actions. "My heart is like water, clear and pure, for I am guiltless. I have attained enlightenment, unimpeded and unrestrained." Lin Chen seemed to reach a state of completeness, an aura of the Tao radiating from him. Demonic obstacles of the heart, be severed. Lin Chen leapt high, roaring fiercely, as white light flickered around him, his form transforming into a sword infused with his determination, character, profound wisdom, boundless courage, and an innocent heart devoted to the path of enlightenment. This sword, akin to a divine blade, sliced through the endless sea of flames with ferocity. Boom! In that moment, all demonic barriers disintegrated. The firestorm reverted to its original form, as Lin Chen shattered an illusion, stepping into reality. Now suspended amidst the flames, Lin Chen's gaze was serene, his entire being exuding an essence of fulfillment. This completeness was a reflection of his enlightened mind. Just as his uncle had proclaimed, once the demonic hindrance was removed, great accomplishments would follow. Lin Chen had finally attained clarity regarding his true self. With a single stroke, he shattered the barriers of darkness and confusion, carving a path toward the realm of the great emperors. In a certain corner of the sacred spirit continent, there existed a world shrouded in darkness. Yet, amidst this obscurity, flashes of light erupted like a million stars, each a manifestation of sword energy. Within this somber realm, two colossal forces of sword qi surged forth. Lin Xiaohan, your heavenly sword body embodies the essence of the celestial sword path. It signifies divinity. You must exude dominance, a sense of unparalleled superiority that scorns all and commands everything. echoed a chilling voice. The voice continued, "The sword of heaven is vast. The radiant heavenly sword path, along with your ethereal sword body, must be held in utmost regard. The ethereal sword chi, seeming both formless and tangible, disperses throughout the universe. Each delicate strand of sword energy, as soft as the breeze, must, under your will, transform into a ferocious beast." The owner of this cold voice was none other than the legendary martial arts emperor, rumored to have taught only one man, shaking the very foundations of the martial world. 2 months had elapsed. At this moment, amidst the vast sea of flames, a figure engulfed in fire suddenly emerged. It stomped before a thatched cottage, unleashing a thunderous roar. Lin Chen, fists clenched, felt the fiery aura retreating, nearly bursting into a triumphant shout. "Damn it, 2 whole months. For these interminable days, my mind has been consumed by 2 words. Run, run, run with reckless abandon." Ever since Lin Chen had summoned great wisdom and courage to break through his own barriers, he had undergone a profound transformation, gaining a deeper understanding of martial arts. As if he had glimpsed his true essence, a howl, reminiscent of a wolf's cry, erupted from the flames. The fiery figure was none other than Cece. Throughout these 2 months of frenzied running through the flames, it had evidently gained more insights, evolving its innate bark into a howl. Lin Chen had even bestowed upon it a new breed name, Wolf Dog. Lin Chen's spirits soared with excitement, a peculiar sensation reverberating within his heart. To have traversed such a vast distance in just 2 months surpassed the time Blood Sky Demon Sovereign had spent, 3 full months. This was a transcendence, a breakthrough. Since Lin Chen had roared with ambition in the little world of the Demoness, Blood Sky Demon Sovereign became the benchmark for his surpassing. As the second bearer of the sacred pulse, Lin Chen could not remain eternally overshadowed by Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. "Congratulations, congratulations." His uncle lazily emerged from the thatched cottage, casting a glance at Lin Chen. "Not bad, lad. You surpassed your master by a month. But do not grow complacent. He had the advantage of fleeing with my support." Lin Chen and Cece, both invigorated, turned to the uncle. "Old man," Cece grinned, "now that I've finished traversing the sea of flames, you must revert me to my original form. I refuse to remain in this body any longer." The uncle nodded. "You are right." Cece was instantly overjoyed, exclaiming loudly, "You old man, you finally understand what it means to have a conscience." Uncle Sin nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed. While Lin Chen can revert to his original state, you cannot." The smile on Cece's face immediately froze. This old man was toying with him. How could a dignified saint beast like Shidorun, who vowed to experience the beauty of the world, allow himself to be bullied by this detestable old pervert? It was simply unacceptable. He resolved to take action. With a pitiful gaze, Cece pleaded with Uncle San. "Uncle, you are magnanimous. Please spare me. I have elders above and juniors below." Lin Chen watched, bemused, as Cece made a scene. Meanwhile, Uncle San directed a beam of light towards Lin Chen, which merged into his body, immediately circulating a chilling energy throughout him. Lin Chen suddenly felt an uncontrollable surge of terrifying power rising within him, akin to a ravenous wolf after a long drought. At that moment, the sacred might within him swiftly returned to its rightful place, but to Lin Chen's astonishment, it surged upwards as if it had consumed some divine elixir. 150, 185, 215, and finally stopping at a staggering 299. This frenzied growth was astonishing. Moreover, Lin Chen felt a profound connection with the myriad divine abilities in his mind, as if his soul were intertwining with them. He could envision the divine technique he would unleash with a mere wisp of sacred power, likely requiring the force of 2 beams of sacred might to manifest. This represented a transformation in his mental realm. Lin Chen was left in a state of daze and shock at the sudden escalation of his sacred might. Previously, he had merely been a super great saint with a humble count of just over 120 beams of sacred power. Now, it had surged by a full 150 beams. Had he consumed some kind of spring medicine? Cece was equally startled by the overwhelming aura that had briefly emanated from Lin Chen. Having undergone a rebirth through fire, he was immensely powerful. Uncle San lazily stretched, remarking, "Sometimes, the cultivation of the mind is far more potent than consuming any divine medicine. During my time in the mortal realm, I had no access to the pills you all take. I never even tried the most basic spirit pills." Lin Chen was secretly astonished. never expecting his mental cultivation to have yielded such a significant increase in sacred might. He had already attained the power of 3 great consciousness seas. If he were to reach 399 beams, he would merely be scratching the surface of the Grand Master level. At that point, what magnitude of power would he possess? Shishi muttered, "Who the hell could compare to you, you old pervert?" Just then, Uncle Sen suddenly pointed, and Shishi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed forward. It had been 2 months since he had tasted meat, and the food within that sea of flames had been nothing but a fiery liquid, seemingly igniting his very body. Lin Chen took a deep breath and clasped his hands towards Uncle San, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle San, for your guidance. I shall never forget it." Uncle Sen casually nodded. "Indeed, much better than your master. He was always threatening to kill me back in the day. Unfortunately for him, I knocked out a tooth every time. Now he has quite a few." Lin Chen chuckled. Suddenly, the expression on Uncle San's face turned serious as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Chen. "You must have guessed it by now. I am indeed here to take you as my disciple," he stated. Lin Chen nodded, for the intricate aurora diagram posed no challenge to him. It was evident that Uncle San had deliberately set this in motion. "Indeed, your intellect is quite sharp," Uncle San remarked, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Allow me to enlighten you. In this current era, the fortunes of the human realm have waned. The sacred spirit continent, once disregarded by all, has now become exceedingly significant. This shift is a consequence of the chaotic times we find ourselves in. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the ancient physiques spoken of in myth are beginning to re-emerge." Lin Chen paused, slightly taken aback by the mention of ancient mythic physiques. Uncle Sen nodded and continued. "Take, for instance, the heavenly sword physique. In ancient tales, the first lineage of the heavenly sword physique could transform into a divine sword, embodying the will of the heavens and possessing the power to shatter all." Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at such prowess. However, Uncle San added, "I must clarify that the heavenly sword physique is merely of middling caliber." He shook his head. "Speaking of the so-called 3 divine bodies and the 1 great saint body, all of which possessed world-altering qualities in ancient mythology. The 3 divine bodies had long vanished from history, leaving behind only ancient texts." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. It felt as though a portal had been opened before him, hinting that the long-lost physiques from antiquity were now stirring once more within the human realm, each extraordinary being exuding their unique essence. "These physiques are divine gifts from the heavens, true paragons of their kind," Uncle Sen elaborated slowly, as if sharing the musings of a distant observer. "I wish to ascertain the comparative strengths of the 3 divine bodies against the enigmatic sacred vein physique." At this point, Uncle Sen sighed. "Alas, your master was born in the wrong era." This was the first time Lin Chen had heard such a sigh from the esteemed martial arts master, a sound imbued with the weight of a formidable being's regret. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the human realm was currently in a tumultuous age. "Indeed, this era is known as a time of chaos," he acknowledged, "but with the awakening of countless ancient physiques, it is also referred to as the Age of Prodigies." Uncle San's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Precisely. Everything unfolds as such. I shall teach you the secrets of the sacred vein physique." Lin Chen's heart raced, sensing that he was finally on the verge of mastering the intricacies of his own physique. However, at that moment, an image suddenly materialized in Lin Chen's mind. In a grand and ancient world, countless celestial prodigies engaged in a fierce struggle for the throne, rivers of blood flowing and mountains of bones piling high. Ultimately, only one would ascend to that coveted position. Chapter 871. The strong are destined for suffering inside the thatched cottage. Lin Chen gazed upon a large vat filled with a yellow substance, reminiscent of earth, perplexed as to how to describe it. It resembled either a soup or a thick muck. Yet, despite its unappealing appearance, it emitted a repugnant stench. An unsettling thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, reminiscent of something expelled from the body, inducing a wave of nausea. His third uncle, languidly, remarked, "What are you doing, boy? Does it stink? Does it resemble excrement?" "I assure you, it contains the essence of countless wonders of heaven and earth." Lin Chen nodded honestly, acknowledging the resemblance, though he observed that he could not discern the essence within it. His uncle seemed to ponder for a moment, scrutinizing the substance closely. "This is meant for you to consume. Whether it resembles excrement or not is of no concern to me." He laughed heartily. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, yet he nonetheless finished the entire vat of the substance. Even with his keen insight, he could not fathom the effects of this concoction. From the moment he finished, he felt utterly drained, as though he had collided with a wall. Though Lin Chen was not one to shy away from hardship, he questioned the nature of this ordeal. Your physique possesses remarkable malleability. The body cultivation techniques you practice, such as the 5 elements refinement technique, are exceptional methods. Coupled with the Devouring Demon Technique, your body can ascend to remarkable heights. True strength lies in internal fortitude and external resilience, his uncle enlightened him. Indeed, Lin Chen's body, a supreme artifact, combined with his moderately developed 5 elements refinement technique, yielded a strength surpassing ordinary supreme artifacts. However, Lin Chen wondered why his uncle had brought this up in relation to the holy vessel physique. Next, I have prepared the second phase of your body training. His uncle suddenly wore an unusual smile, causing Lin Chen to shiver with trepidation. His uncle flicked his fingers towards the fiery sky, unleashing a burst of 7-colored radiance that shot forth like a legendary sword, cleaving the heavens with a thunderous roar. The sky trembled as this small beam of light pierced the void above. Then, a terrifying brilliance erupted from this 7-colored sword, akin to a compressed energy bomb detonating with a resounding explosion. A torrent of terrifying 7-colored auroras spread across the sky, accompanied by rumbling sounds reminiscent of ancient beasts charging forth. This was the 7-colored aurora Lin Chen had previously witnessed within the Aurora Mountain. The power of this aurora was formidable. Lin Chen had previously grasped the mysteries within the aurora diagram, enabling him to harness some of its power as a lethal strike. Now, it manifested once more before him, with the 7-colored auroras in the sky seemingly forming an enlarged pool, the radiant hues piercing and blinding, tearing through the firmament. Third uncle, may I inquire as to your purpose in summoning the 7-colored auroras? Lin Chen could not help but ask. For no particular reason. Merely to allow you to take a bath within them, his uncle replied nonchalantly. With a chilling smile, Uncle 3 instilled a sense of dread in Lin Chen, leaving him no opportunity for retort. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Lin Chen found himself uncontrollably propelled into the colorful pool suspended in the sky. A terrifying sensation of tearing surged towards him, as if it sought to rend his very being apart. In the face of such horror, Lin Chen swiftly invoked the profound insights he had gleaned that fateful night in the snow. The overwhelming sense of dismemberment began to wane. Radiant hues shimmered upon him, and his multicolored attire fluttered in the air. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Chen had already plunged into the vibrant pool, enveloped by this laser-like brilliance. His pupils constricted in shock. For the moment he entered the pool, the radiant auroras sliced through his form like countless blades. Despite his efforts to harness the profound insights and activate the pinnacle of his physical prowess, he distinctly felt every inch of his skin, every fiber of flesh, and every bone being brutally severed, as if his very essence was being fragmented into countless pieces. A harrowing and excruciating pain surged through Lin Chen's mind, a torment that felt as though it could shatter his very soul. Yet, this agony lasted but a fleeting instant. His mind, organs, and entire being were torn to shreds by the brilliant light. In his final thought, he believed he had perished. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Though his body had been fragmented into tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of pieces, an enigmatic force instantaneously drew him back together, restoring his form to its original state. Strangely, Lin Chen felt an even more formidable energy coursing through him than before, an alarming surge of power. Yet, before he could grasp the significance of this transformation, the dreadful force of dismemberment surged once more, enveloping him in a wave of pain that sent shivers down his spine and made his very soul tremble. This time, it seemed that the duration of his agonized cries stretched longer than before. It was as if the entire universe resonated with his heart-wrenching wails. Who could fathom the horror of a body torn into tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of fragments, only to endure the relentless repetition of such soul-shattering pain? Lin Chen himself could scarcely bear it, yet he had no choice but to endure, even if it meant biting through his own teeth. 3 months later, Cici, bring your Uncle 3 a cup of water, came the call. Beside the colorful pool suspended in the sky, a thatched cottage floated above a patch of land, resembling a quaint aerial abode. Uncle 3 reclined in a rocking chair, humming a cheerful tune. Nearby, a rather peculiar young man lay on the ground, panting heavily, his body marred with an array of injuries. This was Cece. Upon hearing Uncle Three's summons, he cursed, "You perverse old man. I've never encountered anyone as twisted as you." Nevertheless, he hurriedly rose to fetch a cup of water from within the cottage. As I gazed upon the pitiable figure of Lin Chen ahead, a shiver coursed through me at the sight of this deranged elder. Before me, the vibrant Aurora pool echoed with a cacophony of explosive impacts. Thundering sounds reverberated, each strike resonating with a colossal force. Merely hearing it sent shivers down one's spine, a foreboding awareness of the destructive power contained within. Lin Chen sat ensconced in the colorful pool, his body marred by countless bloodstains, his mouth emitting a series of anguished cries. Yet, within this battered form, an ominous energy simmered. Compared to his initial state, Lin Chen appeared significantly improved. "Kid, it seems your training is yielding results," his uncle remarked with satisfaction after finishing his tea, addressing Lin Chen in the pool. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen suppressed his cries of anguish and said, "Uncle, over these past 2 months, there is something I've desperately wanted to convey." His uncle looked at him with surprise, then burst into laughter. "No need for gratitude. I understand." Gathering all his strength, Lin Chen shouted, "Damn you." At that moment, his body was once again torn into countless fragments. Upon reassembling, Lin Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying pains surging through his mind. At this juncture, he could sense the monumental transformations that had transpired within him over these 2 months. Such formidable power comes with an inevitable toll. Strength is destined to be accompanied by suffering. His uncle gazed skyward, murmuring, "Kid, how much longer before you meet my expectations?" Suddenly, the piercing cries of Lin Chen fell silent. His uncle cast a bewildered glance, only to find Lin Chen, with a fierce expression, glaring at the vibrant pool, roaring, "Damn you! After tormenting me for 2 months, I refuse to believe I cannot conquer you." From Lin Chen's being, a surge of demonic radiance erupted, an overwhelming aura of engulfing darkness sweeping forth, asserting its dominance. Chapter 872. Let us converge. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 7 months had elapsed. Lin Chen had vanished from the Holy Spirit continent, yet the animosity harbored by the 3 great races toward him showed no signs of waning. However, within this brief span, the turmoil surrounding the chaos ancient domain had escalated to terrifying heights. Daily, scenes of bloody conflict unfolded, accompanied by whispers of individuals acquiring immense fortunes. Numerous prodigies began to emerge, radiating brilliance. Yet, the notable exception lay with the figures of the 3 great races. Their prodigies seemed to have vanished from existence, no longer gracing this world. No one knew what the 3 races were plotting, with rumors suggesting that Lin Chen and those prodigies had perished together. Nevertheless, the leaders of the major powers were acutely aware that beneath the chaotic surface of the ancient domain surged an even more significant and hidden menace. Should this dark tide erupt, the consequences would be catastrophic. In a certain corner of the chaos ancient domain, a figure, shimmering with an overwhelming aura of malevolence, materialized in this locale. With his emergence, demonic flames ignited in the air around him, morphing into silhouettes of the demon clan. We pay homage to Lord Demonborn. The demon apparitions intoned, each exuding an indomitable presence, exhaling a formidable essence, some even radiating a vast holy might, showcasing immense power. This formidable force resembled a gathering of prodigies from the sacred spirit continent. "Share your intelligence," the man known as Demonborn commanded with an air of authority. Not bothering to turn his head, a mighty demon sage promptly stepped forward to report. According to Lord Demonborn's inquiries, it is indeed true that the martial Dao Emperor has remained within the fire domain and has yet to emerge. However, none dare to approach closely enough to investigate. Thus we only possess this vague information. Demonborn abruptly turned, his eyes, filled with a chilling malevolence, glinted with a cold light. The martial Dao Emperor has taken on disciples once more. As I anticipated, in this chaotic era, he cannot sever his lineage indefinitely. Yet, I am curious to see which ancient prodigy he has chosen. After muttering to himself, he declared with commanding presence, "Relay my orders. The year-long deadline approaches. The disciples of the martial Dao Emperor must undergo a trial during this time. Everyone, keep a vigilant watch. Report any intelligence to me immediately." A loyal group of demon offspring responded fervently. Lin Chen could never have imagined the secret behind the sacred vein body to be thus. For 5 months, he wandered through an endless abyss, seeking a flicker of light within the boundless darkness. He believed he would perish aimlessly in such a world. Yet when Lin Chen finally unleashed a roar of defiance, he grasped that glimmer of hope. This moment marked the first smile of reassurance to grace his uncle's face. In the southern domain, amidst billowing flames, on this fateful day, two streams of sword light suddenly surged forth from the region. In an instant, the raging inferno was cleaved asunder, as if the sea of fire were mere pastry, effortlessly bisected. All fiery beings trembled in fear. The two figures were none other than Lin Chen and Jian Tianyao, who had been taken by the martial God Emperor for training. At this moment, Lin Chen radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance, exuding authority and brilliance, while Jian Tianyao, in contrast, appeared as if swept by the wind, his long hair flowing elegantly. A gentle smile gracing his lips, embodying a spirit akin to the breeze, with ethereal sword energy surrounding him, exuding an air of grace. After 7 months of training, their temperaments had undergone a remarkable transformation. Our master summoned us here for a purpose, Jian Tianyao stated, landing first and glancing inside the thatched cottage, which was devoid of any presence. It seems our master has yet to arrive. I'm not certain about that. However, our initial phase of training has concluded. Perhaps our master aims to distinguish one of us as the superior. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was an unmistakable chill. Throughout the 7 months of rigorous training, he had regarded Jian Tianyao as his greatest adversary. Jian Tianyao, in turn, smiled with an ethereal grace, seemingly untouched by the world. The two had originally undergone their training in the realm known as the Black Source Sword Sea. They had successfully completed the first task assigned by their martial arts master, marking the conclusion of the first phase of their training. Simultaneously, they received a notification from their third uncle, summoning them to this location. At this moment, the two exceptional talents were filled with anticipation, eager for a full-scale duel to determine who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, their third uncle appeared as if conjured from thin air, accompanied by a large black dog. Both prodigies perceptively noted that the dog exuded a different aura than before. Its eyes, deep and penetrating, seemed capable of seeing into the very depths of one's soul. This represented a fundamental transformation, starkly contrasting with its previous arrogance. It was evident that the dog had endured rigorous training and had reaped considerable benefits from it. Upon seeing their third uncle, both young men bowed in unison, addressing him with utmost respect. In their hearts, they had long regarded this martial arts master as their mentor. After all, having such a master was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Their third uncle, with an impassive expression, acknowledged their greeting and continued, "The reason I summoned you today is to pit the two of you against another junior disciple. He too has undergone over 7 months of training under my guidance. I am here to assess the fruits of your labor." Lin Chen and Jian Tianyao were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated the presence of a third individual. Who could this mysterious junior disciple be? Curiosity blossomed within them as they found themselves slightly eager to meet this unknown contender. As if on cue, a figure approached from the distance, unremarkable in appearance, yet wearing a gentle smile. His skin shimmered with a faint iridescence in the firelight as he drew nearer. The astonishment on the faces of the two prodigies was palpable. Lin Chen, they both exclaimed in unison, had they initially thought he had lost his chance. Never did they expect him to have been taken under the wing of the martial arts master. What could this mean? "Greetings to my senior brothers," Lin Chen said with a smile. "The growth in your cultivation is truly formidable, and it places considerable pressure on your junior brother." Lin Chen was the first to respond with a cold sneer, his eyes gleaming with sword intent. "Lin Chen, since we missed the chance to defeat you on that day, now that you have come to test your training results, allow me to represent my brother and see what you have achieved." Indeed, Lin Chen could discern that Lin Chen's sacred might had significantly increased. Yet, having endured numerous trials in the Black Source Sword Sea, Lin Chen had already glimpsed the pinnacle of greatness. He remained convinced that Lin Chen was still his rival. This was the indomitable spirit of Lin Chen, the sword body of heaven. Haha, Jian Tianyao also laughed heartily, congratulating Lin Chen on his remarkable cultivation progress. "However, your senior brother Lin Chen possesses formidable strength. When you engage him shortly, exercise utmost caution against his celestial sword." Although they were astonished to discover that this junior was, in fact, Lin Chen, it mattered little to them. Lin Chen, however, shook his head in response to their surprise. Lin Chen then coldly remarked, "Are you afraid?" Lin Chen flashed a grin. "Not at all. I merely suggest that both of you join forces. I still have one final training exercise to complete, and I am rather pressed for time." At the utterance of his last sentence, Lin Chen's expression remained light and carefree. Yet, the pupils of Lin Chen and Jian Tianmiao contracted in surprise at Lin Chen's audacity. Chapter 873. A single strike to victory. Both Lin Chen and the ethereal Jian Tianmiao found themselves stirred by Lin Chen's bold declaration. They had diligently honed their skills for a full 7 months, delving into the mysteries of their craft. Yet, this young man before them dared to utter such arrogant words. "Lin Chen, you dare challenge us?" Lin Xiaohan's ancient sword hummed ominously, his eyes seeming to radiate a piercing sword light, as if intent on piercing Lin Chen's very being. Jian Tianmiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "Brother Lin Chen, one can indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak recklessly, although we are fellow disciples." "No," Lin Chen interjected, shaking his head and smiling. "It is not my intention to provoke. However, I truly am in a hurry. Let us proceed together." As his words fell, a terrifying, awe-inspiring sword light erupted like a tempest, roaring towards Lin Chen's form, akin to a solitary vessel adrift upon the ocean. Beset by a monstrous tsunami, this was Lin Chen, witnessing Lin Chen's audacity, who without a moment's hesitation unleashed his sword intent. Yet, amidst the overwhelming sword light, Lin Chen stood unmoving, as steadfast as Mount Tai, impervious to all forces, firmly rooted in place. "You possess some skill," Lin Chen remarked coldly, as the exquisite ancient sword behind him unsheathed with a flourish, transforming into a majestic rainbow, a singularity in the sky. This sword seemed to condense into a slender beam of sword light, shooting forth from the depths of eternity, manifesting as a singular realm, the only expanse of sky. The sword light, resolute and commanding, appeared poised to cleave through all obstacles. Lin Chen's footwork shifted, and a tremendous gust of wind whipped across Lin Xiaohan's face. Stinging painfully, Lin Xiaohan suddenly contorted, yet Lin Chen, with an inexplicable agility, evaded his singular sword technique, appearing before him in an instant. Such terrifying speed eluded even Lin Xiaohan and Jian Tianmiao, leaving them unable to trace Lin Chen's slightest movement. "If that punch you threw earlier was a mere test, then how do you intend to evade now?" Lin Chen calmly stated before Lin Xiaohan. "You two should truly join forces, otherwise it would lack any excitement." Lin Xiaohan's expression shifted abruptly, and the ancient sword in his hand sliced through the air like lightning, unleashing a cataclysmic sword energy, as if to cleave Lin Chen in two. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Chen's form had inexplicably appeared 50 meters away from them. Their figures seemed to teleport in an instant, rendering Lin Chen's movements imperceptible to the onlookers. Even Jian Tianmiao was profoundly shaken. Such terrifying speed eluded his comprehension. They were acutely aware of what such velocity implied in battle. Admit that before one could even grasp his silhouette, he would already be at their side, delivering a fatal strike. How had Lin Chen's prowess escalated to such a formidable level? Lin Xiaohan's countenance darkened considerably, yet he coldly declared, "Since your speed is unparalleled, I shall render you immobile." No sooner had he uttered these words than a piercing howl erupted, akin to a thunderous explosion. Lin Chen's form abruptly sank, producing a dull sound of detonation, as he found himself ensnared by an enigmatic force, utterly immobilized. A transcendent sword radiance soared into the heavens, shrouding the world in darkness. A colossal heavenly sword descended, imbued with the inexorable might of the celestial realm, as if it could cleave through anything in its path. The sword energy emanating from this divine blade seemed capable of rending the very earth asunder. At this moment, Lin Chen's pupils widened, as an overwhelming force awakened within him, reminiscent of a primordial beast stirring from slumber. Suddenly, Jian Tianmiao's expression shifted, the ancient sword at his back unsheathed with a resounding clang. Floating through the dust of myriad worlds, he intoned, summoning a tempest of sword energy that enveloped Lin Chen. It was as though he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, calming and intoxicating, eliciting an unparalleled sense of tranquility. However, Lin Xiaohan's thunderous roar shattered the serenity. Akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap, the soft sword winds encircling Lin Chen morphed into a tempestuous torrent of razor-sharp energy, each blade infused with an overwhelming force capable of tearing through anything, coalescing into a storm of sword energy that left no gap for Lin Chen to escape. Moreover, the heavenly sword above him plummeted with a resounding crash, reminiscent of a terrifying bolt of lightning from the heavens, aimed directly at Lin Chen. The two prodigies combined their might to unleash their most potent assault, seemingly intent on utterly obliterating Lin Chen. Lin Xiaohan observed this scene with a cold gaze. Despite Lin Chen's speed reaching a terrifying level that even he could not perceive, his arrogance was intolerable. Jian Tianmiao, too, wore a profound expression. With Lin Xiaohan's sword power sealing Lin Chen's fate, along with his own ethereal sword techniques casting a comprehensive shroud, escape was utterly impossible. At that moment, from the very epicenter of their converging sword techniques, an indifferent voice pierced through the chaos. Suddenly, two resounding explosions echoed, startling Lin Xiaohan and Jian Tianmiao as they witnessed a spectacle of unprecedented shock. Within the tempest of sword energy, a gaping void was forcibly torn open. Even Lin Xiaohan's celestial prowess was interrupted by an unfathomable force. In the next instant of their astonishment, both of their bodies felt as though struck by lightning. With a thunderous roar, both of them were struck by an overwhelming force, as if their very bodies were on the verge of exploding. They flew through the air like cannonballs, blood spewing from their mouths. In a single, decisive move, Lin Chen walked calmly before his third uncle, his face adorned with respect and genuine gratitude as he bowed and said, "Thank you, uncle." In Lin Chen's eyes, this third uncle was the epitome of profound wisdom. Had Lin Chen not stumbled upon the truth by chance, he might have remained oblivious. This uncle had sacrificed much for him. For instance, the emotionless fairy, bound to him by an unbreakable distance of 1,000 miles, could not possibly have overlooked Lin Chen's cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had been thwarted by the third uncle. Moreover, this contest was orchestrated by the uncle to evaluate Lin Chen's strength. The uncle smirked. "Weren't you just a few days ago clamoring to be rid of me? And now you come to express gratitude? TSK. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly, acknowledging, "Indeed. I once wished to rid myself of you, but circumstances have changed." The uncle nodded subtly, recognizing Lin Chen's restraint. Moments later, Lin Xiaohan and Jian Tianmiao staggered over, bloodied and in disarray, their expressions towards Lin Chen vastly different. Lin Chen's strength was nothing short of demonic. "Have you ascended to great sovereign?" Lin Xiaohan fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, incredulous. How could such power be wielded by a great saint? Lin Chen merely smiled, remaining silent. Suddenly, the third uncle interjected, "Very well. Since you are all acutely aware of the current disparity in strength, there will be a rigorous death training program lasting less than 3 months. Upon completion, you will have 1 month to undertake a task in the outside world." A chilling glint flickered in the uncle's eyes. "Now, are you prepared to wager your lives?" Previously, Blood Elder had informed Lin Chen that the sacred vein body was the foremost physique in the realm. Yet, apart from his extraordinary magical prowess, Lin Chen had not fully comprehended the true terror of the sacred vein body. However, the martial Dao Emperor was about to unveil a new realm of understanding for Lin Chen. As the term sacred vein body suggests, it refers to a physique attuned to the sacred veins. The uncle languidly explained to Lin Chen, "The key mystery lies within these 2 words. Countless individuals have sought to unravel their meaning, yet none have truly grasped what the sacred vein entails." Lin Chen listened intently. After enduring the training of the Aurora, he had also experienced an exceedingly peculiar trial, wherein darkness enveloped him, transforming him into a colossal hand that sought out a glimmer of light within the shadows. This training, however, seemed to yield no tangible benefit. Still, Lin Chen trusted that the martial Dao Emperor would not assign him such a trial without reason. Thus, he awaited the forthcoming training. Having tested his current strength, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At the very least, his sacred might was now perfected. Boasting 319 instances of sacred might, it can be confidently asserted that this entity stands at the pinnacle, rivaling even the most formidable of beings. Regardless of ancient physiques or any other factors, none can match his divine might. Once, I fortuitously encountered a passage that resonated deeply. Heaven possesses 3 veins, one for life, another for death, and the last for the sacred. The voice of the martial Dao master suddenly took on an unprecedented depth. As he spoke of life and death, concepts I comprehended well. Yet, the essence of the sacred eluded my grasp. Carefully contemplating the 3 words, life, death, and sacred, while life and death are indeed straightforward to understand, as they represent the most fundamental laws of existence. The meaning of the sacred remained shrouded in mystery. My uncle's gaze still reflected confusion. I surmised it symbolized reincarnation and the passage of time. However, through my generations of exploration, I discovered this was not the case. This enigma, I feared, would remain unsolved. Lin Chen fell into silence. Although my uncle's musings seemed futile, they proved significant for me, even if they bore little weight for him. The three veins culminate in the sacred, yet what does it truly signify? My uncle's expression returned to normal as he resumed. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. You cannot awaken the sacred physique at present. Nevertheless, you have opened the four great seas of consciousness. With the training I have imparted, you will be able to awaken a portion of your physique's power. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. What power? Your combat strength will quadruple, my uncle declared, leaving Lin Chen astonished and speechless. The prospect of quadrupling his combat strength was staggering. It was as if, when facing a great master, he could withstand a quarter of their full force. Once he activated the power of his physique, would he not be able to contend evenly with them? Moreover, this was with the fifth sea of consciousness still unopened. If you swiftly unlock the 5 C's of the sacred physique, you may even comprehend the laws of time within your body. As for the deeper mysteries, I am uncertain. Even the blood-sky demon sovereign of your could not fully grasp them. My uncle encouraged. Now, begin to sense the sacred breath within you, as I have instructed. As my uncle elucidated, Lin Chen's perception expanded continually. His understanding of the sacred physique deepened, prompting him to cherish the 3 years of grueling training. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the process. The sacred breath is the essence birthed by the sacred physique. What constitutes this physique, bestowed by the heavens, encompasses your soul and everything that defines you. It exists in a nebulous state, straddling the line between existence and soul. Lin Chen's task was to attune himself to the sacred breath and absorb it, initiating a cycle within himself to delve deeper into this enigmatic power. You must connect to the sacred breath through the seed of divine power within your sea of consciousness, my uncle explained. The seed of divine power is the source of magical energy and the foundation of spiritual awareness. Lin Chen's heart trembled at this revelation. He had never anticipated that communing with the sacred breath within him would necessitate the use of the divine power seed. With a surge of intent, he immediately focused on the divine power seed. Within the 4 vast seas of consciousness, each seed of divine power seemed to respond to his summons, beginning to tremble slightly. A mysterious and formidable force coalesced within these seeds of divine ability. This enigmatic energy was drawing Lin Chen's entire awareness toward a realm that was both familiar and alien to him. He could vaguely sense that within this world, there existed something that beckoned to him with profound familiarity. Moreover, this world imparted upon Lin Chen a feeling of vastness, grandeur, and boundlessness, akin to the infinite expanse of the sky. This mysterious and familiar essence was none other than the fabled sacred breath, the essence of the sacred veins. Lin Chen was elated. He had been utterly unaware that such sacred breath resided within him, nor did he realize that his sacred veins' body harbored such power. The catalyst for perceiving this sacred vein was none other than the seeds of divine ability within his 4 vast seas of consciousness. However, there was no doubt that Lin Chen's awareness could only faintly grasp the existence of this sacred vein, still requiring the final passage to unlock its full potential. Should Lin Chen succeed in opening this 5th sea of divine consciousness and plant the last seed of divine ability, he firmly believed that his sacred vein's body would undergo the earth-shattering transformation his uncle had foretold. Lin Chen, draw your sacred breath into your dantian. Although the dantian was a realm disregarded by the experts of the divine law realm, it was, in truth, a true microcosm of the universe. His uncle's words echoed incessantly in Lin Chen's ears. This hand seal, known as the Celestial Sacred King Seal, was divided into 5 layers, each representing an explosive surge of power and a glimpse into the sacred breath. With his eyes closed, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the air, merging his consciousness and all his focus into this mysterious world within him, which he had long overlooked, continuously absorbing the sacred breath. His uncle observed Lin Chen entering a state of enlightenment, gazing at the billowing clouds, and sighed, hoping this young man could thoroughly explore the realm of sacred veins within him. Only 2 years and 3 months remained. The moment of emergence was approaching. Cece looked at his uncle, bewildered by his murmuring, yet felt an inexplicable sense of submission toward Lin Chen at that moment, a submission born of bloodline. As if he were the true king. Cece was taken aback, pondering the situation, when his uncle's voice resounded, "Cece, bring 2 cups of tea for your uncle." At that very moment, Lin Chen seemed to be ensconced in an endless abyss of darkness, seeking a source of light. The ceaseless journey of cultivation continued. Chapter 874. The hunt. 2 months passed once more. Nearly all the great powers began to converge upon the chaotic ancient domain. The ancient races were increasingly manifesting, descending from the human realm toward the inner sanctum of the chaotic ancient domain. Those with a modicum of discernment began to perceive the intricate schemes within the tumultuous situation surrounding the inner confines of this domain. Within the chaotic ancient domain, what manner of entity incites such relentless contention among formidable powers, even to the extent of provoking warfare? They remain oblivious to the answer. The true era of turmoil has silently sown the seeds of chaos across the globe. Once these seeds flourish, a grand spectacle of slaughter, involving billions of lives, shall inevitably unfold. Clad in black, Lin Chen stood upon this land steeped in turmoil, resembling a celestial sage descended to the mortal realm. The surrounding chaos seemed to recoil from his presence, as if something dreadfully formidable resided within him. Beside Lin Chen stood a panting black dog, articulating human speech. "Damn that old pervert. Here I am, tasked with a mission, yet he doesn't even restore me to my original form. What can this serpent body accomplish?" Lin Chen smiled. Following closely behind, Lin Xiaohan scoffed. "This is your true nature. Lin Xiaohan. Do not presume that your surname grants you the right to command me," retorted the black dog dismissively. "In your prime, a mere fart from me could obliterate you in an instant." At the mention of obliteration, Lin Xiaohan's expression soured slightly. Yet, he acknowledged the truth. A distinguished genius of the human realm had been decisively vanquished by his opponent's overwhelming prowess. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaohan understood that it was not a deficiency in his own strength nor a lack of genius that led to his defeat, but rather the sheer abnormality of this man. The hints dropped by his third uncle regarding the grueling training process left Lin Xiaohan both astonished and terrified. Who, in their right mind, could dare to rend their own body into countless pieces? Shaking off such thoughts, Lin Xiaohan pondered whether Jian Tianmiao's absence would pose any issues. He was acutely aware of the enmity between Jian Tianmiao and Lin Chen, as well as the awkward position Lin Chen occupied on this continent. A year had passed since Lin Chen's training commenced, and he now emerged to undertake his third uncle's mission. According to his uncle, this endeavor was to augment his combat experience and comprehend his limits, thereby facilitating further training. As for Lin Xiaohan and Jian Tianmiao, they were dispatched by their uncle to accompany Lin Chen in fulfilling this task. With Lin Chen's intellect, it was not difficult to discern that his uncle was honing these 2 individuals. Even the various competitions and challenges seemed to have been meticulously orchestrated by his uncle prior to his arrival. Indeed, experience prevails with age. Rest assured, with my uncle present, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Even with the Sword Immortal sect backing him, Lin Chen stated calmly. The martial Dao Emperor is merely an esteemed visitor to all major factions. Moreover, when the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign was being hunted across the human realm, his survival amidst that chaos holds deeper intricacies worth contemplating. What exactly is the task? Lin Xiaohan inquired, reluctant to dwell on the question. Lin Chen glanced at him, replying, "I am unaware. However, this old chap provided me with a scroll. It should contain the necessary information." Cece also expressed interest. This old pervert had prepared a certain task. Without further ado, Lin Chen flicked his finger, and the task scroll unfurled before their eyes. Lines of ancient script emerged, revealing a brief yet profoundly chilling mission. Though it contained merely a few dozen characters, the overwhelming intent to kill it conveyed sent shivers down one's spine. Had it fallen into the hands of others, one could only imagine the terror it would incite. Target: the celestial royal family. Task: eliminate. The single word kill vividly illustrated the perverse nature of their uncle. The act of killing was boundless. Moreover, the deadline for executing this task was set at 1 month. Within this span, how many lives would they be required to extinguish? Cece was left speechless. This old fellow was indeed quite deranged. Even Lin Xiaohan gasped in disbelief. Did their master truly underestimate the formidable influence of the celestial royal family in the human realm? The elite among them were terrifyingly powerful. Having pondered this, he chose to refrain from further comment. Regardless of the absurdity, the task had been assigned, and they had no choice but to carry it out. On the reverse side of the task scroll, there were additional instructions detailing the residence of the celestial royal family, located within a small world. The precise location, methods to access this realm, and a meticulously drawn map were all provided. In the minds of Lin Chen, his companions, and their canine friend, a ludicrous image formed. Perhaps the high-ranking members of the celestial royal family were oblivious to the fact that a deranged old man had been hovering around their doorstep, contemplating the elimination of numerous individuals. "Thank you, Uncle," Lin Chen thought sincerely, as he recalled the gentle blue-skinned beauty who would perish for him. Meanwhile, in the chaotic ancient domain, a mysterious place devoid of human presence lay shrouded in terrifying demonic energy, where an unimaginable killing intent brewed, impervious to ordinary souls. Demonic flowers suddenly bloomed in the sky, each eruption manifesting powerful demonic elites. Mo Xing stood coldly before this assembly of demonic experts, his presence imposing. Among them was a stunning beauty, her form almost revealing too much. "What is the situation?" Mo Xing inquired. Although he appeared as a younger brother before his sibling, he exuded an aura of dominance akin to that of a demonic sovereign in the eyes of others. "Master Mo Xing, individuals have indeed emerged from the fire domain. However, they comprise 2 humans and a dog. One seems to be the fabled celestial sword body, extraordinarily formidable, while the other man appears quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits." The demonic expert conveyed this information without omitting a detail. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Mo Xing's eyes at the mention of the celestial sword body. Such a physique was indeed considered exceptional in the human realm. As for the unremarkable man, his significance was inconsequential. "All of you, pursue the trail of these 2 humans and their dog. Regardless of whether they are disciples of the martial Tao Emperor, eliminate them without exception," commanded Mo Xing. A chorus of over a dozen demonic experts responded in unison, their bodies radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Their eyes resembled those of frenzied beasts, poised to hunt for their prey. A grand hunt was clandestinely unfolding within the chaotic ancient realm. Chapter 875. What is the true level of his strength? The location of the celestial imperial clan lay amidst a range of towering mountains in the chaotic ancient domain. The only method to open the void entrance was to have the individuals inside activate the Great Formation, thereby unlocking the gateway. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Chen, whose terrifying prowess in devouring demonic arts was vividly apparent. Even Lin Xiaohan had to concede that Lin Chen now instilled a sense of dread within him. The trio, comprising 2 individuals and a dog, traversed an indeterminate distance within a single day. At their current pace, they could reach their destination in just 1 more day. At this moment, they found themselves resting in a desolate area. The land appeared somewhat gloomy, and though the sunlight above was piercingly bright, a chilling wind swept through. As if some malevolent spirit lurked nearby, the flickering campfire emitted a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Cece, salivating, urged Lin Chen to hasten the cooking process. Despite having been scolded by Lin Chen, the esteemed Cece could only lament his fate. Ever since being transformed into a dog at the hands of that old pervert, he had fallen to such depths, unable to resist the allure of the meat's fragrance. Lin Xiaohan, observing the antics of the duo, let out a disinterested snort. Yet, at that moment, a glint of sword light suddenly flickered in his eyes. Lin Chen's actions of roasting the meat remained remarkably adept, unchanged from before. "Lin Chen," Lin Xiaohan suddenly called out, his gaze discreetly scanning the surroundings. He was convinced that Lin Chen had already sensed the unusual presence. "This roast is personally prepared for you by your elder brother," Lin Chen remarked, his expression unchanged, merely smiling as he offered, "Brother Xiaohan, would you care for a taste?" He tossed a tempting piece of thigh meat to Cece, who immediately wagged his tail and leaped to devour it. Lin Xiaohan shuddered, declaring, "I refuse to eat what is meant for a dog." Cece shot him an indignant glare. Lin Chen set aside his task, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the vicinity. "What purpose does your concealment serve? Since you have already revealed yourselves, you might as well come forth," he stated calmly. Lin Xiaohan, sword sheath in hand and arms crossed, assumed a chivalrous stance. The surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any movements. It was impossible to discern any changes. Lin Xiaohan's eyes continued to scrutinize the area. Although he sensed a presence, he was unaware of how many individuals had arrived or their positions. It was as if Lin Chen's earlier inquiry was a psychological tactic designed to confuse the adversaries into believing they had been discovered. From the current perspective, the newcomers were far from ordinary. Any combat veteran possessed a formidable analytical capacity within their minds. Lin Chen's face was devoid of expression as he strode forward, his previously placid gaze suddenly widening in fury. A roar erupted from his lips, a tempest of rage akin to an invisible storm sweeping through the air. This was the wrath of a demon god, manifesting with ferocity. The intensity of his fury and pressure evoked the sensation that a deity wielding dominion over countless beings was unleashing a thunderous roar of anger. When the demon god was enraged, countless corpses would litter the ground. In an instant, the surrounding space was filled with the sound of explosions, thunderous booms that numbered no fewer than a dozen. Dark flames of demonic fire ignited from thin air, coalescing into human figures. Upon witnessing these entities, Lin Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. He recalled the two prodigies within the demon god's ranks, and various conjectures surged forth in his mind. Lin Chen too was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling the scene from that enigmatic auction. His eyes narrowed slightly. How could the demon god's minions appear here? Could it be that they had been trailing him? The aftermath of the Ice Emperor's incident seemed to have left an indelible mark on them. He swiftly scanned the faces of the prodigies among the demon god's subordinates. The majority were great saints, each possessing an impressive 99 strands of sacred might. The power of this demon god organization was formidable, far beyond what any force in the sacred spirit continent could rival. "Where is your master?" Lin Chen inquired coldly. One of the demon disciples stepped forward, speaking with unwavering composure. "It is quite simple to meet our master. Just eliminate us, and you shall have your audience." A palpable aura of malevolence radiated from these demon disciples, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a savage intensity, as if they yearned for combat. The atmosphere was terrifying, despicable. Lin Xiaohan's voice turned icy, a torrent of dominance flashing in his eyes. His ancient sword seemed poised to unsheathe at any moment, ready to cleave through these beings. "Stand down," Lin Chen commanded, halting Lin Xiaohan. "Let me handle them. It is a rare opportunity to encounter the demon god's minions. I am quite eager to meet their master." As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the demon disciples lunged toward him with ferocity. The combined force of these several high-ranking great saints surged forth, their might akin to a rainbow piercing the heavens, shrouded in a dense aura of demonic energy. From their unleashed powers, eerie demonic phenomena manifested, spilling forth in a terrifying crimson display. Amidst this tempest of demonic prowess, Lin Chen erupted. "Kneel," he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying sacred might that soared into the sky. This emanation carried a rending force, instilling a profound sense of dread as the weight of a sovereign's pressure reverberated, causing souls to tremble uncontrollably. The ground around them began to crumble and decay in the wake of this overwhelming force. The overwhelming aura of the sacred has reached an unfathomably terrifying magnitude. The reverberations of explosive sounds echoed through the air as a multitude of powerful beings from the dark faction unleashed their terrifying energy. Each of them turned crimson, as if crushed beneath an insurmountable mountain, their forms compelled to kneel against the ground, producing a thunderous impact. The formidable presence emanating from Lin Chen rendered these great sages utterly immobile. "Perish," Lin Chen declared with unyielding resolve, his hand outstretched as he delivered a forceful strike towards the assembly of great sages. From his fingertips, a cascade of resplendent rays burst forth, akin to divine swords unsheathed, swiftly slicing through the throats of each powerful demon. With the sound of blood splattering, one by one, the high-ranking demon sages succumbed to death, their forms instantly dissipating into wisps of black smoke, which then morphed into the shape of pills that exploded into a fine powder. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen's gaze narrowed. The demonic forces were indeed formidable. Blood Elder had once mentioned that the 5 seeds of the Tao he possessed were the last 5 in existence. Yet, he had not anticipated that this demon lord would wield the 7-colored radiance, alongside the overwhelming sacred presence he had just exhibited. Lin Xiaohan could not shake the tremor of fear that coursed through him as he recalled Lin Chen's earlier display of power. To what extent had this individual's strength ascended? Lin Chen remained impassive, standing resolutely for a moment before calling out loudly, "Friend, it is time for you to reveal yourself to us." In the skies ahead, an immense wave of demonic energy surged forth, heralding the imminent arrival of their master. Chapter 876. Shockwaves. This demonic aura seemed to envelop half the sky, with the echoes of ghostly roars sending chills down one's spine. Most crucially, the intensity of the energy radiating from this aura was overwhelmingly formidable. The approaching presence was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even Lin Chen felt the terrifying power emanating from the front. The glint of swords in his eyes grew heavy with apprehension. He understood better than Lin Chen the vastness of the demonic forces in the human realm. Truly, one cannot underestimate the disciples of the martial Tao Emperor. You have managed to annihilate all 13 of my demon seed experts. A thunderous laughter accompanied the overwhelming demonic energy, coiling around as the silhouette of a demon materialized before the two men and a dog. Lin Chen, known in ancient legends as a being of the heavenly sword body, found his words faltering as he laid eyes upon Lin Chen. "I have long admired your esteemed reputation, little demon," Lin Chen remarked with an air of indifference, clearly recognizing the significance of this individual. Otherwise, given his nature, he would not have acknowledged Lin Chen so readily. "I did not expect that we would meet here," Lin Chen said, bowing slightly to the demon, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Of course, you may have forgotten about a humble figure such as myself." The originally smiling countenance of the demon grew suddenly icy, its eyes emanating an eerie magical glow. "I never anticipated encountering you here. Indeed, you are nothing but refuse, an insignificant insect. Even now, I do not know your name." At this moment, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, yet he was not one to indulge in idle chatter. "I am grateful to your brother. I still vividly recall that particular move of his," Lin Chen stated blandly to the demon. "That individual known as Mo Mia, dubbed the son of the demon, has 2 years remaining. In 2 years, I shall see you prostrate on the ground." Emotion disregarded Lin Chen entirely, shifting his gaze to Lin Chen. With a cold snort, he addressed Lin Chen. "What is your relationship with this person? I must inform you, this individual is the sworn enemy of our elder brother. Even with your assistance, he will face relentless pursuit. You understand the terror of our elder brother." At the mention of Mo Sheng's elder brother, Lin Xiaohan's expression subtly changed. "I have no connection with him," Lin Xiaohan replied indifferently. Upon hearing Lin Xiaohan's words, a terrifying killing intent erupted in Mo Sheng's eyes. "You, this worthless fool, must have employed some trick to gain the Ice Emperor's favor, competing with my elder brother for a woman. Today, I shall slay you here." An icy killing intent suddenly enveloped the area for miles around, inducing a chill in all who felt it. Mo Sheng's cultivation was genuinely at the level of a great sovereign, wielding power capable of upheaving mountains and seas. Even Lin Xiaohan felt a considerable trepidation. "Wait," Lin Xiaohan suddenly interjected. Mo Sheng's eyes narrowed. "What, Lin Xiaohan, do you wish to stand up for this scum?" Lin Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback, then closed his mouth, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. Given the other party's overwhelming demeanor, he found it unwise to offer any retorts. "Embrace death." Emotion leaped high, bellowing twice, a terrifying oppressive force bearing down upon Lin Chen. The surrounding earth shattered layer by layer, exploding violently as though the very ground trembled. The majesty of the great sovereign was earth-shattering, akin to a colossal tempest unleashed. Yet Lin Chen stood resolutely unmoved, like a towering Mount Tai amidst the chaos. A cold glint flickered in Mo Sheng's eyes, realizing that this young man indeed possessed some skill. Otherwise, he would not have survived even a fraction of his elder brother's might. Divine flame of the demon god. Emotion opened his mouth wide, unleashing a wave of terrifying heat. This heat was potent enough to melt the shattered stones into molten lava, the entire process occurring in the blink of an eye, showcasing the dreadfulness of its temperature. This heat, akin to flame, was invisible to the naked eye, manifesting instead as a mirage of heat waves. However, should one manage to perceive this flame, they would witness a colossal tidal wave of fire rising above, roaring down like a tsunami. Should this divine flame of the demon god descend upon you, it would assuredly consume everything in its path, leaving not even air behind. Lin Chen sensed this terrifying supernatural power rushing down towards him. The imprint suddenly solidified, and streams of golden light began to flicker incessantly from Lin Chen's body. An ancient Buddhist monk was chanting, and upon Lin Chen, a divine aura emerged, exuding an impenetrable essence against all evils. Boom! The demon god's heavenly flame cascaded down, transforming the surrounding land into a billowing steam in an instant. Lin Xiaohan's expression changed drastically as he sensed that Lin Chen's aura had completely vanished. If that were the case, it would mean Lin Chen was finished. Could it truly be so? Even this extraordinary individual seemed powerless before the great master? Emotion could not help but laugh heartily, reveling in Lin Chen's predicament. I'll let you have your moment of pride. My elder brother may hold back. But when I strike, I do so without reservation. Prepare to repent in hell. His words were abruptly cut short as he felt an overwhelming force approaching from behind, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval barreling towards him. Guardian armor. Mo Sheng roared with bloodshot eyes, and instantly, radiant silver light enveloped him, forming a colossal armor that encased his body, radiating supreme might as if to shield him from the heavens themselves. A steel fist suddenly struck the guardian armor with a thunderous impact. The explosion echoed like the shattering of the world, shaking the ground within a 10-mile radius. Cracks spread across the quasi-Daoist artifact, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Mo Sheng's form was struck with incredible force, shattering the guardian armor and inflicting grievous wounds upon him. Blood gushing from his mouth. The sheer power was utterly monstrous, leaving Lin Xiaohan's expression equally grim. Could it be that this force had indeed shattered a true quasi-Daoist artifact? Just how formidable was Lin Chen's strength? After enduring several violent impacts that left deep craters in the ground, Mo Sheng staggered to his feet. His gaze filled with shock as he stared at the seemingly indifferent figure floating in the sky. The astonishment within him felt akin to swallowing a bomb. How could this individual possess such terrifying power? Chapter 877. Borrowing eyes, surpassing the body of a quasi-Daoist artifact, even Lin Xiaohan and Mo Sheng. These prodigies descended from the human realm, were left astounded. Who could fathom the true extent of Lin Chen's power at this moment? The chicken leg in CC's hand dropped in shock, his expression shifting as he wailed. I never expected this guy to become so formidable. His strength must surpass mine by a margin. Damn, what kind of abilities does that old monster possess? Mo Sheng's astonishment dissipated, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. So that's it. Now I understand. You are indeed a disciple of the martial Tao Emperor Master. Otherwise, how could you have attained such terrifying abilities in just 1 year? Recalling Lin Chen's earlier display of vanishing beneath the demon god's heavenly flame, a chill ran down Mo Sheng's spine. He could distinctly sense that this individual was not of the grand sovereign realm, yet his power was terrifyingly formidable. You were not mistaken in your conjecture, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. However, Lin Xiaohan is also a disciple of my third uncle. You must be curious as to why I vanished before you just moments ago. Allow me to enlighten you. As Lin Chen's words fell, Mo Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needles. For at that moment, Lin Chen had once again disappeared from his sight, and he could not perceive Lin Chen's aura at all, as if he had slipped into the void. Yet, how could a being of the Grand Sage realm possibly elude into the void? Not only was Mo Sheng astounded, but Lin Xiaohan was equally taken aback. He too could no longer sense Lin Chen's presence. Even utilizing the sealing power of his heavenly sword body proved futile. Suddenly enlightened, Mo Sheng exclaimed in shock. You are concealed. You are an assassin. How could you possibly evade my gaze? Indeed, Mo Sheng's deduction was accurate. The moment Lin Chen executed the good and evil Buddha seal, he activated the ancient art of concealment. This ancient technique now revealed its true power, enabling Lin Chen to completely evade the scrutiny of this grand sovereign prodigy. The good and evil Buddha seal had, at that instant, created a significant breach in Mo Sheng's demonic divine flame. Where are you hiding? Come out. Mo Sheng began to roar, each bellow resonating with tremendous demonic fury, shaking the surroundings. At the center of his forehead, a vertical eye suddenly opened, entwined with strands of blood, a sight reminiscent of the demonic eye of the demon prince, albeit not entirely the same, as it bore an immense aura, signifying a powerful mimicry learned by Mo Sheng. Once this eye was activated, all concealed traces in the vicinity were laid bare. Before Mo Sheng's eyes, a chilling silhouette suddenly surged toward him. Void Demon God / Mo Sheng's heart raced. Yet he did not falter. An infinite void radiance erupted above him, pulsating with overwhelming demonic energy, seemingly capable of slicing through the very fabric of space. And it abruptly descended upon Lin Chen's ethereal form. This strike possessed the power to tear through the void and illusions, exhibiting unparalleled might that even a grand sage should not underestimate. The resounding clash of blades echoed sharply. A colossal gust of wind erupted like a whirlwind, sweeping outwards. Mo Sheng's pupils narrowed as he witnessed Lin Chen catching this terrifying void radiance with a single hand. This edge, capable of severing the void, appeared as if gripped by a vice, rendering it utterly immobile. Slaughter through the heavens. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid. He opened his mouth wide, causing Mo Sheng to feel as if the surroundings had plunged into an abyss of darkness and silence. Countless cold beams, densely packed within the shadows, converged within Lin Chen's mouth, forming an astonishingly chilling ray. Boom! The icy brilliance erupted, hurtling toward Mo Sheng's head across the short distance of less than 10 meters. If struck by this force, the head of the demon would be pierced through and explode. Mo Sheng trembled violently, feeling an unprecedented sense of deathly crisis reverberating within his body, instilling terror and fear. I will fight you to the end. Under the pressure of impending death, Mo Sheng suddenly roared, his face contorted with madness. Blood began to flow from the magic eye nestled in his forehead. Life force, ignite for me. Endless void. Unveil the eye of the demon god. Reveal your true essence. A tremendous fire of life surged within Mo Sheng, burning fiercely. At that moment, his hair visibly withered and turned white, while his skin aged and shriveled. Yet, a vast and mysterious aura suddenly expanded, forcefully blocking the chilling radiance emanating from Lin Chen. Boom! After Mo Sheng ignited his life force, a thunderous roar echoed, akin to the sound of thunder. Above his head, a massive fissure began to twist open. A tear in the void. A terrifying demonic presence emanated from within, suppressing all around. Lin Chen felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, sensing an overwhelming pressure. From within that twisting fissure, a blood-red eye emerged, entwined with demonic energy and inscribed with ancient runes. It was as if the demon god itself had opened its sealed eye, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Chen's expression shifted. This was indeed the eye of the demon god. He was at a loss as to how Mo Sheng had managed to borrow the eye from the void. Channeling the true eye of the demon god, Lin Chen began to retreat swiftly, but at that moment, Mo Sheng waved his hand and bellowed, "Kill." That single word consumed all his remaining strength, causing him to collapse. Yet, from the eye of the demon god within the fissure, a jet of pitch-black divine light erupted. Akin to the sword of the demon god, suddenly unsheathed and piercing through everything, shaking the entirety of the void. The chilling radiance that could shatter the heavens began to tremble violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. Lin Chen felt as if he were gripped by an unseen hand, rendered immobile, forced to watch as the piercing light obliterated him. Upon witnessing this, Mo Sheng erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, weren't you arrogant? This is merely a fraction of my brother's power. No matter how strong you are, you shall be suppressed and ultimately slain. After his raucous laughter, sensing the intense danger, Lin Chen suddenly released a terrifying aura, causing the entire void to erupt with explosive sounds, breaking the mysterious constraints brought by the eye of the demon god. His hand seals formed swiftly. An ancient, primordial aura began to flow from Lin Chen. Heavenly Saint King Seal. Lin Chen's hand seals were firmly established. The sacred energy within his dantian surged violently at this moment, ultimately transforming into a regal figure, seated in the dantian. The aura emanating from Lin Chen erupted with a force that echoed throughout the surroundings, amplifying his presence fourfold compared to before. This terrifying pressure cascaded forth, inducing a flicker of fear even in the heart of the demon. He could not fathom how Lin Chen had suddenly become so formidable. The great Buddha seal, embodying the essence of countless ancient monks, began to resonate as Lin Chen's hands radiated with a blinding golden light. In that instant, all demonic energy seemed to recede. Even the demon felt a scorching sensation from the brilliance. The sacred scriptures flowed and swirled around Lin Chen in a magnificent display. With a powerful thrust of his hand, he unleashed the golden light of the Buddha seal, directing it toward the demonic energy, aimed squarely at the eye of the demon god. With a thunderous explosion, the void was rent asunder by the force of the blast. The eye of the demon god, which had been conjured by the demon, vanished completely. The land around them lay in utter devastation. Lin Chen and Shi, one person and one dog, wore identical expressions of shock and disbelief. Though Lin Chen appeared somewhat disheveled, he radiated an indomitable spirit, his aura remaining overwhelmingly powerful. He cast a calm glance at the demon, offering no words to the stunned creature. With a swift motion, he placed his foot upon the demon's neck, snapping it with brutal force, blood splattering forth. However, killing the demon did not bring Lin Chen any sense of relief. Instead, the image of the demon's eye lingered hauntingly in his mind. After a long pause, Lin Chen approached, surveying the lifeless demon before sighing. I was about to tell you that this fellow was truly a monstrosity. You didn't want to heed my warning, and now you understand the consequences. His earlier hesitation had merely been an attempt to caution the demon. Yet, the arrogant creature had scorned those present at the auction. Now, the outcome mirrored the consequences foretold during that event, as Lin Chen squinted, observing the results of the demon's reckless laughter. Chapter 878. Infiltration Time to Eat. It looks delicious. You didn't tea-make this, did you? Asked Lan Yuyan. Xiaoyu Luo and Mo Chen also took their seats, with Mo Chen sheepishly scratching his head. I can't do that. I'm not at that level yet, but I will learn slowly. Lan Yuyan cast a sly glance at Xiaoyu Luo and chuckled. This heartwarming scene at the birthday banquet would forever be etched in Xiaoyu Luo's memory. She knew she would never forget this day, so full of warmth. Get me a person, Lei Shihan commanded venomously into her phone. She could not endure the sight of Mo Chen and Xiaoyu Luo enjoying their time together. Originally, she should have been the mistress of the Mayu Lake Villa, yet inexplicably, she had been ousted from it. She could not comprehend what made her inferior to Xiaoyu Luo, that mere commoner, unyielding and indignant. Lei Shihan found it unbearable to accept the reality that Xiaoyu Luo had conceived a child with Mo Chen. When she learned of this shocking news from her subordinates, fury surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. Alas, Xiaoyu Luo was under Mo Chen's formidable protection, leaving Lei Shihan with no opportunity to confront her directly. Yet, she could not swallow this bitterness. Therefore, she resolved to target Xiaoyu Luo's father, fully aware that this was Xiaoyu Luo's Achilles' heel. Miss, who will suffer this time? The individuals she referred to were the same ruffians she had collaborated with previously. Though their last endeavor had ended in failure, much to Lei Shihan's chagrin, she had still compensated them handsomely, leading them to regard her as a wealthy benefactor eager to employ their services. This time, it's simple. Assist me in teaching a lesson to a defenseless inmate. A glint of malice flickered in Lei Shihan's eyes. Unable to reach Xiaoyu Luo, she believed she could unleash her wrath upon Xia Qian. She was determined to make Xiaoyu Luo's existence unbearable. Absolutely, my brothers are still locked up. We can deal with whoever you wish. I guarantee your satisfaction. The ruffian eagerly responded, delighted by the prospect of easy money falling into their laps. Lei Shihan smiled as she tucked her phone away, the glimmer of triumph already illuminating her gaze. Xiaoyu Luo, you are not someone of your caliber to aspire to Mo Chen. The ruffians acted swiftly, and soon Xia Qian found himself besieged within the prison walls. Are you Xia Qian? A group of burly men cornered him, forcing him against the wall. Yes, it's me. I know I owe a considerable amount of money, and I promise to repay you all once I get out. Xia Qian, surrounded by these men, realized they were likely debt collectors, a situation he had grown accustomed to during his time in prison. Oh, it seems you truly owe quite a sum. The inmates jeered at Xia Qian. You think you can pay up from here? What a delusion. Hit him, the ringleader commanded, and Xia Qian was thrust to the ground. His limbs restrained as they trampled over him. Despite the overwhelming force, they still craved more. Please, don't hit me. I will repay whatever I owe. Xia Qian cried out, his body racked with pain as he desperately shielded his head. If you kill me, I'll never be able to pay you back. As he pleaded, he endured the agony. Knowing he could not resist, the sheer number of his assailants meant any act of defiance would only provoke further violence. Huh. You really think you're wealthy, don't you? Brothers, hit him harder. The ringleader laughed gleefully, relishing the sight of Xia Qian's distress. With that encouragement, the ruffians intensified their assault, reveling in the rare opportunity for entertainment amidst the monotony of prison life. One enforcer seized the battered Xia Qian, forcefully slamming his head against the wall, blood streaming down and obscuring his vision, leaving him utterly defenseless. Thus, Xia Yanqi remained oblivious to the duration of his torment. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his body languidly collapsing onto the ground. What was happening? The commotion escalated, rousing the prison guards who shone their flashlights in this direction, bellowing for the unruly individuals to cease their disturbances. Xia Yinqi faintly perceived the clamor, feeling a flicker of hope for his impending rescue, and then succumbed entirely to the depths of unconsciousness. Once again, trouble brewed in this cell, and it was always this individual who bore the brunt of the violence. What an inconvenience! The guards, upon discovering Xia Yinqi sprawled on the floor, shook their heads in exasperation. Acutely aware of the headaches his situation brought them, fights were commonplace within the prison walls. The guards found themselves impotent to impose severe consequences, often relegated to administering minor punishments. Should the chaos persist, their hands would be tied, and such disorder had long since ceased to astonish them. However, this episode was decidedly different. Xia Yinqi lay motionless, his body unresponsive. Could he have been fatally injured? One guard inquired of his companion, anxiety rising within them. If a prisoner were to perish within their custody, they would certainly face dire repercussions. Is he fainting? Another guard prodded the prostrate Xia Yinqi with his foot, yet he remained still. The assailants from earlier had all huddled in a corner, none daring to utter a word, for they collectively bore the weight of responsibility. This silence had become their customary protocol. No one was permitted to speak, and thus, they hoped to evade trouble. Damn it! Get him out of here. We'll deal with you later. The guards, irked, hoisted Xia Yinqi up, casting a fierce glare at the prisoners behind them. Upon being transported to the infirmary, Xia Yinqi was shackled, his eyes tightly shut, his pallid visage devoid of any color, save for the crimson stains of his own blood. The doctor incessantly examined Xia Yinqi's eyelids, furrowing his brows before contemplating a transfer to a larger hospital. Surely, he couldn't be dead. The guards grew increasingly anxious, hastily notifying his family. When Xia Yulua received the call from the prison, she nearly fainted, her mind consumed by a singular thought. She could not bear to lose her father. Recalling her father's gentle smile, Xia Yulua clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Please let him be all right. Please let him be all right. She fervently chanted in her heart, praying for his safety. Xia Yulua rushed to the hospital, pleading with the taxi driver to hasten his speed, yet upon arrival, she found her father confined within a ward, inaccessible to outsiders. How is my father? Xia Yulua pressed her forehead against the glass, gazing longingly at her father's worn face, her heart heavy with bitterness. He must have angered someone within the prison. The guard recounted the events to Xia Yulua. Overwhelmed by emotion, she couldn't help but think of Mo Zichen. Yet, their recent interactions had been harmonious, even as he prepared for her birthday. Why would he act in such a manner? Xia Yulua was utterly confounded. As the summer rain fell, Xia Yulua's thoughts turned to Lei Shirhan, considering the likelihood that she was the instigator of this act of vengeance. Could it be that Lei Shirhan, unable to exact her revenge directly upon Xia Yulua, had instead unleashed her wrath upon her father? The mere thought of this possibility deepened the bitterness in Xia Yulua's heart, compelling her to hastily dial Lei Shirhan's number. On the other end, Lei Shirhan, having already received confirmation from the group of thugs that their task had been accomplished, sat leisurely on her sofa, a smile gracing her features. I was just wondering if you would reach out to me. It seems we share a telepathic connection, she mused, calmly prepared for the conversation as she answered Xia Yulua's call. Was it you? Xia Yulua seethed, wishing she could obliterate Lei Shirhan in her fury. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lei Shirhan feigned ignorance, casually toying with her beautiful nails, exuding an air of nonchalance. My father has been assaulted in prison as an act of retaliation. You orchestrated this, didn't you? Xia Yulua reiterated, her voice heavy with accusation. Oh my! Who would be so cruel? Is your father all right? Lei Shirhan replied with a sardonic tone, barely concealing her amusement. Who else could it be but you? Xia Yulua nearly screamed, her disbelief in Lei Shirhan's words palpable, her heart twisting as if gripped by a vice. Deep down, she understood Lei Shirhan's true nature all too well. Do not casually accuse others. I have no intention of bearing false blame, Lei Shirhan retorted, her words laced with veiled threats. If you continue this, I could accuse you of defamation. Despite her feigned anger, a sense of glee bubbled beneath the surface. Who else could it possibly be? Xia Yulua sneered, her fists clenched tightly as she imagined inflicting harm upon Lei Shirhan. It wouldn't be proper for me to say, Lei Shirhan replied, deliberately ambiguous, her insinuations hanging in the air. A wave of unease washed over Xia Yuluo, her hands trembling with apprehension. Lei Shihan, stop with your nonsense. It was undoubtedly you. Xia Yuluo's thoughts drifted to Mo Zicheng, yet she resolutely dismissed the notion that he could be involved, firmly attributing the deed to Lei Shihan. What a foolish woman you are. Even now, with your father harmed, you refuse to acknowledge your mistakes, clinging instead to your adversary. Your father is indeed wronged. Lei Shihan taunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do not blame me for speaking out. I simply cannot bear to see you toyed with. You are the daughter of the Mo family's enemies. Do you truly believe he would forsake everything to be with you? It defies reason. With these words, Lei Shihan said about subtly manipulating Xia Yuluo's thoughts. That is merely your perspective. It is not his. Xia Yuluo resisted, though doubts lingered in her mind. She steadfastly refused to accept this harsh reality, clinging to the hope of giving Mo Zicheng another chance, thereby granting herself an opportunity to embrace happiness. You are naively mistaken. Do not blame our world for your disillusionment. Mo Zicheng indeed harbors such thoughts. This incident serves as the finest proof. Who do you believe is responsible for all this? Lei Shihan mocked. Mo Zicheng. It cannot be. Xia Yuluo declared vehemently. It simply cannot be him. As the summer rain fell, Xia Yu teetered on the brink of despair, unable to fathom the veracity of Lei Shihan's words, which resonated with such undeniable truth. After a fierce battle, Lin Xiaohan's perception of Lin Chen underwent a remarkable transformation. Observing Lin Chen's casual demeanor, Lin Xiaohan realized that the depth of this individual's strength was unfathomable. The transformation within just 1 year was astonishing. She was particularly curious about the hardships Lin Chen must have endured during that time. Yet, she was certain he would be reluctant to revisit those memories. Her gaze then drifted to the large black dog voraciously devouring its meal, and it struck her how vast the chasm was between man and beast. Did the masters of the craft not recognize their own kind? This creature seemed solely preoccupied with its meal. Lin Chen felt a surge of irritation upon witnessing Cece's gluttonous display and swiftly gave it a light smack on the head, prompting a yelp from the dog. Ever since the old pervert had dealt with it, the majestic aura of the sacred beast had been utterly diminished, leaving little semblance of its former grandeur. Lin Chen, what shall we do now? Lin Xiaohan stepped forward, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, though a tremor betrayed her unease. The power of the demon god was significant, and with the emergence of the demon spawn, it was certain that the demon child was also entangled in the chaos of the ancient domain. The tremor in her voice was a testament to her astonishment at Lin Chen's formidable capabilities. Lin Chen nodded and replied with a faint smile, "Let us depart. The forces of the demon god pose no conflict with our current mission, and we should avoid unnecessary trouble." Lin Xiaohan nodded in agreement, while Lin Chen strode ahead with an air of confidence. Unbeknownst to her, however, dense black devouring runes enveloped Lin Chen's head, siphoning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A trickle of dark blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. The eye of the demon god should not be underestimated. It seemed imperative to extract the demonic mark within him at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Demon child, my training period has only just begun. I look forward to our reunion in 2 years. Meanwhile, in a hidden part of the chaotic ancient domain, a terrifying scene unfolded. Sinister streams of demonic energy coiled like dragons, their eyes glowing with crimson light, scales exuding a chilling aura, and claws hardened like iron. Each dragon was a vivid embodiment of power, exuding an unfathomable menace. These demonic dragons appeared irresistibly drawn to a vortex, surging wildly toward the body of a young man, whose brow bore an ancient eye pulsating with a sanguine glow. This young man was none other than the demon child from the mysterious auction that day, the holy son of the demon god organization. Born of the eye of the demon god, a being of innate divine creation. Suddenly, the figure of the demon prince trembled, and at that moment, the absorption of the swirling demonic energy ceased entirely. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with a terrifying cold light, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that was utterly appalling. Who dares to have the audacity to slay my brother, Mo Sheng? The demon prince muttered ominously to himself, emanating a dreadful presence that caused the surrounding streams of demonic energy to explode violently. From the moment of its inception, the bond between Mo Sheng and Mo Mia had been profound, having grown up together since childhood. Their relationship was deeply rooted, and just moments ago, The essence of his brother had entirely vanished from his perception. Mo Mia, born from the divine powers of creation, was orphaned from birth and had no kin. He was taken away by a master of the demon god sect, with only his brother remaining by his side, though not of blood relation. Their bond was stronger than that of blood. I shall certainly seek vengeance for you. The demon prince's voice was as frigid as ice, echoing with a piercing clarity. Today, I shall uncover the identity of the one with such audacity. Rest assured, Mo Sheng, once I unearth the murderer, I will ensure they are utterly obliterated. As his words fell, the magical eye at his brow emitted a beam of demonic light, channeling a mysterious force from the void, instantly conjuring an image before his eyes. This image revealed the scene of Lin Chen, with an indifferent expression, crushing Mo Sheng's throat beneath his foot. The pupils of Mo Mia contracted sharply, as if the entire world had been influenced, plunging into an icy coldness akin to a wintry snowstorm. Find out the origins of this individual, he commanded. Regardless of whether it is the Ice Emperor or the murderer of Mo Sheng, I shall make them pay in full. For the first time, the demon prince of the esteemed demon god organization was genuinely enraged. His words transformed into characters of demonic script, inscribed together before abruptly vanishing into the surrounding atmosphere. In a chaotic ancient realm, designated as a forbidden zone due to the inexplicable deaths that frequently occurred there, even the most powerful beings, including the great sovereigns and void kings, were not exempt. Consequently, no one dared to enter this place. Lin Chen, Lin Xiaohan, and a large black dog arrived at the location marked on the map provided by Lin Chen's uncle. In an instant, Lin Chen felt an unsettling sensation, as if they were being watched. The chill in the air suggested the presence of a being at least at the level of a great sage. Who approaches? The great sage inquired languidly. And what is this creature, along with a dog? What manner of beings are you? Howl, howl, howl. Shishi immediately bared its teeth and barked at the source of the voice. I am no mere dog. Open your eyes and behold the truth. Upon witnessing a dog howl, the great sage's wariness intensified. Who are you, and what is your name among your kind? Additionally, what is the command phrase? Lin Xiaohan's heart tightened. If Lin Chen were to enter alone, it would undoubtedly pose no issue. However, with him, and accompanied by this large black dog, the situation grew increasingly complex. Lin Xiaohan understood that if he exposed himself here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who had remained silent, bellowed, Enough. How dare you speak so audaciously before this king? Open the door at once. I have urgent matters to attend to. If anything goes awry, can you guarantee your own life? A terrifying aura of a sovereign emanated from Lin Chen, transforming him into a figure of majestic authority that compelled submission. The great sage's expression shifted instantly to one of profound respect. Indeed, the regal essence radiating from Lin Chen instilled both fear and a sense of kinship within the sage, emotions that only kin could express. Moreover, the overwhelming presence exuding from this individual evoked a palpable sense of dread. This person was formidable. The great sage promptly relayed the message, producing a golden token. A beam of sunlight illuminated the token, and it suddenly reflected a brilliant light into the air ahead. In an instant, the space rippled like water, an ancient formation activated, and a portal gradually opened. Lin Chen nodded expressionlessly at the great sage and, in a flash, vanished from sight, successfully infiltrating the scene. Chapter 879, A Grand Conspiracy. In the small world of the Celestial Imperial Clan, every corner resonated with a dense aura of sovereignty. It felt as though this was the paradise of sovereigns, a sacred ground capable of nurturing countless rulers. Lin Chen could sense the vastness of this land, which was beyond the reach of his current perception and awareness. Upon entering this realm, he had to tread carefully, for they had now stepped onto the territory of the Celestial Imperial Clan. It must be noted that the Celestial Imperial Clan comprises figures descended from the human realm, harboring entities of emperor-level caliber within this small world. For instance, the emperor from the Celestial Imperial Clan who had pursued Lin Chen in the chaotic star realm. One could only imagine how many emperors existed in this small world. The Celestial Imperial Clan is, after all, one of the 5 great races from the human realm. The extent of their power is beyond Lin Chen's imagination. What shall we do with this dog? Lin Xiaohan inquired, aware that neither he nor Cici possessed Lin Chen's extraordinary ability to transform into a member of the Celestial Imperial Clan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen pointed to the distance, saying, I will conceal you here for the time being while I venture into their city to gather information." Lin Chen and the great black dog nodded in agreement. Once Lin Chen established protective barriers, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sovereign pressure as he ventured deeper into the territory. His regal demeanor mirrored that of the great sage he had slain earlier. As expected, it was not long before Lin Chen beheld the first city. Within this city, an unfathomable and intimidating aura loomed, emanating from entities of the great sovereign level and beyond. The realm of the Void King. Lin Chen had discerned the cultivation levels of Great Sage, Great Sovereign, Void King, and True King. However, the realms beyond remained untouched by him. The power of a virtual king is beyond Lin Chen's comprehension. As he gazed across the sky, he was astonished to observe that within this city, many individuals from different races were coming and going. Among them were members of the Blood-Killing clan, the Dark Fallen clan, the Damling clan, and other prominent figures from the Saint Spirit continent. This sight left Lin Chen bewildered. This realm belonged to the Heavenly Emperor clan. Logically, it should be impossible for outsiders and other races to enter. What had transpired here? While Lin Chen pondered this perplexity, he swiftly blended into the city. He keenly perceived that the place was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of celebration. The passers-by wore smiles, as if a joyous occasion had taken place. Lin Chen's curiosity intensified. With his acute hearing, he soon caught snippets of conversation among the bustling crowd. This time, Luo Wuchang is serious. However, among the direct descendants of the Luo family, he is the least accomplished. Yet, this wedding is being orchestrated with great flair, some remarked in admiration. The mention of Luo Wuchang's wedding triggered a sudden realization in Lin Chen, his gaze turning icy. TSK. It is said that the woman he has secured is extraordinarily beautiful and possesses formidable prowess, far surpassing Luo Wuchang's own talent. I envy this fellow. How could such a beauty fall into his hands? Sighing, Lin Chen recalled the woman named Luo Qingyi, renowned for her ethereal beauty. Now, the most inept member of the Luo family appeared to have struck fortune. Perhaps this woman would rise to greatness in the future. With an audible crack of his knuckles, Lin Chen's fists tightened, and a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. What a remarkable Luo Wuchang, truly daring to wed Luo Qingyi. After taking several deep breaths, he vanished from his spot. Lin Chen furrowed her brow. During her time in the human realm, she had gathered considerable information about Luo Wuchang. The Luo family had 3 sons, with Luo Wuchang being the youngest, yet his cultivation was notoriously poor. He was well known as a failure. Lin Chen smirked slightly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. How audacious of him to act thus. Lin Chen sensed an underlying meaning in Lin Chen's words and inquired, "What does their wedding have to do with you? Let us not forget our mission." Lin Chen nodded impassively. At that moment, Cici, who had been murmuring beside him, suddenly changed her expression. "You two stay here," he commanded. Lin Chen and Cici exchanged puzzled glances. What was happening? With swift strides, Lin Chen dashed forward, exerting all his speed. Within a few breaths, he entered a cave within a grand mountain, its entrance shrouded in dense demonic energy. Sweat beaded on Lin Chen's forehead as his complexion paled. He sat cross-legged, a deep black light swirling on his face, continuously shifting. Occasionally, ominous laughter echoed from within him. The sinister laughter reverberating through the air unmistakably belonged to the gluttonous beast, Tao Tai. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as if countless blades were piercing through his body, an excruciating pain that tore at his very soul. Within the depths of his consciousness, the ancient sigil of the 6-character mantra was being ravaged by Tao Ye's furious roars. "You malevolent entity, release me at once." Tao Tai bellowed from within the talisman, its eyes glowing crimson. "You and I are kindred spirits. How can you willingly submit to the Buddhist order, bowing beneath the weight of ancient characters?" The golden radiance emanating from the 6-character mantra sigil pulsed incessantly, preventing the minuscule yet ferocious form of Tao Tai from tearing itself free. "Tao Tai, our paths diverge. Should you wish to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, you shall find no sanctuary here." Lin Chen gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "As long as I, Lin Chen, draw breath, your fate is sealed." With trembling hands, Lin Chen began to weave intricate seals, his entire being engulfed in overwhelming agony. Yet he remained suspended in a state of ethereal clarity. Streams of golden light flickered from his fingertips as ancient Buddhist monks chanted, their enlightened gazes perceiving the truths of the world. Tao Ye's roars were swiftly subdued by a chorus of anguished cries, gradually yielding to a profound tranquility. Lin Chen, however, felt as if he had been utterly drained. Suppressing Tao Tai and channeling the power of the six-character mantra had exacted a severe toll. The Devouring Demon Technique manifested behind Lin Chen, a phenomenon that drew the very essence of the heavens and earth towards him with fervor. After an entire hour had elapsed, the magical energy within Lin Chen had nearly replenished itself. The terrifying aspect of the sacred vein body lay in its ability to absorb demonic energies. In the throes of battle, it continuously harnessed the power of the universe, rendering Lin Chen's magical reserves seemingly inexhaustible. Throughout the past year, Tao Tai had caused disturbances on 2 or 3 occasions. Each time, following its suppression, Lin Chen gained new insights into the duality of good and evil embodied by the great Buddha seal, as if he were grasping the profound essence of Zen. Once Tao Tai was subdued, Lin Chen swiftly sought out Lin Xiaohan and Cece. What transpired just now? Lin Xiaohan inquired. Cece shrugged, jesting. Perhaps he was off chasing some maiden for a rendezvous. Lin Chen shot Cece an exasperated glare. Mind your tongue, or you might find yourself without bones to gnaw on. Cece immediately looked dismayed, for even a mere bone had become a fatal vulnerability. Lin Xiaohan pressed her forehead, seemingly at a loss for words. What shall our next course of action be? We advance with purpose, Lin Chen declared, thrusting his palm forward with resolute determination, his gaze steely. This time, we are stepping into a snare prepared for us. We must tread carefully. Lin Xiaohan hesitated, pondering. How could they have prepared a trap without knowledge of our arrival? Lin Chen remained silent, yet his eyes radiated an icy intensity. Luo Wuchang, that waste of the Luo family, is indeed a pitiful creature. This wedding is not a celebration for him. Rather, it is a funeral prepared for Lin Chen. This is a grand conspiracy, shrouded in secrecy. Chapter 880. A lavish funeral. Ultimately, through the diligent investigation of Lin Chen and Lin Xiaohan, they unraveled the intricacies of this celestial royal family's microcosm. This small world was a domain belonging to a formidable figure of the celestial royal lineage, akin to the realm of the demoness from days of yore, and was undoubtedly inhabited by an emperor-level being. If one were to cause a disturbance within this realm, every action would be subject to the control of others. To survive, one must possess the prowess of an emperor. Even then, within another's miniature world, one would find themselves at a disadvantage. It is akin to a grand prison, where those who enter must obediently comply. Moreover, within this diminutive world, there exist 9 royal cities, each composed of quasi-path instruments. Viewed from above, the arrangement of these royal cities would undoubtedly reveal discernible patterns. Among these 9, one particular city serves as the venue for the impending wedding of Luo Wuchang. To enter this place is akin to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers. The masters within that royal city possess the ability to summon storms with a mere gesture. Yet, Lin Chen, fully aware of the peril, chose to proceed regardless. He scarcely heeded Lin Xiaohan's counsel. Luo Wuchang's intentions were squarely aimed at Lin Chen. If Lin Chen's conjectures held true, word had already spread in the outside world regarding Luo Wuchang's impending nuptials with Luo Qingyi. Others perceived this as a desperate maneuver by a scion of the Luo family to secure his standing, yet only Lin Chen could discern the underlying truth. Luo Qingyi was none other than Qingru, Lin Chen's beloved. Luo Wuchang's desire to marry her, regardless of whether he harbored genuine affection, was unequivocally directed towards Lin Chen. The man whom Lin Chen had once crippled had remained dormant for a year, but now he was poised to exact his revenge. This constituted a colossal conspiracy against Lin Chen. Fully aware of the lurking dangers, he ventured into the tiger's den. It was likely that within that royal city, Luo Wuchang had already laid out formidable schemes, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. This demonstrated Luo Wuchang's cunning, employing a strategy akin to that of the Mixed Heaven Gate. This royal city, named Yuhuang City, resembled a pristine jade seal, shimmering with a glassy luster that exuded opulence and an air of mystique. Jade, in this world, is a unique entity. Exceptional jade possesses remarkable properties. Moreover, Yuhuang City itself is an authentic low-grade path instrument. Anyone who enters would find their movements dictated by the spirit of the instrument. At this moment, Yuhuang City was abuzz with activity. People of various talents and significant factions, all wearing smiles and bearing gifts, entered this city forged from a low-grade path instrument. On this day, it was impossible to quantify the number of gifted individuals and influential figures congregating within Yuhuang City. It was, without a doubt, a grand feast. Lin Chen cast a casual glance at the myriad of individuals entering, noting that none possessed a cultivation level beneath the Dao diagram realm. Lin Chen, along with Lin Xiaohan and Cici, also stepped inside. Just past the guards, one guard fixed his gaze upon Cici, bewildered by the presence of a large black dog. Despite the guard's Dao diagram level cultivation, many were drawn to the peculiar trio of Lin Chen, Lin Xiaohan, and Cici, for they had never witnessed a sage-level cultivator accompanied by a large black dog. Cici's eyes widened in fury as she glared at the guard, unleashing a terrifying aura that rendered him pale. The onlookers were equally astonished, realizing that such a dog possessed the prowess of a great sage. Even at the pinnacle of that realm, with a cold huff, Cici followed Lin Chen into the Jade Emperor city, bringing this minor commotion to a close. Upon entering the city, one would find it remarkably spacious. Towering pavilions, designed to accommodate a multitude of cultivators, surrounded the city walls, amounting to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of structures. From a bird's eye view, the sight was overwhelming, a testament to the vast wealth of the heavenly royal clan. Lin Chen could not help but lick his lips, contemplating that if he eliminated enough significant figures, his Xuanshang Monarch Tower might ascend to the status of a low-grade Dao artifact, dominating the realm. In the midst of these countless pavilions stood a colossal crimson stage, its floor embedded with resplendent red jewels. Exotic red roses, exuding rich spiritual energy, bloomed in vibrant competition across this stage, forming a heart of roses stretching for 10 miles. Every detail of this stage, particularly the red gemstones, held immense benefits for cultivation. Each gem was exceedingly rare, yet they were laid out to create a magnificent platform over 30 miles long. The marvel of such a stage captivated all who passed by. Its profound symbolism and unparalleled rarity were awe-inspiring, even for powerful factions, who would find it difficult to amass such a wealth of red jewels at once. The jade-hued radiance flowing from the entire Jade Emperor city reflected upon this immense crimson stage, bestowing it with a shimmering, glass-like allure that dazzled countless hearts. Many prodigies from the Holy Spirit continent, along with influential figures, were left in wonderment, taken aback by the extravagant and formidable display orchestrated by Luo Wuchang. Lin Chen, however, recognized several familiar faces, including Lu Xiao from the Dark Clan, who now appeared spirited and rosy-cheeked. Beside him, the esteemed Hucking was similarly vibrant, both radiating an exceptional energy. Hucking even emanated an enigmatic aura, suggesting he had glimpsed into the realm of the Void King. The alliance between the Dark Clan and the Chun Alliance undoubtedly fostered significant development. Although Lin Chen had not engaged with them for over a year, he held great faith in their abilities. He also spotted Luo Zi, Jian Tianmiao, and the 7th prince of the Eastern Dynasty among the crowd, alongside Yun Luo. However, he did not see anyone from the Hantian sect, nor was he aware if the Ice Emperor would make an appearance that day. Regrettably, he had not encountered Bao Wang or Shouting either, leaving him uncertain of their current circumstances. Nonetheless, they were like brothers to him, and he might be astonished should he cross paths with them again. Cici pursed her lips and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, contemplating the multitude of people around them. How did you confront the other party? Lin Xiaohan remained impassive, yet the tranquility in her eyes clearly indicated she was pondering the same question. Lin Chen chuckled softly, asserting that they were not here to cause chaos, but rather to witness the union of others in matrimony. His voice carried a hint of coldness, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed upon the resplendent stage ahead. In his perception, this vibrant and opulent stage represented the funeral meticulously arranged by the man with the crippled leg. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the man's audacity. However, it remained uncertain who among the bloodied figures might emerge from this spectacle. Should he be pushed to the brink, he would unleash the madness simmering within him without reservation. At this moment, Lin Xiaohan turned her head and noticed a glimmer of insanity flickering in Lin Chen's gaze, reminiscent of a man on the verge of extremity, sending a chill down her spine. Chapter 881. The madness of the bronze ancient coffin. The grandeur of the scene was overwhelming. This wedding was the center of attention. It marked the first occasion on the Holy Spirit continent that cultivators had witnessed a wedding of a human prodigy, an event so staggering it would undoubtedly echo throughout the continent. the wealthy elite and affluent individuals of the Holy Spirit continent would surely feel a profound sense of shame. Yet, at that very moment, a group of individuals quietly entered the Jade Emperor city. They arrived with remarkable discretion, drawing little attention. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was perpetually vigilant, and he quickly spotted this group. Among them were prominent figures such as Ling Qianyu and Yin Hai, who were all renowned elites. However, they appeared to be in pairs, seemingly avoiding any attention from the powerful clans, likely out of a desire to remain inconspicuous. What captured Lin Chen's attention the most was a figure clad in black, exuding an aura of coldness, the demon sun. Undeniably, Lin Chen's strength had significantly increased, and he was acutely aware of who among this group possessed the greatest power. The demon sun clearly stood on an entirely different level compared to Ling Qianyu and Yin Hai. The emergence of the demon sun alongside the other 7 formidable entities indicated that the major factions were already aware of the arrival of these colossal forces, necessitating a considerable investment of power from various races. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, an elderly man donned in celebratory robes suddenly descended from the heavens, landing on the crimson stage. The old man's presence caused Lin Chen's pupils to constrict, as he felt an overwhelming force of oppressive majesty that weighed heavily upon his chest, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that instant, the entire Jade Emperor city fell into a profound silence. The movement of one commanded the stillness of thousands. The magnitude of this spectacle was astonishing, considering the multitude of experts present in the Jade Emperor city, all of whom had fallen silent. This individual was an emperor. Lin Chen, Shi, and Lin Xiuhan exchanged glances, unable to restrain themselves as they perceived the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. As Lin Xiuhan gazed upon Lin Chen, she found herself increasingly perplexed by his demeanor. Surrounded by numerous formidable experts, including an emperor, it was unfathomable how one might act recklessly in such a setting. Yet, the piercing glint in Lin Chen's eyes moments ago hinted at unpredictable actions to come, long before their arrival on the Holy Spirit continent. She was aware of the past deeds of these men. Hopefully, the elder began to speak, welcoming everyone to the Tianhuan clan to celebrate Luo Wuchang's wedding. The old man expressed his gratitude, his words imbued with an enchanting charisma that resonated deeply within the hearts of the listeners, compelling them to follow his lead. Lin Chen bit his tongue, jolting himself back to awareness. Next, the elder announced he would personally officiate the wedding. With no elaborate rituals, he directly called for the bride and groom to enter. As his words echoed, the attendees seemed spellbound, instinctively breaking into applause that reverberated through the small realm. In an instant, a beam of jade light erupted from the Jade Emperor city, unfurling like a grand pathway. This luminescent road radiated a soft, gentle glow, soothing the soul. For graceful palace maids emerged, carrying a cerulean flower sedan chair, gliding through the jade light as if riding on clouds, the sound of celestial music wafting through the air, reminiscent of fairies descending to earth. The onlookers were entranced. However, at that moment, the sky was rent by the roar of dragons, as 3 majestic serpentine dragons soared from the Jade Emperor city, trailing a massive golden sedan chair even grander than the cerulean one, gliding toward the crimson stage with an air of dominance. In the blink of an eye, both sedan chairs landed upon the red stage. The 4 elegant palace maids lifted the curtains of the cerulean chair, and Lin Chen's heart tightened. There stood a woman with intricately styled blue hair, draped in a red wedding robe, her figure delicate and skin alabaster, bearing an expression of aloofness that spoke of her awareness of the world's tumult. Stunningly beautiful, she commanded the attention of all present without faltering, exuding an aura of authority. Countless gazes ignited with fervor at the sight of such a beauty. Who would not wish to possess her? Even Lin Chen found his eyes riveted to the scene. The enchanting Luo Qingyi stepped gracefully toward the imposing golden sedan, akin to an ancient consort approaching the emperor. The wedding ceremony of the Tianhuan clan was evidently structured to diminish the status of the woman significantly. A chilling glint suddenly shot from Lin Chen's eyes. "Stop right there," barked the large black dog beside him, its voice low and grave. "Boss, don't act impulsively. Do you understand the consequences of rushing in now?" Lin Chen's form trembled as he clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. That elder of imperial stature was present. If he charged forward, the outcome would be dire. Certain death awaited him. At this moment, a merciless, frigid voice reached Lin Chen's ears. The ritual had not yet concluded. You must think carefully, otherwise you will not know how you perished. This was the voice of the heartless fairy, her words penetrating Lin Chen's heart like a chilling stream, calming his turbulent spirit. Surrounding him was a cacophony of raucous cheers, each face adorned with mockery or exuberant shouts, all reveling in the presence of this celestial maiden. For reasons unknown, everything appeared exceedingly glaring to Lin Chen. At that instant, a familiar hollow voice echoed in his mind. Seeing this scene, you must feel powerless, burdened by self-blame for lacking strength. Is this not a torment? Lin Chen's expression shifted abruptly. The owner of this voice was the bronze ancient coffin. He felt the ancient azure light emanating from the coffin within his brow, and every utterance pierced his heart. Spare me your pretense, bronze ancient coffin, Lin Chen retorted coldly. You devoured half of my soul, intending to harm me. Do not waste your breath. One day, I shall unveil your true form. The bronze ancient coffin replied. There is no free lunch in this world. By entrusting me with half of your soul, you merely return to your true self. I am aiding you. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at the coffin, disinterested. However, the voice from the bronze ancient coffin suddenly grew acutely grating. Do you desire strength? You have 300 years left to live. If you surrender 299 years, I will grant you a fleeting taste of imperial power. This statement struck Lin Chen's spirit with a heavy impact. The prospect of trading 299 years of his life for brief imperial might seem an immense temptation laid bare before him. Bronze ancient coffin. Do not expect me to engage in any transactions with you throughout my lifetime, Lin Chen declared fiercely, constantly reminding himself that the bronze ancient coffin was a venomous poison, a poison of power. The voice within the bronze ancient coffin erupted into a strange, piercing laughter that sent discomfort coursing through Lin Chen's being, a manic undertone lurking beneath its stillness. You will come to me, Lin Chen. One day, you will realize that the only being who will not harm you is me, only me. Chapter 882. As you wish. Lin Chen chose to disregard the bronze ancient coffin's madness. Although this was its first instance of such frenzied speech, a year of training had fortified his resolve. To acquiesce to the bronze ancient coffin would mean proving his own inadequacy. The atmosphere was electric. All eyes upon the scene as Luo Qingyi, a paragon of beauty, stood radiant before countless onlookers, with an expression devoid of emotion. Her flawless visage bore a hint of indifference as she approached the grand golden dragon sedan, slightly bowing. I, the maiden Luo Qingyi, beseech the Lord to take my soul. The voice was indifferent, yet in the ears of others, it resonated with unparalleled allure. Such an exquisite beauty, performing the rites of a concubine, rendered the scene breathtakingly intense. Countless onlookers erupted in cheers, yet Lin Chen's countenance grew increasingly grim. Despite his formidable composure, he found himself unable to maintain control upon witnessing this spectacle. Lin Xiaohan glanced at Lin Chen, then at the stunning woman on stage, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, the curtain of the grand golden dragon sedan chair was lifted by an unseen force, and a tumultuous celestial melody echoed, as if heralding the entrance of every formidable and terrifying figure. As the curtain was drawn back, the scene within was revealed. There sat Luo Wuchang, clad in a jubilant robe that extended to his knees, concealing his severed legs, leaning against a golden dragon chair, his expression devoid of joy, casting an unusually somber shadow within the confines of the curtain. Come forth, Luo Wuchang commanded, his tone chillingly detached, as though he held no regard for the breathtaking beauty before him. Luo Qingyi's expression remained impassive, amidst the throngs of spectators. She began to step gracefully towards the grand golden dragon sedan. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Chen was acutely aware that if Luo Qingyi were to genuinely step into the sedan, all formalities would be fulfilled, and everything would fall seamlessly into place. With each step, it felt as though time itself had morphed into stillness, each movement stretching into eternity. Halt! Luo Wuchang's voice suddenly pierced the silence, laced with an ominous tone, evoking the impression that a malevolent presence resided within the grand golden dragon sedan. Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze upon the stage, which stirred a deep-seated revulsion within him. Upon hearing the command, Luo Qingyi paused, her expression remaining impassive as she surveyed the unfolding scene. Her beautiful eyes reflected no shadows of another. Do you truly intend to marry me? Luo Wuchang's voice, cold as ice, bore a hint of inquiry, perhaps even a note of challenge. What you say is what it shall be, Luo Qingyi replied, her demeanor unwavering. Her exquisite features and striking blue eyes betraying no flaw. Yet, while others regarded Luo Qingyi as a goddess, in Luo Wuchang's eyes, she resembled nothing more than a marionette, a soulless puppet, her entire being inscribed with the essence of that man, rendering her appearance grotesquely distorted. Luo Wuchang gazed at Luo Qingyi. His voice icy, what I say is what it shall be, correct? Luo Qingyi nodded, her expression unchanged. Surrounding them, prominent figures and prodigies stood in astonishment at this scene, bewildered by Luo Wuchang's audacity. Very well, he declared, his voice imbued with an unprecedented malevolence. Once you enter this dragon sedan, you shall strip completely bare. No reservations allowed. You will do as I command. Understood. Luo Qingyi nodded indifferently, stepping towards the golden dragon sedan chair, drawing ever closer. A stir arose among the onlookers, their faces a canvas of astonishment as they beheld the scene. Was this truly a wedding? It resembled the spectacle of an emperor issuing commands to his subjects, who could only bow in submission. Just as Luo Qingyi was about to set foot into the resplendent golden sedan, a brilliant sword chi, like a long rainbow, sliced through the sky, hurtling towards the grand carriage. The aged emperor let out a cold snort, and the sword chi was instantly on the verge of shattering. This sudden turn of events took many by surprise. Was there truly someone daring enough to disrupt the royal ceremony? Before one could fully grasp the situation, a terrifying aura erupted from the Yuhuang city, reminiscent of an ancient sovereign ascending to the heavens. The spirit beings within the city were jolted awake, roaring in alarm. Master, beware! It is the ruthless immortal. A figure clad in white descended gracefully. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Ruthless immortal, what do you intend?" With a gaze as unyielding as her name implied, the ruthless immortal cast her eyes over Yuhuang city and declared her intent to annihilate it. You seek death. The elder, filled with fury, erupted with a radiant golden light, surging towards the ruthless immortal. The small world trembled as the sound of 3 earth-shattering explosions echoed, causing the entire Yuhuang city to shimmer with immense jade light, clearly resisting the overwhelming pressure. As chaos erupted, the onlookers were caught off guard. They could hardly fathom that the long-vanished ruthless immortal had suddenly turned against the royal family. It seemed that the Huantian Gate was poised for war with the imperial lineage. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated from the ruby platform, echoing with the force of a terrifying giant trampling upon it. Malevolent energy surged uncontrollably, and a palpable aura of slaughter hung in the air, evoking images of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. From the depths of hell, a figure emerged, Lin Chen. Luo Qingyi maintained her indifferent demeanor as she observed, while Luo Wuchang wore a mad grin upon his face. As you wished, I have arrived. Lin Chen's voice roared like a raging wind, heralding the onset of a cataclysmic upheaval. Chapter 883. Encirclement. Luo Wuchang was not marrying. He was enacting humiliation. He anticipated Lin Chen would weave through the crowd, using the spotlight to belittle Luo Qingyi. Yet, for Luo Qingyi, this was trivial. It successfully ignited Lin Chen's wrath. A calm demeanor belied the storm within. When angered, he could shake the very heavens. This was the essence of Lin Chen. As he became consumed by rage, an aura of malevolence emanated from him, casting a formidable shadow over the vibrant ruby platform. His gaze was cold and piercing, radiating an overwhelming pressure that compelled submission. After a moment of astonishment, an explosive commotion ensued. At this moment, a man radiating an overwhelming aura of menace appeared before the eyes of tens of thousands. After a year apart, they finally beheld the man who had vanished. Each of his appearances seemed to herald significant events. However, the observant noted that in the brief span of a year, Lin Chen's presence had transformed into something terrifying. Those who were perceptive observed that Lin Chen's strength had reached a formidable level. Luo Qingyi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering why this man had reappeared. Luo Wuchang sat within the grand golden dragon carriage, shrouded in endless darkness, resembling a devil in the shadows. Lin Chen, you have finally arrived, he declared. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? Lin Chen regarded Luo Wuchang with cold eyes, stating, This time, I shall not waste words with you. I am determined to take her with me. Luo Wuchang laughed heartily. With merely an unfeeling fairy, you think you can take Qingyi? Huh. Today, I will let you witness our wedding and how we enter the bridal chamber. You will hear her soft breaths. His eyes gleamed with venomous intent. Recalling the moment his legs were severed, Lin Chen would always exacerbate situations. He had been labeled as the Luo family's waste, with severed legs and no hope of restoration, rendering him even more of a burden. All of this was due to Lin Chen. Even the breathtaking beauty who obediently served him belonged to Lin Chen. With a sudden burst, Lin Chen struck out, raising his fist. In an instant, a vast expanse of colorful auroras erupted like a mighty river, dazzling yet seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of space. Its power was immense, akin to a rainbow blade slicing through the void. Galactic storm. Luo Qingyi formed a seal with her hands, her lips whispering over the imprint. Instantly, countless starlights surged forth, resembling the Milky Way in the night sky. Whirling like a tornado, it carried unparalleled might. At that moment, flames erupted in the sky, transforming into a colossal fiery palm. Descending upon Lin Chen with formidable force, Great Fire Seal. The one who unleashed this was a prodigy of the Flame Sea. With a single strike that could evoke terror in gods and spirits, Lin Chen remained unfazed, standing his ground. His aura impenetrable, as if he were the sole barrier against 1,000 foes. Suddenly, from behind Lin Chen, a resounding roar echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. A colossal creature emerged into the sky, exuding an imposing presence, its mouth emitting countless colorful lotus flowers that formed a gigantic, resplendent sword. In an instant, it cleaved the immense fiery seal in two, asserting dominance over all. In the eyes of the Flame Sea, a flicker of astonishment crossed. He had not anticipated that this mere beast of the great sage realm could dismantle his strike so effortlessly. This display of power was not to be underestimated. A beam of sword light, infused with an overwhelming force, tore through the air toward him. Clad in flowing garments, the figure before us is none other than Lin Chen. At this moment, one cannot help but notice the bitter smile etched upon his face, a clear reflection of his concealed emotions. This audacious individual truly possesses an unparalleled courage. Lin Chen, how bold you are. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air, as an overwhelming dark aura descends, morphing into a stern-faced man cloaked in black. This man is none other than the Demon Son. In recent days, the Demon Son has diligently investigated and finally unraveled Lin Chen's true identity, discovering that he is the sacred vein body he has been seeking. The animosity between the Demon Son and Lin Chen is profound. Entwined with the interests of the Ice Emperor, his own brother, and the Demon God organization, a conflict as fierce as fire and water. Despite Lin Chen's intention to disrupt, the Demon Son is resolute. He shall not let this man escape. Lin Chen observes this unfolding scene with a cold gaze, acutely aware that he currently stands with no chance of escape. Nevertheless, he maintains faith in his charisma. As he stands there, the air fills with the sound of piercing winds, heralding the arrival of numerous prodigies and influential figures, great saints, grand lords, and even several beings of the true king realm. In a mere blink, the red stage, spanning several miles, becomes surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of formidable individuals, each radiating immense power. Among them, the true kings possess the strength to effortlessly crush Lin Chen. This overwhelming aura sends shivers down Lin Chen's spine, for he senses that at least a third of these individuals could eliminate him in an instant. Such a scenario presents a fatal predicament, and Lin Chen, for all his audacity, has a penchant for courting danger. To Lin Chen's chagrin, he observes that Lin Chen has indeed followed him here, seemingly oblivious to the peril surrounding him, exuding an air of recklessness. Yet, Lin Chen understands that this is merely the beginning. From all directions, there are countless towers, each harboring dozens of individuals. When considering the sheer numbers, this becomes an appalling figure, and most of them possess power beyond the Tao diagram realm. With the headquarters of the Heavenly Emperor clan as the backdrop, one must ponder what capabilities Lin Chen possesses to dare intrude upon this stronghold. Is it merely the cold-hearted fairy from earlier? Suddenly, Luo Wuchang erupts into manic laughter, exclaiming that the number of those wishing to kill Lin Chen is staggering. However, today, should you dare invade the stronghold of the Heavenly Emperor clan, you must thoroughly enjoy the lavish funeral I have prepared for you. The smile on Luo Wuchang's face contorts with malice. Although surrounded by thousands eager to eliminate Lin Chen, they are acutely aware that this is the main base of the Heavenly Emperor clan. Until Luo Wuchang speaks, Lin Chen remains unable to act. As Luo Wuchang's words linger in the air, a series of terrifying explosions shatter the silence above. 3 middle-aged men, exuding an aura of overwhelming royalty, descend from the sky, their presence seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality, as if destined to obliterate all in their path. Immediately, voices erupted. The 3 Void Kings caused many to tremble in their hearts. Could it be that this individual intended to annihilate Lin Chen personally? Luo Wuchang's sinister gaze fixated on Lin Chen, his voice dripping with malice. Dear friends, I am aware that you all harbor a desire to see this man dismembered. Yet today is meant to be a day of great celebration, and he dares to disrupt it. Before you execute him for public display, I implore you to permit me one request. Countless ears perked up. Even those who bore deep grudges against Lin Chen listened intently to Luo Wuchang's intentions. Luo Wuchang smiled ominously, his voice like ice piercing through the air, sending shivers down many spines. First, let me shatter his legs. In the 884th chapter, Release, it was evident that on the sacred land of the Spirit Continent, attaining the rank of Grand Master allowed one to stride with confidence. Moreover, the esteemed Void King realm was even superior to that of the Grand Master. The Void King towered over Lin Chen by 2 realms. Although Lin Chen was unafraid of Grand Master level beings, facing a Void King was an entirely different matter. As Luo Wuchang's words fell, the 3 Void Kings erupted into action with lightning speed, their movements echoing like a series of thunderclaps. Lin Chen's expression darkened immediately. Alongside Lin Xiaohan and Cece, the 3 found themselves ensnared by a terrifying golden light that emerged from the void, wrapping around their forms. It was as if 2 holes had been torn in the fabric of space, the golden light streaming forth to bind them tightly. This overwhelming force, capable of rending the void, left Lin Chen at a loss for how to resist. Lin Xiaohan's countenance shifted dramatically as he roared at Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, for heaven's sake, unleash whatever tricks you have. Otherwise, we will truly meet our end here." It was not fear of death that gripped Lin Xiaohan, but rather the sheer humiliation of such a fate, like a fool leaping into a trap laid by others, surrounded by thousands of powerful adversaries. Was this not madness? Cece also shouted, "Boss, quickly unleash your ultimate move. I want to wipe out these old bastards." Lin Chen gazed at the ensnared Cece and Lin Xiaohan, attempting to dispel the golden light's binding force, only to find himself utterly powerless. The might of the Void King was beyond his reach. He could only manage a bitter smile, saying, "Xiaohan, Cece, I possess no extraordinary skills. I simply found this scoundrel intolerable and charged in without thought." The figures from the 3 races encircling Lin Chen, as well as those harboring grievances against him, were momentarily taken aback. Luo Wuchang's boisterous laughter resonated from the gilded dragon carriage. "Ha ha ha, you truly are foolish, Lin Chen." After his laughter subsided, Luo Wuchang's expression darkened as he emerged from the grand golden dragon carriage, his wheelchair gliding toward Lin Chen. The 3 Void Kings of the Celestial Tribe merely observed Lin Chen and his companions with indifference. Laughter erupted around them, akin to crashing waves, rife with mockery. They had never witnessed such a foolish individual in a year's time. Undeniably, this man had grown stronger, yet his intellect had seemingly diminished. His arrogance was remarkable. The demon child finally spoke, having observed quietly all along, waiting for Luo Wuchang to shatter Lin Chen's legs. Lin Chen cast a calm glance in his direction, exuding an air of confidence amidst the encirclement of thousands of formidable warriors, devoid of any trace of fear. Luo Wuchang approached slowly, his gaze menacing, wielding a blood-stained greatsword that radiated a terrifying aura, as if it bore a crimson maw etched into its blade. Lin Xiaohan and Cece were rendered speechless by Lin Chen's audacity. They resigned themselves to their fate. The notion of escaping this predicament felt utterly preposterous. Lin Chen watched Luo Wuchang advance with the blood-soaked sword, while the surrounding onlookers observed with keen interest. Having navigated this continent for so long without bending, it seemed fate had conspired to let a mere waste of the Luo family bring him down. The spectacle of witnessing Lin Chen's legs being severed and his demise was, for them, a twisted form of enjoyment. "From the moment you severed my legs in the Chaos Star Realm, I vowed that one day I would personally rend yours apart." Luo Wuchang stood before Lin Chen, the blood-red greatsword pulsating with a sinister gleam, reminiscent of a ravenous blood demon. The demon child remarked coldly from the sidelines, stating that once the blood fiend sword severed one's limbs, the malevolent energy would obliterate any chance of vitality. Only those who attained the Void King realm could hope for restoration. Yin Hai laughed heartily, commending Luo Wuchang's prowess. The notion of a limping sacred vein body was indeed intriguing, although Yin Hai and Lin Chen could not conceal their astonishment, having underestimated the growth of the once despised figure from the auction. Truly, he was worthy of being a sacred vein body. If left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Luo Wuchang and the surrounding warriors sought to glimpse fear in Lin Chen's eyes, but found none. This young man possessed an imperial heart that had burgeoned to an alarming degree. "I have a question to pose," Lin Chen suddenly declared. Luo Wuchang's lips curled into a sinister smirk. "Are you afraid of death? If so, I might allow you to keep your legs a little longer. Speak your last words swiftly." Lin Chen glanced at Luo Qingyi, who was ensconced behind the golden dragon chariot, and inquired, "How can she regain her memories?" Luo Wuchang paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into derisive laughter, his eyes filled with scorn. "Ah, Lin Chen, I knew you wouldn't forget your old flame even in death. For that reason, your life will never amount to much." Lin Chen's greatest flaw was his deep affection, which served as his fatal vulnerability. "However, I can reveal something to you," Luo Wuchang continued, his expression twisted with malice as he gazed at Lin Chen. "She will never recover her memories. Furthermore, Lin Chen, she will forever be merely a plaything beneath my elder brother's dominion." "Your elder brother?" Lin Chen's eyes widened as he swiftly grasped the crucial implication. Luo Wuchang suppressed his sinister grin. "Do you think I possess the capability to revive her? It is only because she is the first prodigy of the Luo family's direct lineage that she has survived. After your demise, she will be sent to the human realm, destined to become a concubine to my elder brother." Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly. Luo Wuchang's words unraveled a sinister conspiracy. There are unseen forces manipulating everything about Qingru. Luo Wuchang, often perceived as the waste of the Luo family, is far from the inept individual he appears to be. Since the moment of Qingru's demise, he has orchestrated a grand conspiracy. Even Lin Chen finds himself unnerved by Luo Wuchang's cunning. Such intricate scheming renders Luo Wuchang anything but a mere wastrel of the Luo lineage. With a sudden roar, Luo Wuchang unleashed his blood-red great sword, which erupted with terrifying crimson light as it aimed to sever Lin Chen's legs. Witnesses were left in shock. Losing one's legs would undoubtedly be a tremendous torment. Bang! Luo Wuchang's pupils constricted as he beheld his sword vibrating ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. A collective gasp filled the air, and the flames roared in warning. This adversary had a contingency plan. The three Void Kings of the Heavenly Royal Clan immediately unleashed their formidable aura, hurtling toward Lin Chen with lethal intent. Yet, at that moment, a sinister smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling madness. If they were so intent on his demise, he would bestow upon the Heavenly Royal Clan a grand gift. From the center of Lin Chen's brow, a talisman suddenly shot forth, radiating an ancient Buddhist light, inscribed with 6 archaic characters that shimmered with timeless resonance. "Good and evil, seal unbound." Lin Chen uttered golden words, which flowed into the ancient talisman. A terrifying aura of malevolence began to emanate from it. The three Void Kings' expressions shifted as they charged toward the talisman, but a blinding malevolent light erupted from it, sending their bodies hurtling backward as if struck by thunder. This transformation unfolded with alarming swiftness. The power unleashed from the ancient talisman grew increasingly formidable, leading many to sense that within that seemingly frail artifact lay an overwhelming force. "Boss, this is incredible," Shishi exclaimed, instantly grasping the situation and letting out a jubilant cry. "Seal unbound, the Taotai reveals itself," Lin Chen bellowed with fervor. The ancient 6-character talisman erupted in a cascade of golden light, and a terrifying shadow, exuding a force that shook the very heavens, surged forth from within. Roar! The entire microcosm trembled, and all present turned pale. An immense, terrifying entity obscured the sky, enveloping everything in darkness. Blood-red, malevolent eyes ignited with a murderous intent. The earth quaked, the great sage trembled, the exalted one quivered, the Void Kings shuddered, and the true kings faltered. The demonic presence, once thought to be a mere figment of ancient myth, now materialized before them, heralding an unimaginable disaster. The entirety of this small world trembles, including the formidable Luo Wuchang, who cannot suppress his own shivering body and quivering voice. The gluttonous beast, known as Tao Tai, has truly gone mad. It seeks to bury this small world of the heavenly sovereign clan. Chapter 885. Exerting one's utmost efforts, the small world crafted by the heavenly sovereign clan is vast, a realm created by an emperor. It is boundless. A true kingdom. In this domain, all beings are subject to his dominion. Such a realm is one that mere mortals can only gaze upon in awe. Even those of the true king realm can only look up in reverence. Yet at this moment, a colossal being rises, its immense, pitch-black scaled form stretching to the very edges of the small world. The surrounding space quakes incessantly, as if this terrifying titan might shatter the entire realm. Tao Tai, a superlative creature capable of dominating a third of the chaotic star realm, possesses an ancient form that rivals the magnitude of a star itself. Countless individuals succumb to panic, their senses overwhelmed by the sight of its enormous blood-red eyes, stretching for miles, evoking a chilling sense of impending doom. With a ferocious roar, Tao Tai is unleashed, its murderous intent palpable as it opens a gaping maw large enough to devour the vast jade city beneath it. The sound waves erupt forth like an ancient mountain crushing down. This roar is not merely aimed at the humans present, but seeks to shatter the very essence of the Jade Emperor city. A cataclysmic thunderclap resonates through the sky, and an endless cascade of golden lights spreads from the horizon, dancing across Tao Tai's immense scales before vanishing into the Jade Emperor city. In an instant, countless arcane symbols emerge from within the city, intertwining to form pathways of the great Tao, surging upwards with thunderous force. It is as though the entire small world has been struck by a resounding bell. Lin Chen gazes upon the darkened expanse, trembling from deep within. Lin Chen, what have you done? This is Tao Tai. How could you unleash such a terrifying creature? The ancient beast is known to all, its reputation preceding it. Lin Chen's eyes gleam with a chilling light as he observes the chaos enveloping the Jade Emperor city. Tao Tai was born for slaughter. Lin Chen feels a creeping dread, finally understanding the madness reflected in Lin Chen's eyes, the embodiment of true terror. What devilry is this, Luo Wuchang? Have you all lost your senses? Provoking this being will truly lead to unprecedented chaos. Tao Tai's blood-red eyes fixate upon the entirety of the Jade Emperor city, casting an ominous shadow over it. Even those trapped within the city, despite their desire to flee, find escape impossible. Lin Chen, you have imprisoned me for so many days. Tao Tai's voice echoes like an eternal curse, laden with overwhelming malice. I shall annihilate this heavenly sovereign clan utterly. However, before the annihilation, it sought to obliterate you first. The malevolent emperor, Tao Tai, could not be oblivious to Lin Chen's silver eyes, which incited an overwhelming fury within it, feeling itself reduced to a mere tool for another's manipulation. Tao Tai extended its colossal claw, a chilling appendage capable of engulfing the entirety of Jade Emperor city. Without a trace of hesitation, it descended with the intention of shattering the lives of countless souls within the imperial city, including Lin Chen himself, in a single, devastating strike. Even a low-grade Tao artifact would falter beneath the weight of Tao Tai's claw. Countless eyes filled with dread gazed upon the impending doom. Even the most gifted among them trembled beneath the legendary beast's shadow. A resounding thunder echoed throughout this miniature world. Do not be so audacious. A commanding voice rang out, causing numerous spatial rifts to erupt violently. An overwhelming force emanated from Jade Emperor city, coalescing into a gigantic fan of jade light, which surged forth to counter Tao Tai's strike. With a resounding boom, the sky trembled, and the faces of countless citizens within Jade Emperor city turned pale with fear as the entire city began to sway uncontrollably. Within the sacred spirit continent, what was once considered a divine artifact now proved woefully inadequate in the face of such turmoil. A strand of black light tore through the intricate barriers of Jade Emperor city, hurtling directly towards Lin Chen. This thread of darkness, infused with Tao Tai's supreme intent, possessed a formidable power capable of slaying a virtual monarch. The multitude watched in horror as the black light approached. 6-character mantra, protect my true self. Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated this moment. The great Buddha seal of good and evil was swiftly formed, and from the ancient symbol of the 6-character mantra, a radiant arc of Buddhist light erupted, intercepting the malevolent beam. A distorted evil thought roared upon the black light, unleashing a wicked curse. The very sound akin to eye-shattering, sent chills down the spines of those present. In that instant, Shi, who had hitherto appeared wretched, suddenly transformed, glaring fiercely and roaring with ferocity. The black light erupted, dissipating into nothingness. The majesty of the sacred beast compelled even Tao Ye's malevolence to scatter. Jade Emperor City trembled in the aftermath. Having failed to eliminate its target, Tao Tai grew increasingly frenzied. Meanwhile, within the small world of the Celestial Emperor clan, the sovereigns were stirred and awakened. Who dared to unleash Tao Ye's boundless wrath from the heavens? Within the small world, supported by Tao Ye's immense form, an endless cascade of golden light descended, coalescing into a colossal visage of a golden emperor, bearing an expression of fury. This figure was none other than the emperor of the Celestial clan, the master of this realm. Cease your blustering. Tao Ye's blood-red eyes brimmed with murderous intent, fully aware that Lin Chen was concealed within Jade Emperor City, rendering its attempt to kill him futile. In the midst of such a multitude, how could the emperor of the heavenly clan dare to take action against him? Witnessing the colossal golden visage, stretching for 1,000 miles, roaring in fury, the fierce beast Tao Tai bellowed, its massive claws striking down upon the golden face, resulting in a series of explosive sounds that reverberated through the air. Concurrently, atop the Jade Emperor City, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted as numerous elderly figures appeared. No less than 10 in total. Among them, 2 led the charge, while the others followed behind, their auras considerably diminished. The 2 leading elders emanated an overwhelming presence, undaunted by Tao Ye's might, and were unmistakably emperors themselves. Lin Chen recognized one of them, the very emperor who had once pursued him in the chaotic star realm. Now, with Tao Tai emerging from its slumber, all the formidable experts of the heavenly clan had mobilized. 3 emperors stood alongside 7 or 8 others at the pinnacle of the divine law realm. Such an assembly was undeniably formidable. All were prepared to sacrifice themselves against the imminent threat posed by this monstrous beast, which threatened to tear apart the very fabric of the small world. The elder who had once hunted Lin Chen seethed with rage, bellowing at him from within Jade Emperor City. It is you again. How dare you unleash this abomination within the heavenly clan? No one can protect you in this world. Tao Tai represented calamity. One misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire heavenly clan's division in the Holy Spirit continent, potentially resulting in the demise of countless powerful figures. Such a horrific prospect could only be orchestrated by Lin Chen himself, leaving many hearts filled with dread. As the emperor of the heavenly clan raged, Tao Tai opened its gaping maw, unleashing a blinding crimson light, its laughter echoing like thunder, causing the entire world to tremble. Ha ha ha. Since you insignificant ants have all emerged, let you all be consumed within my belly, and I shall become the sovereign of this land. Thus commenced a terrifying war. Yet, Lin Chen merely observed coldly, knowing that despite the hatred directed at him, none could dare to act against him in the face of Tao Ye's presence. Chapter 886. The useless man of the Luo family. 3 emperors and 7 peak entities of the divine law realm stood ready. Those at the pinnacle of the divine law realm had already transcended the true king realm, wielding the power to reshape the world with a mere gesture. However, when compared to the emperors, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Under command, the 7 peak entities of the divine law realm unleashed their immense magical energies, channeling them into Jade Emperor City to bolster its defenses and awaken the spirit of the city. The battle of the emperors was cataclysmic, and the first priority was to ensure that Jade Emperor City remained unscathed, with its inhabitants protected from harm. Destroy everything. Tao Tai roared, its terrifying maw agape, blood-red fangs instilling shock and awe. An unfathomable storm surged forth from the depths of its throat, akin to a colossal tsunami. Each surge of the storm carried with it an overwhelming force. The 3 emperors bore grave expressions, each radiating an aura of formidable power. In an instant, the 3 great emperors unleashed their might, delivering seemingly casual strikes that bore the power to make the entire small world tremble. A terrifying explosion swept through this realm. The ferocity of the battle among the emperors was so intense that even those of the Void King level, lacking formidable mental fortitude, dared not gaze upon it, lest their minds shatter under the shock. The towering figures of the Emperor clan, 7 peak beings of the divine law realm, simultaneously channeled vast reserves of magical energy, continuously invigorating the Jade Emperor City. Waves of jade essence were summoned to counter the terrifying aftermath of the clash. Nonetheless, the entire Jade Emperor city quaked uncontrollably, as if the very forces threatening to descend were enough to chill one's heart. Witnessing the land surrounding the Jade Emperor city collapse into ruin, they were enveloped in darkness, save for the deafening roar that testified to the world's existence. This was a scene of annihilation that engulfed the entire small world, sending shivers down their spines. The Emperor clan boasted 9 grand cities. Apart from the Jade Emperor city, the devastation and crushing might faced by the other cities were unimaginable. Although the higher echelons of the Emperor clan were concentrated within this citadel, it was undeniable that countless clan members were caught in this horrific battle, their consciousness unable to react in time, perishing beneath the onslaught of rampant energy. The number of deceased clan members was staggering, and once calculated, it would send shockwaves across the continent. Behind this massive slaughter stood the most formidable conspirator, Lin Chen. At this moment, no one anticipated that even the likes of the Demon Child and the prodigious figures such as Yan Hai and Ling Qianyu had forgotten that this was the opportune moment to eliminate Lin Chen. Only the seemingly worthless scion of the Luo family, Luo Wuchang, wore an expression of utmost gloom. To others, it appeared as if everything had been obliterated by Lin Chen's unleashed devouring force. This was Lin Chen's warning to all. Those who dared to lay their hands on his beloved would face his wrath. Regardless of whether this aligned with the demands of the great purity King Buddha, Lin Chen was inherently a restless soul, unafraid to take risks without hesitation. Luo Wuchang believed that Lin Chen's deep affection was his weakness, yet he was gravely mistaken. Attempting to manipulate this man through love would only awaken the madness that lay within him. Suddenly, Lin Chen appeared beside Luo Wuchang, seizing him by the neck and coldly stating, "I never imagined you could hide so deeply, having plotted this from the very beginning. Tell me how to awaken her memories, or today, you shall die a most gruesome death." Luo Wuchang gritted his teeth, merely responding with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, the disdainful Cece, unable to tolerate his demeanor, delivered a swift kick to Luo Wuchang's lower body, contorting his face in agony as his pupils constricted to pinpricks, unleashing an uncontrollable wail. Lin Chen released his grip on Luo Wuchang's neck, and the latter immediately writhed on the ground in agony, howling and roaring like a wild dog. Luo Wuchang, having lost his legs and having been struck in a vulnerable area, was experiencing the depths of human suffering. Lin Xiaohan gasped in shock as he observed the large black dog, Cece, never realizing that this canine had such a penchant for this move. For those lacking the physical prowess of Cece, such a kick was nothing short of a calamity. Luo Wuchang glared at Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes. His expression twisted in pain as he spat defiantly, "If you have the guts, kill me. Don't just torment me here." He then spat at Lin Chen, seeking death. Cece bellowed, unleashing another fierce kick that filled Luo Wuchang's face with terror. With a resounding thud, Cece's kick struck a cold blade, bending it severely. Yet the sudden burst of stellar force erupted from the sword, sending Cece's massive form sprawling backward. This was due to Cece not exerting much strength. The swordsman wielding the weapon was none other than Luo Qingyi, draped in a robe of joy. Amidst the chaos of destruction, her hair swayed gently, her expression cold and detached, resembling a celestial being indifferent to the world. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly, the icy demeanor and murderous intent from earlier evaporating, replaced by a bitter tone. Qingyi regarded Lin Chen with a placid gaze, her captivating beauty betraying no emotion. Instead, she cast a slight glance at Luo Wuchang, furrowing her elegant brows. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Luo Wuchang replied, the fear on his face dissipating as he smiled at Lin Chen. "Though she cannot be mine, she will never be yours either. Lin Chen, dream on if you think you can restore her memories. You won't even take her from me." Cece chose silence, contemplating the actions of this woman towards its elder brother. Given its temperament, it would have been more than willing to unleash its fury and squash her without a second thought, indifferent to her identity. Just because its brother cherished her did not mean it shared that sentiment. However, Cece knew that she was the sole woman responsible for its brother's demise. Even if she were to strike Lin Chen down, it was certain that its brother wouldn't bat an eye. If possible, it would have liked to call her sister-in-law. The bitterness on Lin Chen's face vanished abruptly, replaced by a menacing aura, akin to that of a demon. "Luo Wuchang, if you do not divulge your methods, today shall mark the annihilation of your Tianhuang clan. Once the Taotai emerges, it will leave a trail of corpses in its wake, with blood raining from the heavens. Without the assistance of the six-character mantra and ancient talismans, how will your clan withstand the malevolent onslaught of the Tao Dai? Luo Wuchang let out a sinister laugh. His expression bizarre as he regarded Lin Chen. Do you truly believe that unleashing the Tao Dai will suffice to deal with our Tianhuang clan? Lin Chen, I anticipated that you would stir up a great mess. Therefore, I have wagered my status as the heir of the Luo family to summon something truly terrifying. The brilliance shooting from Luo Wuchang's eyes bore no resemblance to the cowardly gaze of a mere weakling. Perhaps all previous displays were mere facades. His current expression suggested that he held the reins of the situation firmly in his grasp. Lin Chen's brows furrowed sharply. Upon discerning Luo Wuchang's intricate schemes, he realized that this individual was far from ordinary. An epiphany struck him as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the calamity-stricken sky. The three great emperors were utterly subdued under the malevolent force of Tao Dai. The power of the stars cascaded from the myriad celestial firmaments, coalescing into a meteorite from beyond the heavens, relentlessly bombarding the ground, heralding a catastrophic meteor shower capable of annihilating the entire microcosm. Yet, the three great emperors, through relentless exertion of their arcane arts and treasures, fought desperately to withstand the impending doom. Tao Ye's imposing demeanor and murderous intent proclaimed that all must perish. The three great emperors appeared increasingly pallid, seemingly unable to endure for much longer. However, in the next moment, they exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously executed a hand seal. The celestial net of the emperor was invoked, as the three great emperors unleashed their essence, igniting flames that consumed their lifespans, manifesting a terrifying power within their hand seals. The very earth of the microcosm trembled violently, as if struck by a colossal force, causing the entire realm to sway tumultuously. A beam of golden light suddenly erupted from the depths of the earth, surging towards Tao Dai. Its blood-red pupils contracted sharply as the scales struck by the golden light ignited in flames. Tao Ye's enormous visage contorted with rage, agony, and an overwhelming sense of dread. It roared in protest, incredulous that they had managed to bring such a divine artifact into the Holy Spirit continent, which was one of their sacred relics. The three great emperors could not suppress their sardonic laughter, yet deep within, they harbored genuine admiration. The intellect of that so-called wasteful man had reached a level of profound insight. Every intricate calculation, including Lin Chen's trump cards, had been meticulously accounted for. Had it not been for Luo Wuchang's cunning, the Tianhuang clan would have faced a cataclysmic disaster today. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the earth's tremors, as if something dreadful, even feared by Tao Dai, was on the verge of awakening. Instinctively, he cast a glance at the man labeled as the Luo family's waste. The sinister smile upon that man's face resembled the anguished shout of one who had endured years of suppression. His stratagem was astonishing enough to leave Lin Chen in awe. The so-called waste of the Luo family revealed his true terror. The ancient horror, soon to awaken from the depths, was the formidable weapon that severed the very notion of being a waste. At this moment, the heavens and earth shifted ominously. The legendary ancient entity exuded a magnificent aura from the boundless wilderness. Chapter 887. The turn of events. The earth trembled violently, quaking with intensity, as beams of golden light burst forth from the soil. Gazing down from the heavens, one perceives an awe-inspiring spectacle as countless golden rays erupt from the earth, akin to seeds breaking through the soil, creating a scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic volcanic eruption. The thunderous tumult reverberates through the small world, as the colossal form of the Tao Dai is besieged by an onslaught of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of golden beams. Explosions burst forth in a tempestuous fashion, sweeping across the Tao Ye's immense body, rendering the scene utterly terrifying, akin to a symphony of thunderclaps. The Tao Ye's visage twists in agony, roaring and writhing in torment. The entire sky trembles with each convulsion. Yet, despite its formidable and terrifying physique, it is unable to evade the relentless assault of the golden rays. Even its formidable defenses falter under the strain, as the land transforms into a shimmering expanse of gold amidst the violent upheaval. The Jade Emperor city hovers within this boundless golden sea, as if submerged in an ocean of gold. The earth has morphed into this golden ocean, with the towering golden beams surging forth from its depths. The onlookers, once engulfed in fear, are now captivated by this extraordinary tableau. Each individual who has come to the Jade Emperor city is no ordinary person, witnessing the battle unfolding in the sky. They comprehend that the three great emperors have unleashed their most potent techniques, intent on subduing the legendary Tao Dai. A massive golden wheel flickers in and out of sight within the infinite expanse of golden ocean stretching for 10,000, 100,000, even millions of miles. While they can perceive its silhouette, the true essence of this wheel remains concealed. However, the masters within the Jade Emperor city sense a profound dread emanating from this enigmatic golden sea, a shiver that resonates with their very souls. Path of all evils. Star of heavenly malevolence, manifest before me, they intone. The Tao Tai, consumed by fury, pain, and terror, can no longer endure the tension. Erupting into a ferocious roar directed at the endless golden ocean, its bloodied form becomes suffused with a dense aura of malevolence, as if boundless evil descends to establish dominion over this realm. Amidst this overwhelming darkness, a singular star of wickedness exists, gathering all malice from the world. Murder, hatred, distortion, and other nefarious thoughts coalesce into this malevolent star. Wherever its light reaches, all is cast into shadow. Thus unfolds the path of the Tao Tai, embodying the supreme truths contained within its stellar essence, transforming all into evil, regardless of existence. The three emperors continue to manipulate their seals, the flames of life within them burning ever brighter. Great Tao of floating and sinking, ancient chaos, the emperor reigns supreme. Across the realms of heaven and earth, slaughter is ever-changing, the emperor teaches. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, the dualities of existence, the emperor governs. A series of ancient, profound words are proclaimed by the three emperors. Each phrase encapsulates a universe, narrating the significance and terror of the emperor. In an instant, the sound of a gear turning reverberated throughout the universe. The hidden wheel within the boundless golden ocean suddenly erupted with an endless cascade of golden light, forming a colossal hand imbued with supreme authority, which forcefully tore apart the myriad malevolent paths of the Tao Tai, seizing its head with resolute might. An ancient and thunderous voice echoed from the infinite golden sea. Even Lin Chen found his ears buzzing with this sound, blood trickling forth from them. Not only he, but all those below the realm of the Void King were so shaken that blood flowed from their ears. Upon hearing the ancient command, the body of the Tao Dai quivered violently. The entire golden hand forcefully yanked downwards, causing the gargantuan form of the Tao Dai to transform into ancient black smoke. Rushing towards the depths of the golden sea, the endless black smoke shrouded the entire sky. The distorted roar of the Tao Tai erupted, cursing the imperial clan to their doom. Lin Chen, the imperial clan, if I, the Tao Tai, ever see daylight again, it shall be the end for you all. Ah! The Tao Ye's roar sent chills down the spines of countless onlookers. Yet, within mere moments, the immense body of the Tao Tai that had enveloped the entire small world was forcibly drawn into the boundless golden sea. The tumult of the heavens and earth finally subsided into nothingness. The vast golden sea also vanished without a trace. The entire small world transformed into a pitch-black abyss, with the Jade Emperor city shining like a luminous pearl amidst the darkness, radiating brilliant light. The hair of the three emperors turned stark white in an instant. One of them even spewed blood uncontrollably, his aura dwindling with each passing moment. He was the most powerful among them and the ruler of this small world. Having faced the Tao Tai at the cost of his lifespan, he was now left in a state of profound weakness. What a disgrace, said one emperor of the imperial clan coldly. To think we have fallen to such a state, our inner energies on the verge of collapse. If we do not recover swiftly, the consequences will be dire. The other two emperors nodded in agreement, and all three sat cross-legged in the depths, consuming divine elixirs to restore their strength. Below them, Luo Wuchang remained, allowing them to worry little. This battle had annihilated over 10,000 members of the imperial clan, along with countless treasures and riches. In summary, the losses were immense, yet all of it was merely to capture Lin Chen. Within the Jade Emperor city, a profound silence reigned. It was evident that the terrifying scene they had just witnessed had not yet dissipated from their hearts. Reflecting upon the Tao Ye's ferocity and the grim state of the three emperors, a chill gripped them. Chapter 888. Capture the thief. By seizing the king, Lin Chen suddenly awoke from the shock of the moment, his expression shifting dramatically. An aura of murderous intent surged forth, his fists transforming into claws, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, darting lightning fast towards Luo Wuchang's neck. Now that the Taotai was dealt with, it was indeed a favorable turn of events for Lin Chen, yet it also harbored its own misfortunes. The object of vengeance that the multitude is about to target will undoubtedly shift towards him. Thus, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. No one can lay a finger on him. Countless blades of starlight, accompanied by an indifferent voice, levitate and densely envelop the surroundings of Luo Wuchang, creating an impenetrable barrier. Lin Chen's mighty hand tore through, abruptly shattering this array of luminous blades. In front of Luo Wuchang now stood another figure, none other than the expressionless Luo Qingyi. With Luo Qingyi obstructing Lin Chen, it was utterly impossible for him to seize Luo Wuchang. The expressions of Cece and Lin Xiaohan stiffened. Should Lin Chen's strike fail, it would signify their impending doom. Did you ever imagine, Luo Wuchang, that you would be forced into such a predicament? Luo Wuchang's somber face broke into a maniacal laugh, his countenance suddenly contorting as he roared towards the heavens. What are you all dawdling for, members of the Heavenly Emperor clan? Lin Chen has slaughtered so many of our kin. We must avenge them. His roar resonated like thunder, awakening those present. Indeed, the true instigator, Lin Chen, had yet to meet his end. In an instant, countless members of the Heavenly Emperor clan erupted with fierce energy, including great sovereigns, void kings, and true kings, generating a tumultuous wave of over 500 forces. This sudden surge of murderous intent swept through the entire Jade Emperor city. The expressions of Lin Xiaohan, Cece, and Lin Chen all shifted dramatically. The situation had turned on its head. Such terrifying power left no room for escape. The air was thick with murderous intent, causing Lin Chen and his companions to tense up. Countless gazes converged upon this scene. Even though the demon's son was eager to strike Lin Chen down, he understood well that the wrath of the Heavenly Emperor clan's elites would not be easily quelled. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of peril, a chilling premonition that sent shivers down his spine, a foreboding of death, as if a reaper were descending upon him, ready to crush his throat. Brother, be careful. Cece transformed into her true form and dashed before Lin Chen, roaring fiercely towards the distance. A golden hammer came crashing down upon her claws. Cece's body was immediately struck with a thunderous impact, sending her flying, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The assailant was, astonishingly, a void king of the Heavenly Emperor clan. His face twisted in malice. He was the first to react, aiming his attack at Lin Chen, only to be astounded that Cece had thrown herself in the way. Lin Chen's complexion changed abruptly, a wave of fury surging within him. At this moment, countless threads of murderous intent locked onto him, each one immense and terrifying, chilling him to the core. The presence of void kings and true kings was overwhelming, their murderous aura freezing Lin Chen's very being. In the face of impending death, many widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet, at that very instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Chen's side. It was none other than Lin Xiaohan. The sword Dao King symbol, serving as a blade, annihilates all. Lin Xiaohan abruptly cast a king symbol, transforming himself into a celestial sword that abruptly plunged forward. An overwhelming aura of the Void King erupted from his being, manifesting as sharp beams of sword light that surged towards the approaching members of the Celestial Royal Clan. A true king of the Celestial Royal Clan halted in his tracks, sneering coldly before launching a powerful punch. In an instant, the multitude of sword lights was obliterated. Lin Xiaohan staggered as if struck by a heavy blow, blood gushing from his mouth. Find a way to escape. Cece roared at that moment, bearing grievous injuries. Had it not been for its formidable physique, it might have suffered fatal wounds. Lin Xiaohan's blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Chen, shouting, "Quick, think of a way to flee." Lin Chen trembled violently, an overwhelming fury surging from his chest. Chapter 889. The transaction, an ancient azure light began to flicker from his brow, and the resonant voice of the bronze ancient coffin echoed within Lin Chen's consciousness. "Come, surrender your lifespan, and I shall bestow upon you the power of the Emperor. However, this power is limited in duration. Wield it to make those insignificant ants tremble beneath your feet." At that moment, numerous void kings and true kings, brimming with murderous intent, charged forth. Some roared, "Lin Chen, I shall make you witness the demise of your friends, torn apart before your very eyes." Several Void Kings unleashed their divine abilities towards Lin Chen and Cece. The terrifying force emanating from their abilities ignited a flicker of despair in Lin Chen's expression, as the scene unfolded much like he had anticipated. It's so damn frustrating to die like this. Yet in the next instant, Lin Chen, who had remained silent, suddenly radiated an incredible aura. Those formidable beings rushing towards him were struck as if by lightning, their faces contorted with sheer terror. Boom, boom, boom. A surreal azure flame ignited around Lin Chen, and the aura within him erupted skyward like a volcanic eruption, causing the entire Jade Emperor city to tremble. The cultivators present felt a profound sense of dread welling up within them. Luo Wuchang's expression shifted drastically as he gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. He sensed Lin Chen's aura, which induced a tremor in his very soul, a power so fearsome it rendered him powerless. The power of the Emperor. How could this be? Who the hell told him this would happen? The demon child and other prodigies gazed in disbelief, shock and astonishment etched across their faces. What in the world is going on? Lin Chen's eyes suddenly widened, and an invisible tempest erupted forth. The figures of the Emperor's royal family, the Void Kings, and the true kings, who charged forth, were met with devastating blows, their bodies violently hurled away as torrents of blood gushed from their mouths. An overwhelming aura repelled over 500 formidable warriors, leaving countless onlookers in shock and terror at the spectacle. How had Lin Chen's power transformed so drastically? Exhausting all his lifespan to acquire such strength, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented tremor of earth-shattering force within him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the members of the royal family, vowing, "I shall send you all to hell." In an instant, he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, and the air was pierced by 5 explosive sounds. The heads of the 5 Void Kings were crushed by Lin Chen with blinding speed, their forms dissolving into a torrential rain of blood, revealing the robust bones of the Emperor, which Lin Chen swiftly collected. This was a shocking display of lethal power. Deep within the endless abyss, the 3 great emperors, who were in the process of recovering their strength, suddenly opened their eyes, beholding the visage of the Jade Emperor city with astonishment. What was happening? How had Lin Chen's power suddenly exuded the aura of an emperor? This was truly bewildering. Yet, at that moment, they could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. For the injuries within them were grievous. Should Lin Chen choose to strike, it would surely spell death for all 3. As expected, Lin Chen abruptly lifted his head, his cold gaze locking onto the 3 emperors. An overwhelming chill surged through the hearts of the trio. The great seal of the Jade Emperor. In that moment, the 7 peak beings of divine law finally reacted. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily changed their hand seals, releasing an outpouring of magic. Instantly, the entire Jade Emperor city erupted in a dazzling jade light, coalescing into a war god enveloped in jade, which transformed into a grand seal, ferociously descending upon Lin Chen. Get lost. Lin Chen's expression darkened with fury as a colossal shadow of a wrathful demon erupted forth, causing the Jade War God seal to stagger and dissipate. However, beneath Lin Chen's feet, the Jade City suddenly morphed into a profound abyss, seemingly eager to engulf him into an endless void. This was the spirit of the Jade Emperor city. Had Lin Chen been outside the city, he might have managed to contend with the 7 peak beings, but crucially, he was within the city itself. With a frigid gaze, Lin Chen abruptly unleashed a punch upon the Jade City. The entire structure trembled violently, causing the earth to quake. And a massive jade silhouette within the city began to wail in agony as Lin Chen's fist struck the spirit. Break through the heavens. Lin Chen howled, and an unfathomable darkness enveloped the entire city. Countless observers beheld the sky ignite with millions of twinkling stars, shimmering with varying degrees of brightness, some dim, others radiant, as if night had fallen, revealing a true starry expanse. Infinite and resplendent, it emanated an overwhelming chill. The power of the Emperor's realm, capable of obliterating the entire Jade Emperor city and all those Lin Chen sought to destroy, surged forth. In that moment, Lin Chen appeared as a harbinger of death descending upon the mortal realm. The figure of Luo Wuchang trembled, the emperor of the celestial clan quaked, and without exception, all were engulfed in shivers. Die! Lin Chen's face contorted with a terrifying malice. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within Lin Chen's mind, causing a profound jolt that roused him from his impending bloodlust. This startling voice that halted Lin Chen's imminent massacre belonged unmistakably to the Heartless Fairy. The conflict between the Heartless Fairy and the Emperor had long been unfolding in the boundless void. Yet, both the Heartless Fairy and the Celestial Emperor were closely monitoring the situation here. Lin Chen's sudden transformation into an emperor was an unexpected event that even astounded the Emperor. Nevertheless, beings of such caliber could surmise that Lin Chen must have employed some extraordinary means to attain this state, though it was evidently ephemeral. Lin Chen, cease at once. If you wish to reclaim Qingro, you must urgently devise a method to restore her memories. Moreover, let me inform you, if you fail this time, you shall never have another opportunity, the Heartless Fairy declared coldly. Lin Chen shuddered, the unparalleled murderous intent he had unleashed dissipating abruptly. Fairy, tell me, how can I save her? What has transpired? Lin Chen's voice quivered, as he discerned a different nuance in the Heartless Fairy's words. Why will there be no future chances if I fail this time? Look above, the Heartless Fairy instructed. Lin Chen promptly raised his gaze, and in his eyes ignited an inferno of boundless flames. This was the eye of insight, and by harnessing the power of an emperor, the entirety of the cosmos was laid bare before him. Even this small world seemed transparent to his vision. In that instant, he discerned a terrifying force descending from the unfathomable depths of the void, akin to an immense serpent writhing and diving forth with alarming swiftness. Even Lin Chen, in his current state, felt an irresistible power emanating from it. He could not withstand this force plummeting from the depths of the void. As an emperor, Lin Chen comprehended the nature of this power instantly. It was a force projected from the human realm, targeting none other than Qingro. A formidable entity from the human realm was preparing to seize Qingro and bring her into that domain. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that Luo Wuchang had offered Qingro to one of the esteemed members of their Luo clan. Given the circumstances, it was undoubtedly the true prodigy of the Celestial clan who was opening a passage and channeling energy to retrieve Qingro. Even Lin Chen, at the pinnacle of power as an emperor, found himself incapable of thwarting the arrival of this force. Moreover, according to the speed of this power, it would not be long before it descended. Lin Chen realized that he could not prevent Qingro from being taken to the human realm, even in his current imperial form. However, if he did not allow Qingru to regain her memories at this very moment, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying consequences that awaited him. Fairy, what should I do? Lin Chen's voice trembled, for after transforming into an emperor, he suddenly grasped the overwhelming terror of the Tianhuang clan. The dread he felt in the mortal realm was so profound that even with the fleeting power of an emperor, he felt utterly powerless. The indifferent fairy remained silent, clearly at a loss as to how to proceed. Yet, at that instant, something within Lin Chen's right hand began to hum and vibrate. It was none other than the illusory spirit mirror. A jolt surged through Lin Chen's mind as the ancient azure illusory spirit mirror manifested before him, revealing a multitude of intricate runes upon its surface. The meaning of these runes was clear. It required a source of power. The illusory spirit mirror needed strength. This realization dawned upon Lin Chen as he cast a glance at Luo Qingyi, who was gazing at the mirror with bewildered eyes, as if it had stirred something within her. Suddenly, Lin Chen's understanding crystallized. Qingrou's former pure heart had been integrated into the illusory spirit mirror. Everything hinged on this gamble. Illusory spirit mirror, infused with my power and my thoughts, restore all of Qingrou's memories. Lin Chen shouted with fervor, unleashing the entirety of his emperor's power into the illusory spirit mirror. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, the illusory spirit mirror radiated a brilliant azure light, enveloping the entire Jade Emperor city in its glow. The world transformed into a realm of azure, drawing in all present, including the three resurrected emperors in the sky. Luo Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Chen, noticing the heavy breaths escaping his lips, and a glimmer of enlightenment flickered in his eyes. As the world shifted, vivid images began to unfold within this transformed realm. Among the mountains, a youthful figure concealed himself. His breath held as he sensed the approach of a pair of centaurs. Leading them was a girl clad in flowing blue fabric, her face veiled in white, revealing enchanting azure eyes and exuding a gentle, aqueous aura. The hidden Lin Chen was suddenly exposed. A brazen youth brandishing a spear taunted him, while the boy, holding a fiery seal, emanated an air of authority and brilliance. The blue-clad girl cheerfully introduced herself. I am Qingru. On the grand stage, Lin Chen gazed desperately at the heavens. The anguish tearing through him rendered him immobile. Was everything destined to end here? Why? Why were his possessions still being seized by others? His eyes dulled to a gray, despair overtaking him as he felt the terrifying waves emanating from the sky, leaving him utterly powerless. Was he truly to perish? Yet, at that moment, an azure talisman pierced through the air, igniting a spark of hope within the boy's eyes. The overwhelming force from the heavens had driven him to despair, yet that compassionate girl named Qingru had intervened to save him. Thank you so very much. The arena of the Taiping sect lay before them. A wave of mockery washed over him, and Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. Fixated on the martial arts platform of the outer disciples of the Taiping sect, as the holy maiden, Qingru, he could not afford to bring her shame. The battles raged on, bloodied and fierce, and amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, Lin Chen felt utterly drained, as if he might collapse at any moment. He had triumphed over the tyrant, yet he longed desperately for rest. Waves of weariness washed over him, but with so many eyes upon him, how could he allow himself to fall? Stumbling, he slowly descended from the stage, his back resolute and unwavering. He had vowed never to disgrace Qingru. Before the towering peaks of the inner disciples, Lin Chen stood proudly, a surge of fervor igniting within him as he approached the entrance to the first inner disciple's cave. He yearned to remove her mask, to behold her true visage, yet he restrained himself. How could a mere innate 10th-layer practitioner like him offer her happiness? The time had come to embark on a journey to the fabled blood abyss. The harsh reality of the Taiping sect had become unbearable. He required greater strength. Xiao Ding trailed beside Lin Chen, gazing at the protective barrier of Taiping Island, then at the vast ocean beyond, unable to restrain his curiosity. Brother, what are you waiting for? Lin Chen smiled softly. I am waiting for someone. As he observed the sun descending in the sky, a weight settled upon his heart. Indeed, as a mere practitioner of divine law, could the holy maiden truly regard him with favor? He chuckled to himself in self-mockery, realizing he had overthought it. In that moment, a figure clad in black rushed forward, presenting Lin Chen with an object. The desolation etched on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a vibrant energy. Qingru, I knew you were watching. The words from Yun Lin astonished Lin Chen, filling him with a profound unease. Why? Why was Qingru's heart known as the so-called Taiping heart? What was the meaning behind this? A wave of darkness washed over him. Qingru, I truly do not wish to lose you. But what can I do? The vast expanse of the sea lay before him, dark clouds looming over the city. A colossal fleet crashing through the waves, completely sealing Lin Chen and Qingru within. The Taoist of heavenly mechanisms took the lead. And under the oppressive weight of terrifying power, Lin Chen was subdued, humiliated, reduced to nothingness. Under the crushing force of absolute strength, he felt like an ant. Suddenly, as he sensed the approach of death, his gaze became vacant as he witnessed an extraordinary scene. Qingru unleashed the power of the Taiping heart. A massive green hand crushed the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms. Her heart merged with the Taiping heart. Gazing at the silhouette before him, Lin Chen saw the mist gathering in Qingru's blue eyes. Though she felt reluctant and pained at that moment, she managed to muster a smile, wishing to meet again in the next life. Just like that, she vanished from his sight, transforming into a beautiful shadow that dissipated into his sky. The pain in his heart overwhelmed him, leading him to collapse. Endless drifting ensued, wandering through an abyss of darkness. A broken Lin Chen seemed to succumb to a deathly slumber, unable to awaken. On the day Lin Chen awakened to clarity, he resolutely pledged to himself that he would undoubtedly seek out Qingru. Thus, the heart of the great emperor was forged. Endless images and heartfelt whispers unfolded like a shadow of memories. They revealed a young boy growing amidst the joyous laughter of a blue-clad maiden. At that moment, her bright, cerulean eyes became his entire sky. On that very day, she transformed into a beautiful specter, promising him a reunion in a future life. What profound pain this was! Luo Qingyi clutched her heart, gazing at the mature young man before her, who roared with fervor, stirring the continent. She beheld this youth, still naively searching for her. Her heart ached with a bittersweet joy, and she could not suppress a soft laugh that seemed to pierce through Lin Chen's tormented mind like a ray of light, causing his heart to beat uncontrollably. As the light faded, the ruthless fairy and the emperor of the heavenly clan created a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds outside. With tear-stained eyes, Luo Qingyi dropped her sword to the ground, her delicate face blooming like a flower before Lin Chen. Lin Chen, she called, laughing, resembling a radiant blue flower. At that moment, Lin Chen's world sparkled brilliantly. She had truly returned. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Chen felt a familiar sting in his nose, and for the first time, tears silently streamed down his face. He had waited for this day for an eternity. Chapter 891. The first prodigy of the heavenly clan. The softness of her form and the familiar fragrance seemed to melt Lin Chen's heart. In this moment, he could hardly comprehend how long he had yearned for this. It felt almost unreal. He longed to envelop this delicate, enchanting figure within himself entirely. Sister-in-law, she exclaimed, her mouth wide open. Everyone around them watched the scene, paralyzed with awe. Who would dare to move, given Lin Chen's terrifying prowess at this moment? Luo Wuchang's expression grew increasingly severe, as if he were grinding his teeth, resembling a venomous serpent. The demon's son observed with a cold gaze, wishing he could tear this man apart, yet he lacked the strength to do so. Yin Hai regained his composure, unable to restrain himself from commenting on Lin Chen's audacity, knowing this incident would likely reach the Ice Emperor's ears. TSK, he mused, while Ling Qianyu furrowed her delicate white brows, feeling a sense of disdain for the attention Lin Chen was receiving. Suddenly, Qing Ro, embraced by Lin Chen, called out and gently pushed him away, though not with much force. Her fair face flushed a deep crimson. The beauty's embarrassment was enough to dim the brilliance of the world around her. The woman, clad in a resplendent red robe, captivating beyond measure, resembled a newlywed bride at that moment. Lin Chen looked at Qing Ro, puzzled, and asked what was the matter. With many eyes upon her, she spoke softly, tilting her head and blinking her sparkling blue eyes like precious gems. Lin Chen shrugged, thinking they could simply watch, but then remembered it was not yet the time for tender moments. Lin Chen suddenly recalled something, his complexion turning ashen. He abruptly raised his head, acutely sensing a terrifying force akin to that of a colossal beast, inexorably approaching the sacred spirit continent. The spatial tunnel was about to be opened, targeting the first prodigy of the Heavenly Emperor clan to seize the opportunity. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Qing Ro inquired with deep concern, her voice imbued with gentleness. It felt wonderful to see him again. We must leave quickly. At that moment, Lin Chen cast aside thoughts of the Heavenly Emperor clan, grasping Qing Ro's hand as he prepared to unleash the power of the Emperor and make a swift escape. However, just as he took a step forward, a sudden pain pierced through his heart. The overwhelming aura he exuded dissipated like a deflated balloon, vanishing entirely. The formidable strength capable of repelling the Void King and True King was abruptly drained from within him. Earlier, he had operated the illusory spirit divine realm, which had indeed consumed too much of his energy. Yet Lin Chen could not restrain his fury, shouting at the bronze ancient coffin, "What do you mean by this? The power I obtained at the cost of so many years of my life has only lasted this long?" For some unknown reason, Lin Chen found the voice of the bronze coffin grating at that moment. "You have overexerted yourself. Time is of the essence. Instead of contemplating this issue, you should focus on how to deal with what's ahead. You still possess half of your soul." The bronze coffin tirelessly siphoned away the remaining half of Lin Chen's soul. Recalling the maddening symptoms, Lin Chen realized that trading away his lifespan was a desperate measure. Having one more year of life was certainly preferable to being killed just moments ago. Luo Wuchang, witnessing this scene, could not contain his roar. "Do not let Lin Chen escape. His emperor power has reached its limit. He has no remaining trump cards. We must kill him together." His words ignited a surge of fervor among the crowd. Indeed, as they glanced towards Lin Chen, they discovered he no longer possessed that terrifying aura. "It's truly reverted." One remarked. "Would you care to test it?" Lin Chen smirked coldly, his fist clenched as if preparing to strike once more. One must admit, his intimidation had ensnared many. The earlier scenes still lingered in their minds, evoking a sense of dread. This was a shared human frailty, fear of the unknown. "Prepare to leave." Lin Chen commanded Shishi and Lin Xiuhan, instantly gearing up to unleash his utmost speed to flee this accursed place. Remaining any longer might jeopardize his very life. However, just as they were about to escape, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the entire deep and shadowy microcosm, akin to a tempest in the heavens, as countless thunderbolts descended, causing fierce explosions. Boom, boom. The heavens and earth trembled, and every gaze in Yuhuang City turned towards a singular point. Suddenly, The sky of this microcosm was violently torn open, revealing a vast chasm exuding immense energy. A vast, obsidian corridor, exuding a terrifying aura, unfurled from the entrance. It seemed that crossing this passage would lead one to an endless abyss. The expressions of those present were filled with astonishment. Such a corridor embodied the might of the heavens, instilling a sense of dread that rendered them hesitant to trespass. What calamity was imminent? Lin Chen's countenance shifted, his hand instinctively tightening around Qing Ro's delicate grip. What is it? Qing Ro, still holding on to the remnants of Luo Qingyi's memories, was equally bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lin Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the ominous passage. The force emanating from it was beyond his current comprehension. The manic laughter of Luo Wuchang echoed in Lin Chen's ears, distorted as he proclaimed, "Lin Chen, did you ever anticipate this? I had already devised this scheme long ago. Even if you restore her memories, it matters not. She shall not leave with you today." Lin Chen abruptly turned, locking his fierce gaze onto Luo Wuchang. The palpable menace in his eyes rendered Luo Wuchang's words stuck in his throat, swallowed back down. The demon lord and others, witnessing the celestial display, could not conceal their shock. The demon lord furrowed his brow, murmuring, "The void tunnel requires the combined strength of at least 4 great emperors, along with ancient maps and countless heavenly treasures to activate. The cost is tremendous. Even the 5 great clans would hesitate to expend such resources. Who could possibly be arriving?" The other distinguished individuals exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their understanding. Only a figure of immense power could warrant the opening of such a void tunnel. Given the exorbitant costs involved, was it possible that the celestial emperor's kin possessed foresight, aware of Lin Chen's ascension to emperorhood? As they pondered these thoughts, Lin Chen, without uttering a word, swiftly lifted Qing Ro into his embrace and surged towards the horizon, propelling himself with all his might. He gritted his teeth, determined to flee at all costs. Yet, the moment he took a step forward, a voice, ordinary yet laden with an unassailable authority, resounded above Yu Huang City, commanding, "Halt." The simplicity of those 2 words was imbued with undeniable weight, compelling all to instinctively obey. Countless onlookers were rendered speechless, questioning who could possibly descend from above. Yet, Lin Chen felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, his heart sinking, and his steps abruptly halted. Ignoring the bewilderment of Lin Xiaohan, Shi, and Qing Ro, he raised his head to the sky, teeth clenched in defiance. The demon lord and the other prominent figures also reacted to the voice, their expressions shifting. Even the demon lord could not help but murmur, "So it is him. I did not expect him to arrive." Could it be that he had focused on the energy of this continent? The demon lord suddenly looked up at the dark maw of the corridor, slowly uttering, "The first prodigy of the celestial emperor has finally arrived." The gravity and trepidation in his words were unmistakable. After all, that man instilled an unending terror even within the heart of the demon child. Chapter 892, Instant Kill. The sudden emergence of a spatial tunnel left countless individuals in sheer astonishment, particularly the prodigies and eminent figures from the Holy Spirit continent. Never had they witnessed such grandeur emanating from within, an aura so overwhelmingly powerful it was almost appalling. Lin Xiaohan was the first to change his expression, murmuring, "This is dire." He had not anticipated that even the members of the heavenly royal family would be stirred. If that monstrous being from the human realm were to descend, the consequences would be. Here, Lin Xiaohan fell silent, realizing that even if they prevented that terrifying figure from descending, escaping their current encirclement would be an insurmountable challenge. Lin Chen refrained from voicing his thoughts. He knew all too well that the impending figure from above had come to retrieve Qing Ro. This was the very plan meticulously orchestrated by Luo Wuchang. Leveraging Qing Ro to establish a connection with the heavenly royal family in the human realm, thereby compelling himself to confront Lin Chen for the purpose of annihilation. All of this was orchestrated by that deeply hidden, seemingly useless scion of the Luo family. Qing Ro's delicate face tightened as she clutched Lin Chen's sleeve, whispering, "I feel something within that tunnel calling to me, as if it longs to take me away." As the esteemed saintess of Ta Qing, despite her vast experience, she found herself bewildered by the current circumstances. Moreover, having finally reunited with Lin Chen, she desired nothing more than to remain by his side, believing that such companionship would bring her true joy. Luo Wuchang laughed heartily, his gaze slithering like a venomous serpent towards Lin Chen. You have truly surprised me, rising to the status of an emperor. Yet, I suspect you have lost far more terrifying things in the process. Regardless, even if you have restored Qing Ro's memories, alas, you cannot take her away. She has long been valued by my elder brother, and within her lies the unique royal seed of the heavenly royal family, planted by him. As long as my brother calls for her, she must return to the human realm. Luo Wuchang's words struck Qing Ro like a thunderclap. Lin Chen's eyes locked onto Luo Wuchang, an ominous aura radiating from him. Were the circumstances not so peculiar, he would have dispatched this individual without a moment's hesitation. Qing Ro's grip on Lin Chen's sleeve turned white with tension, her previously radiant smile fading into a pallid semblance of despair. Is this all true, Lin Chen? Faced with Qing Ro's inquiry, Lin Chen fell into a heavy silence, bitterly nodding. He had not anticipated Luo Wuchang's machinations to run so deep. Even he felt powerless in this moment. Having lost 299 years of his lifespan, he now had just 1 year remaining. The other half of his soul was beyond redemption. There were still matters he needed to attend to. Qing Ro fell silent, the joy arriving too swiftly, overshadowed by sorrow just as quickly. Yet, at that very moment, a figure leapt high from the Jade Emperor city, eyes sparkling with an overwhelming brilliance, locking onto Lin Chen. There was no need for anyone to fear Lin Chen. Lin Chen's cultivation had been restored to the great sage realm, yet at this moment, he found that his lifespan had dwindled to merely 1 year. This revelation sent ripples through the gathered crowd, igniting a tempest of speculation. Could it be that the enigmatic forbidden technique he had just employed to ascend to the emperor level had cost him the very essence of his life? With only a year left, how much more upheaval could Lin Chen possibly incite? It dawned upon everyone present, illuminating their understanding. Lin Chen turned abruptly, his gaze settling upon the individual who had revealed the tragic truth of his fleeting existence, none other than the long-lost Taoist of heavenly mechanisms. Lin Chen had not anticipated that the Taoist would be mingling among the throngs of people. With but a year to live, Luo Wuchang let out a booming laugh, taunting Lin Chen to endure this sorrowful year. Shi and Lin Xiaohan stood frozen, stunned by the revelation of his limited time. A year left to live? Qing Ro's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she fervently demanded to know why he would squander his own lifespan. Did he not understand that once the year passed, his life would extinguish? Her heart ached profoundly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen gently tousled Qing Ro's hair, assuring her softly, "Do not worry. I will not perish. I promise you, I shall survive." Qing Ro collapsed into Lin Chen's embrace, weeping audibly. Perhaps it was the heavens toying with them, keeping lovers apart. She would willingly die for him, and this time, he risked his own life force for her. It was a poignant moment, yet to the onlookers, it morphed into a cruel jest. A mere year of life was hardly intimidating, and with his current powers, annihilating him would be effortless. Nevertheless, all eyes remained fixated on the spatial tunnel. They refrained from slaying Lin Chen, for the terrifying figure who had opened the tunnel had yet to speak. At that instant, a calm voice resonated from within the tunnel. "Qing Ro, return." Those 4 succinct words carried an immense, almost palpable force. Qing Ro, nestled in Lin Chen's arms, quivered as her body began to involuntarily glide toward the tunnel, her garments billowing as if she were a celestial being ascending to the heavens. Yet her expression was marred by anguished struggle. Lin Chen's eyes burned with an infernal flame as he discerned the silhouette of a man clad in golden robes emerging from the depths of the tunnel. With a mere gesture, Qing Ro was irresistibly drawn toward him. "Release her," Lin Chen bellowed, propelling himself like a cannonball toward the golden-robed man. Behind him, the realm of the demon world and the extraordinary manifestations of Tai Ching surged forth, coalescing into a formidable force aimed at the golden figure. The golden man suddenly turned, his eyes, vast and ancient as the primordial cosmos, fixating upon Lin Chen, and he unleashed a powerful punch toward him. The impact sent a tremor through Lin Chen's being, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had plunged into the depths of a primordial chaos. Around the heavens and the earth, a turbulent array of primordial energies swirls, devoid of life. Only energy remains. This is an illusion, a predicament. With the heavenly Saint King seal, Lin Chen clasped his hands together. The sacred breath within his dantian began to surge. From his hand seal erupted the might of a sovereign, and in that moment, his battle aura quadrupled in intensity. A radiant spectrum of colors pierced through the heavens. Lin Chen, empowered with 4-fold strength, let out a thunderous howl towards the sky. as an infinite array of colorful auroras and dark luminescence coalesced within his fists. With a mighty force, he shattered the illusion and charged violently towards the golden figure. "It seems your sacred pulse body has grasped a modicum of power," the golden figure remarked, his ancient eyes betraying no emotion, merely raising his hand in a gesture of dismissal. "Do not struggle in pain," Qing Rou suddenly cried out. Yet, the golden figure's hand had already descended. With a resounding crash, Lin Chen was struck by an invisible palm from several miles away. In an instant, his blood seemed to halt its flow, his flesh erupted violently, and his entire being was subjected to immense suppression. Within him, a blazing golden light rampaged, as if attempting to obliterate Lin Chen's inner strength. He was violently propelled backward, crashing against the ground of the Jade Emperor city, causing the very earth to tremble and resonate with a deep hum. This display of power was utterly devastating. The sacred pulse body was so feeble that even a mere avatar could not withstand the golden figure's might. In a tone of detached curiosity, the golden figure stated, "If that is the case, let me hasten the end of your life, lest you tarnish the reputation of the Blood Sky Demon Lord." He raised his hand once more. However, at that moment, a talisman abruptly manifested before him. From this talisman surged an oceanic force, as if inexhaustible Tao energy flowed towards the heavens, its will astonishing. The golden figure raised an eyebrow and unleashed a strike, creating a series of explosions. Remarkably, this talisman absorbed the full brunt of his attack. Then, a calm voice resonated. "Do not be too arrogant. One day, you shall tremble before him." The golden figure laughed heartily. "I eagerly await your arrival in the mortal realm. Your possessions intrigue me. Yet, if he can survive after receiving my golden emperor palm," then the mysterious talisman fell silent, vanishing into the void. Countless onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the identity of the enigmatic figure who had appeared. Although they sensed his aura, they were astounded by his profound abilities, arriving and departing without a trace, and saving Lin Chen in the process. At that moment, Qing Rou gazed with tear-filled eyes at Lin Chen, who lay heavily upon the ground. As her form was about to be drawn into an endless spatial passage, a pure tear fell, seemingly slicing through the world's murkiness. "Lin Chen, do not die. You must not die," she implored, as she was pulled into the spatial tunnel. Accompanied by the sudden appearance of the golden figure, everything vanished into thin air. Qing Rou, too, simply disappeared. However, Lin Chen, who had been struck down by the mysterious golden figure atop the Jade Emperor city, abruptly stood up as if struck by lightning. Shi and Lin Xiuhan were taken aback, rushing to support the bloodied Lin Chen. At that very moment, an ominous brilliance erupted from Lin Chen's body, piercing through him. From a bird's-eye view, Lin Chen was now engulfed by several golden rays, as if he had been judged by the golden light or pierced by a multitude of intersecting blades. Shi's eyes widened in shock, her mind racing with disbelief. Is he dead? Countless onlookers were equally stunned. It was evident that the earlier golden man had unleashed a terrifying force, devastating Lin Chen from within. The man who had stirred the entire celestial royal clan had met such a tragic end. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a single pure tear fell upon Lin Chen's nose, splattering across his face. Chapter 893. The body snatching the atmosphere was thick with silence. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The golden light erupting from Lin Chen's body pierced through him, blood dripping in rhythmic drops amidst the radiant glow. Her trembling lips could not contain their quiver. This moment felt like a tempest within her soul. Is he dead? How could my elder brother, so powerful, possibly die? He simply cannot be dead. Yet, she continued to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Xiuhan fell silent, observing Lin Chen's state, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Given 2 more years, what terrifying heights would this individual reach? Unfortunately, Lin Chen had been audacious enough to challenge the foremost prodigy of the celestial royal clan. Lin Chen was unaware of the danger he faced, but Lin Xiuhan understood it all too well. Even he could not withstand the pressure emanating from that figure. Feeling an instinctive dread and tremor in his being, Ro Wuchang, with a smirk, watched the scene unfold, finally exhaling a breath of relief. After spending so much time in the Holy Spirit continent, the chaos of the starry realm had been the most daunting challenge for him. Now, employing his cunning and schemes, he had orchestrated Lin Chen's demise. Yen Hai inhaled deeply, realizing that the strength of that individual remained formidable. To conquer Lin Chen now, He felt he only had a 70% chance. Moz remained silent. Although he felt a rush of pleasure at Lin Chen's death, he was not the one who had slain him. Furthermore, he was once again reminded of the terror that individual possessed. His fists clenched tightly. He needed to find the lower volume of the eye of the demon god swiftly. At that moment, a graceful figure descended beside Lin Chen. It was none other than the Heartless Fairy. She stood silently, gazing at Lin Chen's plight, with nothing left to say. The Emperor of the Celestial Royal Clan soon approached as well. As I gazed upon the scene of Lin Chen's demise, a cold snort escaped my lips, followed by a chuckle, finally rid of this troublesome youth. The sacred vessel, indeed, lived up to its name, exuding an unparalleled fortune. However, the demise of our clan's foremost prodigy was devoid of any suspense. One must understand the chaos Lin Chen had wrought upon our imperial clan's stronghold. Nevertheless, all was concluded. Lin Chen was no more. Haha. Yet, at that moment, a boisterous laughter echoed from the horizon. A formidable middle-aged man suddenly manifested in this realm, declaring with audacity that Lin Chen had finally met his end. The Emperor Luo Fan, regardless of circumstances, I demand his corpse. The figure known as Emperor Luo Fan surveyed the newcomers, letting out a disdainful huff. You believe you can simply take what belongs to our imperial clan after so much bloodshed? Know this, you stand in the heart of our empire. And what of it? Retorted the Taoist of heavenly secrets, who had ascended alongside him, his presence growing ever more palpable. Your three emperors are gravely wounded and incapable of immediate restoration. With just the two of us, we could easily eradicate the remaining members of your clan. Emperor Luo Fan was taken aback, even in Lin Chen's death. An unexpected number of individuals were fixated on his corpse. This was understandable, for during Lin Chen's earlier tumult at the Heavenly Gate, he had unleashed a mysterious ancient coffin from within, summoning two superlative emperors. Who wouldn't covet such a legendary artifact? Moreover, today Lin Chen had wielded a forbidden technique that could instantly elevate one to the level of an emperor. The secret held within the sacred vessel was immensely profound, a truth well known among emperors since the era of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. The three gods and one saint. Each generation bore its own burdens. Countless onlookers were astonished, witnessing that even in death Lin Chen could not find peace, beset by the covetous gazes of so many emperors. Did this foretell a fierce battle among emperors for his remains? Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the air. Cece transformed into her true form, radiating an unprecedented malevolence. Her blood-red eyes fixed upon the heavenly emperor, the Taoist of heavenly secrets, and Emperor Luo Fan. Who dares to seize my brother's body must first tread over my own corpse. The heavenly emperor, having been absent for days, now bore a sinister expression as he shot a glare at Cece. An overwhelming pressure, befitting an emperor, surged forth like a stampede of wild horses, an intensity far beyond what Cece could withstand. A graceful figure clad in white suddenly appeared before Cece, effortlessly absorbing all the oppressive force. Heavenly Emperor, depart from the heavenly gate, spoke the indifferent fairy coldly. I did not expect your strength to have grown. I shall take Lin Chen's corpse back to the heavenly gate. Any who dare obstruct me shall find themselves at odds with our sect. Upon seeing the indifferent fairy, the heavenly emperor's expression twisted into a semblance of menace. The heartless fairy, all that transpires is orchestrated by you. My ascension to the present stature as the celestial sovereign is entirely due to your grace. Regardless of the circumstances, I am resolute in claiming the body of Lin Chen. Sooner or later, the indignities you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full. The heartless fairy remained unmoved. Luo Fan's gaze flickered, and he said with a smirk, Celestial Sovereign, I comprehend your sentiments. Since we both desire Lin Chen's corpse, why not first eliminate this heartless fairy? Had it not been for her intervention, Lin Chen would not be causing chaos here. The Celestial Sovereign nodded, remarking, I find this proposal agreeable. Let us deal with this woman first, and then deliberate on the matter of Lin Chen's remains. The Celestial Sovereign, fully aware of Luo Fan's intentions, remained resolute in his pursuit of Lin Chen's corpse. The heartless fairy continued to exhibit a facade of indifference. However, the atmosphere in the realm grew increasingly tense, heralding an impending clash among the sovereigns for the coveted body of Lin Chen. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A rift was torn open in the small world beyond the horizon. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust surged forth, accompanied by a sinister laughter. I never anticipated you would resort to violence over a mere corpse. In that case, I shall join the fray. A blood-soaked middle-aged man materialized, his gaze filled with a predatory gleam. This individual was the sovereign of the Bloodkill clan. Both the Celestial Sovereign and Luo Fan frowned in unison. Why has the Bloodkill Sovereign arrived? Yet, to their astonishment, another rift in the sky opened, and a hearty laughter echoed across the small world. What a lively gathering! I must come to witness. The newcomer was none other than the sovereign of the Darkfall clan. Countless individuals were struck with awe. The assembly of sovereigns for the purpose of seizing Lin Chen's corpse was unprecedented. Chapter 894. Rampant before them stood a colossal city, suspended in the sky like a magnificent behemoth, compelling those in the subordinate cities below to gaze upward in reverence. In their hearts, this aerial edifice was their sacred sanctuary. Beyond reproach, two events had once sent shockwaves through the Holy Spirit continent. First, the annihilation of Lin Chen's family by an unknown assailant. Second, the meteoric rise of the Ice Emperor, a mere figure of the great sovereign realm, who ascended to become the leader of the Celestial Gate, forcefully expelling the Celestial Sovereign from its ranks. Who could fathom that a woman of such humble beginnings could ascend to command the vast Celestial Gate and lead the entire sect? This defied all expectations. Even the renowned intelligence agency, the Dark Clan, which exerted tremendous effort to uncover the truth, could only piece together fragmented theories pointing to an ancient power existing within the mortal realm. The rest remained inscrutable. No one knew the true identity of the Ice Emperor, who had consistently targeted the three major clans. Now, a full year had passed in silence. At this moment, within the city in the sky, the Ice Palace awaited. The Ice Emperor sat upon her crystalline throne, her cold gaze seemingly lost in the endless expanse of the heavens, contemplating an unknown thought. Suddenly, without any warning, a sharp pain pierced her heart, as if it might suffocate her. Bewildered, the Ice Emperor pondered the source of this inexplicable ache. In an instant, a realization struck her, and her icy, beautiful eyes erupted with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, enveloping the entire Ice Palace and the Celestial Royal Clan. It is best if nothing untoward occurs. Otherwise, I shall obliterate your lineage. With an imposing presence akin to that of an emperor, figures such as the Dark Descendant Clan, the Bloodthirsty Clan, the Celestial Royal Clan, the Supreme Emperor, the Celestial Mechanic, and the Heartless Fairy, all five great emperors, and one on the verge of ascendance, had gathered here, united by the demise of a certain man. Absurdly, they had assembled merely to contest a corporeal vessel that had yet to attain the level of a great sovereign. The seven formidable factions of the human realm were acutely aware of the emperor's intentions. Clearly, their desire for Lin Chen's body had been brewing for quite some time. Evident from the ambitions of the Supreme Emperor, the three major races showed no signs of yielding. At present, the Celestial Royal Clan was gravely weakened from their battle with the gluttonous beast, while Lin Chen had perished, expending all his means in the process. The hidden emperors awaited the opportune moment to effortlessly seize the greatest advantage. The Celestial Royal Clan would never permit this. Emperor Luo Fan, observing the newly emerged leaders of the Bloodthirsty and Dark Descendant clans, let out a cold laugh. It was truly comical. Who could have imagined that the trio, once united to breach the gates of the chaotic star realm to eliminate Lin Chen, would now turn against one another over the corpse of this sinner? The bloodthirsty emperor grinned with a sinister hunger, declaring, "What of it, Luo Fan? Let us speak plainly. I am here solely to claim this fellow's remains. I intend to drain his blood." The overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from the bloodthirsty emperor sent chills down the spines of many. The bloodthirsty clan, a formidable race, instilled fear in countless hearts. "Haha," the Dark Descendant Emperor laughed heartily. "You are indeed audacious. However, I shall make it clear. The body of Lin Chen belongs to the Dark Descendant clan. After all, this fellow annihilated our prodigy." Luo Fan's expression darkened. The Dark Descendant clan was becoming increasingly audacious. The Dark Descendant Emperor chuckled, remaining silent. At that moment, the Supreme Emperor's eyes flickered, and he abruptly lifted his gaze to survey the crowd, stating, "Since so many have gathered today, it is evident that a conclusion must be reached. But before that, let us first deal with this heartless fairy." The Celestial Mechanic applauded in approval. As the Supreme Emperor spoke, the gazes of several emperors converged upon the heartless fairy. She belonged to the Celestial sect, which presently wielded its power like a wild sword. relentlessly targeting the three major factions. This enraged them. Yet the opposing forces were evenly matched, leaving them with little to say. However, they now faced the isolated heartless fairy. In an instant, a profound exchange began among the minds of the great emperors, their gazes converging upon the heartless fairy, whose presence radiated an air of impending doom. They reached a consensus: quickly take Lin Chen away. The heartless fairy coldly directed Shishi to hasten towards the mysterious heaven gate, suggesting that perhaps they could revive this individual. Overwhelmed by grief, Shishi suddenly reacted, her face illuminating with joy as she grasped Lin Chen's form and unleashed her full speed in an attempt to flee. Yet, as they sought to escape, the celestial mechanic acted first, targeting Shishi's frenzied retreat. With a flick of his finger, he propelled a white chess piece towards her with terrifying velocity, sufficient to obliterate Shishi. The heartless sword path remained unyielding, the fairy's expression frozen in indifference, fully aware of the imminent threat. Her heartless sword soared forth, cleaving the chess piece into nothingness. In that moment, she locked onto the great emperors and struck with lightning speed, unleashing formidable divine might. The heavens erupted in a cacophony of explosions, the overwhelming pressure threatening to shatter the very fabric of the soul. The spirit of Jade Emperor City unfurled its supreme power to withstand the onslaught of the Emperor's war. The Blood Reaper spear and endless light emerged as the Darkfall and Bloodslaughter Emperors shattered the heartless fairy's divine might. In an instant, they unleashed their own supreme techniques, their forms descending like a tempest of boundless thunder towards the heartless fairy. The fairy's countenance shifted slightly, sensing danger, yet she could not relent. Channeling the heartless sword path to its fullest extent, she attempted to transform the battlefield into a realm devoid of compassion. However, her form was ensnared by the two emperors, who revealed bloodthirsty smiles. Shishi fled in a frenzy, desperate to escape with Lin Chen alive. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming force descended, nearly causing her legs to buckle beneath her, compelling her to kneel. A figure emerged, unmistakably the enigmatic and smiling mysterious Heaven Emperor. "Where do you think you're running?" he thundered, launching a fist towards Shishi, fracturing the void itself as an ancient dragon of energy erupted forth. This strike could obliterate even the most formidable of beings. How could Shishi withstand such might? Her pupils constricted, her body trembling in fear. Was this truly the end? Yet, in the next heartbeat, the chaos of the world inexplicably settled into tranquility. The anticipated agonizing rupture failed to manifest, for before Shishi stood a figure. "Are you all right?" inquired the middle-aged man, casting a deep gaze, his tone calm and steady. Shishi's face lit up with elation, for this man was none other than her third uncle, who at that moment bore no trace of lethargy, his eyes instead filled with profound intensity. Who was this individual? The great Emperor of Chaos was both astonished and enraged, having never anticipated the sudden emergence of a middle-aged man who effortlessly shattered his strike. Who dares to disrupt this moment? This scene drew the attention of the other emperors, who were equally taken aback. They had not expected that amidst the collaboration of 5 great emperors, there would still be someone causing chaos. This audacious fellow certainly possessed an extraordinary amount of courage. "Third uncle, save my brother. He is on the brink of death," Shishi exclaimed, her eyes bloodshot with urgency. Third uncle cast a calm glance at Lin Chen, who was enveloped in radiant golden light, then looked back at Shishi and nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry. He will not perish." The remaining emperors swiftly approached, their expressions revealing an unmistakable astonishment as they regarded this unexpected middle-aged figure, who possessed such audacity to create disorder in this moment. The blood-killing emperor was the first to break the silence, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. "Who are you? Daring to cause trouble here? You still have time to leave." The presence of this middle-aged man perplexed the blood-killing emperor, who hesitated to act too arrogantly. Yet, with the 5 emperors united, what did they have to fear? Third uncle disregarded the blood-killing emperor entirely, confronting the 5 emperors with unwavering composure, and stated coolly, "All of you, leave at once." His voice resonated like thunder. Such audacity indeed.